Chapter 3. Do you know, I've been thinking about you, said Sergei Ivanovitch. It's beyond everything what's being done in the district, according to what this doctor tells me. He's a very intelligent fellow. And as I've told you before, I tell you again, it's not right for you not to go to the meetings, and altogether to keep out of the district business. If decent people won't go into it, of course it's bound to go all wrong. We pay the money, and it all goes in salaries, and there are no schools, nor district nurses, nor midwives, nor drugstores, nothing. Well, I did try, you know, Levin said slowly and unwillingly. I can't, and so there's no help for it. But why can't you? I must own I can't make it out. Indifference, incapacity, I won't admit. Surely it's not simply laziness? None of those things. I've tried, and I see I can do nothing, said Levin. He had hardly grasped what his brother was saying. Looking towards the plough-land across the river, he made out something black, but he could not distinguish whether it was a horse or the bailiff on horseback. Why is it you can do nothing? You made an attempt and didn't succeed, as you think, and you give in. How can you have so little self-respect? Self-respect, said Levin, stung to the quick by his brother's words. I don't understand. If they'd told me at college that other people understood the integral calculus, and I didn't, then pride would have come in. But in this case one wants first to be convinced that one has certain qualifications for this sort of business, and especially that all this business is of great importance. What? Do you mean to say it's not of importance? Said Sergei Ivanovitch, stung to the quick too at his brother's considering anything of no importance that interested him, and still more at his obviously paying little attention to what he was saying. I don't think it important. It does not take hold of me, I can't help it, answered Levin, making out that what he saw was the bailiff, and that the bailiff seemed to be letting the peasants go off. The ploughed land. They were turning the plough over. Can they have finished ploughing? He wondered. Come, really though, said the elder brother, with a frown on his handsome, clever face. There's a limit to everything. It's very well to be original and genuine, and to dislike everything conventional. I know all about that. But really, what you're saying either has no meaning, or it has a very wrong meaning. How can you think it a matter of no importance whether the peasant, whom you love as you assert, I never did assert it, thought Konstantin Levin, dies without help, the ignorant peasant, women starve the children, and the people stagnate in darkness, and are helpless in the hands of every village clerk, while you have at your disposal a means of helping them, and don't help them because to your mind it's of no importance. And Sergei Ivanovitch put before him the alternative. Either you are so undeveloped that you can't see all that you can do, or you won't sacrifice your ease, your vanity, or whatever it is, to do it. Konstantin Levin felt that there was no course open to him but to submit, or to confess to a lack of zeal for the public good, and this mortified him and hurt his feelings. It's both, he said resolutely. I don't see that it was possible. What? Was it impossible, if the money were properly laid out, to provide medical aid? Impossible, as it seems to me, for the 3,000 square miles of our district, what with our thaws, and the storms, and the work in the fields. I don't see how it is possible to provide medical aid all over, and besides, I don't believe in medicine. Oh, well, that's unfair. I can quote to you thousands of instances, but the schools, anyway. Why have schools? What do you mean? Can there be two opinions of the advantage of education? If it's a good thing for you, it's a good thing for everyone. Konstantin Levin felt himself morally pinned against a wall, and so he got hot, and unconsciously blurted out the chief cause of his indifference to public business. Perhaps it may all be very good, but why should I worry myself about establishing dispensaries which I shall never make use of? and schools to which I shall never send my children, to which even the peasants don't want to send their children, and to which I've no very firm faith that they ought to send them," said he. Sergei Ivanovitch was for a minute surprised at this unexpected view of the subject, but he promptly made a new plan of attack. He was silent for a little, drew out a hook, threw it in again, and turned to his brother, smiling. "Come, now. In the first place, the dispensary is needed. We ourselves sent for the district doctor for Agafea Mihalovna. Oh, well, but I fancy her wrist will never be straight again. That remains to be proved. Next, the peasant who can read and write is as a workman of more use and value to you." "No, you can ask anyone you like," Konstantin Levin answered with decision. "The man that can read and write is much inferior as a workman, and mending the highroads is an impossibility, and as soon as they put up bridges they're stolen." "Still, that's not the point," said Sergei Ivanovitch, frowning. He disliked contradiction, and still more, arguments that were continually skipping from one thing to another, introducing new and disconnected points, so that there was no knowing to which to reply. "Do you admit that education is a benefit for the people?" "Yes, I admit it," said Levin without thinking, and he was conscious immediately that he had said what he did not think. He felt that if he admitted that, it would be proved that he had been talking meaningless rubbish. How it would be proved he could not tell, but he knew that this would inevitably be logically proved to him, and he awaited the proofs. The argument turned out to be far simpler than he had expected. "If you admit that it is a benefit," said Sergei Ivanovitch, "then, as an honest man, you cannot help caring about it and sympathizing with the movement, and so wishing to work for it." "But I still do not admit this movement to be just," said Konstantin Levin, reddening a little. "What? But you said just now, that's to say, I don't admit its being either good or possible, that you can't tell without making the trial." "Well, supposing that's so," said Levin, though he did not suppose so at all, supposing that is so, still I don't see, all the same, what I'm to worry myself about it for." "How so?" "No, since we are talking, explain it to me from the philosophical point of view," said Levin. "I can't see where philosophy comes in," said Sergei Ivanovitch, in a tone, Levin fancied, as though he did not admit his brother's right to talk about philosophy, and that irritated Levin. "I'll tell you, then," he said with heat. "I imagine the mainspring of all our actions is, after all, self-interest. Now, in the local institutions I, as a nobleman, see nothing that could conduce to my prosperity, and the roads are not better, and could not be better. My horses carry me well enough over bad ones. Doctors and dispensaries are no use to me. An arbitrator of disputes is no use to me. I never appeal to him, and never shall appeal to him. The schools are no good to me, but positively harmful, as I told you. For me, the district institutions simply mean the liability to pay 4 halfpenny for every 3 acres, to drive into the town, sleep with bugs, and listen to all sorts of idiocy, and loathsomeness and self-interest offers me no inducement." "Excuse me," Sergei Ivanovitch interposed with a smile. "Self-interest did not induce us to work for the emancipation of the serfs, but we did work for it." "No," Konstantin Levin broke in with still greater heat. "The emancipation of the serfs was a different matter. Their self-interest did come in. One longed to throw off that yoke that crushed us, all decent people among us. But to be a town councillor and discuss how many dustmen are needed, and how chimneys shall be constructed in the town in which I don't live to serve on a jury and try a peasant who's stolen a flitch of bacon, and listen for 6 hours at a stretch to all sorts of jabber from the counsel for the defense and the prosecution, and the president cross, examining my old half-witted Alyoshka, do you admit, prisoner in the dock, the fact of the removal of the bacon, eh?" Konstantin Levin had warmed to his subject, and began mimicking the president and the half-witted Alyosha. It seemed to him that it was all to the point. But Sergei Ivanovitch shrugged his shoulders. "Well, what do you mean to say, then?" "I simply mean to say that those rights that touch me, my interest, I shall always defend to the best of my ability, that when they made raids on us students, and the police read our letters, I was ready to defend those rights to the utmost, to defend my rights to education and freedom. I can understand compulsory military service, which affects my children, my brothers, and myself. I am ready to deliberate on what concerns me, but deliberating on how to spend 40,000 rubles of district council money, or judging the half-witted Alyosha, I don't understand, and I can't do it." Konstantin Levin spoke as though the floodgates of his speech had burst open. Sergei Ivanovitch smiled. "But tomorrow it'll be your turn to be tried. Would it have suited your tastes better to be tried in the old criminal tribunal?" "I'm not going to be tried. I shan't murder anybody, and I've no need of it." "Well, I tell you what," he went on, flying off again to a subject quite beside the point. "Our district self-government, and all the rest of it's just like the birch branches we stick in the ground on Trinity Day, for instance, to look like a copse which has grown up of itself in Europe, and I can't gush over these birch branches and believe in them." Sergei Ivanovitch merely shrugged his shoulders, as though to express his wonder how the birch branches had come into their argument at that point, though he did really understand at once what his brother meant. "Excuse me, but you know one really can't argue in that way," he observed. But Konstantin Levin wanted to justify himself for the failing, of which he was conscious, of lack of zeal for the public welfare, and he went on. "I imagine," he said, "that no sort of activity is likely to be lasting if it is not founded on self-interest. That's a universal principle, a philosophical principle," he said, repeating the word, "philosophical with determination," as though wishing to show that he had as much right as anyone else to talk of philosophy. Sergei Ivanovitch smiled. "He too has a philosophy of his own at the service of his natural tendencies," he thought. "Come, you'd better let philosophy alone," he said. "The chief problem of the philosophy of all ages consists just in finding the indispensable connection which exists between individual and social interests. But that's not to the point. What is to the point is a correction I must make in your comparison. The birches are not simply stuck in, but some are sown and some are planted, and one must deal carefully with them. It's only those peoples that have an intuitive sense of what's of importance and significance in their institutions, and know how to value them, that have a future before them. It's only those peoples that one can truly call historical." And Sergei Ivanovitch carried the subject into the regions of philosophical history where Konstantin Levin could not follow him, and showed him all the incorrectness of his view. "As for your dislike of it, excuse my saying so, that's simply our Russian sloth and old owner's ways, and I'm convinced that in you it's a temporary error and will pass." Konstantin was silent. He felt himself vanquished on all sides, but he felt at the same time that what he wanted to say was unintelligible to his brother, only he could not make up his mind whether it was unintelligible because he was not capable of expressing his meaning clearly, or because his brother would not or could not understand him. But he did not pursue the speculation, and without replying, he fell to musing on a quite different and personal matter. Sergei Ivanovitch wound up the last line, untied the horse, and they drove off. Chapter 4. The personal matter that absorbed Levin during his conversation with his brother was this. Once in a previous year he had gone to look at the mowing, and being made very angry by the bailiff, he had recourse to his favorite means for regaining his temper. He took a scythe from a peasant, and began mowing. He liked the work so much that he had several times tried his hand at mowing since. He had cut the whole of the meadow in front of his house, And this year, ever since the early spring, he had cherished a plan for mowing for whole days together with the peasants. Ever since his brother's arrival, he had been in doubt whether to mow or not. He was loath to leave his brother alone all day long, and he was afraid his brother would laugh at him about it. But as he drove into the meadow and recalled the sensations of mowing, he came near deciding that he would go mowing. After the irritating discussion with his brother, he pondered over this intention again. I must have physical exercise, or my temper will certainly be ruined, he thought, and he determined he would go mowing, however awkward he might feel about it with his brother or the peasants. Towards evening, Konstantin Levin went to his counting-house, gave directions as to the work to be done, and sent about the village to summon the mowers for the morrow, to cut the hay in Kalinov meadow, the largest and best of his grasslands, and send my scythe, please, to Tit, for him to set it and bring it round tomorrow. I shall maybe do some mowing myself too, he said, trying not to be embarrassed. The bailiff smiled and said, Yes, sir. At tea the same evening Levin said to his brother, I fancy the fine weather will last. Tomorrow I shall start mowing. I'm so fond of that form of field labor, said Sergei Ivanovitch. I'm awfully fond of it. I sometimes mow myself with the peasants, and tomorrow I want to try mowing the whole day. Sergei Ivanovitch lifted his head and looked with interest at his brother. How do you mean? Just like one of the peasants all day long. Yes, it's very pleasant, said Levin. It's splendid as exercise, only you'll hardly be able to stand it, said Sergei Ivanovitch, without a shade of irony. I've tried it. It's hard work at first, but you get into it. I dare say I shall manage to keep it up, really. What an idea! But tell me, how do the peasants look at it? I suppose they laugh in their sleeves at their master's being such a queer fish. No, I don't think so, but it's so delightful, and at the same time such hard work, that one has no time to think about it. But how will you do about dining with them? To send you a bottle of Lafitte and roast turkey out there would be a little awkward. No, I'll simply come home at the time of their noonday rest. Next morning Konstantin Levin got up earlier than usual, but he was detained giving directions on the farm, and when he reached the mowing grass, the mowers were already at their second row. From the uplands he could get a view of the shaded cut-pot of the meadow below, with its greyish ridges of cut grass, and the black heaps of coats, taken off by the mowers at the place from which they had started cutting. Gradually, as he rode towards the meadow, the peasants came into sight, some in coats, some in their shirts mowing, one behind another in a long string, swinging their scythes differently. He counted 40, 2 of them. They were mowing slowly over the uneven, low-lying parts of the meadow, where there had been an old dam. Levin recognized some of his own men. Here was old Yermil in a very long white smock, bending forward to swing a scythe. There was a young fellow, Vaska, who had been a coachman of Levin's, taking every row with a wide sweep. Here, too, was Tit, Levin's preceptor in the art of mowing, a thin little peasant. He was in front of all, and cut his wide row without bending, as though playing with the scythe. Levin got off his mare, and fastening her up by the roadside, went to meet Tit, who took a second scythe out of a bush and gave it to him. "It's ready, sir. It's like a razor, cuts of itself," said Tit, taking off his cap with a smile and giving him the scythe. Levin took the scythe and began trying it. As they finished their rows, the mowers, hot and good, humoured, came out into the road one after another, and, laughing a little, greeted the master. They all stared at him, but no one made any remark, till a tall old man, with a wrinkled, beardless face, wearing a short sheepskin jacket, came out into the road and accosted him. "Look ye now, master, once take hold of the rope, there's no letting it go," he said, and Levin heard smothered laughter among the mowers. "I'll try not to let it go," he said, taking his stand behind Tit, and waiting for the time to begin. "Mindy," repeated the old man. Tit made room, and Levin started behind him. The grass was short close to the road, and Levin, who had not done any mowing for a long while, and was disconcerted by the eyes fastened upon him, cut badly for the first moments, though he swung his scythe vigorously. Behind him he heard voices. "It's not set right, handle's too high, see how he has to stoop to it," said one. "Press more on the heel," said another. "Never mind, he'll get on all right," the old man resumed. "He's made a start. You swing it too wide, you'll tire yourself out. The master, sure, does his best for himself, but see the grass missed out. For such work us fellows would catch it." The grass became softer, and Levin, listening without answering, followed Tit, trying to do the best he could. They moved 100 paces. Tit kept moving on without stopping, not showing the slightest weariness, but Levin was already beginning to be afraid he would not be able to keep it up. He was so tired. He felt, as he swung his scythe, that he was at the very end of his strength, and was making up his mind to ask Tit to stop. But at that very moment Tit stopped of his own accord, and stooping down picked up some grass, rubbed his scythe, and began wetting it. Levin straightened himself, and drawing a deep breath looked round. Behind him came a peasant, and he too was evidently tired, for he stopped at once without waiting to mow up to Levin, and began wetting his scythe. Tit sharpened his scythe and Levin's, and they went on. The next time it was just the same. Tit moved on with sweep after sweep of his scythe, not stopping nor showing signs of weariness. Levin followed him, trying not to get left behind, and he found it harder and harder. The moment came when he felt he had no strength left, but at that very moment Tit stopped and wetted the scythes, so they mowed the first row. And this long row seemed particularly hard work to Levin, but when the end was reached and Tit, shouldering his scythe, began with deliberate stride returning on the tracks left by his heels in the cut grass, and Levin walked back in the same way over the space he had cut. In spite of the sweat that ran in streams over his face and fell in drops down his nose, and drenched his back as though he had been soaked in water, he felt very happy. What delighted him particularly was that now he knew he would be able to hold out. His pleasure was only disturbed by his row not being well cut. "I will swing less with my arm and more with my whole body," he thought, comparing Tit's row, which looked as if it had been cut with a line, with his own unevenly and irregularly lying grass. The first row, as Levin noticed, Tit had mowed specially quickly, probably wishing to put his master to the test, and the row happened to be a long one. The next rows were easier, but still Levin had to strain every nerve not to drop behind the peasants. He thought of nothing, wished for nothing, but not to be left behind the peasants, and to do his work as well as possible. He heard nothing but the swish of scythes, and saw before him Tit's upright figure mowing away, the crescent-shaped curve of the cut grass, the grass and flower heads slowly and rhythmically falling. Before the blade of his scythe, and ahead of him the end of the row, where would come the rest. Suddenly, in the midst of his toil, without understanding what it was or whence it came, he felt a pleasant sensation of chill on his hot, moist shoulders. He glanced at the sky in the interval for wetting the scythes. A heavy, lowering storm cloud had blown up, and big raindrops were falling. Some of the peasants went to their coats and put them on. Others, just like Levin himself, merely shrugged their shoulders, enjoying the pleasant coolness of it. Another row, and yet another row, followed long rows and short rows, with good grass and with poor grass. Levin lost all sense of time, and could not have told whether it was late or early now. A change began to come over his work, which gave him immense satisfaction. In the midst of his toil, there were moments during which he forgot what he was doing, and it came all easy to him, and at those same moments his row was almost as smooth and well cut as Tit's. But so soon as he recollected what he was doing, and began trying to do better, He was at once conscious of all the difficulty of his task, and the row was badly mown. On finishing yet another row, he would have gone back to the top of the meadow again to begin the next. But Tit stopped, and going up to the old man, said something in a low voice to him. They both looked at the son. What are they talking about, and why doesn't he go back? Thought Levin, not guessing that the peasants had been mowing no less than 4 hours without stopping, and it was time for their lunch. "Lunch, sir," said the old man. "Is it really time?" "That's right, lunch then." Levin gave his scythe to Tit, and together with the peasants, who were crossing the long stretch of mown grass, slightly sprinkled with rain, to get their bread from the heap of coats, he went towards his house. Only then he suddenly awoke to the fact that he had been wrong about the weather, and the rain was drenching his hay. "The hay will be spoiled," he said. "Not a bit of it, sir. Mow in the rain, and you'll rake in fine weather," said the old man. Levin untied his horse and rode home to his coffee. Sergei Ivanovitch was only just getting up. When he had drunk his coffee, Levin rode back again to the mowing, before Sergei Ivanovitch had had time to dress and come down to the dining room. Chapter 5. After lunch, Levin was not in the same place in the string of mowers as before, but stood between the old man who had accosted him jocosely, and now invited him to be his neighbor, and a young peasant who had only been married in the autumn, and who was mowing this summer for the first time. The old man, holding himself erect, moved in front, with his feet turned out, taking long, regular strides, and with a precise and regular action which seemed to cost him no more effort than swinging one's arms in walking, as though it were in play. He laid down the high, even row of grass. It was as though it were not he but the sharp scythe of itself swishing through the juicy grass. Behind Levin came the lad Miska. His pretty, boyish face, with a twist of fresh grass bound round his hair, was all working with effort, but whenever anyone looked at him, he smiled. He would clearly have died sooner than own it was hard work for him. Levin kept between them. In the very heat of the day, the mowing did not seem such hard work to him. The perspiration with which he was drenched cooled him, while the sun that burned his back, his head, and his arms, bare to the elbow, gave a vigor and dogged energy to his labor, and more, often now came those moments of unconsciousness, when it was possible not to think what one was doing. The scythe cut of itself. These were happy moments. Still more delightful were the moments when they reached the stream where the rows ended, and the old man rubbed his scythe with the wet, thick grass, rinsed its blade in the fresh water of the stream, ladled out a little in a tin dipper, and offered Levin a drink. "What do you say to my home? Brew, eh? Good, eh?" said he, winking. And truly Levin had never drunk any liquor so good as this warm water with green bits floating in it, and a taste of rust from the tin dipper, and immediately after this came the delicious, slow saunter, with his hand on the scythe, during which he could wipe away the streaming sweat, take deep breaths of air, and look about at the long string of mowers, and at what was happening around in the forest and the country. The longer Levin mowed, the oftener he felt the moments of unconsciousness in which it seemed not his hands that swung the scythe, but the scythe mowing of itself, a body full of life and consciousness of its own, and as though by magic, without thinking of it, the work turned out regular and well finished of itself. These were the most blissful moments. It was only hard work when he had to break off the motion, which had become unconscious, and to think, when he had to mow round a hillock or a tuft of sorrel. The old man did this easily. When a hillock came, he changed his action, and at one time with the heel, and at another with the tip of his scythe, clipped the hillock round both sides with short strokes. And while he did this, he kept looking about and watching what came into his view. At one moment he picked a wild berry and ate it, or offered it to Levin. Then he flung away a twig with the blade of the scythe, Then he looked at a quail's nest, from which the bird flew just under the scythe, or caught a snake that crossed his path, and lifting it on the scythe as though on a fork showed it to Levin and threw it away. For both Levin and the young peasant behind him, such changes of position were difficult, both of them repeating over and over again the same strained movement, were in a perfect frenzy of toil, and were incapable of shifting their position, and at the same time watching what was before them. Levin did not notice how time was passing. If he had been asked how long he had been working, he would have said half an hour, and it was getting on for dinner time. As they were walking back over the cut grass, the old man called Levin's attention to the little girls and boys who were coming from different directions, hardly visible through the long grass, and, along the road towards the mowers, carrying sacks of bread, dragging at their little hands and pitchers of the sour rye, beer, with cloths wrapped round them. "Look ye, the little emmets crawling," he said, pointing to them, and he shaded his eyes with his hand to look at the sun. They mowed 2 more rows. The old man stopped. "Come, master, dinner time," he said briskly, and on reaching the stream, the mowers moved off across the lines of cut grass towards their pile of coats, where the children who had brought their dinners were sitting waiting for them. The peasants gathered into groups, those further away under a cot, those nearer under a willow bush. Levin sat down by them. He felt disinclined to go away. All constraint with the master had disappeared long ago. The peasants got ready for dinner. Some washed, the young lads bathed in the stream, others made a place comfortable for a rest, untied their sacks of bread, and uncovered the pitchers of rye beer. The old man crumbled up some bread in a cup, stirred it with the handle of a spoon, poured water on it from the dipper, broke up some more bread, and having seasoned it with salt, he turned to the east to say his prayer. "Come, master, taste my sop," said he, kneeling down before the cup. The sop was so good that Levin gave up the idea of going home. He dined with the old man and talked to him about his family affairs, taking the keenest interest in them, and told him about his own affairs and all the circumstances that could be of interest to the old man. He felt much nearer to him than to his brother, and could not help smiling at the affection he felt for this man. When the old man got up again, said his prayer, and lay down under a bush, putting some grass under his head for a pillow, Levin did the same, and in spite of the clinging flies that were so persistent in the sunshine, and the midges that tickled his hot face and body, he fell asleep at once, and only waked when the sun had passed to the other side of the bush and reached him. The old man had been awake a long while, and was sitting up whetting the scythes of the younger lads. Levin looked about him and hardly recognized the place. Everything was so changed. The immense stretch of meadow had been mown, and was sparkling with a peculiar fresh brilliance, with its lines of already sweet, melling grass in the slanting rays of the evening sun, and the bushes about the river had been cut down, and the river itself, not visible before, now gleaming like steel in its bends, and the moving, ascending peasants, and the sharp wall of grass of the unmown part of the meadow, and the hawks hovering over the stripped meadow, all was perfectly new. Raising himself, Levin began considering how much had been cut, and how much more could still be done that day. The work done was exceptionally much for 42 men. They had cut the whole of the big meadow, which had, in the years of serf labor, taken 30 scythes 2 days to mow. Only the corners remained to do, where the rows were short. But Levin felt a longing to get as much mowing done that day as possible, and was vexed with the sun sinking so quickly in the sky. He felt no weariness. All he wanted was to get his work done more and more quickly, and as much done as possible. "Could you cut mashkin upland too?" "What do you think?" he said to the old man. "As God wills, the sun's not high. A little vodka for the lads. At the afternoon rest, when they were sitting down again, and those who smoked had lighted their pipes, the old man told the men that Mashkin uplands to be cut there'll be some vodka. Why not? Cut it? Come on, Tit, we'll look sharp. We can eat at night. Come on, cried voices, and eating up their bread, the mowers went back to work. Come, lads, keep it up, said Tit, and ran on ahead almost at a trot. Get along, said the old man, hurrying after him and easily overtaking him. I'll mow you down, look out. And young and old mowed away, as though they were racing with one another. But however fast they worked, they did not spoil the grass, and the rows were laid just as neatly and exactly. The little piece left uncut in the corner was mown in 5 minutes. The last of the mowers were just ending their rows, while the foremost snatched up their coats onto their shoulders, and crossed the road towards Mashkin Upland. The sun was already sinking into the trees when they went with their jingling dippers into the wooded ravine of Mashkin Upland. The grass was up to their waists in the middle of the hollow, soft, tender, and feathery, spotted here and there among the trees with wild heart. Seas. After a brief consultation whether to take the rows lengthwise or diagonally pro her Yermelin, also a renowned mower, a huge, black-haired peasant, went on ahead. He went up to the top, turned back again, and started mowing, and they all proceeded to form in line behind him, going downhill through the hollow and uphill right up to the edge of the forest. The sun sank behind the forest. The dew was falling by now. The mowers were in the sun only on the hillside, but below, where a mist was rising, and on the opposite side, they mowed into the fresh, dewy shade. The work went rapidly. The grass cut with a juicy sound, and was at once laid in high, fragrant rows. The mowers from all sides, brought closer together in the short row, kept urging one another on to the sound of jingling dippers and clanging scythes, and the hiss of the whetstones sharpening them, and good, humored shouts. Levin still kept between the young peasant and the old man. The old man, who had put on his short sheepskin jacket, was just as good, humored, jocose, and free in his movements. Among the trees they were continually cutting with their scythes the so-called birch mushrooms, swollen fat in the succulent grass. But the old man bent down every time he came across a mushroom, picked it up and put it in his bosom. Another present for my old woman, he said as he did so. Easy as it was to mow the wet, soft grass, it was hard work going up and down the steep sides of the ravine. But this did not trouble the old man. Swinging his scythe just as ever, and moving his feet in their big, plated shoes with firm, little steps, he climbed slowly up the steep place, and though his breeches hanging out below his smock, and his whole frame trembled with effort, he did not miss one blade of grass or one mushroom on his way, and kept making jokes with the peasants and Levin. Levin walked after him, and often thought he must fall, as he climbed with a scythe up a steep cliff, where it would have been hard work to clamber without anything. But he climbed up and did what he had to do. He felt as though some external force were moving him. Chapter 6. Mashkin Upland was mown, the last row finished, the peasants had put on their coats, and were gaily trudging home. Levin got on his horse, and, parting regretfully from the peasants, rode homewards. On the hillside he looked back. He could not see them in the mist that had risen from the valley. He could only hear rough, good, humored voices, laughter, and the sound of clanking scythes. Sergei Ivanovitch had long ago finished dinner, and was drinking iced lemon and water in his own room, looking through the reviews and papers which he had only just received by post, when Levin rushed into the room, talking merrily, with his wet and matted hair sticking to his forehead, and his back and chest grimed and moist. We mowed the whole meadow. Oh, it is nice, delicious. And how have you been getting on? Said Levin, completely forgetting the disagreeable conversation of the previous day. Mercy, what do you look like? said Sergei Ivanovitch, for the first moment looking round with some dissatisfaction. "And the door, do shut the door," he cried. "You must have let in a dozen at least." Sergei Ivanovitch could not endure flies, and in his own room he never opened the window except at night, and carefully kept the door shut. "Not one, on my honor, but if I have, I'll catch them. You wouldn't believe what a pleasure it is. How have you spent the day?" "Very well, but have you really been mowing the whole day? I expect you're as hungry as a wolf. Kuzma has got everything ready for you." "No, I don't feel hungry even. I had something to eat there, but I'll go and wash." "Yes, go along, and I'll come to you directly," said Sergei Ivanovitch, shaking his head as he looked at his brother. "Go along, make haste," he added, smiling, and gathering up his books, he prepared to go too. He, too, felt suddenly good, humored and disinclined to leave his brother's side. "But what did you do while it was raining?" "Rain? Why, there was scarcely a drop." "I'll come directly. So you had a nice day, too. That's first rate." And Levin went off to change his clothes. 5 minutes later the brothers met in the dining room. Although it seemed to Levin that he was not hungry, and he sat down to dinner simply so as not to hurt Kuzma's feelings, yet when he began to eat the dinner, struck him as extraordinarily good. Sergei Ivanovitch watched him with a smile. "Oh, by the way, there's a letter for you," said he. "Kuzma, bring it down, please. And mind you shut the doors." The letter was from Oblonsky. Levin read it aloud. Oblonsky wrote to him from Petersburg. "I have had a letter from Dolly. She's at Ergashovo, and everything seems going wrong there. Do ride over and see her, please. Help her with advice. You know all about it. She will be so glad to see you. She's quite alone, poor thing. My mother-in-law and all of them are still abroad." "That's capital. I will certainly ride over to her," said Levin, "or we'll go together. She's such a splendid woman, isn't she? They're not far from here, then, 25 miles, or perhaps it is 30, but a capital road. Capital will drive over." "I shall be delighted," said Sergei Ivanovitch, still smiling. The sight of his younger brother's appearance had immediately put him in a good humor. "Well, you have an appetite," he said, looking at his dark-red, sunburnt face and neck bent over the plate. "Splendid. You can't imagine what an effectual remedy it is for every sort of foolishness. I want to enrich medicine with a new word, Arbeitsker. Well, but you don't need it, I should fancy." "No, but for all sorts of nervous invalids." "Yes, it ought to be tried. I had meant to come to the mowing to look at you, but it was so unbearably hot that I got no further than the forest. I sat there a little, and went on by the forest to the village, met your old nurse, and sounded her as to the peasants' view of you. As far as I can make out, they don't approve of this. She said it's not a gentleman's work. Altogether, I fancy that in the people's ideas there are very clear and definite notions of certain, as they call it, gentlemanly lines of action, and they don't sanction the gentry's moving outside bounds clearly laid down in their ideas. Maybe so, but anyway it's a pleasure such as I have never known in my life. And there's no harm in it, you know, is there?" answered Levin. "I can't help it if they don't like it, though I do believe it's all right." Altogether," pursued Sergei Ivanovitch, "you're satisfied with your day?" "Quite satisfied. We cut the whole meadow, and such a splendid old man I made friends with there. You can't fancy how delightful he was. Well, so you're content with your day, and so am I. First, I solved 2 chess problems, and won a very pretty one, a pawn opening. I'll show it you, and then I thought over our conversation yesterday." "Our conversation yesterday?" said Levin, blissfully dropping his eyelids and drawing deep breaths after finishing his dinner, and absolutely incapable of recalling what their conversation yesterday was about. "I think you are partly right. Our difference of opinion amounts to this, that you make the mainspring self, interest, while I suppose that interest in the commonweal is bound to exist in every man of a certain degree of advancement. Possibly you are right, too, that action founded on material interest would be more desirable. You are altogether, as the French say, too primitière a nature. You must have intense, energetic action or nothing. Levin listened to his brother and did not understand a single word, and did not want to understand. He was only afraid his brother might ask him some question which would make it evident he had not heard. "So that's what I think it is, my dear boy," said Sergei Ivanovitch, touching him on the shoulder. "Yes, of course. But do you know, I won't stand up for my view," answered Levin, with a guilty, childlike smile. "Whatever was it I was disputing about? He wondered, of course I'm right, and he's right, and it's all first rate. Only I must go round to the counting-house and see to things." He got up, stretching and smiling. Sergei Ivanovitch smiled too. "If you want to go out, let's go together," he said, disinclined to be parted from his brother, who seemed positively breathing out freshness and energy. "Come, we'll go to the counting-house if you have to go there." "Oh, heavens!" shouted Levin, so loudly that Sergei Ivanovitch was quite frightened. What is the matter? How's Agafea Mihailovna's hand?" said Levin, slapping himself on the head. "I'd positively forgotten her even. It's much better. Well, anyway, I'll run down to her. Before you've time to get your hat on, I'll be back." And he ran downstairs, clattering with his heels like a spring. Rattle. Chapter 7. Stepan Arkadyevitch had gone to Petersburg to perform the most natural and essential official duty, so familiar to everyone in the government service, though incomprehensible to outsiders, that duty, but for which one could hardly be in government service, of reminding the ministry of his existence and having, for the due performance of this rite, taken all the available cash from home, was gaily and agreeably spending his days at the races and in the summer villas. Meanwhile, Dolly and the children had moved into the country to cut down expenses as much as possible. She had gone to Ergoshovo, the estate that had been her dowry, and the one where in spring the forest had been sold. It was nearly 40 miles from Levin's Pokrovskoe. The big, old house at Ergoshovo had been pulled down long ago, and the old prince had had the lodge done up and built onto. 20 years before, when Dolly was a child, the lodge had been roomy and comfortable, though, like all lodges, it stood sideways to the entrance avenue and faced the south. But by now this lodge was old and dilapidated. When Stepan Arkadyevitch had gone down in the spring to sell the forest, Dolly had begged him to look over the house and order what repairs might be needed. Stepan Arkadyevitch, like all unfaithful husbands indeed, was very solicitous for his wife's comfort, and he had himself looked over the house and given instructions about everything that he considered necessary. What he considered necessary was to cover all the furniture with cretonne, to put up curtains, to weed the garden, to make a little bridge on the pond, and to plant flowers. But he forgot many other essential matters, the want of which greatly distressed Darya Alexandrovna later on. In spite of Stepan Arkadyevitch's efforts to be an attentive father and husband, he never could keep in his mind that he had a wife and children. He had bachelor tastes, and it was in accordance with them that he shaped his life. On his return to Moscow, he informed his wife with pride that everything was ready, that the house would be a little paradise, and that he advised her most certainly to go. His wife's staying away in the country was very agreeable to Stepan Arkadyevitch from every point of view. It did the children good, it decreased expenses, and it left him more at liberty. Darya Alexandrovna regarded staying in the country for the summer as essential for the children, especially for the little girl, who had not succeeded in regaining her strength after the scarlatina, and also as a means of escaping the petty humiliations, the little bills owing to the wood merchant, the fishmonger, the shoemaker, which made her miserable. Besides this, she was pleased to go away to the country, because she was dreaming of getting her sister Kitty to stay with her there. Kitty was to be back from abroad in the middle of the summer, and bathing had been prescribed for her. Kitty wrote that no prospect was so alluring as to spend the summer with Dolly at Ergoshovo, full of childish associations for both of them. The first days of her existence in the country were very hard for Dolly. She used to stay in the country as a child, and the impression she had retained of it was that the country was a refuge from all the unpleasantness of the town, that life there, though not luxurious, Dolly could easily make up her mind to that was cheap and comfortable, that there was plenty of everything, everything was cheap, everything could be got, and children were happy. But now, coming to the country as the head of a family, she perceived that it was all utterly unlike what she had fancied. The day after their arrival there was a heavy fall of rain, and in the night the water came through in the corridor and in the nursery, so that the beds had to be carried into the drawing-room. There was no kitchen maid to be found. Of the 9 cows, it appeared from the words of the cowherd woman that some were about to calve, others had just calved, others were old, and others again hard uddered. There was not butter nor milk enough even for the children. There were no eggs. They could get no fowls. Old, purplish, stringy cocks were all they had for roasting and boiling. Impossible to get women to scrub the floors. All were potato. Hoeing. Driving was out of the question, because one of the horses was restive and bolted in the shafts. There was no place where they could bathe. The whole of the river bank was trampled by the cattle and open to the road. Even walks were impossible, for the cattle strayed into the garden through a gap in the hedge, and there was one terrible bull, who bellowed, and therefore might be expected to gore somebody. There were no proper cupboards for their clothes. What cupboards there were either would not close at all, or burst open whenever anyone passed by them. There were no pots and pans. There was no copper in the wash-house, nor even an ironing board in the maid's room. Finding instead of peace and rest all these, from her point of view, fearful calamities, Darya Alexandrovna was at first in despair. She exerted herself to the utmost, felt the hopelessness of the position, and was every instant suppressing the tears that started into her eyes. The bailiff, a retired quartermaster, whom Stepan Arkadyevitch had taken a fancy to, and had appointed bailiff on account of his handsome and respectful appearance as a whole, porter, showed no sympathy for Darya Alexandrovna's woes. He said respectfully, "Nothing can be done. The peasants are such a wretched lot," and did nothing to help her. The position seemed hopeless. But in the Oblonskys' household, as in all families indeed, there was one inconspicuous but most valuable and useful person, Marya Philimonovna. She soothed her mistress, assured her that everything would come round. It was her expression, and Matvey had borrowed it from her, and without fuss or hurry proceeded to set to work herself. She had immediately made friends with the bailiff's wife, and on the very first day she drank tea with her and the bailiff under the acacias, and reviewed all the circumstances of the position. Very soon Marya Philimonovna had established her club, so to say, under the acacias, and there it was, in this club, consisting of the bailiff's wife, the village elder, and the counting-house clerk, that the difficulties of existence were gradually smoothed away, and in a week's time everything actually had come round. The roof was mended, a kitchen maid was found, a crony of the village elder's hens were bought. The cows began giving milk, the garden hedge was stopped up with stakes, the carpenter made a mangle. Hooks were put in the cupboards, and they ceased to burst open spontaneously, and an ironing board covered with army cloth was placed across from the arm of a chair to the chest of drawers, And there was a smell of flat irons in the maid's room. "Just see, now, and you were quite in despair," said Marya Philimonovna, pointing to the ironing board. They even rigged up a bathing shed of straw hurdles. Lily began to bathe, and Darya Alexandrovna began to realize, if only in part, her expectations, if not of a peaceful, at least of a comfortable, life in the country. Peaceful with 6 children, Darya Alexandrovna could not be. One would fall ill, another might easily become so, a third would be without something necessary, a fourth would show symptoms of a bad disposition, and so on. Rare indeed were the brief periods of peace. But these cares and anxieties were for Darya Alexandrovna the sole happiness possible. Had it not been for them, she would have been left alone to brood over her husband who did not love her. And besides, hard though it was for the mother to bear the dread of illness, the illnesses themselves, and the grief of seeing signs of evil propensities in her children, the children themselves, were even now repaying her in small joys for her sufferings. Those joys were so small that they passed unnoticed, like gold in sand, and at bad moments she could see nothing but the pain, nothing but sand. But there were good moments, too, when she saw nothing but the joy, nothing but gold. Now, in the solitude of the country, she began to be more and more frequently aware of those joys. Often, looking at them, she would make every possible effort to persuade herself that she was mistaken, that she as a mother was partial to her children. All the same, she could not help saying to herself that she had charming children, all 6 of them in different ways, but a set of children such as is not often to be met with, and she was happy in them and proud of them. Chapter 8. Towards the end of May, when everything had been more or less satisfactorily arranged, she received her husband's answer to her complaints of the disorganized state of things in the country. He wrote, begging her forgiveness for not having thought of everything before, and promised to come down at the first chance. This chance did not present itself, and till the beginning of June Darya Alexandrovna stayed alone in the country. On the Sunday in Sent, Peter's week, Darya Alexandrovna drove to Mass for all her children to take the sacrament. Darya Alexandrovna, in her intimate philosophical talks with her sister, her mother, and her friends, very often astonished them by the freedom of her views in regard to religion. She had a strange religion of transmigration of souls all her own, in which she had firm faith, troubling herself little about the dogmas of the Church. But in her family she was strict in carrying out all that was required by the Church, and not merely in order to set an example, but with all her heart in it. The fact that the children had not been at the sacrament for nearly a year worried her extremely, and with the full approval and sympathy of Marya Philimonovna, she decided that this should take place now in the summer. For several days before, Darya Alexandrovna was busily deliberating on how to dress all the children. Frocks were made or altered and washed. Seams and flounces were let out. Buttons were sewn on, and ribbons got ready. One dress, Tanya's, which the English governess had undertaken, cost Darya Alexandrovna much loss of temper. The English governess, in altering it, had made the seams in the wrong place, had taken up the sleeves too much, and altogether spoilt the dress. It was so narrow on Tanya's shoulders that it was quite painful to look at her. But Marya Philimonovna had the happy thought of putting in gussets, and adding a little shoulder cape. The dress was set right, but there was nearly a quarrel with the English governess. On the morning, however, all was happily arranged, and towards 10 o'clock, the time at which they had asked the priest to wait for them for the Mass, the children in their new dresses, with beaming faces, stood on the step before the carriage waiting for their mother. To the carriage, instead of the restive raven, they had harnessed, thanks to the representations of Marya Philimonovna, the bailiff's horse, Brownie, and Darya Alexandrovna, delayed by anxiety over. Her own attire came out and got in, dressed in a white muslin gown. Darya Alexandrovna had done her hair and dressed with care and excitement. In the old days she had dressed for her own sake to look pretty and be admired. Later on, as she got older, dress became more and more distasteful to her. She saw that she was losing her good looks. But now she began to feel pleasure and interest in dress again. Now she did not dress for her own sake, not for the sake of her own beauty, but simply that as the mother of those exquisite creatures she might not spoil the general effect. And looking at herself for the last time in the looking-glass, she was satisfied with herself. She looked nice, not nice as she would have wished to look nice in old days at a ball, but nice for the object which she now had in view. In the church there was no one but the peasants, the servants and their women folk. But Darya Alexandrovna saw, or fancied she saw, the sensation produced by her children and her. The children were not only beautiful to look at in their smart little dresses, but they were charming in the way they behaved. Alyosha, it is true, did not stand quite correctly. He kept turning round, trying to look at his little jacket from behind, but all the same he was wonderfully sweet. Tanya behaved like a grown-up person, and looked after the little ones. And the smallest, Lily, was bewitching in her naive astonishment at everything, and it was difficult not to smile when, after taking the sacrament, she said in English, "Please, some more." On the way home, the children felt that something solemn had happened, and were very sedate. Everything went happily at home, too, but at lunch Grisha began whistling, and, what was worse, was disobedient to the English governess, and was forbidden to have any tart. Darya Alexandrovna would not have let things go so far on such a day had she been present. But she had to support the English governess's authority, and she upheld her decision that Grisha should have no tart. This rather spoiled the general good humor. Grisha cried, declaring that Nikolinka had whistled too, and he was not punished, and that he wasn't crying for the tart, he didn't care but at being unjustly treated. This was really too tragic, and Darya Alexandrovna made up her mind to persuade the English governess to forgive Grisha, and she went to speak to her. But on the way, as she passed the drawing-room, she beheld a scene, filling her heart with such pleasure that the tears came into her eyes, and she forgave the delinquent herself. The culprit was sitting at the window in the corner of the drawing-room. Beside him was standing Tanya with a plate, on the pretext of wanting to give some dinner to her dolls. She had asked the governess's permission to take her share of tart to the nursery, and had taken it instead to her brother. While still weeping over the injustice of his punishment, he was eating the tart, and kept saying through his sobs, "Eat yourself, let's eat it together, together." Tanya had at first been under the influence of her pity for Grisha, then of a sense of her noble action, and tears were standing in her eyes too. But she did not refuse, and ate her share. On catching sight of their mother, they were dismayed, but, looking into her face, they saw they were not doing wrong. They burst out laughing, and, with their mouths full of tart, they began wiping their smiling lips with their hands, and smearing their radiant faces all over with tears and jam. "Mercy, your new white frock, Tanya, Grisha," said their mother, trying to save the frock, but with tears in her eyes, smiling a blissful, rapturous smile. The new frocks were taken off, and orders were given for the little girls to have their blouses put on, and the boys their old jackets, and the wagonette to be harnessed, with Brownie, to the bailiff's annoyance, again in the shafts, to drive out for mushroom picking and bathing. A roar of delighted shrieks arose in the nursery, and never ceased till they had set off for the bathing place. They gathered a whole basketful of mushrooms. Even Lily found a birch mushroom. It had always happened before that Miss Hoole found them and pointed them out to her, but this time she found a big one quite of herself, and there was a general scream of delight. "Lily has found a mushroom." Then they reached the river, put the horses under the birch trees, and went to the bathing place. The coachman, Terenty, fastened the horses, who kept whisking away the flies, to a tree, and, treading down the grass, lay down in the shade of a birch and smoked his shag, while the never ceasing shrieks of delight of the children floated across to him from the bathing place, though it was hard work to look after all the children and restrain their wild pranks, though it was difficult, too, to keep in one's head and not mix up all the stockings, little breeches, and shoes, for the different legs, and to undo and to do up again all the tapes and buttons. Darya Alexandrovna, who had always liked bathing herself, and believed it to be very good for the children, enjoyed nothing so much as bathing with all the children. To go over all those fat little legs, pulling on their stockings, to take in her arms and dip those little naked bodies, and to hear their screams of delight and alarm, to see the breathless faces, with open, scared, and happy eyes of all her splashing cherubs, was a great pleasure to her. When half the children had been dressed, some peasant women in holiday dress, out picking herbs, came up to the bathing shed and stopped shyly. Maria Philimonovna called one of them and handed her a sheet and a shirt that had dropped into the water for her to dry them, and Darya Alexandrovna began to talk to the women. At first they laughed behind their hands and did not understand her questions, but soon they grew bolder and began to talk, winning Darya Alexandrovna's heart at once by the genuine admiration of the children that they showed. My, what a beauty! As white as sugar, said one, admiring Tanechka and shaking her head, but thin. Yes, she has been ill. And so they've been bathing you too, said another to the baby. No, he's only 3 months old, answered Darya Alexandrovna with pride. You don't say so. And have you any children? I've had 4. I've 2 living, a boy and a girl. I weaned her last carnival. How old is she? Why, 2 years old. Why did you nurse her so long? It's our custom, for 3 fasts. And the conversation became most interesting to Darya Alexandrovna. What sort of time did she have? What was the matter with the boy? Where was her husband? Did it often happen? Darya Alexandrovna felt disinclined to leave the peasant women. So interesting to her was their conversation. So completely identical were all their interests. What pleased her most of all was that she saw clearly what all the women admired more than anything was her having so many children, and such fine ones. The peasant women even made Darya Alexandrovna laugh, and offended the English governess, because she was the cause of the laughter she did not understand. One of the younger women kept staring at the Englishwoman, who was dressing after all the rest, and when she put on her 3rd petticoat she could not refrain from the remark, "My, she keeps putting on and putting on, and she'll never have done," she said, and they all went off into roars. Chapter 9. On the drive home, as Darya Alexandrovna, with all her children round her, their heads still wet from their bath, and a kerchief tied over her own head, was getting near the house, the coachman said, "There's some gentleman coming, the master of Pokrovskoe, I do believe." Darya Alexandrovna peeped out in front, and was delighted when she recognized in the grey hat and grey coat the familiar figure of Levin walking to meet them. She was glad to see him at any time, but at this moment she was specially glad he should see her in all her glory. No one was better able to appreciate her grandeur than Levin. Seeing her, he found himself face to face with one of the pictures of his daydream of family life. "You're like a hen with your chickens, Darya Alexandrovna." "Ah, how glad I am to see you," she said, holding out her hand to him. "Glad to see me, but you didn't let me know. My brother's staying with me. I got a note from Stiva that you were here." "From Stiva?" Darya Alexandrovna asked with surprise. "Yes, he writes that you are here, and that he thinks you might allow me to be of use to you," said Levin, and as he said it he became suddenly embarrassed, and, stopping abruptly, he walked on in silence by the wagonette, snapping off the buds of the lime trees and nibbling them. He was embarrassed through a sense that Darya Alexandrovna would be annoyed by receiving from an outsider help that should by rights have come from her own husband. Darya Alexandrovna certainly did not like this little way of Stepan Arkadyevitch's of foisting his domestic duties on others, and she was at once aware that Levin was aware of this. It was just for this fineness of perception, for this delicacy, that Darya Alexandrovna liked Levin. "I know, of course," said Levin, that simply means that you would like to see me, and I'm exceedingly glad, though I can fancy that, used to town housekeeping as you are, you must feel in the wilds here, and if there's anything wanted, I'm altogether at your disposal." "Oh, no," said Dolly. "At first things were rather uncomfortable, but now we've settled everything capitally thanks to my old nurse," she said, indicating Marya Philimonovna, who, seeing that they were speaking of her, smiled brightly and cordially to Levin. She knew him, and knew that he would be a good match for her young lady, and was very keen to see the matter settled. "Won't you get in, sir? We'll make room this side," she said to him. "No, I'll walk. Children, who'd like to race the horses with me?" The children knew Levin very little, and could not remember when they had seen him, but they experienced in regard to him none of that strange feeling of shyness and hostility which children so often experience towards hypocritical, grown-up people, and for which they are so often and miserably punished. Hypocrisy in anything whatever may deceive the cleverest and most penetrating man, but the least wide, awake of children recognizes it, and is revolted by it, however ingeniously it may be disguised. Whatever faults Levin had, there was not a trace of hypocrisy in him, and so the children showed him the same friendliness that they saw in their mother's face. On his invitation, the two elder ones at once jumped out to him, and ran with him as simply as they would have done with their nurse or Miss Hoole or their mother. Lily, too, began begging to go to him, and her mother handed her to him. He sat her on his shoulder and ran along with her. Don't be afraid, Darya Alexandrovna," he said, smiling good-humoredly to the mother. "There's no chance of my hurting or dropping her." And looking at his strong, agile, assiduously careful and needlessly wary movements, the mother felt her mind at rest, and smiled gaily and approvingly as she watched him. Here in the country with children, and with Darya Alexandrovna, with whom he was in sympathy, Levin was in a mood not infrequent with him, of childlike light, heartedness that she particularly liked in him. As he ran with the children, he taught them gymnastic feats, set Miss Hoole laughing with his queer English accent, and talked to Darya Alexandrovna of his pursuits in the country. After dinner, Darya Alexandrovna, sitting alone with him on the balcony, began to speak of Kitty. "You know, Kitty's coming here, and is going to spend the summer with me." "Really?" he said, flushing, and at once, to change the conversation, he said, "Then I'll send you 2 cows, shall I? If you insist on a bill, you shall pay me 5 rubles a month, but it's really too bad of you." "No, thank you. We can manage very well now." "Oh, well then, I'll have a look at your cows, and if you'll allow me, I'll give directions about their food. Everything depends on their food." And Levin, to turn the conversation, explained to Darya Alexandrovna the theory of cow-keeping, based on the principle that the cow is simply a machine for the transformation of food into milk, and so on. He talked of this, and passionately longed to hear more of Kitty, and, at the same time, was afraid of hearing it. He dreaded the breaking up of the inward peace he had gained with such effort. Yes, but still all this has to be looked after, and who is there to look after it? Darya Alexandrovna responded without interest. She had by now got her household matters so satisfactorily arranged, thanks to Marya Philimonovna, that she was disinclined to make any change in them. Besides, she had no faith in Levin's knowledge of farming. General principles, as to the cow being a machine for the production of milk, she looked on with suspicion. It seemed to her that such principles could only be a hindrance in farm management. It all seemed to her a far simpler matter. All that was needed, as Marya Philimonovna had explained, was to give Brindle and Whitebreast more food and drink, and not to let the cook carry all the kitchen slops to the laundry-maid's cow. That was clear. But general propositions as to feeding on meal and on grass were doubtful and obscure, and, what was most important, she wanted to talk about Kitty. Chapter 10. Kitty writes to me that there's nothing she longs for so much as quiet and solitude. Dolly said after the silence that had followed. "And how is she better?" Levin asked in agitation. "Thank God, she's quite well again. I never believed her lungs were affected." "Oh, I'm very glad," said Levin, and Dolly fancied she saw something touching, helpless, in his face as he said this, and looked silently into her face. "Let me ask you, Konstantin Dmitrievitch," said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling her kindly and rather mocking smile, "why is it you are angry with Kitty?" I'm not angry with her," said Levin. "Yes, you are angry. Why was it you did not come to see us nor them when you were in Moscow?" "Darya Alexandrovna," he said, blushing up to the roots of his hair, "I wonder really that with your kind heart you don't feel this. How it is you feel no pity for me, if nothing else, when you know." "What do I know?" "You know I made an offer, and that I was refused," said Levin, and all the tenderness he had been feeling for Kitty a minute before was replaced by a feeling of anger for the slight he had suffered. "What makes you suppose I know, because everybody knows it? That's just where you are mistaken. I did not know it, though I had guessed it was so." "Well, now you know it. All I knew was that something had happened that made her dreadfully miserable, and that she begged me never to speak of it. And if she would not tell me, she would certainly not speak of it to anyone else. But what did pass between you? Tell me." "I have told you." "When was it?" "When I was at their house the last time." "Do you know that?" said Darya Alexandrovna. "I am awfully, awfully sorry for her." "You suffer only from pride." "Perhaps so," said Levin, but she interrupted him. "But she, poor girl, I am awfully, awfully sorry for her. Now I see it all." "Well, Darya Alexandrovna, you must excuse me," he said, getting up. "Goodbye, Darya Alexandrovna, till we meet again." "No, wait a minute," she said, clutching him by the sleeve. "Wait a minute. Sit down." "Please, please, don't let us talk of this," he said, sitting down, and at the same time feeling rise up and stir within his heart a hope he had believed to be buried. "If I did not like you," she said, and tears came into her eyes, "if I did not know you as I do know you." The feeling that had seemed dead revived more and more, rose up and took possession of Levin's heart. "Yes, I understand it all now," said Darya Alexandrovna. "You can't understand it. For you men, who are free and make your own choice, it's always clear whom you love. But a girl's in a position of suspense, with all a woman's or maiden's modesty. A girl who sees you men from afar, who takes everything on trust, a girl may have, and often has, such a feeling, that she cannot tell what to say. Yes, if the heart does not speak. No, the heart does speak, but just consider. You men have views about a girl, you come to the house, you make friends, you criticize, you wait to see if you have found what you love, and then, when you are sure you love her, you make an offer. Well, that's not quite it. Anyway, you make an offer when your love is ripe, or when the balance has completely turned between the two you are choosing from. But a girl is not asked. She is expected to make her choice, and yet she cannot choose. She can only answer yes or no. Yes, to choose between me and Vronsky, thought Levin, and the dead thing that had come to life. Within him died again, and only weighed on his heart and set it aching. Darya Alexandrovna, he said, that's how one chooses a new dress or some purchase or other, not love. The choice has been made, and so much the better, and there can be no repeating it. Ah, pride, pride, said Darya Alexandrovna, as though despising him for the baseness of this feeling in comparison with that other feeling which only women know. At the time when you made Kitty an offer, she was just in a position in which she could not answer. She was in doubt between you and Vronsky. Him she was seeing every day, and you she had not seen for a long while. Supposing she had been older, I, for instance, in her place could have felt no doubt. I always disliked him, and so it has turned out. Levin recalled Kitty's answer. She had said, "No, that cannot be." "Darya Alexandrovna," he said dryly, "I appreciate your confidence in me. I believe you are making a mistake. But whether I am right or wrong, that pride you so despise makes any thought of Katerina Alexandrovna out of the question for me. You understand, utterly out of the question. I will only say one thing more. You know that I am speaking of my sister, whom I love as I love my own children. I don't say she cared for you. All I meant to say is that her refusal at that moment proves nothing." "I don't know," said Levin, jumping up. "If you only knew how you are hurting me. It's just as if a child of yours were dead, and they were to say to you, 'He would have been like this and like that, and he might have lived, and how happy you would have been in him. But he's dead, dead, dead.' How absurd you are," said Darya Alexandrovna, looking with mournful tenderness at Levin's excitement. "Yes, I see it all more and more clearly," she went on musingly. "So you won't come to see us, then, when Kitty's here?" "No, I shan't come. Of course I won't avoid meeting Katerina Alexandrovna, but as far as I can, I will try to save her the annoyance of my presence." "You are very, very absurd," repeated Darya Alexandrovna, looking with tenderness into his face. "Very well, then. Let it be as though we had not spoken of this. What have you come for, Tanya?" she said in French to the little girl who had come in. "Where's my spade, Mamma? I speak French, and you must too." The little girl tried to say it in French, but could not remember the French for spade. The mother prompted her, and then told her in French where to look for the spade, and this made a disagreeable impression on Levin. Everything in Darya Alexandrovna's house and children struck him now as by no means so charming as a little while before. And what does she talk French with the children for? He thought. How unnatural and false it is. And the children feel it so. Learning French and unlearning sincerity, he thought to himself, unaware that Darya Alexandrovna had thought all that over 20 times already, and yet, even at the cost of some loss of sincerity, believed it necessary to teach her children French in that way. "But why are you going? Do stay a little." Levin stayed to tea, but his good humor had vanished, and he felt ill at ease. After tea, he went out into the hall to order his horses to be put in. And when he came back, he found Darya Alexandrovna greatly disturbed, with a troubled face and tears in her eyes. While Levin had been outside, an incident had occurred which had utterly shattered all the happiness she had been feeling that day, and her pride in her children. Grisha and Tanya had been fighting over a ball. Darya Alexandrovna, hearing a scream in the nursery, ran in and saw a terrible sight. Tanya was pulling Grisha's hair, while he, with a face hideous with rage, was beating her with his fists wherever he could get at her. Something snapped in Darya Alexandrovna's heart when she saw this. It was as if darkness had swooped down upon her life. She felt that these children of hers that she was so proud of were not merely most ordinary, but positively bad, ill-bred children with Coarse, brutal propensities, wicked children. She could not talk or think of anything else, and she could not speak to Levin of her misery. Levin saw she was unhappy and tried to comfort her, saying that it showed nothing bad, that all children fight. But even as he said it, he was thinking in his heart, "No, I won't be artificial and talk French with my children, but my children won't be like that. All one has to do is not spoil children, not to distort their nature, and they'll be delightful. No, my children won't be like that." He said good-bye and drove away, and she did not try to keep him. Chapter 11. In the middle of July, the elder of the village on Levin's sister's estate, about 15 miles from Pokrovskoe, came to Levin to report on how things were going there and on the hay. The chief source of income on his sister's estate was from the riverside meadows. In former years, the hay had been bought by the peasants for 20 rubles the 3 acres. When Levin took over the management of the estate, he thought on examining the grasslands that they were worth more, and he fixed the price at 25 rubles the 3 acres. The peasants would not give that price, and, as Levin suspected, kept off other purchasers. Then Levin had driven over himself and arranged to have the grass cut, partly by hired labor, partly at a payment of a certain proportion of the crop. His own peasants put every hindrance they could in the way of this new arrangement, but it was carried out, and the first year the meadows had yielded a profit almost double. The previous year, which was the 3rd year, the peasants had maintained the same opposition to the arrangement, and the hay had been cut on the same system. This year the peasants were doing all the mowing for a third of the hay crop, and the village elder had come now to announce that the hay had been cut, and that, fearing rain, they had invited the counting house clerk over, had divided the crop in his presence, and had raked together 11 stacks as the owner's share. From the vague answers to his question how much hay had been cut on the principal meadow, from the hurry of the village elder who had made the division, not asking leave, from the whole tone of the peasant, Levin perceived that there was something wrong in the division of the hay, and made up his mind to drive over himself to look into the matter. Arriving for dinner at the village and leaving his horse at the cottage of an old friend of his, the husband of his brother's wet nurse, Levin went to see the old man in his house, wanting to find out from him the truth about the hay. Parmenitch, a talkative, comely old man, gave Levin a very warm welcome, showed him all he was doing, told him everything about his bees and the swarms of that year, but gave vague and unwilling answers to Levin's inquiries about the mowing. This confirmed Levin still more in his suspicions. He went to the hay fields and examined the stacks. The haystacks could not possibly contain 50 wagon loads each, and to convict the peasants Levin ordered the wagons that had carried the hay to be brought up directly, to lift 1 stack and carry it into the barn. There turned out to be only 32 loads in the stack, in spite of the village elder's assertions about the compressibility of hay, and its having settled down in the stacks, and his swearing that everything had been done in the fear of God. Levin stuck to his point that the hay had been divided without his orders, and that, therefore, he would not accept that hay as 50 loads to a stack. After a prolonged dispute, the matter was decided by the peasants taking these 11 stacks, reckoning them as 50 loads each. The arguments and the division of the haycocks lasted the whole afternoon. When the last of the hay had been divided, Levin, entrusting the superintendence of the rest to the counting house clerk, sat down on a haycock marked off by a stake of willow and looked admiringly at the meadow swarming with peasants. In front of him, in the bend of the river beyond the marsh, moved a bright, colored line of peasant women, and the scattered hay was being rapidly formed into gray winding rows over the pale green stubble, After the women came the men with pitchforks, and from the grey rows there were growing up broad, high, soft haycocks. To the left, carts were rumbling over the meadow that had been already cleared, and one after another the haycocks vanished, flung up in huge forkfuls, and in their place there were rising heavy cartloads of fragrant hay hanging over the horses' hind quarters. "What weather for haying! What hay it'll be!" said an old man, squatting down beside Levin. "It's tea, not hay. It's like scattering grain to the ducks, the way they pick it up," he added, pointing to the growing haycocks. "Since dinner-time they've carried a good half of it. The last load, eh?" he shouted to a young peasant, who drove by, standing in the front of an empty cart, shaking the cord reins. "The last, Dad," the lad shouted back, pulling in the horse, and, smiling, he looked round at a bright, rosy-checked peasant girl who sat in the cart smiling too, and drove on. "Who's that, your son?" asked Levin. "My baby," said the old man with a tender smile. "What a fine fellow! The lad's all right, married already. Yes, it's 2 years last St. Philip's Day." "Any children?" "Children indeed. Why, for over a year he was innocent as a babe himself, and bashful too," answered the old man. "Well, the hay, it's as fragrant as tea," he repeated, wishing to change the subject. Levin looked more attentively at Ivan Parmenov and his wife. They were loading a haycock onto the cart not far from him. Ivan Parmenov was standing on the cart, taking, laying in place and stamping down the huge bundles of hay, which his pretty young wife deftly handed up to him, at first in armfuls and then on the pitchfork. The young wife worked easily, merrily, and dexterously. The close, backed hay did not once break away off her fork. First she gathered it together, stuck the fork into it, then with a rapid, supple movement leaned the whole weight of her body on it, and at once with a bend of her back under the red belt she drew herself up, and arching her full bosom under the white smock, with a smart turn swung the fork in her arms, and flung the bundle of hay high onto the cart. Ivan, obviously doing his best to save her every minute of unnecessary labor, made haste, opening his arms to clutch the bundle and lay it in the cart. As she raked together what was left of the hay, the young wife shook off the bits of hay that had fallen on her neck, and straightening the red kerchief that had dropped forward over her white brow, not browned like her face by the sun, she crept under the cart to tie up the load. Ivan directed her how to fasten the cord to the cross piece, and at something she said he laughed aloud. In the expressions of both faces was to be seen vigorous, young, freshly awakened love. Chapter 12. The load was tied on. Ivan jumped down and took the quiet, sleek horse by the bridle. The young wife flung the rake up on the load, and with a bold step, swinging her arms, she went to join the women, who were forming a ring for the haymakers' dance. Ivan drove off to the road, and fell into line with the other loaded carts. The peasant women, with their rakes on their shoulders, gay with bright flowers, and chattering with ringing, merry voices, walked behind the hay cart. One wild, untrained female voice broke into a song, and sang it alone through a verse, and then the same verse was taken up and repeated by 100 strong, healthy voices, of all sorts, coarse and fine, singing in unison. The women, all singing, began to come close to Levin, and he felt as though a storm were swooping down upon him with a thunder of merriment. The storm swooped down, enveloped him and the haycock on which he was lying, and the other haycocks and the wagon, loads, and the whole meadow and distant fields all seemed to be shaking and singing. To the measures of this wild, merry song with its shouts and whistles and clapping, Levin felt envious of this health and mirthfulness. He longed to take part in the expression of this joy of life, but he could do nothing, and had to lie and look on and listen. When the peasants with their singing had vanished out of sight and hearing, a weary feeling of despondency at his own isolation. His physical inactivity, his alienation from this world, came over Levin. Some of the very peasants who had been most active in wrangling with him over the hay, some whom he had treated with contumely, and who had tried to cheat him, those very peasants had greeted him, good-humoredly, and evidently had not, were incapable of having any feeling of rancor against him, any regret, any recollection even of having tried to deceive him. All that was drowned in a sea of merry common labor. God gave the day, God gave the strength, and the day and the strength were consecrated to labor, and that labor was its own reward. For whom the labor? What would be its fruits? These were idle considerations beside the point. Often Levin had admired this life. Often he had a sense of envy of the men who led this life. But today, for the first time, especially under the influence of what he had seen in the attitude of Ivan Parmenov to his young wife, the idea presented itself definitely to his mind that it was in his power to exchange the dreary, artificial, idle, and individualistic life he was leading for this laborious, pure, and socially delightful life. The old man who had been sitting beside him had long ago gone home. The people had all separated. Those who lived near had gone home, while those who came from far were gathered into a group for supper, and to spend the night in the meadow. Levin, unobserved by the peasants, still lay on the haycock, and still looked on and listened and mused. The peasants, who remained for the night in the meadow, scarcely slept all the short summer night. At first there was the sound of merry talk, and laughing all together over the supper, then singing again and laughter. All the long day of toil had left no trace in them but lightness of heart. Before the early dawn all was hushed. Nothing was to be heard but the night sounds of the frogs that never ceased in the marsh, and the horses snorting in the mist that rose over the meadow before the morning. Rousing himself, Levin got up from the haycock, and looking at the stars, he saw that the night was over. Well, what am I going to do? How am I to set about it? He said to himself, trying to express to himself all the thoughts and feelings he had passed through in that brief night. All the thoughts and feelings he had passed through fell into three separate trains of thought. One was the renunciation of his old life, of his utterly useless education. This renunciation gave him satisfaction, and was easy and simple. Another series of thoughts and mental images related to the life he longed to live now. The simplicity, the purity, the sanity of this life he felt clearly, and he was convinced he would find in it the content, the peace, and the dignity, of the lack of which he was so miserably conscious. But a third series of ideas turned upon the question how to effect this transition from the old life to the new, and there nothing took clear shape for him. Have a wife, have work and the necessity of work, leave Pokrovskoe, buy land, become a member of a peasant community, marry a peasant girl. How am I to set about it? He asked himself again, and could not find an answer. I haven't slept all night, though, and I can't think it out clearly, he said to himself. I'll work it out later. One thing's certain, this night has decided my fate. All my old dreams of home life were absurd, not the real thing, he told himself. It's all ever so much simpler and better. How beautiful, he thought, looking at the strange, as it were, mother, of pearl shell of white fleecy cloudlets resting right over his head in the middle of the sky. How exquisite it all is in this exquisite night. And when was there time for that cloud shell to form? Just now I looked at the sky, and there was nothing in it, only two white streaks. Yes, and so imperceptibly, too, my views of life changed. He went out of the meadow and walked along the high road towards the village. A slight wind arose, and the sky looked grey and sullen. The gloomy moment had come that usually precedes the dawn, the full triumph of light over darkness. Shrinking from the cold, Levin walked rapidly, looking at the ground. "What's that? Someone coming," he thought, catching the tinkle of bells and lifting his head. 40 paces from him, a carriage with 4 horses harnessed abreast was driving towards him along the grassy road on which he was walking. The shaft, horses were tilted against the shafts by the ruts, but the dexterous driver sitting on the box held the shaft over the ruts, so that the wheels ran on the smooth part of the road. This was all Levin noticed, and without wondering who it could be, he gazed absently at the coach. In the coach was an old lady dozing in one corner, and at the window, evidently only just awake, sat a young girl holding in both hands the ribbons of a white cap. With a face full of light and thought, full of a subtle, complex inner life that was remote from Levin, she was gazing beyond him at the glow of the sunrise. At the very instant when this apparition was vanishing, the truthful eyes glanced at him. She recognized him, and her face lighted up with wondering delight. He could not be mistaken. There were no other eyes like those in the world. There was only one creature in the world that could concentrate for him all the brightness and meaning of life. It was she. It was Kitty. He understood that she was driving to Ergoshovo from the railway station, and everything that had been stirring Levin during that sleepless night, all the resolutions he had made, all vanished at once. He recalled with horror his dreams of marrying a peasant girl. There only, in the carriage that had crossed over to the other side of the road, and was rapidly disappearing, there only could he find the solution of the riddle of his life, which had weighed so agonizingly upon him of late. She did not look out again. The sound of the carriage, springs was no longer audible, the bells could scarcely be heard. The barking of dogs showed the carriage had reached the village, and all that was left was the empty fields all round. The village in front, and he himself isolated and apart from it all, wandering, lonely along the deserted highroad. He glanced at the sky, expecting to find there the cloud shell he had been admiring and taking as the symbol of the ideas and feelings of that night. There was nothing in the sky in the least like a shell. There, in the remote heights above, a mysterious change had been accomplished. There was no trace of shell, and there was stretched over fully half the sky an even cover of tiny and ever tinier cloudlets. The sky had grown blue and bright, and with the same softness, but with the same remoteness, it met his questioning gaze. No, he said to himself, however good that life of simplicity and toil may be, I cannot go back to it. I love her. Chapter 13. None but those who were most intimate with Alexey Alexandrovitch knew that, while on the surface the coldest and most reasonable of men, he had one weakness quite opposed to the general trend of his character. Alexey Alexandrovitch could not hear or see a child or woman crying without being moved. The sight of tears threw him into a state of nervous agitation, and he utterly lost all power of reflection. The chief secretary of his department and his private secretary were aware of this, and used to warn women who came with petitions on no account to give way to tears, if they did not want to ruin their chances. He will get angry and will not listen to you, they used to say, and as a fact, in such cases the emotional disturbance set up in Alexey Alexandrovitch by the sight of tears found expression in hasty anger. I can do nothing. Kindly leave the room, he would commonly cry in such cases. When returning from the races, Anna had informed him of her relations with Vronsky, and immediately afterwards had burst into tears. Hiding her face in her hands, Alexey Alexandrovitch, for all the fury aroused in him against her, was aware at the same time of a rush of that emotional disturbance always produced in him by tears. Conscious of it, and conscious that any expression of his feelings at that minute would be out of keeping with the position, he tried to suppress every manifestation of life in himself, and so neither stood nor looked at her, This was what had caused that strange expression of death-like rigidity in his face which had so impressed Anna. When they reached the house, he helped her to get out of the carriage, and making an effort to master himself, took leave of her with his usual urbanity, and uttered that phrase that bound him to nothing. He said that tomorrow he would let her know his decision. His wife's words, confirming his worst suspicions, had sent a cruel pang to the heart of Alexey Alexandrovitch. That pang was intensified by the strange feeling of physical pity for her set up by her tears. But when he was all alone in the carriage, Alexey Alexandrovitch, to his surprise and delight, felt complete relief both from this pity and from the doubts and agonies of jealousy. He experienced the sensations of a man who has had a tooth out after suffering long from toothache. After a fearful agony and a sense of something huge, bigger than the head itself, being torn out of his jaw, the sufferer, hardly able to believe in his own good luck, feels all at once that what has so long poisoned his existence and enchained his attention exists no longer, and that he can live and think again, and take interest in other things besides his tooth. This feeling Alexey Alexandrovitch was experiencing. The agony had been strange and terrible, but now it was over. He felt that he could live again and think of something other than his wife. No honor, no heart, no religion, a corrupt woman. I always knew it and always saw it, though I tried to deceive myself to spare her, he said to himself, and it actually seemed to him that he always had seen it. He recalled incidents of their past life, in which he had never seen anything wrong. Before now these incidents proved clearly that she had always been a corrupt woman. I made a mistake in linking my life to hers, but there was nothing wrong in my mistake, and so I cannot be unhappy. It's not I that am to blame, he told himself, but she. But I have nothing to do with her. She does not exist for me. Everything relating to her and her son, towards whom his sentiments were as much changed as towards her, ceased to interest him. The only thing that interested him now was the question of in what way he could best, with most propriety and comfort for himself, and thus with most justice, extricate himself from the mud with which she had spattered him in her fall, and then proceed along his path of active, honorable, and useful existence. I cannot be made unhappy by the fact that a contemptible woman has committed a crime. I have only to find the best way out of the difficult position in which she has placed me. And I shall find it, he said to himself, frowning more and more. I'm not the first nor the last, and to say nothing of historical instances dating from the fair Helen of Menelaus, recently revived in the memory of all, a whole list of contemporary examples of husbands with unfaithful wives in the highest society, rose before Alexey Alexandrovitch's imagination. Daryalov, Poltavsky, Prince Karibanov, Count Paskudin, Dram, yes, even Dram, such an honest, capable fellow, Semyonov, Tichagin, Siganin, Alexey Alexandrovitch remembered, admitting that a certain quite irrational ridicule falls to the lot of these men. Yet I never saw anything but a misfortune in it, and always felt sympathy for it, Alexey Alexandrovitch said to himself, though indeed this was not the fact, and he had never felt sympathy for misfortunes of that kind. But the more frequently he had heard of instances of unfaithful wives betraying their husbands, the more highly he had thought of himself. It is a misfortune which may befall anyone, and this misfortune has befallen me. The only thing to be done is to make the best of the position. And he began passing in review the methods of proceeding of men who had been in the same position that he was in. Daryalov fought a duel. The duel had particularly fascinated the thoughts of Alexey Alexandrovitch in his youth, just because he was physically a coward, and was himself well aware of the fact. Alexey Alexandrovitch could not without horror contemplate the idea of a pistol aimed at himself. and had never made use of any weapon in his life. This horror had in his youth set him pondering on dueling, and picturing himself in a position in which he would have to expose his life to danger. Having attained success and an established position in the world, he had long ago forgotten this feeling, but the habitual bent of feeling reasserted itself, and dread of his own cowardice proved, even now, so strong that Alexey Alexandrovitch spent a long while thinking over the question of dueling in all its aspects, and hugging the idea of a duel, though he was fully aware beforehand that he would never under any circumstances fight one. There's no doubt our society is still so barbarous, it's not the same in England, that very many, and among these were those whose opinion Alexey Alexandrovitch particularly valued, look favorably on the duel. But what result is attained by it? Suppose I call him out, Alexey Alexandrovitch went on to himself, and vividly picturing the night he would spend after the challenge, and the pistol aimed at him, he shuddered and knew that he never would do it. Suppose I call him out. Suppose I am taught, he went on musing, to shoot. I press the trigger, he said to himself, closing his eyes, and it turns out I have killed him. Alexey Alexandrovitch said to himself, and he shook his head as though to dispel such silly ideas. What sense is there in murdering a man in order to define one's relation to a guilty wife and son? I should still just as much have to decide what I ought to do with her. But what is more probable, and what would doubtless occur, I should be killed or wounded. I, the innocent person, should be the victim killed or wounded. It's even more senseless. But apart from that, a challenge to fight would be an act hardly honest on my side. Don't I know perfectly well that my friends would never allow me to fight a duel, would never allow the life of a statesman, needed by Russia, to be exposed to danger, knowing perfectly well beforehand that the matter would never come to real danger. It would amount to my simply trying to gain a certain sham reputation by such a challenge. That would be dishonest, that would be false, that would be deceiving myself and others. A duel is quite irrational, and no one expects it of me. My aim is simply to safeguard my reputation, which is essential for the uninterrupted pursuit of my public duties. Official duties, which had always been of great consequence in Alexey Alexandrovitch's eyes, seemed of special importance to his mind at this moment. Considering and rejecting the duel, Alexey Alexandrovitch turned to divorce, another solution, selected by several of the husbands he remembered. Passing in mental review all the instances he knew of divorces, there were plenty of them in the very highest society with which he was very familiar. Alexey Alexandrovitch could not find a single example in which the object of divorce was that which he had in view. In all these instances the husband had practically ceded or sold his unfaithful wife, and the very party which, being in fault, had not the right to contract a fresh marriage, had formed counterfeit, pseudo-matrimonial ties with the self-styled husband. In his own case, Alexey Alexandrovitch saw that a legal divorce, that is to say, one in which only the guilty wife would be repudiated, was impossible of attainment. He saw that the complex conditions of the life they led made the coarse proofs of his wife's guilt, required by the law, out of the question. He saw that a certain refinement in that life would not admit of such proofs being brought forward, even if he had them, and that to bring forward such proofs would damage him in the public estimation more than it would her. An attempt at divorce could lead to nothing but a public scandal, which would be a perfect godsend to his enemies for calumny and attacks on his high position in society. His chief object, to define the position with the least amount of disturbance possible, would not be attained by divorce either. Moreover, in the event of divorce, or even of an attempt to obtain a divorce, it was obvious that the wife broke off all relations with the husband and threw in her lot with the lover, and in spite of the complete, as he supposed, contempt and indifference he now felt for his wife, at the bottom of his heart Alexey Alexandrovitch still had one feeling left in regard to her. disinclination to see her free to throw in her lot with Vronsky, so that her crime would be to her advantage. The mere notion of this so exasperated Alexey Alexandrovitch that directly it rose to his mind he groaned with inward agony, and got up and changed his place in the carriage, and for a long while after he sat with scowling brows, wrapping his numbed and bony legs in the fleecy rug. Apart from formal divorce, one might still do like Karabanov, Paskudin, and that good fellow Dram, that is, separate from one's wife. He went on thinking when he had regained his composure. But this step too presented the same drawback of public scandal as a divorce, and what was more, a separation, quite as much as a regular divorce, flung his wife into the arms of Vronsky. "No, it's out of the question, he said again, twisting his rug about him again. "I cannot be unhappy, but neither she nor he ought to be happy." The feeling of jealousy, which had tortured him during the period of uncertainty, had passed away at the instant when the tooth had been with agony extracted by his wife's words. But that feeling had been replaced by another, the desire, not merely that she should not be triumphant, but that she should get due punishment for her crime. He did not acknowledge this feeling, but at the bottom of his heart he longed for her to suffer for having destroyed his peace of mind, his honor, and going once again over the conditions inseparable from a duel, a divorce, a separation, and once again rejecting them. Alexey Alexandrovitch felt convinced that there was only one solution: to keep her with him, concealing what had happened from the world, and using every measure in his power to break off the intrigue. And still more, though this he did not admit to himself, to punish her. "I must inform her of my conclusion, that thinking over the terrible position in which she has placed her family, all other solutions will be worse for both sides than an external status quo, and that such I agree to retain, on the strict condition of obedience on her part to my wishes, that is to say, cessation of all intercourse with her lover." When this decision had been finally adopted, another weighty consideration occurred to Alexey Alexandrovitch in support of it. "By such a course only shall I be acting in accordance with the dictates of religion," he told himself. "In adopting this course, I am not casting off a guilty wife, but giving her a chance of amendment, and indeed, difficult as the task will be to me, I shall devote part of my energies to her, reformation and salvation." Though Alexey Alexandrovitch was perfectly aware that he could not exert any moral influence over his wife, that such an attempt at reformation could lead to nothing but falsity, though in passing through these difficult moments he had not once thought of seeking guidance in religion, yet now, when his conclusion corresponded, as it seemed to him, with the requirements of religion, this religious sanction to his decision gave him complete satisfaction, and to some extent restored his peace of mind. He was pleased to think that, even in such an important crisis in life, no one would be able to say that he had not acted in accordance with the principles of that religion whose banner he had always held aloft amid the general coolness and indifference. As he pondered over subsequent developments, Alexey Alexandrovitch did not see, indeed, why his relations with his wife should not remain practically the same as before. No doubt she could never regain his esteem, but there was not, and there could not be, any sort of reason that his existence should be troubled, and that he should suffer because she was a bad and faithless wife. Yes, time will pass, time which arranges all things, and the old relations will be re-established. Alexey Alexandrovitch told himself, so far re-established, that is, that I shall not be sensible of a break in the continuity of my life. She is bound to be unhappy, but I am not to blame, and so I cannot be unhappy. Chapter 14. As he neared Petersburg, Alexey Alexandrovitch not only adhered entirely to his decision, but was even composing in his head the letter he would write to his wife. Going into the porter's room, Alexey Alexandrovitch glanced at the letters and papers brought from his office, and directed that they should be brought to him in his study. "The horses can be taken out, and I will see no one," he said in answer to the porter, with a certain pleasure, indicative of his agreeable frame of mind, emphasizing the words, "see no one." In his study, Alexey Alexandrovitch walked up and down twice, and stopped at an immense writing table, on which 6 candles had already been lighted by the valet who had preceded him. He cracked his knuckles and sat down, sorting out his writing appurtenances. Putting his elbows on the table, he bent his head on one side, thought a minute, and began to write without pausing for a second. He wrote without using any form of address to her, and wrote in French, making use of the plural vous, which has not the same note of coldness as the corresponding Russian form. At our last conversation, I notified you of my intention to communicate to you my decision in regard to the subject of that conversation. Having carefully considered everything, I am writing now with the object of fulfilling that promise. My decision is as follows. Whatever your conduct may have been, I do not consider myself justified in breaking the ties in which we are bound by a higher power. The family cannot be broken up by a whim, a caprice, or even by the sin of one of the partners in the marriage, and our life must go on as it has done in the past. This is essential for me, for you, and for our son. I am fully persuaded that you have repented and do repent of what has called forth the present letter, and that you will cooperate with me in eradicating the cause of our estrangement, and, forgetting the past, in the contrary event, you can conjecture what awaits you and your son. All this I hope to discuss more in detail in a personal interview. As the season is drawing to a close, I would beg you to return to Petersburg as quickly as possible, not later than Tuesday. All necessary preparations shall be made for your arrival here. I beg you to note that I attach particular significance to compliance with this request. A. Karenina, P.S. I enclose the money which may be needed for your expenses. He read the letter through and felt pleased with it, and especially that he had remembered to enclose money. There was not a harsh word, not a reproach in it, nor was there undue indulgence. Most of all, it was a golden bridge for return. Folding the letter and smoothing it with a massive ivory knife, and putting it in an envelope with the money, he rang the bell with the gratification it always afforded him to use the well-arranged appointments of his writing table. "Give this to the courier to be delivered to Anna Arkadyevna tomorrow at the summer villa," he said, getting up. "Certainly, Your Excellency." "Tea to be served in the study." Alexey Alexandrovitch ordered tea to be brought to the study, and playing with the massive paper knife, he moved to his easy-chair, near which there had been placed ready for him a lamp and the French work on Egyptian hieroglyphics that he had begun. Over the easy-chair there hung in a gold frame an oval portrait of Anna, a fine painting by a celebrated artist. Alexey Alexandrovitch glanced at it. The unfathomable eyes gazed ironically and insolently at him. Insufferably insolent and challenging was the effect in Alexey Alexandrovitch. His eyes of the black lace about the head, admirably touched in by the painter, the black hair and handsome white hand, with one finger lifted, covered with rings. After looking at the portrait for a minute, Alexey Alexandrovitch shuddered so that his lips quivered, and he uttered the sound "barar" and turned away. He made haste to sit down in his easy-chair and open the book. He tried to read, but he could not revive the very vivid interest he had felt before in Egyptian hieroglyphics. He looked at the book and thought of something else. He thought not of his wife, but of a complication that had arisen in his official life, which at the time constituted the chief interest of it. He felt that he had penetrated more deeply than ever before into this intricate affair, and that he had originated a leading idea. He could say it without flattery calculated to clear up the whole business, to strengthen him in his official career, to discomfit his enemies, and thereby to be of the greatest benefit to the government. Directly the servant had set the tea and left the room, Alexey Alexandrovitch got up and went to the writing table, moving into the middle of the table a portfolio of papers, with a scarcely perceptible smile of self-satisfaction. He took a pencil from a rack and plunged into the perusal of a complex report, relating to the present complication. The complication was of this nature: Alexey Alexandrovitch, his characteristic quality as a politician, that special individual qualification that every rising functionary possesses, the qualification. That with his unflagging ambition, his reserve, his honesty, and with his self-confidence had made his career, was his contempt for red tape, his cutting down of correspondence, his direct contact, wherever possible, with the living fact, and his economy. It happened that the famous commission of the 2nd of June had set on foot an inquiry into the irrigation of lands in the Zaraysky province, which fell under Alexey Alexandrovitch's department, and was a glaring example of fruitless expenditure and paper reforms. Alexey Alexandrovitch was aware of the truth of this. The irrigation of these lands in the Zaraysky province had been initiated by the predecessor of Alexey Alexandrovitch's predecessor, and vast sums of money had actually been spent, and were still being spent on this business, and utterly unproductively, and the whole business could obviously lead to nothing whatever. Alexey Alexandrovitch had perceived this at once on entering office, and would have liked to lay hands on the Board of Irrigation. But at first, when he did not yet feel secure in his position, he knew it would affect too many interests, and would be injudicious. Later on, he had been engrossed in other questions, and had simply forgotten the Board of Irrigation. It went of itself, like all such boards, by the mere force of inertia. Many people gained their livelihood by the Board of Irrigation, especially one highly conscientious and musical family. All the daughters played on stringed instruments, and Alexey Alexandrovitch knew the family and had stood godfather to one of the elder daughters. The raising of this question by a hostile department was in Alexey Alexandrovitch, his opinion, a dishonorable proceeding, seeing that in every department there were things similar and worse, which no one inquired into, for well-known reasons of official etiquette. However, now that the glove had been thrown down to him, he had boldly picked it up and demanded the appointment of a special commission to investigate and verify the working of the Board of Irrigation of the lands in the Zaraysky province. But in compensation he gave no quarter to the enemy either. He demanded the appointment of another special commission to inquire into the question of the Native Tribes Organization Committee. The question of the native tribes had been brought up incidentally in the commission of the 2nd of June, and had been pressed forward actively by Alexey Alexandrovitch as one admitting of no delay, on account of the deplorable condition of the native tribes. In the commission this question had been a ground of contention between several departments. The department hostile to Alexey Alexandrovitch proved that the condition of the native tribes was exceedingly flourishing, that the proposed reconstruction might be the ruin of their prosperity, and that, if there were anything wrong, it arose mainly from the failure on the part of Alexey Alexandrovitch's department to carry out the measures prescribed by law. Now Alexey Alexandrovitch intended to demand, first, that a new commission should be formed which should be empowered to investigate the condition of the native tribes on the spot. Secondly, if it should appear that the condition of the native tribes actually was such as it appeared to be from the official documents in the hands of the committee, that another new scientific commission should be appointed to investigate the deplorable condition of the native tribes from the 1. Political, 2. Administrative, 3. Economic, 4. Ethnographical, 5. Material, and 6. Religious points of view. Thirdly, that evidence should be required from the rival department of the measures that had been taken during the last 10 years by that department for averting the disastrous conditions in which the native tribes were now placed, and fourthly and finally, that that department explain why it had, as appeared from the evidence before the committee, from No. 17, 015 and 18, 038, from December 5, 1863, and June 7, 1864, acted in direct contravention of the intent of the law T. Act 18 and the note to Act 36. A flash of eagerness suffused the face of Alexey Alexandrovitch, as he rapidly wrote out a synopsis of these ideas for his own benefit. Having filled a sheet of paper, he got up, rang, and sent a note to the chief secretary of his department to look up certain necessary facts for him. Getting up and walking about the room, he glanced again at the portrait, frowned, and smiled contemptuously. After reading a little more of the book on Egyptian hieroglyphics, and renewing his interest in it, Alexey Alexandrovitch went to bed at 11 o'clock, and recollecting, as he lay in bed, the incident with his wife, he saw it now in by no means such a gloomy light. Chapter 15. Though Anna had obstinately and with exasperation contradicted Vronsky when he told her their position was impossible, at the bottom of her heart she regarded her own position as false and dishonorable, and she longed with her whole soul to change it. On the way home from the races she had told her husband the truth in a moment of excitement, and in spite of the agony she had suffered in doing so, she was glad of it. After her husband had left her, she told herself that she was glad, that now everything was made clear, and at least there would be no more lying and deception. It seemed to her beyond doubt that her position was now made clear forever. It might be bad, this new position, but it would be clear. There would be no indefiniteness or falsehood about it. The pain she had caused herself and her husband in uttering those words would be rewarded now by everything being made clear, she thought. That evening she saw Vronsky, but she did not tell him of what had passed between her and her husband, though, to make the position definite, it was necessary to tell him. When she woke up next morning, the first thing that rose to her mind was what she had said to her husband, and those words seemed to her so awful that she could not conceive now how she could have brought herself to utter those strange, coarse words, and could not imagine what would come of it. But the words were spoken, and Alexey Alexandrovitch had gone away without saying anything. I saw Vronsky and did not tell him. At the very instant he was going away, I would have turned him back and told him, but I changed my mind, because it was strange that I had not told him the first minute. Why was it I wanted to tell him and did not tell him? And in answer to this question, a burning blush of shame spread over her face. She knew what had kept her from it. She knew that she had been ashamed. Her position, which had seemed to her simplified the night before, suddenly struck her now as not only not simple, but as absolutely hopeless. She felt terrified at the disgrace, of which she had not ever thought before. Directly she thought of what her husband would do, the most terrible ideas came to her mind. She had a vision of being turned out of the house, of her shame being proclaimed to all the world. She asked herself where she should go when she was turned out of the house, and she could not find an answer. When she thought of Vronsky, it seemed to her that he did not love her, that he was already beginning to be tired of her, that she could not offer herself to him, and she felt bitter against him for it. It seemed to her that the words that she had spoken to her husband, and had continually repeated in her imagination, she had said to everyone, and everyone had heard them. She could not bring herself to look those of her own household in the face. She could not bring herself to call her maid, and still less go downstairs and see her son and his governess. The maid, who had been listening at her door for a long while, came into her room of her own accord. Anna glanced inquiringly into her face and blushed with a scared look. The maid begged her pardon for coming in, saying that she had fancied the bell rang. She brought her clothes and a note. The note was from Betsy, Betsy reminded her that Lisa Merkalova and Baroness Sichtolz were coming to play croquet with her that morning with their adorers, Kalushsky and Oldstromov. "Come, if only as a study in morals. I shall expect you," she finished. Anna read the note and heaved a deep sigh. "Nothing, I need nothing," she said to Annushka, who was rearranging the bottles and brushes on the dressing table. "You can go. I'll dress at once and come down." "I need nothing." Annushka went out, but Anna did not begin dressing and sat in the same position, her head and hands hanging listlessly, and every now and then she shivered all over, seemed as though she would make some gesture, utter some word, and sank back into lifelessness again. She repeated continually, "My God, my God," but neither God nor my had any meaning to her. The idea of seeking help in her difficulty in religion was as remote from her as seeking help from Alexey Alexandrovitch himself. Although she had never had doubts of the faith in which she had been brought up, she knew that the support of religion was possible only upon condition of renouncing what made up for her the whole meaning of life. She was not simply miserable. She began to feel alarm at the new spiritual condition, never experienced before, in which she found herself. She felt as though everything were beginning to be double in her soul, just as objects sometimes appear double to overtired eyes. She hardly knew at times what it was she feared, and what she hoped for, whether she feared or desired what had happened, or what was going to happen, and exactly what she longed for. She could not have said. "Ah, what am I doing?" she said to herself, feeling a sudden thrill of pain in both sides of her head. When she came to herself, she saw that she was holding her hair in both hands, each side of her temples, and pulling it. She jumped up and began walking about. "The coffee is ready, and Mademoiselle and Serozha are waiting," said Annushka, coming back again and finding Anna in the same position. "Serozha? What about Serozha?" Anna asked with sudden eagerness, recollecting her son's existence for the first time that morning. "He's been naughty, I think," answered Annushka with a smile. "In what way?" "Some peaches were lying on the table in the corner room. I think he slipped in and ate one of them on the sly." The recollection of her son suddenly roused Anna from the helpless condition in which she found herself. She recalled the partly sincere, though greatly exaggerated, role of the mother living for her child, which she had taken up of late years, and she felt with joy that in the plight in which she found herself she had a support, quite apart from her relation to her husband or to Vronsky. This support was her son. In whatever position she might be placed, she could not lose her son. Her husband might put her to shame and turn her out. Vronsky might grow cold to her and go on living his own life apart. She thought of him again with bitterness and reproach. She could not leave. Her son, she had an aim in life, and she must act to secure this relation to her son, so that he might not be taken from her. Quickly indeed, as quickly as possible, she must take action before he was taken from her. She must take her son and go away. Here was the one thing she had to do now. She needed consolation. She must be calm and get out of this insufferable position. The thought of immediate action binding her to her son, of going away somewhere with him, gave her this consolation. She dressed quickly, went downstairs, and with resolute steps walked into the drawing-room, where she found, as usual, waiting for her, the coffee, Serozha, and his governess. Serozha, all in white, with his back and head bent, was standing at a table under a looking-glass, and with an expression of intense concentration which she knew well, and in which he resembled his father. He was doing something to the flowers he carried. The governess had a particularly severe expression. Serozha screamed shrilly, as he often did, "Ah, mamma," and stopped, hesitating whether to go to greet his mother and put down the flowers, or to finish making the wreath and go with the flowers. The governess, after saying good morning, began a long and detailed account of Seryaja's naughtiness, but Anna did not hear her. She was considering whether she would take her with her or not. "No, I won't take her," she decided. "I'll go alone with my child." "Yes, it's very wrong," said Anna, and taking her son by the shoulder she looked at him, not severely, but with a timid glance that bewildered and delighted the boy, and she kissed him. "Leave him to me," she said to the astonished governess, and not letting go of her son. She sat down at the table, where coffee was set ready for her. "Mamma, I didn't," he said, trying to make out from her expression what was in store for him in regard to the peaches. "Seryaja," she said, as soon as the governess had left the room, "that was wrong. But you'll never do it again, will you? You love me." She felt that the tears were coming into her eyes. "Can I help loving him?" she said to herself, looking deeply into his scared, and at the same time delighted eyes. "And can he ever join his father in punishing me? Is it possible he will not feel for me?" Tears were already flowing down her face, and to hide them she got up abruptly and almost ran out onto the terrace. After the thunder showers of the last few days, cold, bright weather had set in. The air was cold in the bright sun that filtered through the freshly washed leaves. She shivered, both from the cold and from the inward horror, which had clutched her with fresh force in the open air. Run along to Mariette," she said to Seryaja, who had followed her out, and she began walking up and down on the straw matting of the terrace. "Can it be that they won't forgive me, won't understand how it all couldn't be helped?" she said to herself, standing still and looking at the tops of the aspen trees waving in the wind, with their freshly washed, brightly shining leaves in the cold sunshine. She knew that they would not forgive her, that everyone and everything would be merciless to her now as was that sky, that green. And again she felt that everything was split in two in her soul. "I mustn't think," she said to herself. "I must get ready to go where, when, whom to take with me. Yes, to Moscow by the evening train. Annushka and Seryaja, and only the most necessary things. But first I must write to them both." She went quickly indoors into her boudoir, sat down at the table, and wrote to her husband. "After what has happened, I cannot remain any longer in your house. I am going away, and taking my son with me. I don't know the law, and so I don't know with which of the parents the son should remain. But I take him with me because I cannot live without him. Be generous, leave him to me." Up to this point she wrote rapidly and naturally, but the appeal to his generosity, a quality she did not recognize in him, and the necessity of winding up the letter, with something touching, pulled her up. "Of my fault and my remorse I cannot speak, because—" She stopped again, finding no connection in her ideas. "No," she said to herself, "there's no need of anything," and tearing up the letter, she wrote it again, leaving out the allusion to generosity, and sealed it up. Another letter had to be written to Vronsky. "I have told my husband," she wrote, and she sat a long while unable to write more. It was so coarse, so unfeminine. "And what more am I to write to him?" she said to herself. Again a flush of shame spread over her face. She recalled his composure, and a feeling of anger against him impelled her to tear the sheet with the phrase she had written into tiny bits. "No need of anything," she said to herself, and closing her blotting case she went upstairs, told the governess and the servants that she was going that day to Moscow, and at once set to work to pack up her things. Chapter 16. All the rooms of the summer villa were full of porters, gardeners, and footmen, going to and fro, carrying out things. Cupboards and chests were open. Twice they had sent to the shop for cord. Pieces of newspaper were tossing about on the floor. 2 trunks, some bags, and strapped-up rugs had been carried down into the hall. The carriage and 2 hired cabs were waiting at the steps. Anna, forgetting her inward agitation in the work of packing, was standing at a table in her boudoir, packing her travelling bag, when Annushka called her attention to the rattle of some carriage driving up. Anna looked out of the window and saw Alexey Alexandrovitch's courier on the steps, ringing at the front door bell. "Run and find out what it is," she said, and with a calm sense of being prepared for anything, she sat down in a low chair, folding her hands on her knees. A footman brought in a thick packet directed in Alexey Alexandrovitch's hand. "The courier has orders to wait for an answer," he said. "Very well," she said. And as soon as he had left the room, she tore open the letter with trembling fingers. A roll of unfolded notes done up in a wrapper fell out of it. She disengaged the letter and began reading it at the end. "Preparations shall be made for your arrival here. I attach particular significance to compliance." She ran on, then back, read it all through, and once more read the letter all through again from the beginning. When she had finished, she felt that she was cold all over, and that a fearful calamity, such as she had not expected, had burst upon her. In the morning, she had regretted that she had spoken to her husband, and wished for nothing so much as that those words could be unspoken. And here this letter regarded them as unspoken, and gave her what she had wanted. But now this letter seemed to her more awful than anything she had been able to conceive. "He's right," she said. "Of course, he's always right. He's a Christian, he's generous. Yes, vile, base creature. And no one understands it except me, and no one ever will, and I can't explain it. They say he's so religious, so high, principled, so upright, so clever, but they don't see what I've seen. They don't know how he has crushed my life for 8 years, crushed everything that was living in me. He has not once even thought that I'm a live woman who must have love. They don't know how at every step he's humiliated me, and been just as pleased with himself. Haven't I striven with all my strength, to find something to give meaning to my life? Haven't I struggled to love him, to love my son, when I could not love my husband? But the time came when I knew that I couldn't cheat myself any longer, that I was alive, that I was not to blame, that God has made me so that I must love and live. And now what does he do? If he'd killed me, if he'd killed him, I could have borne anything, I could have forgiven anything, but no, how was it I didn't guess what he would do? He's doing just what's characteristic of his mean character. He'll keep himself in the right, while me, in my ruin, he'll drive still lower to worse ruin yet." She recalled the words from the letter. "You can conjecture what awaits you and your son. That's a threat to take away my child, and most likely by their stupid law he can. But I know very well why he says it. He doesn't believe even in my love for my child, or he despises it, just as he always used to ridicule it. He despises that feeling in me, but he knows that I won't abandon my child, that I can't abandon my child, that there could be no life for me without my child, even with him whom I love, but that if I abandoned my child and ran away from him, I should be acting like the most infamous, basest of women. He knows that, and knows that I am incapable of doing that." She recalled another sentence in the letter. "Our life must go on as it has done in the past. That life was miserable enough in the old days. It has been awful of late. What will it be now? And he knows all that. He knows that I can't repent that I breathe, that I love. He knows that it can lead to nothing but lying and deceit. But he wants to go on torturing me. I know him. I know that he's at home and is happy in deceit, like a fish swimming in the water. No, I won't give him that happiness. I'll break through the spiderweb of lies in which he wants to catch me, come what may. Anything's better than lying and deceit. But how, my God, was ever a woman so miserable as I am? No, I will break through it, I will break through it," she cried, jumping up and keeping back her tears. and she went to the writing table to write him another letter. But at the bottom of her heart she felt that she was not strong enough to break through anything, that she was not strong enough to get out of her old position, however false and dishonorable it might be. She sat down at the writing table, but instead of writing she clasped her hands on the table, and, laying her head on them, burst into tears, with sobs and heaving breast like a child crying. She was weeping that her dream of her position being made clear and definite had been annihilated forever. She knew beforehand that everything would go on in the old way, and far worse, indeed, than in the old way. She felt that the position in the world that she enjoyed, and that had seemed to her of so little consequence in the morning, that this position was precious to her, that she would not have the strength to exchange it for the shameful position of a woman who has abandoned husband and child to join her lover, that however much she might struggle, she could not be stronger than herself. She would never know freedom in love, but would remain forever a guilty wife, with the menace of detection hanging over her at every instant, deceiving her husband for the sake of a shameful connection with a man living apart and away from her, whose life she could never share. She knew that this was how it would be, and at the same time it was so awful that she could not even conceive what it would end in, and she cried without restraint, as children cry when they are punished. The sound of the footman's steps forced her to rouse herself, and, hiding her face from him, she pretended to be writing. "The courier asks if there's an answer," the footman announced. "An answer? Yes," said Anna. "Let him wait. I'll ring. What can I write?" she thought. "What can I decide upon alone? What do I know? What do I want? What is there I care for?" Again she felt that her soul was beginning to be split in two. She was terrified again at this feeling, and clutched at the first pretext for doing something which might divert her thoughts from herself. I ought to see Alexei, so she called Vronsky in her thoughts. No one but he can tell me what I ought to do. I'll go to Betsy's, perhaps I shall see him there, she said to herself, completely forgetting that when she had told him the day before that she was not going to Princess Tverskaya's, he had said that in that case he should not go either. She went up to the table, wrote to her husband, "I have received your letter," and ringing the bell, gave it to the footman. "We are not going," she said to Annushka as she came in. "Not going at all, no. Don't unpack till tomorrow and let the carriage wait. I'm going to the princess's. Which dress am I to get ready?" Chapter 17. The croquet party to which the Princess Tverskaya had invited Anna was to consist of 2 ladies and their adorers. These 2 ladies were the chief representatives of a select New Petersburg circle, nicknamed, in imitation of some imitation, Les Sept Merveilles du Monde. These ladies belonged to a circle which, though of the highest society, was utterly hostile to that in which Anna moved. Moreover, Stremov, one of the most influential people in Petersburg and the elderly admirer of Lisa Merkalova, was Alexei Alexandrovitch's enemy in the political world. From all these considerations Anna had not meant to go, and the hints in Princess Tverskaya's note referred to her refusal. But now Anna was eager to go in the hope of seeing Vronsky. Anna arrived at Princess Tverskaya's earlier than the other guests. At the same moment as she entered, Vronsky's footman, with side whiskers combed out like a kammerjunker, went in too. He stopped at the door, and, taking off his cap, let her pass. Anna recognized him, and only then recalled that Vronsky had told her the day before that he would not come. Most likely he was sending a note to say so. As she took off her outer garment in the hall, she heard the footman, pronouncing his R's even like a kammerjunker, say, "From the Count for the Princess," and hand the note. She longed to question him as to where his master was. She longed to turn back and send him a letter to come and see her, or to go herself to see him. But neither the first, nor the second, nor the third course was possible. Already she heard bells ringing to announce her arrival ahead of her, and Princess Tivos. Kaya's footman was standing at the open door, waiting for her to go forward into the inner rooms. "The princess is in the garden. They will inform her immediately. Would you be pleased to walk into the garden?" announced another footman in another room. The position of uncertainty, of indecision, was still the same as at home, worse, in fact, since it was impossible to take any step, impossible to see Vronsky, and she had to remain here among outsiders, in company so uncongenial to her present mood. But she was wearing a dress that she knew suited her. She was not alone. All around was that luxurious setting of idleness that she was used to, and she felt less wretched than at home. She was not forced to think what she was to do. Everything would be done of itself. On meeting Betsy coming towards her in a white gown that struck her by its elegance, Anna smiled at her, just as she always did. Princess Tivos, Kaya, was walking with Tushkevich and a young lady, a relation, who, to the great joy of her parents in the provinces, was spending the summer with the fashionable princess. There was probably something unusual about Anna, for Betsy noticed it at once. "I slept badly," answered Anna, looking intently at the footman who came to meet them, and, as she supposed, brought Vronsky's note. "How glad I am you've come," said Betsy. "I'm tired, and was just longing to have some tea before they come. You might go," she turned to Tushkevich with Masha, "and try the croquet ground over there where they've been cutting it. We shall have time to talk a little over tea. We'll have a cozy chat, eh?" she said in English to Anna with a smile, pressing the hand with which she held a parasol. "Yes, especially as I can't stay very long with you. I'm forced to go on to old Madame Vrede. I've been promising to go for a century," said Anna, to whom lying, alien as it was to her nature, had become not merely simple and natural in society, but a positive source of satisfaction. Why she said this, which she had not thought of a second before, she could not have explained. She had said it simply from the reflection that as Vronsky would not be here, she had better secure her own freedom and try to see him somehow. But why she had spoken of old Madame Vrede, whom she had to go and see, as she had to see many other people, she could not have explained, and yet, as it afterwards turned out, had she contrived the most cunning devices to meet Vronsky, she could have thought of nothing better. "No, I'm not going to let you go for anything," answered Betsy, looking intently into Anna's face. "Really, if I were not fond of you, I should feel offended. One would think you were afraid my society would compromise you. Tea in the little dining room, please," she said, half closing her eyes, as she always did when addressing the footman. Taking the note from him, she read it. "Alexei's playing us false," she said in French. "He writes that he can't come," she added in a tone as simple and natural as though it could never enter her head that Vronsky could mean anything more to Anna than a game of croquet. Anna knew that Betsy knew everything, but, hearing how she spoke of Vronsky before her, she almost felt persuaded for a minute that she knew nothing. "Ah," said Anna indifferently, as though not greatly interested in the matter, and she went on smiling. "How can you or your friends compromise anyone?" This playing with words, this hiding of a secret, had a great fascination for Anna, as, indeed, it has for all women, and it was not the necessity of concealment, not the aim with which the concealment was contrived, but the process of concealment itself, which attracted her. "I can't be more Catholic than the Pope," she said. "Stremov and Lisa Merkalova, why, they're the cream of society. Besides, they're received everywhere. And she laid special stress on. I have never been strict and intolerant. It's simply that I haven't the time. No, you don't care perhaps to meet Stremov?" Let him and Alexey Alexandrovitch tilt at each other in the committee, that's no affair of ours. But in the world, he's the most amiable man I know, and a devoted croquet player. You shall see. And, in spite of his absurd position, as Liza's lovesick swain at his age, you ought to see how he carries off the absurd position. He's very nice. Sappho sh Tolts you don't know. Oh, that's a new type, quite new. Betsy said all this, and at the same time, from her good, humored, shrewd glance, Anna felt that she partly guessed her plight and was hatching something for her benefit. They were in the little boudoir. I must write to Alexey, though, and Betsy sat down to the table, scribbled a few lines, and put the note in an envelope. I'm telling him to come to dinner. I've one lady extra to dinner with me, and no man to take her in. Look what I've said. Will that persuade him? Excuse me, I must leave you for a minute. Would you seal it up, please, and send it off? She said from the door, I have to give some directions. Without a moment's thought, Anna sat down to the table with Betsy's letter, and, without reading it, wrote below, It's essential for me to see you. Come to the Vreede garden. I shall be there at 6 o'clock. She sealed it up, and, Betsy coming back, in her presence handed the note to be taken. At tea, which was brought them on a little tea-table in the cool little drawing-room, the cosy chat promised by Princess Tverskaya before the arrival of her visitors really did come off between the two women. They criticized the people they were expecting, and the conversation fell upon Lisa Merkalova. She's very sweet, and I always liked her, said Anna. You ought to like her. She raves about you. Yesterday she came up to me after the races, and was in despair at not finding you. She says you're a real heroine of romance, and that if she were a man, she would do all sorts of mad things for your sake. Stremov says she does that as it is. But do tell me, please, I never could make it out, said Anna, after being silent for some time, speaking in a tone that showed she was not asking an idle question, but that what she was asking was of more importance to her than it should have been. Do tell me, please, what are her relations with Prince Kalusky, Miss K, as he's called? I've met them so little. What does it mean? Betsy smiled with her eyes and looked intently at Anna. It's a new manner, she said. They've all adopted that manner. They've flung their caps over the windmills. But there are ways and ways of flinging them. Yes, but what are her relations precisely with Kalusky? Betsy broke into unexpectedly mirthful and irrepressible laughter, a thing which rarely happened with her. You're encroaching on Princess Myakaya's special domain now. That's the question of an enfant terrible, and Betsy obviously tried to restrain herself, but could not, and went off into peals of that infectious laughter that people laugh who do not laugh often. You'd better ask them, she brought out between tears of laughter. No, you laugh, said Anna, laughing too in spite of herself, but I never could understand it. I can't understand the husband's role in it. The husband, Lisa Merkalova's husband, carries her shawl and is always ready to be of use, but anything more than that in reality, no one cares to inquire. You know, in decent society one doesn't talk or think even of certain details of the toilet. That's how it is with this. Will you be at Madame Rollandac's fete? Asked Anna to change the conversation. I don't think so, answered Betsy, and, without looking at her friend, she began filling the little transparent cups with fragrant tea. Putting a cup before Anna, she took out a cigarette, and, fitting it into a silver holder, she lighted it. It's like this, you see. I'm in a fortunate position, she began, quite serious now, as she took up her cup. I understand you, and I understand Lisa. Lisa now is one of those naive natures that, like children, don't know what's good and what's bad. Anyway, she didn't comprehend it when she was very young. And now she's aware that the lack of comprehension suits her. Now, perhaps she doesn't know on purpose, said Betsy, with a subtle smile. But anyway, it suits her. The very same thing, don't you see, may be looked at tragically, and turned into a misery, or it may be looked at simply, and even humorously. Possibly you are inclined to look at things too tragically. How I should like to know other people just as I know myself, said Anna, seriously and dreamily. Am I worse than other people, or better? I think I'm worse. Enfant terrible, repeated Betsy, but here they are. Chapter 18. They heard the sound of steps and a man's voice, then a woman's voice and laughter, and immediately thereafter there walked in the expected guests, Sappho Stoltz, and a young man beaming with excess of health, the so-called Vaska. It was evident that ample supplies of beefsteak, truffles, and burgundy never failed to reach him at the fitting hour. Vaska bowed to the two ladies and glanced at them, but only for 1 second. He walked after Sappho into the drawing-room and followed her about as though he were chained to her, keeping his sparkling eyes fixed on her as though he wanted to eat her. Sappho Stoltz was a blonde beauty with black eyes. She walked with smart little steps in high-heeled shoes and shook hands with the ladies vigorously like a man. Anna had never met this new star of fashion, and was struck by her beauty, the exaggerated extreme to which her dress was carried, and the boldness of her manners. On her head there was such a superstructure of soft, golden hair, her own and false mixed, that her head was equal in size to the elegantly rounded bust, of which so much was exposed in front. The impulsive abruptness of her movements was such that at every step the lines of her knees and the upper part of her legs were distinctly marked under her dress, and the question involuntarily rose to the mind where in the undulating, piled-up mountain of material at the back the real body of the woman, so small and slender, so naked in front, and so hidden behind and below, really came to an end. Betsy made haste to introduce her to Anna. Only fancy, we all but ran over 2 soldiers. She began telling them at once, using her eyes, smiling and twitching away her tail, which she flung back at one stroke all on one side. I drove here with Vaska. Ah, to be sure, you don't know each other. And mentioning his surname, she introduced the young man, and reddening a little, broke into a ringing laugh at her mistake, that is, at her having called him Vaska to a stranger. Vaska bowed once more to Anna, but he said nothing to her. He addressed Sappho. You've lost your bet. We got here first. Pay up, said he, smiling. Sappho laughed still more festively. Not just now, said she. Oh, all right, I'll have it later. Very well, very well. Oh, yes. She turned suddenly to Princess Betsy. I am a nice person. I positively forgot it. I've brought you a visitor. And here he comes. The unexpected young visitor, whom Sappho had invited, and whom she had forgotten, was, however, a personage of such consequence that, in spite of his youth, both the ladies rose. On his entrance, he was a new admirer of Sappho's. He now dogged her footsteps, like Vaska. Soon after Prince Kalushsky arrived, and Lisa Merkalova with Stremov. Lisa Merkalova was a thin brunette, with an oriental, languid type of face, and, as everyone used to say, exquisite, enigmatic eyes. The tone of her dark dress, Anna immediately observed and appreciated the fact, was in perfect harmony with her style of beauty. Lisa was as soft and enervated as Sappho was smart and abrupt. But to Anna's taste, Lisa was far more attractive. Betsy had said to Anna that she had adopted the pose of an innocent child. But when Anna saw her, she felt that this was not the truth. She really was both innocent and corrupt, but a sweet and passive woman. It is true that her tone was the same as Sappho's, that, like Sappho, she had 2 men, one young and one old, tacked on to her and devouring her with their eyes. But there was something in her higher than what surrounded her. There was in her the glow of the real diamond among glass imitations. This glow shone out in her exquisite, truly enigmatic eyes. The weary, and at the same time passionate, glance of those eyes, encircled by dark rings, impressed one by its perfect sincerity. Everyone looking into those eyes fancied he knew her wholly, and knowing her, could not but love her. At the sight of Anna, her whole face lighted up at once with a smile of delight. "Ah, how glad I am to see you," she said, going up to her. "Yesterday at the races all I wanted was to get to you, but you'd gone away. I did so want to see you yesterday especially." "Wasn't it awful?" she said, looking at Anna with eyes that seemed to lay bare all her soul. "Yes, I had no idea it would be so thrilling," said Anna, blushing. The company got up at this moment to go into the garden. "I'm not going," said Lisa, smiling and settling herself close to Anna. "You won't go either, will you? Who wants to play croquet?" "Oh, I like it," said Anna. "There, how do you manage never to be bored by things? It's delightful to look at you. You're alive, but I'm bored." "How can you be bored?" "Why, you live in the liveliest set in Petersburg," said Anna. "Possibly the people who are not of our set are even more bored. But I certainly are not happy, but awfully, awfully bored." Sappho, smoking a cigarette, went off into the garden with the two young men. Betsy and Stremov remained at the tea-table. "What bored?" said Betsy. "Sappho says they did enjoy themselves tremendously at your house last night." "Ah, how dreary it all was," said Lisa Merkalova. "We all drove back to my place after the races, and always the same people, always the same thing. We lounged about on sofas all the evening. What is there to enjoy in that? No. Do tell me how you manage never to be bored," she said, addressing Anna again. "One has but to look at you and one sees. Here's a woman who may be happy or unhappy, but isn't bored. Tell me how you do it." "I do nothing," answered Anna, blushing at these searching questions. "That's the best way," Stremov put in. Stremov was a man of 50, partly grey, but still vigorous, looking very ugly, but with a characteristic and intelligent face. Lisa Merkalova was his wife's niece, and he spent all his leisure hours with her. On meeting Anna Karenina, as he was Alexei Alexandrovich's enemy in the government, he tried, like a shrewd man and a man of the world, to be particularly cordial with her, the wife of his enemy. "Nothing," he put in with a subtle smile. "That's the very best way. I told you long ago," he said, turning to Lisa Merkalova, "that if you don't want to be bored, you mustn't think you're going to be bored. It's just as you mustn't be afraid of not being able to fall asleep. If you're afraid of sleeplessness, that's just what Anna Arkadyevna has just said." "I should be very glad if I had said it, for it's not only clever but true," said Anna, smiling. "No, do tell me why it is one can't go to sleep. And one can't help being bored. To sleep well, one ought to work, and to enjoy oneself one ought to work too. What am I to work for when my work is no use to anybody, and I can't and won't knowingly make a pretense about it?" "You're incorrigible," said Stremov, not looking at her, and he spoke again to Anna. As he rarely met Anna, he could say nothing but commonplaces to her. But he said those commonplaces as to when she was returning to Petersburg, and how fond Countess Lydia Ivanovna was of her, with an expression which suggested that he longed with his whole soul to please her and show his regard for her, and even more than that. Tushkevich came in, announcing that the party were awaiting the other players to begin croquet. "No, don't go away, please don't," pleaded Lisa Merkalova, hearing that Anna was going. Stremov joined in her entreaties. "It's too violent a transition," he said, "to go from such company to old Madame Vrede. And besides, you will only give her a chance for talking scandal. while here you arouse none but such different feelings of the highest and most opposite kind," he said to her. Anna pondered for an instant in uncertainty. This shrewd man's flattering words, the naive, childlike affection shown her by Lisa Merkalova, and all the social atmosphere she was used to, it was all so easy, and what was in store for her was so difficult that she was for a minute in uncertainty whether to remain, whether to put off a little longer the painful moment of explanation. But remembering what was in store for her alone at home, if she did not come to some decision, remembering that gesture terrible even in memory when she had clutched her hair in both hands, she said good bye and went away. Chapter 19. In spite of Vronsky's apparently frivolous life in society, he was a man who hated irregularity. In early youth in the Corps of Pages, he had experienced the humiliation of a refusal when he had tried, being in difficulties, to borrow money, and since then he had never once put himself in the same position again. In order to keep his affairs in some sort of order, he used about 5 times a year, more or less frequently, according to circumstances, to shut himself up alone and put all his affairs into definite shape. This he used to call his day of reckoning, or faire la lessive. On waking up the day after the races, Vronsky put on a white linen coat, and without shaving or taking his bath, he distributed about the table moneys, bills, and letters, and set to work. Petritsky, who knew he was ill, tempered on such occasions, on waking up and seeing his comrade at the writing table, quietly dressed and went out without getting in his way. Every man who knows to the minutest details all the complexity of the conditions surrounding him cannot help imagining that the complexity of these conditions, and the difficulty of making them clear, is something exceptional and personal, peculiar to himself, and never supposes that others are surrounded by just as complicated an array of personal affairs as he is. So indeed it seemed to Vronsky, and not without inward pride, and not without reason. He thought that any other man would long ago have been in difficulties, would have been forced to some dishonorable course, if he had found himself in such a difficult position. But Vronsky felt that now especially it was essential for him to clear up and define his position, if he were to avoid getting into difficulties. What Vronsky attacked first as being the easiest was his pecuniary position. Writing out on note-paper in his minute hand all that he owed, he added up the amount and found that his debts amounted to 17,000 and some odd hundreds, which he left out for the sake of clearness. Reckoning up his money and his bank-book, he found that he had left 1,800 rubles, and nothing coming in before the new year. Reckoning over again his list of debts, Vronsky copied it, dividing it into 3 classes. In the first class he put the debts which he would have to pay at once, or for which he must in any case have the money ready so that on demand for payment there could not be a moment's delay in paying. Such debts amounted to about 4,000, 1,500 for a horse, and 2,500 as surety for a young comrade, Benovsky, who had lost that sum to a cardshopper in Vronsky's presence. Vronsky had wanted to pay the money at the time. He had that amount then, but Benovsky and Yashvin had insisted that they would pay and not Vronsky, who had not played. That was so far well. But Vronsky knew that in this dirty business, though his only share in it was undertaking by word of mouth to be surety for Benovsky, it was absolutely necessary for him to have the 2,500 rubles so as to be able to fling it at the swindler, and have no more words with him, and so, for this first and most important division, he must have 4,000 rubles. The second class, 8,000 rubles, consisted of less important debts. These were principally accounts owing in connection with his race horses, to the purveyor of oats and hay, the English saddler, and so on. He would have to pay some 2,000 rubles on these debts too, in order to be quite free from anxiety. The last class of debts to shops, to hotels, to his tailor, were such as need not be considered, so that he needed at least 6,000 rubles for current expenses, and he only had 1,800 for a man with 100,000 rubles of revenue, which was what everyone fixed as Vronsky's income. Such debts, one would suppose, could hardly be embarrassing. But the fact was that he was far from having 100,000. His father's immense property, which alone yielded a yearly income of 200,000, was left undivided between the brothers. At the time when the elder brother, with a mass of debts, married Princess Varya Tcherkova, the daughter of a Decembrist without any fortune whatever, Alexei had given up to his elder brother almost the whole income from his father's estate, reserving for himself only 25,000 a year from it. Alexei had said at the time to his brother that that sum would be sufficient for him until he married, which he probably never would do. And his brother, who was in command of one of the most expensive regiments, and was only just married, could not decline the gift. His mother, who had her own separate property, had allowed Alexei every year 20,000 in addition to the 25,000 he had reserved, and Alexei had spent it all. Of late, his mother, incensed with him on account of his love affair and his leaving Moscow, had given up sending him the money, and in consequence of this, Vronsky, who had been in the habit of living on the scale of 5,000 a year, having only received 20,000 that year, found himself now in difficulties. To get out of these difficulties, he could not apply to his mother for money. Her last letter, which he had received the day before, had particularly exasperated him by the hints in it that she was quite ready to help him to succeed in the world and in the army, but not to lead a life which was a scandal to all good society. His mother's attempt to buy him stung him to the quick and made him feel colder than ever to her, but he could not draw back from the generous word when it was once uttered, even though he felt now, vaguely foreseeing certain eventualities in his intrigue with Madame Karenina, that this generous word had been spoken thoughtlessly, and that even though he were not married, he might need all the 100,000 of income. But it was impossible to draw back. He had only to recall his brother's wife, to remember how that sweet, delightful Varya sought, at every convenient opportunity, to remind him that she remembered his generosity and appreciated it, to grasp the impossibility of taking back his gift. It was as impossible as beating a woman, stealing, or lying. One thing only could and ought to be done, and Vronsky determined upon it without an instant's hesitation. To borrow money from a money lender, 10,000 rubles, a proceeding which presented no difficulty, to cut down his expenses generally, and to sell his race horses. Resolving on this, he promptly wrote a note to Rolandak, who had more than once sent to him with offers to buy horses from him. Then he sent for the Englishman and the money lender, and divided what money he had according to the accounts he intended to pay. Having finished this business, he wrote a cold and cutting answer to his mother. Then he took out of his notebook 3 notes of Anna's, read them again, burned them, and remembering their conversation on the previous day, he sank into meditation. Chapter 20. Vronsky's life was particularly happy in that he had a code of principles which defined with unfailing certitude what he ought and what he ought not to do. This code of principles covered only a very small circle of contingencies, but then the principles were never doubtful, and Vronsky, as he never went outside that circle, had never had a moment's hesitation about doing what he ought to do. These principles laid down as invariable rules that one must pay a card sharper but need not pay a tailor, that one must never tell a lie to a man, but one may to a woman, that one must never cheat, Anyone but one may a husband, that one must never pardon an insult, but one may give one, and so on. These principles were possibly not reasonable and not good, but they were of unfailing certainty, and so long as he adhered to them, Vronsky felt that his heart was at peace and he could hold his head up. Only quite lately, in regard to his relations with Anna, Vronsky had begun to feel that his code of principles did not fully cover all possible contingencies, and to foresee in the future difficulties and perplexities for which he could find no guiding clue. His present relation to Anna and to her husband was to his mind clear and simple. It was clearly and precisely defined in the code of principles by which he was guided. She was an honorable woman who had bestowed her love upon him, and he loved her, and therefore she was in his eyes a woman who had a right to the same, or even more, respect than a lawful wife. He would have had his hand chopped off before he would have allowed himself by a word, by a hint, to humiliate her, or even to fall short of the fullest respect a woman could look for. His attitude to society, too, was clear. Everyone might know, might suspect it, but no one might dare to speak of it. If any did so, he was ready to force all who might speak to be silent, and to respect the non-existent honor of the woman he loved. His attitude to the husband was the clearest of all. From the moment that Anna loved Vronsky, he had regarded his own right over her as the one thing unassailable. Her husband was simply a superfluous and tiresome person. No doubt he was in a pitiable position, but how could that be helped? The one thing the husband had a right to was to demand satisfaction with a weapon in his hand, and Vronsky was prepared for this at any minute. But of late new inner relations had arisen between him and her, which frightened Vronsky by their indefiniteness. Only the day before she had told him that she was with child, and he felt that this fact and what she expected of him called for something not fully defined in that code of principles by which he had hitherto steered his course in life. And he had been indeed caught unawares, and at the first moment when she spoke to him of her position, his heart had prompted him to beg her to leave her husband. He had said that, but now thinking things over he saw clearly that it would be better to manage to avoid that, and at the same time, as he told himself so, he was afraid whether it was not wrong. If I told her to leave her husband, that must mean uniting her life with mine. Am I prepared for that? How can I take her away now when I have no money, supposing I could arrange? But how can I take her away while I'm in the service? If I say that I ought to be prepared to do it, that is, I ought to have the money and to retire from the army. And he grew thoughtful. The question whether to retire from the service or not brought him to the other, and perhaps the chief though hidden interest of his life, of which none knew but he. Ambition was the old dream of his youth and childhood, a dream which he did not confess even to himself, though it was so strong that now this passion was even doing battle with his love. His first steps in the world and in the service had been successful, but 2 years before he had made a great mistake. Anxious to show his independence and to advance, he had refused a post that had been offered him, hoping that this refusal would heighten his value. But it turned out that he had been too bold, and he was passed over. And having, whether he liked or not, taken up for himself the position of an independent man, he carried it off with great tact and good sense, behaving as though he bore no grudge against anyone, did not regard himself as injured in any way, and cared for nothing but to be left alone, since he was enjoying himself. In reality, he had ceased to enjoy himself as long ago as the year before, when he went away to Moscow. He felt that this independent attitude of a man who might have done anything, but cared to do nothing, was already beginning to pall, that many people were beginning to fancy that he was not really capable of anything but being a straightforward, good-natured fellow. His connection with Madame Karenina by creating so much sensation and attracting general attention, had given him a fresh distinction which soothed his gnawing worm of ambition for a while. But a week before that worm had been roused up again with fresh force. The friend of his childhood, a man of the same set, of the same coterie, his comrade in the corps of pages, Serpuhovskoy, who had left school with him and had been his rival in class in gymnastics, in their scrapes and their dreams of glory, had come back a few days before from Central Asia, where he had gained 2 steps up in rank, and an order rarely bestowed upon generals so young. As soon as he arrived in Petersburg, people began to talk about him as a newly risen star of the first magnitude. A schoolfellow of Vronsky's and of the same age, he was a general and was expecting a command, which might have influence on the course of political events, while Vronsky, independent and brilliant, and beloved by a charming woman though he was simply a cavalry captain who was readily allowed to be as independent as ever he liked. Of course, I don't envy Serpuhovskoy, and never could envy him. But his advancement shows me that one has only to watch one's opportunity, and the career of a man like me may be very rapidly made. 3 years ago he was in just the same position as I am. If I retire, I burn my ships. If I remain in the army, I lose nothing. She said herself she did not wish to change her position, and with her love I cannot feel envious of Serpuhovskoy. And slowly twirling his mustaches, he got up from the table and walked about the room. His eyes shone particularly brightly, and he felt in that confident, calm, and happy frame of mind, which always came after he had thoroughly faced his position. Everything was straight and clear, just as after former days of reckoning. He shaved, took a cold bath, dressed, and went out. Chapter 21. We've come to fetch you. Your less have lasted a good time today, said Petritsky. Well, is it over? It is over, answered Vronsky, smiling with his eyes only, and twirling the tips of his mustaches as circumspectly as though after the perfect order into which his affairs had been brought any overbold or rapid movement might disturb it. You're always just as if you'd come out of a bath after it, said Petritsky. I've come from Gritsky's, that was what they called the colonel. They're expecting you. Vronsky, without answering, looked at his comrade, thinking of something else. Yes, is that music at his place? He said, listening to the familiar sounds of polkas and waltzes floating across to him. What's the fate? Serpuhovskoy's come. Aha, said Vronsky. Why, I didn't know. The smile in his eyes gleamed more brightly than ever, having once made up his mind that he was happy in his love, that he sacrificed his ambition to it, having anyway taken up this position. Vronsky was incapable of feeling either envious of Serpuhovskoy or hurt with him for not coming first to him when he came to the regiment. Serpuhovskoy was a good friend, and he was delighted he had come. Ah, I'm very glad. The colonel, Demin, had taken a large country house. The whole party were in the wide lower balcony. In the courtyard, the first objects that met Vronsky's eyes were a band of singers in white linen coats, standing near a barrel of vodka, and the robust, good, humored figure of the colonel surrounded by officers. He had gone out as far as the first step of the balcony, and was loudly shouting across the band that played a Fenbock's quadrille, waving his arms and giving some orders to a few soldiers standing. On one side, a group of soldiers, a quartermaster, and several subalterns came up to the balcony with Vronsky. The colonel returned to the table, went out again onto the steps with a tumbler in his hand, and proposed the toast, to the health of our former comrade, the gallant general, Prince Serpuhovskoy. Hurrah! The colonel was followed by Serpuhovskoy, who came out onto the steps smiling, with a glass in his hand. You always get younger, Bondarenko, he said to the rosy, checked, smart, looking quartermaster standing just before him, still youngish-looking, though doing his second term of service. It was 3 years since Vronsky had seen Serpuhovskoy. He looked more robust, had let his whiskers grow, but was still the same graceful creature, whose face and figure were even more striking from their softness and nobility than their beauty. The only change Vronsky detected in him was that subdued, continual radiance of beaming content which settles on the faces of men who are successful, and are sure of the recognition of their success by everyone. Vronsky knew that radiant air, and immediately observed it in Serpuhovskoy. As Serpuhovskoy came down the steps he saw Vronsky. A smile of pleasure lighted up his face. He tossed his head upwards and waved the glass in his hand, greeting Vronsky, and showing him by the gesture that he could not come to him before the quartermaster, who stood craning forward his lips ready to be kissed. "Here he is," shouted the colonel. "Yashvin told me you were in one of your gloomy tempers." Serpuhovskoy kissed the moist, fresh lips of the gallant-looking quartermaster, and wiping his mouth with his handkerchief, went up to Vronsky. "How glad I am," he said, squeezing his hand and drawing him on one side. "You look after him," the colonel shouted to Yashvin, pointing to Vronsky, and he went down below to the soldiers. "Why weren't you at the races yesterday?" "I expected to see you there," said Vronsky, scrutinizing Serpuhovskoy. "I did go, but late." "I beg your pardon," he added, and he turned to the adjutant. "Please have this divided from me, each man as much as it runs to." And he hurriedly took notes for 300 rubles from his pocketbook, blushing a little. "Vronsky, have anything to eat or drink?" asked Yashvin. "Hi, something for the Count to eat?" "Ah, here it is. Have a glass." The fete at the colonel's lasted a long while. There was a great deal of drinking. They tossed Serpuhovskoy in the air, and caught him again several times. Then they did the same to the colonel. Then, to the accompaniment of the band, the colonel himself danced with Patritsky. Then the colonel, who began to show signs of feebleness, sat down on a bench in the courtyard and began demonstrating to Yashvin the superiority of Russia over Poland, especially in cavalry attack, and there was a lull in the revelry for a moment. Serpuhovskoy went into the house to the bathroom to wash his hands and found Vronsky there. Vronsky was drenching his head with water. He had taken off his coat and put his sunburnt, hairy neck under the tap, and was rubbing it and his head with his hands. When he had finished, Vronsky sat down by Serpuhovskoy. They both sat down in the bathroom on a lounge, and a conversation began which was very interesting to both of them. "I've always been hearing about you through my wife," said Serpuhovskoy. "I'm glad you've been seeing her pretty often. She's friendly with Varya, and they're the only women in Petersburg I care about seeing," answered Vronsky, smiling. He smiled because he foresaw the topic the conversation would turn on, and he was glad of it. "The only ones?" Serpuhovskoy queried, smiling. "Yes, and I heard news of you, but not only through your wife," said Vronsky, checking his hint by a stern expression of face. "I was greatly delighted to hear of your success, but not a bit surprised. I expected even more." Serpuhovskoy smiled. Such an opinion of him was obviously agreeable to him, and he did not think it necessary to conceal it. "Well, I, on the contrary, expected less, I'll own frankly. But I'm glad, very glad. I'm ambitious, that's my weakness, and I confess to it." "Perhaps you wouldn't confess to it if you hadn't been successful," said Vronsky. "I don't suppose so," said Serpuhovskoy, smiling again. "I won't say life wouldn't be worth living without it, but it would be dull. Of course I may be mistaken, but I fancy I have a certain capacity for the line I've chosen, and that power of any sort in my hands, if it is to be, will be better than in the hands of a good many people I know," said Serpuhovskoy, with beaming consciousness of success, "and so the nearer I get to it, the better pleased I am." "Perhaps that is true for you, but not for everyone. I used to think so too, but here I live and think life worth living not only for that. There it's out. Here it comes, said Serpuhovskoy, laughing. Ever since I heard about you, about your refusal, I began. Of course, I approved of what you did. But there are ways of doing everything, and I think your action was good in itself, but you didn't do it quite in the way you ought to have done. What's done can't be undone, and you know I never go back on what I've done. And besides, I'm very well off. Very well off for the time, but you're not satisfied with that. I wouldn't say this to your brother. He's a nice child, like our host here. There he goes, he added, listening to the roar of hurrah. And he's happy, but that does not satisfy you. I didn't say it did satisfy me. Yes, but that's not the only thing. Such men as you are wanted. By whom? By whom? By society, by Russia. Russia needs men. She needs a party, or else everything goes and will go to the dogs. How do you mean? Bertenev's party against the Russian communists? No, said Serpuhovskoy, frowning with vexation at being suspected of such an absurdity. Tout ka istiyun blag. That's always been and always will be. There are no communists. But intriguing people have to invent a noxious, dangerous party. It's an old trick. No, what's wanted is a powerful party of independent men like you and me. But why so? Vronsky mentioned a few men who were in power. Why aren't they independent men? Simply because they have not, or have not had from birth, an independent fortune. They've not had a name. They've not been close to the sun and center as we have. They can be bought either by money or by favor. And they have to find a support for themselves in inventing a policy, and they bring forward some notion, some policy that they don't believe in, that does harm, and the whole policy is really only a means to a government house and so much income. Cela ennest pas plus fin qua when you get a peep at their cards. I may be inferior to them, stupider perhaps, though I don't see why I should be inferior to them. But you and I have one important advantage over them for certain, in being more difficult to buy, and such men are more needed than ever. Vronsky listened attentively, but he was not so much interested by the meaning of the words as by the attitude of Serpuhovskoy, who was already contemplating a struggle with the existing powers, and already had his likes and dislikes in that higher world, while his own interest in the governing world did not go beyond the interests of his regiment. Vronsky felt, too, how powerful Serpuhovskoy might become through his unmistakable faculty for thinking things out and for taking things in, through his intelligence and gift of words, so rarely met with in the world in which he moved, and, ashamed as he was of the feeling, he felt envious. Still, I haven't the one thing of most importance for that, he answered. I haven't the desire for power. I had it once, but it's gone. Excuse me, that's not true, said Serpuhovskoy, smiling. Yes, it is true, now. Vronsky added, to be truthful. Yes, it's true now, that's another thing, but that now won't last forever. Perhaps, answered Vronsky. You say perhaps, Serpuhovskoy went on, as though guessing his thoughts, but I say for certain. And that's what I wanted to see you for. Your action was just what it should have been. I see that, but you ought not to keep it up. I only ask you to give me carte blanche. I'm not going to offer you my protection. Though, indeed, why shouldn't I protect you? You've protected me often enough. I should hope our friendship rises above all that sort of thing. Yes, he said, smiling to him as tenderly as a woman. Give me carte blanche. Retire from the regiment, and I'll draw you upwards imperceptibly. But you must understand that I want nothing, said Vronsky, except that all should be as it is. Serpuhovskoy got up and stood facing him. You say that all should be as it is. I understand what that means. But listen, We're the same age. You've known a greater number of women perhaps than I have." Serpuhovskoy's smile and gestures told Vronsky that he mustn't be afraid, that he would be tender and careful in touching the sore place. "But I'm married, and believe me, in getting to know thoroughly one's wife, if one loves her, as someone has said, one gets to know all women better than if one knew thousands of them. We're coming directly," Vronsky shouted to an officer, who looked into the room and called them to the colonel. Vronsky was longing now to hear to the end and know what Serpuhovsky would say to him. "And here's my opinion for you. Women are the chief stumbling block in a man's career. It's hard to love a woman and do anything. There's only one way of having love conveniently without its being a hindrance, that's marriage." How am I to tell you what I mean?" said Serpuhovskoy, who liked similes. Wait a minute. Yes, just as you can only carry a fado and do something with your hands, when the fado is tied on your back, and that's marriage. And that's what I felt when I was married. My hands were suddenly set free. But to drag that fado about with you without marriage, your hands will always be so full that you can do nothing. Look at Mazankov, at Krupov. They've ruined their careers for the sake of women." "What women?" said Vronsky, recalling the Frenchwoman and the actress with whom the two men he had mentioned were connected. "The firmer the woman's footing in society, the worse it is. That's much the same as not merely carrying the fardo in your arms, but tearing it away from someone else." "You have never loved," Vronsky said softly, looking straight before him and thinking. "Of Anna, perhaps, but you remember what I've said to you. And another thing, women are all more materialistic than men. We make something immense out of love, but they are always terre-à-terre." Directly, he cried to a footman who came in. But the footman had not come to call them again, as he supposed. The footman brought Vronsky a note. A man brought it from Princess Tivos, Kaya. Vronsky opened the letter and flushed crimson. "My head's begun to ache. I'm going home," he said to Serpuhovskoy. "Oh, good-bye then. You give me carte blanche. We'll talk about it later on. I'll look you up in Petersburg." Chapter 22. It was 6 o'clock already, and so, in order to be there quickly, and at the same time not to drive with his own horses, known to everyone, Vronsky got into Yashvin's hired fly and told the driver to drive as quickly as possible. It was a roomy, old-fashioned fly, with seats for 4. He sat in one corner, stretched his legs out on the front seat, and sank into meditation. A vague sense of the order into which his affairs had been brought, a vague recollection of the friendliness and flattery of Serpuhovskoy, who had considered him a man that was needed, and most of all, the anticipation of the interview before him, all blended into a general, joyous sense of life. This feeling was so strong that he could not help smiling. He dropped his legs, crossed one leg over the other knee, and taking it in his hand, felt the springy muscle of the calf, where it had been grazed the day before by his fall, and leaning back he drew several deep breaths. "I'm happy, very happy," he said to himself. He had often before had this sense of physical joy in his own body, but he had never felt so fond of himself, of his own body, as at that moment. He enjoyed the slight ache in his strong leg. He enjoyed the muscular sensation of movement in his chest as he breathed. The bright, cold August day, which had made Anna feel so hopeless, seemed to him keenly stimulating, and refreshed his face and neck that still tingled from the cold water. The scent of brilliantine on his whiskers struck him as particularly pleasant in the fresh air. Everything he saw from the carriage window, everything in that cold pure air, in the pale light of the sunset, was as fresh and gay and strong as he was himself. The roofs of the houses shining in, the rays of the setting sun, the sharp outlines of fences and angles of buildings, the figures of passers-by, the carriages that met him now and then, the motionless green of the trees and grass, the Fields with evenly drawn furrows of potatoes, and the slanting shadows that fell from the houses, and trees and bushes, and even from the rows of potatoes, everything was bright like a pretty landscape just finished and freshly varnished. "Get on, get on," he said to the driver, putting his head out of the window, and pulling a 3-ruble note out of his pocket. He handed it to the man as he looked round. The driver's hand fumbled with something at the lamp. The whip cracked, and the carriage rolled rapidly along the smooth highroad. "I want nothing, nothing but this happiness," he thought, staring at the bone button of the bell in the space between the windows, and picturing to himself Anna just as he had seen her last time. "And as I go on, I love her more and more. Here's the garden of the Vrede villa. Whereabouts will she be? Where, how? Why did she fix on this place to meet me? And why does she write in Betsy's letter?" he thought, wondering now for the first time at it. But there was now no time for wonder. He called to the driver to stop before reaching the avenue, and opening the door, jumped out of the carriage as it was moving, and went into the avenue that led up to the house. There was no one in the avenue, but looking round to the right he caught sight of her. Her face was hidden by a veil, but he drank in with glad eyes the special movement in walking, peculiar to her alone, the slope of the shoulders and the setting of the head, and at once a sort of electric shock ran all over him. With fresh force he felt conscious of himself from the springy motions of his legs to the movements of his lungs as he breathed, and something set his lips twitching. Joining him, she pressed his hand tightly. "You're not angry that I sent for you? I absolutely had to see you," she said, and the serious and set line of her lips, which he saw under the veil, transformed his mood at once. "I angry, but how have you come, where from?" "Never mind," she said, laying her hand on his. "Come along, I must talk to you." He saw that something had happened, and that the interview would not be a joyous one. In her presence he had no will of his own. Without knowing the grounds of her distress, he already felt the same distress unconsciously passing over him. "What is it? What?" he asked her, squeezing her hand with his elbow and trying to read her thoughts in her face. She walked on a few steps in silence, gathering up her courage. Then suddenly she stopped. "I did not tell you yesterday," she began, breathing quickly and painfully, "that coming home with Alexey Alexandrovitch I told him everything. Told him I could not be his wife, and told him everything." He heard her, unconsciously bending his whole figure down to her, as though hoping in this way to soften the hardness of her position for her. But directly she had said this, he suddenly drew himself up, and a proud and hard expression came over his face. "Yes, yes, that's better, 1,000 times better. I know how painful it was," he said. But she was not listening to his words, she was reading his thoughts from the expression of his face. She could not guess that that expression arose from the first idea that presented itself to Vronsky, that a duel was now inevitable. The idea of a duel had never crossed her mind, and so she put a different interpretation on this passing expression of hardness. When she got her husband's letter, she knew then at the bottom of her heart that everything would go on in the old way, that she would not have the strength of will to forego her position, to abandon her son, and to join her lover. The morning spent at Princess Tverskaya's had confirmed her still more in this, but this interview was still of the utmost gravity for her. She hoped that this interview would transform her position and save her. If on hearing this news he were to say to her resolutely, passionately, without an instant's wavering, "Throw up everything and come with me," she would give up her son and go away with him. But this news had not produced what she had expected in him. He simply seemed as though he were resenting some affront. "It was not in the least painful to me. It happened of itself," she said irritably, "and see." She pulled her husband's letter out of her glove. I understand," he interrupted her, taking the letter, but not reading it and trying to soothe her. "The one thing I longed for, the one thing I prayed for was to cut short this position so as to devote my life to your happiness. Why do you tell me that? She said, do you suppose I can doubt it, if I doubted? Who's that coming? Said Vronsky suddenly, pointing to two ladies walking towards them. Perhaps they know us, and he hurriedly turned off, drawing her after him into a side path. Oh, I don't care, she said. Her lips were quivering, and he fancied that her eyes looked with strange fury at him from under the veil. I tell you that's not the point, I can't doubt that, but see what he writes to me, read it. She stood still again, just as at the first moment of hearing of her rupture with her husband. Vronsky, on reading the letter, was unconsciously carried away by the natural sensation aroused in him by his own relation to the betrayed husband. Now, while he held his letter in his hands, he could not help picturing the challenge, which he would most likely find at home today or tomorrow, and the duel itself, in which, with the same cold and haughty expression that his face was assuming at this moment, he would await the injured husband's shot, after having himself fired into the air. And at that instant there flashed across his mind the thought of what Serpuhovskoy had just said to him, and what he had himself been thinking in the morning, that it was better not to bind himself, and he knew that this thought he could not tell her. Having read the letter, he raised his eyes to her, and there was no determination in them. She saw at once that he had been thinking about it before by himself. She knew that whatever he might say to her, he would not say all he thought, and she knew that her last hope had failed her. This was not what she had been reckoning on. You see the sort of man he is, she said with a shaking voice. Forgive me, but I rejoice at it, Vronsky interrupted. For God's sake, let me finish, he added, his eyes imploring her to give him time to explain his words. I rejoice because things cannot possibly remain as he supposes. Why can't they? Anna said, restraining her tears and obviously attaching no sort of consequence to what he said. She felt that her fate was sealed. Vronsky meant that after the duel inevitable, he thought things could not go on as before, but he said something different. It can't go on. I hope that now you will leave him. I hope he was confused and reddened that you will let me arrange and plan our life. Tomorrow, he was beginning. She did not let him go on. But my child, she shrieked, you see what he writes? I should have to leave him, and I can't and won't do that. But, for God's sake, which is better, leave your child or keep up this degrading position. To whom is it degrading? To all, and most of all to you. You say degrading. Don't say that. Those words have no meaning for me, she said in a shaking voice. She did not want him now to say what was untrue. She had nothing left her but his love, and she wanted to love him. Don't you understand that from the day I loved you everything has changed for me? For me there is one thing, and one thing only, your love. If that's mine, I feel so exalted, so strong, that nothing can be humiliating to me. I am proud of my position because, proud of being, proud? She could not say what she was proud of. Tears of shame and despair choked her utterance. She stood still and sobbed. He felt, too, something swelling in his throat and twitching in his nose, and for the first time in his life he felt on the point of weeping. He could not have said exactly what it was touched him so. He felt sorry for her, and he felt he could not help her, and with that he knew that he was to blame for her wretchedness, and that he had done something wrong. Is not a divorce possible? He said feebly. She shook her head, not answering. Couldn't you take your son and still leave him? Yes, but it all depends on him. Now I must go to him, she said shortly. Her presentiment that all would again go on in the old way had not deceived her. On Tuesday I shall be in Petersburg, and everything can be settled. Yes, she said, but don't let us talk any more of it. Anna's carriage, which she had sent away, and ordered to come back to the little gate of the Vrede garden, drove up. Anna said good bye to Vronsky and drove home. Chapter 23. On Monday there was the usual sitting of the commission of the 2nd of June. Alexey Alexandrovitch walked into the hall where the sitting was held, greeted the members and the president, as usual, and sat down in his place, putting his hand on the papers laid ready before him. Among these papers lay the necessary evidence and a rough outline of the speech he intended to make. But he did not really need these documents. He remembered every point, and did not think it necessary to go over in his memory what he would say. He knew that when the time came, and when he saw his enemy facing him, and studiously endeavoring to assume an expression of indifference, his speech would flow of itself better than he could prepare it now. He felt that the import of his speech was of such magnitude that every word of it would have weight. Meantime, as he listened to the usual report, he had the most innocent and inoffensive air. No one, looking at his white hands with their swollen veins and long fingers, so softly stroking the edges of the white paper that lay before him, and at the air of weariness with which his head drooped on one side, would have suspected that in a few minutes a torrent of words would flow from his lips that would arouse a fearful storm, set the members shouting and attacking one another, and force the president to call for order. When the report was over, Alexey Alexandrovitch announced in his subdued, delicate voice that he had several points to bring before the meeting in regard to the commission for the reorganization of the native tribes. All attention was turned upon him. Alexey Alexandrovitch cleared his throat, and not looking at his opponent, but selecting, as he always did while he was delivering his speeches, the first person sitting opposite him, an inoffensive, little old man, who never had an opinion of any sort in the commission, began to expound his views. When he reached the point about the fundamental and radical law, his opponent jumped up and began to protest. Stremov, who was also a member of the commission, and also stung to the quick, began defending himself, and altogether a stormy sitting followed. But Alexey Alexandrovitch triumphed, and his motion was carried. 3 new commissions were appointed, and the next day in a certain Petersburg circle nothing else was talked of but this sitting. Alexey Alexandrovitch, his success had been even greater than he had anticipated. Next morning, Tuesday, Alexey Alexandrovitch, on waking up, recollected with pleasure his triumph of the previous day, and he could not help smiling, though he tried to appear indifferent when the chief secretary of his department, anxious to flatter him, informed him of the rumors that had reached him concerning what had happened in the commission. Absorbed in business with the chief secretary, Alexey Alexandrovitch had completely forgotten that it was Tuesday, the day fixed by him for the return of Anna Arkadyevna, and he was surprised and received a shock of annoyance when a servant came in to inform him of her arrival. Anna had arrived in Petersburg early in the morning. The carriage had been sent to meet her in accordance with her telegram, and so Alexey Alexandrovitch might have known of her arrival. But when she arrived, he did not meet her. She was told that he had not yet gone out, but was busy with his secretary. She sent word to her husband that she had come, went to her own room, and occupied herself in sorting out her things, expecting he would come to her. But an hour passed, he did not come. She went into the dining-room on the pretext of giving some directions, and spoke loudly on purpose, expecting him to come out there. But he did not come, though she heard him go to the door of his study as he parted from the chief secretary. She knew that he usually went out quickly to his office, and she wanted to see him before that, so that their attitude to one another might be defined. She walked across the drawing-room and went resolutely to him. When she went into his study, he was in official uniform, obviously ready to go out, sitting at a little table on which he rested his elbows, looking dejectedly before him. She saw him before he saw her, and she saw that he was thinking of her. On seeing her, he would have risen, but changed his mind. Then his face flushed hotly, a thing Anna had never seen before, and he got up quickly and went to meet her, looking not at her eyes, but above them, at her forehead and hair. He went up to her, took her by the hand, and asked her to sit down. "I am very glad you have come," he said, sitting down beside her, and obviously wishing to say something. He stuttered. Several times he tried to begin to speak, but stopped. In spite of the fact that, preparing herself for meeting him, she had schooled herself to despise and reproach him, she did not know what to say to him, and she felt sorry for him. And so the silence lasted for some time. "Is Suryasha quite well?" he said, and not waiting for an answer, he added, "I shan't be dining at home today, and I have got to go out directly." "I had thought of going to Moscow," she said. "No, you did quite right to come," he said, and was silent again. Seeing that he was powerless to begin the conversation, she began herself. "Alexey Alexandrovitch," she said, looking at him and not dropping her eyes under his persistent gaze at her hair, "I'm a guilty woman, I'm a bad woman, but I am the same as I was, as I told you then, and I have come to tell you that I can change nothing." "I have asked you no question about that," he said, all at once, resolutely, and with hatred, looking her straight in the face. "That was, as I had supposed." Under the influence of anger, he apparently regained complete possession of all his faculties. "But as I told you then, and have written to you," he said in a thin, shrill voice, "I repeat now that I am not bound to know this. I ignore it. Not all wives are so kind as you, to be in such a hurry to communicate such agreeable news to their husbands." He laid special emphasis on the word agreeable. "I shall ignore it so long as the world knows nothing of it, so long as my name is not disgraced. And so I simply inform you that our relations must be just as they have always been, and that only in the event of your compromising me I shall be obliged to take steps to secure my honor. But our relations cannot be the same as always." Anna began in a timid voice, looking at him with dismay. When she saw once more those composed gestures, heard that shrill, childish, and sarcastic voice, her aversion for him extinguished her pity for him, and she felt only afraid, but at all costs she wanted to make clear her position. "I cannot be your wife while she began. He laughed a cold and malignant laugh. "The manner of life you have chosen is reflected, I suppose, in your ideas. I have too much respect or contempt, or both. I respect your past and despise your present, that I was far from the interpretation you put on my words." Anna sighed and bowed her head. "Though indeed I fail to comprehend how, with the independence you show," he went on, getting hot, "announcing your infidelity to your husband, and seeing nothing reprehensible in it. Apparently you can see anything reprehensible in performing a wife's duties in relation to your husband. Alexey Alexandrovitch, what is it you want of me? I want you not to meet that man here, and to conduct yourself so that neither the world nor the servants can reproach you, not to see him. That's not much, I think. And in return you will enjoy all the privileges of a faithful wife without fulfilling her duties. That's all I have to say to you. Now it's time for me to go. I'm not dining at home." He got up and moved towards the door. Anna got up too. Bowing in silence, he let her pass before him. Chapter 24. The night spent by Levin on the haycock did not pass without result for him. The way in which he had been managing his land revolted him and had lost all attraction for him. In spite of the magnificent harvest, never had there been, or at least never it seemed to him, had there been so many hindrances and so many quarrels between him and the peasants as that year, and the origin of these failures and this hostility was now perfectly comprehensible to him. The delight he had experienced in the work itself, and the consequent greater intimacy with the peasants, the envy he felt of them, of their life, the desire to adopt that life which had been to him that night not a dream but an intention, the execution of which he had thought out in detail, all this had so transformed his view of the farming of the land as he had managed it, that he could not take his former interest in it, and could not help seeing that unpleasant relation between him and the workpeople, which was the foundation of it all. The herd of improved cows such as Pava, the whole land ploughed over and enriched, the 9 level fields surrounded with hedges, the 240 acres heavily manured, the seed sown in, drills, and all the rest of it was all splendid, if only the work had been done for themselves, or for themselves and comrades people in sympathy with them. But he saw clearly now his work on a book of agriculture, in which the chief element in husbandry was to have been the laborer, greatly assisted him in this, that the sort of farming he was carrying on was nothing but a cruel and stubborn struggle between him and the laborers, in which there was on one side, his side, a continual intense effort to change everything to a pattern he considered better, on the other side, the natural order of things. And in this struggle he saw that with immense expenditure of force on his side, and with no effort or even intention on the other side, all that was attained was that the work did not go to the liking of either side, and that splendid tools, splendid cattle and land were spoiled with no good to anyone. Worst of all, the energy expended on this work was not simply wasted. He could not help feeling now, since the meaning of this system had become clear to him, that the aim of his energy was a most unworthy one. In reality, what was the struggle about? He was struggling for every farthing of his share, and he could not help it, for he had only to relax his efforts, and he would not have had the money to pay his laborers' wages while they were only struggling to be able to do their work easily and agreeably, that is to say, as they were used to doing it. It was for his interests that every laborer should work as hard as possible, and that while doing so he should keep his wits about him, so as to try not to break the winnowing machines, the horse, rakes, the thrashing machines, that he should attend to what he was doing. What the laborer wanted was to work as pleasantly as possible, with rests and, above all, carelessly and heedlessly, without thinking. That summer Levin saw this at every step. He sent the men to mow some clover for hay, picking out the worst patches where the clover was overgrown with grass and weeds and of no use for seed. Again and again they mowed the best acres of clover, justifying themselves by the pretense that the bailiff had told them to, and trying to pacify him with the assurance that it would be splendid hay. But he knew that it was owing to those acres being so much easier to mow. He sent out a hay machine for pitching the hay. It was broken at the first row, because it was dull work for a peasant to sit on the seat in front with the great wings waving above him. And he was told, "Don't trouble, your honor, sure, the women folks will pitch it quick enough." The plows were practically useless, because it never occurred to the laborer to raise the share when he turned the plow, and forcing it round, he strained the horses and tore up the ground, and Levin was begged not to mind about it. The horses were allowed to stray into the wheat, because not a single laborer would consent to be night watchman, and in spite of orders to the contrary, the laborers insisted on taking turns for night duty, and Ivan, after working all day long, fell asleep and was very penitent for his fault, saying, "Do what you will to me, your honor." They killed 3 of the best calves by letting them into the clover aftermath without care as to their drinking, and nothing would make the men believe that they had been blown out by the clover. But they told him, by way of consolation, that one of his neighbors had lost 112 head of cattle in 3 days. All this happened not because anyone felt ill will to Levin or his farm. On the contrary, he knew that they liked him, thought him a simple gentleman, their highest praise, but it happened simply because all they wanted was to work merrily and carelessly, and his interests were not only remote and incomprehensible to them, but fatally opposed to their most just claims. Long before, Levin had felt dissatisfaction with his own position in regard to the land. He saw where his boat leaked, but he did not look for the leak, perhaps purposely deceiving himself. Nothing would be left him if he lost faith in it. But now he could deceive himself no longer. The farming of the land, as he was managing it, had become not merely unattractive but revolting to him, and he could take no further interest in it. To this now was joined the presence, only 25 miles off, of Kitty Tcherbatskaya, whom he longed to see and could not see. Darya Alexandrovna Oblonskaya had invited him, when he was over there, to come with the object of renewing his offer to her sister, who would, so she gave him to understand, accept him now. Levin himself had felt on seeing Kitty Tcherbatskaya that he had never ceased to love her, but he could not go over to the Oblonskys, knowing she was there. The fact that he had made her an offer, and she had refused him, had placed an insuperable barrier between her and him. I can't ask her to be my wife merely because she can't be the wife of the man she wanted to marry, he said to himself. The thought of this made him cold and hostile to her. I should not be able to speak to her without a feeling of reproach. I could not look at her without resentment, and she will only hate me all the more, as she's bound to. And besides, how can I now, after what Darya Alexandrovna told me, go to see them? Can I help showing that I know what she told me, and me to go magnanimously to forgive her, and have pity on her? Me go through a performance before her of forgiving, and deigning to bestow my love on her? What induced Darya Alexandrovna to tell me that, by chance, I might have seen her, then everything would have happened of itself. But, as it is, it's out of the question, out of the question. Darya Alexandrovna sent him a letter, asking him for a saddle for Kitty's use. I'm told you have a saddle, she wrote to him. I hope you will bring it over yourself. This was more than he could stand. How could a woman of any intelligence, of any delicacy, put her sister in such a humiliating position? He wrote 10 notes and tore them all up, and sent the saddle without any reply. To write that he would go was impossible, because he could not go. To write that he could not come because something prevented him, or that he would be away, that was still worse. He sent the saddle without an answer, and with a sense of having done something shameful. He handed over all the now revolting business of the estate to the bailiff, and set off next day to a remote district to see his friend Asvaevsky, who had splendid marshes for grouse in his neighborhood, and had lately written to ask him to keep a long-standing promise to stay with him. The grouse marsh in the Surovsky district had long tempted Levin, but he had continually put off this visit on account of his work on the estate. Now he was glad to get away from the neighborhood of the Tcherbatskys, and still more from his farm work, especially on a shooting expedition, which always in trouble served as the best consolation. Chapter 25. In the Surovsky district there was no railway nor service of post-horses, and Levin drove there with his own horses in his big, old-fashioned carriage. He stopped halfway at a well to do peasants to feed his horses. A bald, well-preserved old man, with a broad, red beard, grey on his cheeks, opened the gate, squeezing against the gate-post to let the 3 horses pass, directing the coachman to a place under the shed in the big, clean, tidy yard, with charred, old-fashioned ploughs in it. The old man asked Levin to come into the parlor. A cleanly dressed young woman, with clogs on her bare feet, was scrubbing the floor in the new outer room. She was frightened of the dog, that ran in after Levin and uttered a shriek, but began laughing at her own fright at once when she was told the dog would not hurt her. Pointing Levin with her bare arm to the door into the parlor, she bent down again, hiding her handsome face, and went on scrubbing. "Would you like the samovar?" she asked. "Yes, please." The parlor was a big room with a Dutch stove and a screen dividing it into 2. Under the holy pictures stood a table painted in patterns, a bench, and 2 chairs. Near the entrance was a dresser full of crockery. The shutters were closed, there were few flies, and it was so clean that Levin was anxious that Laska, who had been running along the road and bathing in puddles, should not muddy the floor and, ordered her to a place in the corner by the door. After looking round the parlor, Levin went out in the backyard. The good-looking young woman in clogs, swinging the empty pails on the yoke, ran on before him to the well for water. "Look sharp, my girl," the old man shouted after her good-humoredly, and he went up to Levin. "Well, sir, are you going to Nikolai Ivanovich Sviazhsky? His honor comes to us too," he began, chatting, leaning his elbows on the railing of the steps. In the middle of the old man's account of his acquaintance with Sviazhsky, the gates creaked again, and laborers came into the yard from the fields, with wooden plows and harrows. The horses harnessed to the plows and harrows were sleek and fat. The laborers were obviously of the household. 2 were young men in cotton shirts and caps. The 2 others were hired laborers in homespun shirts, one an old man, the other a young fellow. Moving off from the steps, the old man went up to the horses and began unharnessing them. "What have they been plowing?" asked Levin, plowing up the potatoes. "We rent a bit of land too. Fedot, don't let out the gelding, but take it to the trough, and we'll put the other in harness." "Oh, father, the plowshares I ordered, has he brought them along?" asked the big, healthy-looking fellow, obviously the old man's son. "There, in the outer room," answered the old man, bundling together the harness he had taken off and flinging it on the ground. "You can put them on while they have dinner." The good-looking young woman came into the outer room with the full pails dragging at her shoulders. More women came on the scene from somewhere, young and handsome, middle-aged, old and ugly, with children and without children. The samovar was beginning to sing. The laborers and the family, having disposed of the horses, came in to dinner. Levin, getting his provisions out of his carriage, invited the old man to take tea with him. "Well, I have had some today already," said the old man, obviously accepting the invitation with pleasure, "but just a glass for company." Over there Levin heard all about the old man's farming. 10 years before, the old man had rented 300 acres from the lady who owned them, and a year ago he had bought them and rented another 300 from a neighboring landowner. A small part of the land, the worst part, he let out for rent, while 100 acres of arable land he cultivated himself with his family and 2 hired laborers. The old man complained that things were doing badly, but Levin saw that he simply did so from a feeling of propriety, and that his farm was in a flourishing condition. If it had been unsuccessful, he would not have bought land at 35 rubles the acre. He would not have married his 3 sons and a nephew. He would not have rebuilt twice after fires, and each time on a larger scale. In spite of the old man's complaints, it was evident that he was proud, and justly proud, of his prosperity, proud of his sons, his nephew, his sons' wives, his horses and his cows, and especially of the fact that he was keeping all this farming going. From his conversation with the old man, Levin thought he was not averse to new methods either. He had planted a great many potatoes, and his potatoes, as Levin had seen driving past, were already past flowering and beginning to die down, while Levin's were only just coming into flower. He earthed up his potatoes with a modern plough borrowed from a neighboring landowner. He sowed wheat. The trifling fact that, thinning out his rye, the old man used the rye he thinned out for his horses, specially struck Levin. How many times had Levin seen this splendid fodder wasted, and tried to get it saved? But always it had turned out to be impossible. The peasant got this done, and he could not say enough in praise of it as food for the beasts. What have the wenches to do? They carry it out in bundles to the roadside, and the cart brings it away. "Well, we landowners can't manage well with our laborers," said Levin, handing him a glass of tea. "Thank you," said the old man, and he took the glass, but refused sugar, pointing to a lump he had left. "They're simple destruction," said he. "Look at Sviazhsky's, for instance. We know what the land's like first, trait, yet there's not much of a crop to boast of. It's not looked after enough, that's all it is. But you work your land with hired laborers. We're all peasants together. We go into everything ourselves. If a man's no use, he can go, and we can manage by ourselves. Father, Finnegan wants some tar, said the young woman in the clogs, coming in. Yes, yes, that's how it is, sir, said the old man, getting up and crossing himself deliberately. He thanked Levin and went out. When Levin went into the kitchen to call his coachman, he saw the whole family at dinner. The women were standing up waiting on them. The young, sturdy-looking son was telling something funny with his mouth full of pudding, and they were all laughing, the woman in the clogs, who was pouring cabbage soup into a bowl, laughing most merrily of all. Very probably the good-looking face of the young woman in the clogs had a good deal to do with the impression of well-being this peasant household made upon Levin, but the impression was so strong that Levin could never get rid of it, and all the way from the old peasants to Isvaevsky's he kept recalling this peasant farm, as though there were something in this impression that demanded his special attention. Chapter 26. Isvaevsky was the marshal of his district. He was 5 years older than Levin and had long been married. His sister-in-law, a young girl Levin liked very much, lived in his house, and Levin knew that Isvaevsky and his wife would have greatly liked to marry the girl to him. He knew this with certainty, as so-called eligible young men always know it, though he could never have brought himself to speak of it to anyone, and he knew too that, although he wanted to get married, and although by every token this very attractive girl would make an excellent wife, he could no more have married her, even if he had not been in love with Kitty Asechtichabatskaya, than he could have flown up to the sky, and this knowledge poisoned the pleasure he had hoped to find in the visit to Isvaevsky. On getting Isvaevsky's letter with the invitation for shooting, Levin had immediately thought of this, but in spite of it he had made up his mind that Isvaevsky's having such views for him was simply his own groundless supposition, and so he would go all the same. Besides, at the bottom of his heart he had a desire to try himself, put himself to the test in regard to this girl. The Isvaevsky's home life was exceedingly pleasant, and Isvaevsky himself, the best type of man taking part in local affairs that Levin knew, was very interesting to him. Isvaevsky was one of those people, always a source of wonder to Levin, whose convictions, very logical though never original, go one way by themselves, while their life, exceedingly definite and firm in its direction, goes its way quite apart, and almost always in direct contradiction to their convictions. Isvaevsky was an extremely advanced man. He despised the nobility, and believed the mass of the nobility to be secretly in favor of serfdom, and only concealing their views from cowardice. He regarded Russia as a ruined country, rather after the style of Turkey, and the government of Russia as so bad that he never permitted himself to criticize its doings seriously, and yet he was functionary of that government and a model marshal of nobility, and when he drove about he always wore the cockade of office and the cap with the red band. He considered human life only tolerable abroad, and went abroad to stay at every opportunity, and at the same time he carried on a complex and improved system of agriculture in Russia, and with extreme interest followed everything, and knew everything that was being done in Russia. He considered the Russian peasant as occupying a stage of development intermediate between the ape and the man, and at the same time in the local assemblies no one was readier to shake hands with the peasants and listen to their opinion. He believed neither in God nor the devil, but was much concerned about the question of the improvement of the clergy and the maintenance of their revenues, and took special trouble to keep up the church in his village. On the woman question he was on the side of the extreme advocates of complete liberty for women, and especially their right to labor, But he lived with his wife on such terms that their affectionate childless home life was the admiration of everyone, and arranged his wife's life so that she did nothing and could do nothing but share her husband's efforts that her time should pass as happily and as agreeably as possible. If it had not been a characteristic of Levin's to put the most favorable interpretation on people, Sviazhsky's character would have presented no doubt or difficulty to him. He would have said to himself, a fool or a knave, and everything would have seemed clear. But he could not say a fool, because Sviazhsky was unmistakably clever, and moreover a highly cultivated man, who was exceptionally modest over his culture. There was not a subject he knew nothing of, but he did not display his knowledge except when he was compelled to do so. Still less could Levin say that he was a knave, as Sviazhsky was unmistakably an honest, good-hearted, sensible man, who worked good, humoredly, keenly, and perseveringly at his work. He was held in high honor by everyone about him, and certainly he had never consciously done, and was indeed incapable of doing, anything base. Levin tried to understand him, and could not understand him, and looked at him and his life as at a living enigma. Levin and he were very friendly, and so Levin used to venture to sound Sviazhsky, to try to get at the very foundation of his view of life, but it was always in vain. Every time Levin tried to penetrate beyond the outer chambers of Sviazhsky's mind, which were hospitably open to all, he noticed that Sviazhsky was slightly disconcerted. Faint signs of alarm were visible in his eyes, as though he were afraid Levin would understand him, and he would give him a kindly, good, humored repulse. Just now, since his disenchantment with farming, Levin was particularly glad to stay with Sviazhsky, apart from the fact that the sight of this happy and affectionate couple, so pleased with themselves and everyone else, and their well-ordered home had always a cheering effect on Levin. He felt a longing, now that he was so dissatisfied with his own life, to get at that secret in Sviazhsky that gave him such clearness, definiteness, and good courage in life. Moreover, Levin knew that at Sviazhsky's he should meet the landowners of the neighborhood, and it was particularly interesting for him just now to hear and take part in those rural conversations concerning crops, laborers' wages, and so on, which, he was aware, are conventionally regarded as something very low, but which seemed to him just now to constitute the one subject of importance. It was not, perhaps, of importance in the days of serfdom, and it may not be of importance in England. In both cases the conditions of agriculture are firmly established. But among us now, when everything has been turned upside down and is only just taking shape, the question what form these conditions will take is the one question of importance in Russia, thought Levin. The shooting turned out to be worse than Levin had expected. The marsh was dry, and there were no grouse at all. He walked about the whole day and only brought back 3 birds, but to make up for that he brought back, as he always did from shooting, an excellent appetite, excellent spirits, and that keen, intellectual mood, which with him always accompanied violent physical exertion. And while out shooting, when he seemed to be thinking of nothing at all, suddenly the old man and his family kept coming back to his mind, and the impression of them seemed to claim not merely his attention, but the solution of some question connected with them. In the evening at tea, 2 landowners who had come about some business connected with a wardship were of the party, and the interesting conversation Levin had been looking forward to sprang up. Levin was sitting beside his hostess at the tea-table, and was obliged to keep up a conversation with her and her sister, who was sitting opposite him. Madame Sviazhskaya was a round, faced, fair-haired, rather short woman, all smiles and dimples. Levin tried through her to get a solution of the weighty enigma her husband presented to his mind, but he had not complete freedom of ideas, because he was in an agony of embarrassment. This agony of embarrassment was due to the fact that the sister-in-law was sitting opposite to him in a dress, specially put on, as he fancied, for his benefit, cut particularly open in the shape of a trapeze on her white bosom. This quadrangular opening, in spite of the bosom's being very white, or just because it was very white, deprived Levin of the full use of his faculties. He imagined, probably mistakenly, that this low-necked bodice had been made on his account, and felt that he had no right to look at it, and tried not to look at it. But he felt that he was to blame, for the very fact of the low-necked bodice having been made. It seemed to Levin that he had deceived someone, that he ought to explain something, but that to explain it was impossible, and for that reason he was continually blushing, was ill at ease and awkward. His awkwardness infected the pretty sister-in-law too, but their hostess appeared not to observe this, and kept purposely drawing her into the conversation. "You say," she said, pursuing the subject that had been started, "that my husband cannot be interested in what's Russian. It's quite the contrary. He is always in cheerful spirits abroad, but not as he is here. Here he feels in his proper place. He has so much to do, and he has the faculty of interesting himself in everything. Oh, you've not been to see our school, have you? I've seen it. The little house covered with ivy, isn't it? Yes, that's Nastya's work," she said, indicating her sister. "You teach in it yourself?" asked Levin, trying to look above the open neck, but feeling that wherever he looked in that direction he should see it. "Yes, I used to teach in it myself, and do teach still, but we have a first-rate schoolmistress now, and we've started gymnastic exercises." "No, thank you, I won't have any more tea," said Levin, and conscious of doing a rude thing, but incapable of continuing the conversation, he got up, blushing. "I hear a very interesting conversation," he added, and walked to the other end of the table, where Sviazhsky was sitting with the two gentlemen of the neighborhood. Sviazhsky was sitting sideways, with one elbow on the table and a cup in one hand, while with the other hand he gathered up his beard, held it to his nose and let it drop again, as though he were smelling it. His brilliant black eyes were looking straight at the excited country gentleman with grey whiskers, and apparently he derived amusement from his remarks. The gentleman was complaining of the peasants. It was evident to Levin that Sviazhsky knew an answer to this gentleman's complaints, which would at once demolish his whole contention, but that in his position he could not give utterance to this answer, and listened, not without pleasure, to the landowner's comic speeches. The gentleman with the grey whiskers was obviously an inveterate adherent of serfdom and a devoted agriculturist, who had lived all his life in the country. Levin saw proofs of this in his dress, in the old-fashioned threadbare coat, obviously not his everyday attire, in his shrewd, deep-set eyes, in his idiomatic, fluent Russian, in the imperious tone that had become habitual from long use, and in the resolute gestures of his large, red, sunburnt hands, with an old betrothal ring on the little finger. Chapter 27. If I'd only the heart to throw up what's been set going, such a lot of trouble wasted, I'd turn my back on the whole business, sell up, go off like Nikolai Ivanovitch, to hear La Belle Helene, said the landowner, a pleasant smile lighting up his shrewd old face. But you see you don't throw it up, said Nikolai Ivanovitch Sviazhsky, so there must be something gained. The only gain is that I live in my own house, neither bought nor hired. Besides, one keeps hoping the people will learn sense. Though, instead of that, you'd never believe it, the drunkenness, the immorality. They keep chopping and changing their bits of land. Not a sight of a horse or a cow. The peasant's dying of hunger, but just go and take him on as a laborer. He'll do his best to do you a mischief, and then bring you up before the justice of the peace. But then you make complaints? To the justice, too, said Sviazhsky. I lodge complaints, not for anything in the world, such a talking and such a to-do, that one would have cause to regret it. At the works, for instance, they pocketed the advance money and made off. What did the justice do? Why, acquitted them. Nothing keeps them in order but their own communal court and their village elder. He'll flog them in the good old style, but for that there'd be nothing for it but to give it all up and run away. Obviously the landowner was chaffing Sviazhsky, who, far from resenting it, was apparently amused by it. "But you see we manage our land without such extreme measures," said he, smiling, "Levin and I and this gentleman." He indicated the other landowner. "Yes, the thing's done at Mihail Petrovitch's, but ask him how it's done. Do you call that a rational system?" said the landowner, obviously rather proud of the word rational. "My system's very simple," said Mihail Petrovitch, "thank God. All my management rests on getting the money ready for the autumn taxes, and the peasants come to me, 'Father, master, help us.' Well, the peasants are all one's neighbors. One feels for them, so one advances them a third, but one says, 'Remember, lads, I have helped you, and you must help me when I need it, whether it's the sowing of the oats, or the hay-cutting, or the harvest,' and, well, one agrees. So much for each taxpayer, though there are dishonest ones among them too. It's true." Levin, who had long been familiar with these patriarchal methods, exchanged glances with Sviazhsky and interrupted Mihail Petrovitch, turning again to the gentleman with the grey whiskers. "Then what do you think?" he asked. "What system is one to adopt nowadays?" "Why, manage like Mihail Petrovitch, or let the land for half the crop, or for rent to the peasants. That one can do only, that's just how the general prosperity of the country is being ruined. Where the land with serf, labor and good management gave a yield of 9-1. On the half crop system it yields 3-1. Russia has been ruined by the emancipation." Sviazhsky looked with smiling eyes at Levin, and even made a faint gesture of irony to him. But Levin did not think the landowner's words absurd. He understood them better than he did Sviazhsky. A great deal more of what the gentleman with the grey whiskers said to show in what way Russia was ruined by the emancipation struck him indeed as very true. New to him, and quite incontestable, the landowner unmistakably spoke his own individual, thought a thing that very rarely happens, and a thought to which he had been brought not by a desire of finding some exercise for an idle brain, but a thought which had grown up out of the conditions of his life, which he had brooded over in the solitude of his village, and had considered in every aspect. "The point is, don't you see, that progress of every sort is only made by the use of authority," he said, evidently wishing to show he was not without culture. "Take the reforms of Peter, of Catherine, of Alexander. Take European history, and progress in agriculture more than anything else, the potato, for instance, that was introduced among us by force. The wooden plough, too, wasn't always used. It was introduced maybe in the days before the Empire, but it was probably brought in by force. Now, in our own day, we landowners in the serf times used various improvements in our husbandry, drying machines and thrashing machines, and carting manure, and all the modern implements, all that we brought into use by our authority, and the peasants opposed it at first, and ended by imitating us. Now, by the abolition of serfdom, we have been deprived of our authority, and so our husbandry, where it had been raised to a high level, is bound to sink to the most savage primitive condition. That's how I see it. But why so? If it's rational, you'll be able to keep up the same system with hired labor," said Sviazhsky. "We've no power over them. With whom am I going to work the system? Allow me to ask. There it is, the labor force, the chief element in agriculture," thought Levin. "With laborers. The laborers won't work well, and won't work with good implements. Our laborer can do nothing but get drunk like a pig, and when he's drunk he ruins everything you give him. He makes the horses ill with too much water, cuts good harness, barters the tires of the wheels for drink, drops bits of iron into the thrashing machine so as to break it. He loathes the sight of anything that's not after his fashion. And that's how it is the whole level of husbandry has fallen. Land's gone out of cultivation, overgrown with weeds, or divided among the peasants. And where millions of bushels were raised, you get 100,000. The wealth of the country has decreased. If the same thing had been done, but with care that. And he proceeded to unfold his own scheme of emancipation, by means of which these drawbacks might have been avoided. This did not interest Levin, but when he had finished, Levin went back to his first position, and, addressing Sviazhsky, and trying to draw him into expressing his serious opinion, that the standard of culture is falling, and that with our present relations to the peasants, there is no possibility of farming on a rational system to yield a profit that's perfectly true, said he. I don't believe it, Sviazhsky replied quite seriously. All I see is that we don't know how to cultivate the land, and that our system of agriculture in the serf days was by no means too high, but too low. We have no machines, no good stock, no efficient supervision. We don't even know how to keep accounts. Ask any landowner. He won't be able to tell you what crop's profitable and what's not. Italian bookkeeping, said the gentleman of the grey whiskers ironically. You may keep your books as you like, but if they spoil everything for you, there won't be any profit. Why do they spoil things? A poor thrashing machine, or your Russian presser, they will break, but my steam press they don't break. A wretched Russian nag they'll ruin, but keep good dray. Horses they won't ruin them, and so it is all round. We must raise our farming to a higher level. Oh, if one only had the means to do it, Nikolay Ivanovitch. It's all very well for you, but for me, with a son to keep at the university, lads to be educated at the high school, how am I going to buy these dray? Horses. Well, that's what the land banks are for. To get what's left me sold by auction. No, thank you. I don't agree that it's necessary or possible to raise the level of agriculture still higher, said Levin. I devote myself to it, and I have means, but I can do nothing. As to the banks, I don't know to whom they're any good. For my part, anyway, whatever I've spent money on in the way of husbandry, it has been a loss. Stock a loss, machinery a loss. That's true enough, the gentleman with the grey whiskers chimed in, positively laughing with satisfaction. And I'm not the only one, pursued Levin. I mix with all the neighboring landowners, who are cultivating their land on a rational system. They all, with rare exceptions, are doing so at a loss. Come, tell us how does your land do, does it pay? Said Levin, and at once in Sviazhsky's eyes he detected that fleeting expression of alarm which he had noticed whenever he had tried to penetrate beyond the outer chambers of Sviazhsky's mind. Moreover, this question on Levin's part was not quite in good faith. Madame Sviazhskaya had just told him at tea that they had that summer invited a German expert in bookkeeping from Moscow, who for a consideration of 500 rubles had investigated the management of their property, and found that it was costing them a loss of 3,000 odd rubles. She did not remember the precise sum, but it appeared that the German had worked it out to the fraction of a farthing. The grey, whiskered landowner smiled at the mention of the profits of Sviazhsky's family, obviously aware how much gain his neighbour and marshal was likely to be making. Possibly it does not pay, answered Sviazhsky. That merely proves either that I'm a bad manager, or that I've sunk my capital for the increase of my rents. Oh, rent! Levin cried with horror. Rent there may be in Europe, where land has been improved by the labor put into it, but with us all the land is deteriorating from the labor put into it. In other words, they're working it out, so there's no question of rent. How no rent? It's a law. Then we're outside the law, Rent explains nothing for us, but simply muddles us. No, tell me how there can be a theory of rent. Will you have some junket, Masha? Pass us some junket or raspberries." He turned to his wife. "Extraordinarily late, the raspberries are lasting this year." And in the happiest frame of mind, Sviazhsky got up and walked off, apparently supposing the conversation to have ended at the very point, when to Levin it seemed that it was only just beginning. Having lost his antagonist, Levin continued the conversation with the grey-whiskered landowner, trying to prove to him that all the difficulty arises from the fact that we don't find out the peculiarities and habits of our laborer. But the landowner, like all men who think independently and in isolation, was slow in taking in any other person's idea, and particularly partial to his own. He stuck to it that the Russian peasant is a swine and likes swinishness, and that to get him out of his swinishness one must have authority, and there is none. One must have the stick, and we have become so liberal that we have all of a sudden replaced the stick that served us for 1,000 years by lawyers and model prisons, where the worthless, stinking peasant is fed on good soup and has a fixed allowance of cubic feet of air. "What makes you think," said Levin, trying to get back to the question, "that it's impossible to find some relation to the laborer in which the labor would become productive? That never could be so with the Russian peasantry. We've no power over them," answered the landowner. "How can new conditions be found?" said Sviazhsky. Having eaten some junket and lighted a cigarette, he came back to the discussion. "All possible relations to the labor force have been defined and studied," he said. "The relic of barbarism, the primitive commune with each guarantee for all, will disappear of itself. Serfdom has been abolished, there remains nothing but free labor, and its forms are fixed and ready-made and must be adopted. Permanent hands, day laborers, rammers, you can't get out of those forms. But Europe is dissatisfied with these forms, dissatisfied and seeking new ones, and will find them in all probability." "That's just what I was meaning," answered Levin. "Why shouldn't we seek them for ourselves? Because it would be just like inventing afresh the means for constructing railways. They are ready, invented. But if they don't do for us, if they're stupid," said Levin, and again he detected the expression of alarm in the eyes of Sviazhsky. "Oh, yes, we'll bury the world under our caps. We've found the secret Europe was seeking for. I've heard all that. But, excuse me, do you know all that's been done in Europe on the question of the organization of labor? No, very little. That question is now absorbing the best minds in Europe. The Schulz, the Ilyich movement, and then all this enormous literature of the labor question, the most liberal Lassalle movement, the Mulhausen experiment. That's a fact by now, as you're probably aware. I have some idea of it, but very vague." "No, you only say that. No doubt you know all about it as well as I do. I'm not a professor of sociology, of course, but it interested me, and really, if it interests you, you ought to study it." "But what conclusion have they come to?" "Excuse me." The two neighbors had risen, and Sviazhsky, once more checking Levin in his inconvenient habit of peeping into what was beyond the outer chambers of his mind, went to see his guests out. Chapter 28. Levin was insufferably bored that evening with the ladies. He was stirred as he had never been before by the idea that the dissatisfaction he was feeling with his system of managing his land was not an exceptional case, but the general condition of things in Russia, that the organization of some relation of the laborers to the soil in which they would work, as with the peasant he had met, halfway to the Sviazhskys, was not a dream, but a problem which must be solved. And it seemed to him that the problem could be solved, and that he ought to try and solve it. After saying good night to the ladies, and promising to stay the whole of the next day, so as to make an expedition on horseback with them to see an interesting ruin in the Crown Forest, Levin went, before going to bed, into his host's study to get the books on the labor question that Sviazhsky had offered him. Sviazhsky's study was a huge room, surrounded by bookcases, and with 2 tables in it, one a massive writing table, standing in the middle of the room, and the other a round table, covered with recent numbers of reviews and journals in different languages, ranged like the rays of a star round the lamp. On the writing table was a stand of drawers marked with gold lettering, and full of papers of various sorts. Sviazhsky took out the books and sat down in a rocking chair. "What are you looking at there?" he said to Levin, who was standing at the round table looking through the reviews. "Oh, yes, there's a very interesting article here," said Sviazhsky of the review Levin was holding in his hand. "It appears," he went on with eager interest, "that Friedrich was not, after all, the person chiefly responsible for the partition of Poland. It is proved," and with his characteristic clearness, he summed up those new, very important and interesting revelations. Although Levin was engrossed at the moment by his ideas about the problem of the land, he wondered, as he heard Sviazhsky, what is there inside of him, and why is he interested in the partition of Poland? When Sviazhsky had finished, Levin could not help asking, "Well, and what then?" But there was nothing to follow. It was simply interesting that it had been proved to be so and so, but Sviazhsky did not explain, and saw no need to explain why it was interesting to him. "Yes, but I was very much interested by your irritable neighbor," said Levin, sighing. "He's a clever fellow, and said a lot that was true." "Oh, get along with you, an inveterate supporter of serfdom at heart, like all of them," said Sviazhsky, "whose marshal you are." "Yes, only I marshal them in the other direction," said Sviazhsky, laughing. "I'll tell you what interests me very much," said Levin. "He's right that our system, that's to say of rational farming, doesn't answer, that the only thing that answers is the money. Lender system, like that meek-looking gentleman's, or else the very simplest. Whose fault is it? Our own, of course. Besides, it's not true that it doesn't answer. It answers with Vasilchikov, a factory, but I really don't know what it is you are surprised at. The people are at such a low stage of rational and moral development that it's obvious they're bound to oppose everything that's strange to them. In Europe, a rational system answers because the people are educated. It follows that we must educate the people, that's all. But how are we to educate the people? To educate the people, 3 things are needed: schools and schools and schools. But you said yourself the people are at such a low stage of material development. What help are schools for that? Do you know, you remind me of the story of the advice given to the sick man: you should try purgative medicine. Taken, worse, try leeches, tried them, worse, well then, there's nothing left but to pray to God. Tried it, worse. That's just how it is with us. I say political economy, you say worse. I say socialism, worse. Education, worse. But how do schools help matters? They give the peasant fresh wants. Well, that's a thing I've never understood, Levin replied with heat. In what way are schools going to help the people to improve their material position? You say schools, education, will give them fresh wants. So much the worse, since they won't be capable of satisfying them. And in what way a knowledge of addition and subtraction, and the catechism, is going to improve their material condition? I never could make out. The day before yesterday, I met a peasant woman in the evening with a little baby, and asked her where she was going. She said she was going to the wise woman. Her boy had screaming fits, so she was taking him to be doctored. I asked why. How does the wise woman cure screaming fits? She puts the child on the hen, roost, and repeats some charm. Well, you're saying it yourself. What's wanted to prevent her taking her child to the hen? Roost to cure it of screaming fits is just. Sviazhsky said, smiling good-humoredly, "Oh, no," said Levin with annoyance. "That method of doctoring I merely meant as a simile for doctoring the people with schools. The people are poor and ignorant. That we see as surely as the peasant woman sees the baby is ill because it screams. But in what way this trouble of poverty and ignorance is to be cured by schools is as incomprehensible as how the hen roost affects the screaming. What has to be cured is what makes him poor. Well, in that, at least, you're in agreement with Spencer, whom you dislike so much. He says, too, that education may be the consequence of greater prosperity and comfort, of more frequent washing, as he says, but not of being able to read and write. Well, then, I'm very glad, or the contrary, very sorry, that I'm in agreement with Spencer. Only I've known it a long while. Schools can do no good. What will do good is an economic organization in which the people will become richer, will have more leisure, and then there will be schools. Still, all over Europe now, schools are obligatory. And how far do you agree with Spencer yourself about it? Asked Levin, but there was a gleam of alarm in Sviazhsky's eyes, and he said, smiling, "No, that screaming story is positively capital. Did you really hear it yourself?" Levin saw that he was not to discover the connection between this man's life and his thoughts. Obviously, he did not care in the least what his reasoning led him to. All he wanted was the process of reasoning, and he did not like it when the process of reasoning brought him into a blind alley. That was the only thing he disliked, and avoided by changing the conversation to something agreeable and amusing. All the impressions of the day, beginning with the impression made by the old peasant, which served, as it were, as the fundamental basis of all the conceptions and ideas of the day, threw Levin into violent excitement. This dear good Sviazhsky, keeping a stock of ideas simply for social purposes, and obviously having some other principles hidden from Levin, while with the crowd, whose name is Legion, he guided public opinion by ideas he did not share. That irascible country gentleman, perfectly correct in the conclusions that he had been worried into by life, but wrong in his exasperation against a whole class, and that the best class in Russia, his own dissatisfaction with the work he had been doing, and the vague hope of finding a remedy for all this was blended in a sense of inward turmoil, and anticipation of some solution near at hand. Left alone in the room assigned him, lying on a spring mattress that yielded unexpectedly at every movement of his arm or his leg, Levin did not fall asleep for a long while. Not one conversation with Sviazhsky, though he had said a great deal that was clever, had interested Levin, but the conclusions of the irascible landowner required consideration. Levin could not help recalling every word he had said, and in imagination amending his own replies. Yes, I ought to have said to him, "You say that our husbandry does not answer because the peasant hates improvements, and that they must be forced on him by authority. If no system of husbandry answered at all without these improvements, you would be quite right. But the only system that does answer is where laborer is working in accordance with his habits, just as on the old peasant's land halfway here. Your and our general dissatisfaction with the system shows that either we are to blame or the laborers. We have gone our way the European way a long while, without asking ourselves about the qualities of our labor force. Let us try to look upon the labor force not as an abstract force, but as the Russian peasant with his instincts, and we shall arrange our system of culture in accordance with that. Imagine, I ought to have said to him, that you have the same system as the old peasant has, that you have found means of making your laborers take an interest in the success of the work, and have found the happy mean in the way of improvements which they will admit. And you will, without exhausting the soil, get twice or three times the yield you got before. Divide it in halves, give half as the share of labor. The surplus left you will be greater, and the share of labor will be greater too. And to do this one must lower the standard of husbandry and interest the laborers in its success. How to do this? That's a matter of detail, but undoubtedly it can be done. This idea threw Levin into a great excitement. He did not sleep half the night, thinking over in detail the putting of his idea into practice. He had not intended to go away next day, but he now determined to go home early in the morning. Besides, the sister-in-law with her low-necked bodice aroused in him a feeling akin to shame and remorse for some utterly base action. Most important of all, he must get back without delay. He would have to make haste to put his new project to the peasants before the sowing of the winter wheat, so that the sowing might be undertaken on a new basis. He had made up his mind to revolutionize his whole system. Chapter 29. The carrying out of Levin's plan presented many difficulties, but he struggled on, doing his utmost, and attained a result which, though not what he desired, was enough to enable him, without self-deception, to believe that the attempt was worth the trouble. One of the chief difficulties was that the process of cultivating the land was in full swing, that it was impossible to stop everything and begin it all again from the beginning, and the machine had to be mended while in motion. When on the evening that he arrived home he informed the bailiff of his plans, the latter with visible pleasure agreed with what he said so long as he was pointing out that all that had been done up to that time was stupid and useless. The bailiff said that he had said so a long while ago, but no heed had been paid him. But as for the proposal made by Levin to take a part as shareholder with his laborers in each agricultural undertaking at this, the bailiff simply expressed a profound despondency, and offered no definite opinion, but began immediately talking of the urgent necessity of carrying the remaining sheaves of rye the next day, and of sending the men out for the second ploughing, so that Levin felt that this was not the time for discussing it. On beginning to talk to the peasants about it, and making a proposition to cede them the land on new terms, he came into collision with the same great difficulty that they were so much absorbed by, the current work of the day, that they had not time to consider the advantages and disadvantages of the proposed scheme. The simple-hearted Ivan, the cowherd, seemed completely to grasp Levin's proposal that he should with his family take a share of the profits of the cattle yard, and he was in complete sympathy with the plan. But when Levin hinted at the future advantages, Ivan's face expressed alarm and regret that he could not hear all he had to say, and he made haste to find himself some task that would admit of no delay. He either snatched up the fork to pitch the hay out of the pens, or ran to get water, or to clear out the dung. Another difficulty lay in the invincible disbelief of the peasant that a landowner's object could be anything else than a desire to squeeze all he could out of them. They were firmly convinced that his real aim, whatever he might say to them, would always be in what he did not say to them, and they themselves, in giving their opinion, said a great deal but never said what was their real object. Moreover, Levin felt that the irascible landowner had been right. The peasants made their first and unalterable condition of any agreement whatever that they should not be forced to any new methods of tillage of any kind, nor to use new implements. They agreed that the modern plough ploughed better, that the scarifier did the work more quickly, but they found thousands of reasons that made it out of the question for them to use either of them, and though he had accepted the conviction that he would have to lower the standard of cultivation, he felt sorry to give up improved methods, the advantages of which were so obvious. But in spite of all these difficulties he got his way, and by autumn the system was working, or at least so it seemed to him. At first Levin had thought of giving up the whole farming of the land, just as it was, to the peasants, the laborers, and the bailiff on new conditions of partnership. But he was very soon convinced that this was impossible, and determined to divide it up. The cattle yard, the garden, hay fields, and arable land, divided into several parts, had to be made into separate lots. The simple-hearted cowherd, Ivan, who Levin fancied understood the matter better than any of them, collecting together a gang of workers to help him, principally of his own family, became a partner in the cattle yard. A distant part of the estate, a tract of waste land that had lain fallow for 8 years, was with the help of the clever carpenter, Fyodor Ryazanov, taken by 6 families of peasants on new conditions of partnership, and the peasant Shuriv took the management of all the vegetable gardens on the same terms. The remainder of the land was still worked on the old system. But these 3 associated partnerships were the first step to a new organization of the whole, and they completely took up Levin's time. It is true that in the cattle yard things went no better than before, and Ivan strenuously opposed warm housing for the cows and butter made of fresh cream, affirming that cows require less food if kept cold, and that butter is more profitable made from sour cream. And he asked for wages just as under the old system, and took not the slightest interest in the fact that the money he received was not wages, but an advance out of his future share in the profits. It is true that Fyodor Ryazanov's company did not plough over the ground twice before sowing, as had been agreed, justifying themselves on the plea that the time was too short. It is true that the peasants of the same company, though they had agreed to work the land on new conditions, always spoke of the land not as held in partnership, but as rented for half the crop, and more than once the peasants and Ryazanov himself said to Levin, "If you would take a rent for the land, it would save you trouble, and we should be more free." Moreover, the same peasants kept putting off, on various excuses, the building of a cattle yard and barn on the land as agreed upon, and delayed doing it till the winter. It is true that Shuriv would have liked to let out the kitchen gardens he had undertaken in small lots to the peasants. He evidently quite misunderstood, and apparently intentionally misunderstood, the conditions upon which the land had been given to him. Often, too, talking to the peasants and explaining to them all the advantages of the plan, Levin felt that the peasants heard nothing but the sound of his voice, and were firmly resolved, whatever he might say, not to let themselves be taken in. He felt this especially when he talked to the cleverest of the peasants, Ryazanov, and detected the gleam in Ryazanov's eyes which showed so plainly both ironical amusement at Levin and the firm conviction that, if anyone were to be taken in, it would not be he, Ryazanov. But in spite of all this, Levin thought the system worked, and that by keeping accounts strictly and insisting on his own way, he would prove to them in the future the advantages of the arrangement, and then the system would go of itself. These matters, together with the management of the land still left on his hands, and the indoor work over his book, so engrossed Levin the whole summer that he scarcely ever went out shooting. At the end of August, he heard that the Oblonskys had gone away to Moscow, from their servant who brought back the saddle. He felt that in not answering Darya Alexandrovna's letter, he had by his rudeness, of which he could not think without a flush of shame, burned his ships, and that he would never go and see them. Again, he had been just as rude with the Sviarskys, leaving them without saying good-bye. But he would never go to see them again either. He did not care about that now. The business of reorganizing the farming of his land absorbed him as completely as though there would never be anything else in his life. He read the books lent him by Sviarsky, and copying out what he had not got, he read both the economic and socialistic books on the subject, but, as he had anticipated, found nothing bearing on the scheme he had undertaken. In the books on political economy in Mill, for instance, whom he studied first with great ardor, hoping every minute to find an answer to the questions that were engrossing him, he found laws, deduced from the condition of land culture in Europe. But he did not see why these laws, which did not apply in Russia, must be general. He saw just the same thing in the socialistic books. Either they were the beautiful but impracticable fantasies which had fascinated him when he was a student, or they were attempts at improving, rectifying the economic position in which Europe was placed, with which the system of land tenure in Russia had nothing in common. Political economy told him that the laws by which the wealth of Europe had been developed, and was developing, were universal and unvarying. Socialism told him that development along these lines leads to ruin, and neither of them gave an answer, or even a hint, in reply to the question what he, Levin, and all the Russian peasants and landowners were to do with their millions of hands and millions of acres to make them as productive as possible for the common weal. Having once taken the subject up, he read conscientiously everything bearing on it, and intended in the autumn to go abroad to study land systems on the spot, in order that he might not on this question be confronted with what so often met him on various subjects. Often, just as he was beginning to understand the idea in the mind of anyone he was talking to, and was beginning to explain his own, he would suddenly be told, "But Kaufmann, but Jones, but Dubois, but Micheli, you haven't read them. They've thrashed that question out thoroughly." He saw now distinctly that Kaufmann and Micheli had nothing to tell him. He knew what he wanted. He saw that Russia has splendid land, splendid laborers, and that in certain cases, as at the peasants on the way to Asvarsky's, the produce raised by the laborers and the land is great in the majority of cases when capital is applied in the European way, the produce is small, and that this simply arises from the fact that the laborers want to work and work well only in their own peculiar way, and that this antagonism is not incidental but invariable, and has its roots in the national spirit. He thought that the Russian people whose task it was to colonize and cultivate vast tracts of unoccupied land, consciously adhered, till all their land was occupied, to the methods suitable to their purpose, and that their methods were by no means so bad as was generally supposed, and he wanted to prove this theoretically in his book and practically on his land. Chapter 30. At the end of September, the timber had been carted for building the cattle yard on the land that had been allotted to the Association of Peasants, and the butter from the cows was sold and the profits divided. In practice, the system worked capitally, or at least so it seemed to Levin. In order to work out the whole subject theoretically and to complete his book, which, in Levin's daydreams, was not merely to effect a revolution in political economy, but to annihilate that science entirely, and to lay the foundation of a new science of the relation of the people to the soil, all that was left to do was to make a tour abroad, and to study on the spot all that had been done in the same direction, and to collect conclusive evidence that all that had been done there was not what was wanted. Levin was only waiting for the delivery of his wheat to receive the money for it and go abroad. But the rains began, preventing the harvesting of the corn and potatoes left in the fields, and putting a stop to all work, even to the delivery of the wheat. The mud was impassable along the roads. 2 mills were carried away, and the weather got worse and worse. On the 30th of September, the sun came out in the morning, and hoping for fine weather, Levin began making final preparations for his journey. He gave orders for the wheat to be delivered, sent the bailiff to the merchant to get the money owing him, and went out himself to give some final directions on the estate before setting off. Having finished all his business, soaked through with the streams of water which kept running down the leather behind his neck and his gaiters, but in the keenest and most confident temper, Levin returned homewards in the evening. The weather had become worse than ever towards evening. The hail lashed the drenched mare so cruelly that she went along sideways, shaking her head and ears. But Levin was all right under his hood, and he looked cheerfully about him at the muddy streams running under the wheels, at the drops hanging on every bare twig, at the whiteness of the patch of unmelted hailstones on the planks of the bridge, at the thick layer of still juicy, fleshy leaves that lay heaped up about the stripped elm tree. In spite of the gloominess of nature around him, he felt peculiarly eager, The talks he had been having with the peasants in the further village had shown that they were beginning to get used to their new position. The old servant to whose hut he had gone to get dry evidently approved of Levin's plan, and of his own accord proposed to enter the partnership by the purchase of cattle. I have only to go stubbornly on towards my aim, and I shall attain my end, thought Levin. And it's something to work and take trouble for. This is not a matter of myself individually. The question of the public welfare comes into it. The whole system of culture, the chief element in the condition of the people, must be completely transformed. Instead of poverty, general prosperity and content. Instead of hostility, harmony and unity of interests. In short, a bloodless revolution, but a revolution of the greatest magnitude, beginning in the little circle of our district, then the province, then Russia, the whole world. Because a just idea cannot but be fruitful. Yes, it's an aim worth working for, and it's being me, Kostya Levin, who went to a ball in a black tie, and was refused by the SH teacher, Batskaya girl, and who was intrinsically such a pitiful, worthless creature that proves nothing. I feel sure Franklin felt just as worthless, and he too had no faith in himself, thinking of himself as a whole. That means nothing, and he too, most likely, had an Agafea Mihalovna to whom he confided his secrets. Musing on such thoughts, Levin reached home in the darkness. The bailiff, who had been to the merchant, had come back and brought part of the money for the wheat. An agreement had been made with the old servant, and on the road the bailiff had learned that everywhere the corn was still standing in the fields, so that his 160 shocks that had not been carried were nothing in comparison with the losses of others. After dinner Levin was sitting, as he usually did, in an easy chair with a book. And as he read he went on thinking of the journey before him in connection with his book. Today all the significance of his book rose before him with special distinctness, and whole periods ranged themselves in his mind in illustration of his theories. I must write that down, he thought. That ought to form a brief introduction, which I thought unnecessary before. He got up to go to his writing-table, and Laska, lying at his feet, got up too, stretching and looking at him as though to inquire where to go. But he had not time to write it down, for the head peasants had come round, and Levin went out into the hall to them. After his levee, that is to say, giving directions about the labors of the next day, and seeing all the peasants who had business with him, Levin went back to his study and sat down to work. Laska lay under the table. Agafea Mihalovna settled herself in her place with her stocking. After writing for a little while, Levin suddenly thought with exceptional vividness of Kitty, her refusal, and their last meeting. He got up and began walking about the room. "What's the use of being dreary?" said Agafea Mihalovna. "Come, why do you stay on at home? You ought to go to some warm springs, especially now you're ready for the journey." "Well, I am going away the day after tomorrow, Agafea Mihalovna. I must finish my work." There, your work. You say, as if you hadn't done enough for the peasants. Why, as 'tis, they're saying, your master will be getting some honor from the Tsar for it. Indeed, and it is a strange thing. Why need you worry about the peasants? I'm not worrying about them. I'm doing it for my own good. Agafea Mihalovna knew every detail of Levin's plans for his land. Levin often put his views before her in all their complexity, and not uncommonly he argued with her, and did not agree with her comments. But on this occasion she entirely misinterpreted what he had said. "Of one soul's salvation we all know and must think before all else," she said with a sigh. "Parfen Denisitch now, for all he was no scholar, he died a death that God grant every one of us the like," she said, referring to a servant who had died recently, "took the sacrament and all." "That's not what I mean," said he. "I mean that I'm acting for my own advantage. It's all the better for me if the peasants do their work better." Well, whatever you do, if he's a lazy good-for-naught, everything'll be at 6s and 7s. If he has a conscience, he'll work, and if not, there's no doing anything. Oh, come, you say yourself Ivan has begun looking after the cattle better. All I say is, answered Agafea Mihalovna, evidently not speaking at random, but in strict sequence of idea, that you ought to get married. That's what I say. Agafea Mihalovna's allusion to the very subject he had only just been thinking about hurt and stung him. Levin scowled, and without answering her, he sat down again to his work, repeating to himself all that he had been thinking of the real significance of that work. Only at intervals he listened in the stillness to the click of Agafea Mihalovna's needles, and recollecting what he did not want to remember, he frowned again. At 9 o'clock they heard the bell and the faint vibration of a carriage over the mud. "Well, here's visitors come to us, and you won't be dull," said Agafea Mihalovna, getting up and going to the door. But Levin overtook her. His work was not going well now, and he was glad of a visitor, whoever it might be. Chapter 31. Running halfway down the staircase, Levin caught a sound he knew, a familiar cough in the hall. But he heard it indistinctly through the sound of his own footsteps, and hoped he was mistaken. Then he caught sight of a long, bony, familiar figure, and now it seemed there was no possibility of mistake. And yet he still went on hoping that this tall man, taking off his fur cloak and coughing, was not his brother Nikolay. Levin loved his brother, but being with him was always a torture. Just now, when Levin, under the influence of the thoughts that had come to him, and Agafea Mihalovna's hint, was in a troubled and uncertain humor, the meeting with his brother that he had to face seemed particularly difficult. Instead of a lively, healthy visitor, some outsider who would, he hoped, cheer him up in his uncertain humor, he had to see his brother, who knew him through and through, who would call forth all. The thoughts nearest his heart would force him to show himself fully, and that he was not disposed to do. Angry with himself for so base a feeling, Levin ran into the hall. As soon as he had seen his brother close, this feeling of selfish disappointment vanished instantly and was replaced by pity. Terrible as his brother Nikolay had been before in his emaciation and sickliness, now he looked still more emaciated, still more wasted. He was a skeleton covered with skin. He stood in the hall, jerking his long thin neck and pulling the scarf off it, and smiled a strange and pitiful smile. When he saw that smile, submissive and humble, Levin felt something clutching at his throat. "You see, I've come to you," said Nikolay in a thick voice, never for 1 second taking his eyes off his brother's face. "I've been meaning to a long while, but I've been unwell all the time. Now I'm ever so much better," he said, rubbing his beard with his big thin hands. "Yes, yes," answered Levin, and he felt still more frightened when, kissing him, he felt with his lips the dryness of his brother's skin, and saw close to him his big eyes, full of a strange light. A few weeks before, Konstantin Levin had written to his brother that through the sale of the small part of the property that had remained undivided, there was a sum of about 2,000 rubles to come to him as his share. Nikolay said that he had come now to take this money, and, what was more important, to stay a while in the old nest, to get in touch with the earth, so as to renew his strength like the heroes of old, for the work that lay before him. In spite of his exaggerated stoop, and the emaciation that was so striking from his height, his movements were as rapid and abrupt as ever. Levin led him into his study. His brother, dressed with particular care, a thing he never used to do, combed his scanty, lank hair, and, smiling, went upstairs. He was in the most affectionate and good, humored mood, just as Levin often remembered him in childhood. He even referred to Sergei Ivanovich without rancor. When he saw Agafea Mikhailovna, he made jokes with her and asked after the old servants. The news of the death of Parfen Denisitch made a painful impression on him. A look of fear crossed his face, but he regained his serenity immediately. Of course he was quite old, he said, and changed the subject. Well, I'll spend a month or two with you, and then I'm off to Moscow. Do you know, Myakov has promised me a place there, and I'm going into the service. Now I'm going to arrange my life quite differently, he went on. You know I got rid of that woman, Maria Nikolaevna. Why, what for? Oh, she was a horrid woman. She caused me all sorts of worries. But he did not say what the annoyances were. He could not say that he had cast off Maria Nikolaevna because the tea was weak, and, above all, because she would look after him, as though he were an invalid. Besides, I want to turn over a new leaf completely now. I've done silly things, of course, like everyone else, but money's the last consideration. I don't regret it, so long as there's health, and my health, thank God, is quite restored. Levin listened and racked his brains, but could think of nothing to say. Nikolay probably felt the same. He began questioning his brother about his affairs, and Levin was glad to talk about himself, because then he could speak without hypocrisy. He told his brother of his plans and his doings. His brother listened, but evidently he was not interested by it. These two men were so akin, so near each other, that the slightest gesture, the tone of voice, told both more than could be said in words. Both of them now had only one thought, the illness of Nikolay, and the nearness of his death, which stifled all else. But neither of them dared to speak of it, and so whatever they said, not uttering the one thought that filled their minds, was all falsehood. Never had Levin been so glad when the evening was over, and it was time to go to bed. Never with any outside person, never on any official visit had he been so unnatural and false as he was that evening. And the consciousness of this unnaturalness, and the remorse he felt at it, made him even more unnatural. He wanted to weep over his dying, dearly loved brother, and he had to listen and keep on talking of how he meant to live. As the house was damp, and only one bedroom had been kept heated, Levin put his brother to sleep in his own bedroom behind a screen. His brother got into bed, and whether he slept or did not sleep, tossed about like a sick man, coughed, and when he could not get his throat clear, mumbled something. Sometimes when his breathing was painful, he said, "Oh, my God." Sometimes when he was choking, he muttered angrily, "Ah, the devil." Levin could not sleep for a long while, hearing him. His thoughts were of the most various, but the end of all his thoughts was the same death. Death, the inevitable end of all, for the first time presented itself to him with irresistible force. And death, which was here in this loved brother, groaning half asleep, and from habit calling without distinction on God and the devil, was not so remote as it had hitherto seemed to him. It was in himself too, he felt that. If not today, tomorrow, if not tomorrow, in 30 years, wasn't it all the same? And what was this inevitable death he did not know, had never thought about it, and what was more, had not the power, had not the courage to think about it. I work, I want to do something, but I had forgotten it must all end. I had forgotten death. He sat on his bed in the darkness, crouched up, hugging his knees and holding his breath from the strain of thought he pondered. But the more intensely he thought, the clearer it became to him that it was indubitably so, that in reality, looking upon life, he had forgotten one little fact, that death will come, and all ends, that nothing was even worth beginning, and that there was no helping it anyway. Yes, it was awful, but it was so. But I am alive still. Now what's to be done? What's to be done? He said in despair. He lighted a candle, got up cautiously, and went to the looking. glass and began looking at his face and hair. Yes, there were gray hairs about his temples. He opened his mouth. His back teeth were beginning to decay. He bared his muscular arms. Yes, there was strength in them. But Nikolay, who lay there breathing with what was left of lungs, had had a strong, healthy body too. And suddenly he recalled how they used to go to bed together as children, and how they only waited till Fyodor Bogdanitch was out of the room to fling pillows at each other and laugh irrepressibly, so that even their awe of Fyodor Bogdanitch could not check the effervescing, overbrimming sense of life and happiness. And now that bent, hollow chest, and I, not knowing what will become of me or wherefore. Damnation, why do you keep fidgeting? Why don't you go to sleep? His brother's voice called to him. Oh, I don't know, I'm not sleepy. I have had a good sleep, I'm not in a sweat now. Just see, feel my shirt, it's not wet, is it? Levin felt, withdrew behind the screen and put out the candle, but for a long while he could not sleep. The question, how to live, had hardly begun to grow a little clearer to him, when a new, insoluble question presented itself. Death. Why, he's dying, yes, he'll die in the spring, and how help him? What can I say to him? What do I know about it? I'd even forgotten that it was at all. Chapter 32. Levin had long before made the observation that when one is uncomfortable with people from their being excessively amenable and meek, one is apt very soon after to find things intolerable from their touchiness and irritability. He felt that this was how it would be with his brother, and his brother Nikolay's gentleness did in fact not last out for long. The very next morning he began to be irritable, and seemed doing his best to find fault with his brother, attacking him on his tenderest points. Levin felt himself to blame, and could not set things right. He felt that if they had both not kept up appearances, but had spoken, as it is called, from the heart, that is to say, had said only just what they were thinking and feeling, they would simply have looked into each other's faces, and Konstantin could only have said, "You're dying, you're dying." And Nikolay could only have answered, "I know I'm dying, but I'm afraid, I'm afraid, I'm afraid." And they could have said nothing more, if they had said only what was in their hearts. But life like that was impossible, and so Konstantin tried to do what he had been trying to do all his life, and never could learn to do, though, as far as he could observe, many people knew so well how to do it, and without it there was no living at all. He tried to say what he was not thinking, but he felt continually that it had a ring of falsehood, that his brother detected him in it, and was exasperated at it. The third day Nikolay induced his brother to explain his plan to him again, and began not merely attacking it, but intentionally confounding it with communism. You've simply borrowed an idea that's not your own, but you've distorted it, and are trying to apply it where it's not applicable. But I tell you it's nothing to do with it. They deny the justice of property, of capital, of inheritance, while I do not deny this chief stimulus. Levin felt disgusted himself at using such expressions, but ever since he had been engrossed by his work, he had unconsciously come more and more frequently to use words not Russian. All I want is to regulate labor, which means you've borrowed an idea, stripped it of all that gave it its force, and want to make believe that it's something new, said Nikolay, angrily tugging at his necktie. But my idea has nothing in common. That anyway, said Nikolay Levin, with an ironical smile, his eyes flashing malignantly, has the charm of what's one to call it, geometrical symmetry, of clearness, of definiteness. It may be a utopia, but if once one allows the possibility of making of all the past a tabula rasa, no property, no family, then labor would organize itself. But you gain nothing. Why do you mix things up? I've never been a communist. But I have, and I consider it's premature but rational, and it has a future, just like Christianity in its first ages. All that I maintain is that the labor force ought to be investigated from the point of view of natural science. That is to say, it ought to be studied, its qualities ascertained. But that's utter waste of time. That force finds a certain form of activity of itself, according to the stage of its development. There have been slaves first everywhere, then metiers, and we have the half, crop system, rent, and day laborers. What are you trying to find? Levin suddenly lost his temper at these words, because at the bottom of his heart he was afraid that it was true that he was trying to hold the balance even between communism and the familiar forms, and that this was hardly possible. I am trying to find means of working productively for myself and for the laborers. I want to organize, he answered hotly. You don't want to organize anything. It's simply just as you've been all your life, that you want to be original, to pose as not exploiting the peasant simply, but with some idea in view. Oh, all right, that's what you think, and let me alone, answered Levin, feeling the muscles of his left cheek twitching uncontrollably. You've never had and never have convictions. All you want is to please your vanity. Oh, very well, then let me alone. And I will let you alone, and it's high time I did, and go to the devil with you. And I'm very sorry I ever came. In spite of all Levin's efforts to soothe his brother afterwards, Nikolay would listen to nothing he said, declaring that it was better to part, and Konstantin saw that it simply was that life was unbearable to him. Nikolay was just getting ready to go, when Konstantin went in to him again and begged him, rather unnaturally, to forgive him if he had hurt his feelings in any way. Ah, generosity, said Nikolay, and he smiled. If you want to be right, I can give you that satisfaction. You're in the right, but I'm going all the same. It was only just at parting that Nikolay kissed him and said, looking with sudden strangeness and seriousness at his brother, Anyway, don't. Remember evil against me, Kostya, and his voice quivered. These were the only words that had been spoken sincerely between them. Levin knew that those words meant, you see, and you know, that I'm in a bad way, and maybe we shall not see each other again. Levin knew this, and the tears gushed from his eyes. He kissed his brother once more, but he could not speak, and knew not what to say. 3 days after his brother's departure, Levin too set off for his foreign tour. Happening to meet Asich Kitty's cousin, in the railway train, Levin greatly astonished him by his depression. "What's the matter with you?" Asich asked him. "Oh, nothing. There's not much happiness in life." "Not much. You come with me to Paris instead of to Mulhausen. You shall see how to be happy." "No, I've done with it all. It's time I was dead." "Well, that's a good one," said Asich, laughing. "Why, I'm only just getting ready to begin." "Yes, I thought the same not long ago, but now I know I shall soon be dead." Levin said what he had genuinely been thinking of late. He saw nothing but death or the advance towards death in everything. But his cherished scheme only engrossed him the more. Life had to be got through somehow till death did come. Darkness had fallen upon everything for him. But just because of this darkness, he felt that the one guiding clue in the darkness was his work, and he clutched it and clung to it with all his strength. Chapter 1. The Karenins, husband and wife, continued living in the same house, met every day, but were complete strangers to one another. Alexey Alexandrovitch made it a rule to see his wife every day, so that the servants might have no grounds for suppositions, but avoided dining at home. Vronsky was never at Alexey Alexandrovitch's house, but Anna saw him away from home, and her husband was aware of it. The position was one of misery for all three, and not one of them would have been equal to enduring this position for a single day, if it had not been for the expectation that it would change that. It was merely a temporary painful ordeal, which would pass over. Alexey Alexandrovitch hoped that this passion would pass, as everything does pass, that everyone would forget about it, and his name would remain unsullied. Anna, on whom the position depended, and for whom it was more miserable than for anyone, endured it because she not merely hoped, but firmly believed, that it would all very soon be settled and come. Right, she had not the least idea what would settle the position, but she firmly believed that something would very soon turn up now. Vronsky, against his own will or wishes, followed her lead, hoped too that something, apart from his own action, would be sure to solve all difficulties. In the middle of the winter, Vronsky spent a very tiresome week. A foreign prince, who had come on a visit to Petersburg, was put under his charge, and he had to show him the sights worth seeing. Vronsky was of distinguished appearance. He possessed, moreover, the art of behaving with respectful dignity, and was used to having to do with such grand personages that was how he came to be put in charge of the prince, but he felt his duties very irksome. The prince was anxious to miss nothing of which he would be asked at home, had he seen that in Russia, and on his own account he was anxious to enjoy to the utmost all Russian forms of amusement. Vronsky was obliged to be his guide in satisfying both these inclinations. The mornings they spent driving to look at places of interest. The evenings they passed enjoying the national entertainments. The prince rejoiced in health exceptional even among princes. By gymnastics and careful attention to his health, he had brought himself to such a point that in spite of his excess in pleasure, he looked as fresh as a big glossy green Dutch cucumber. The prince had travelled a great deal, and considered one of the chief advantages of modern facilities of communication was the accessibility of the pleasures of all nations. He had been in Spain, and there had indulged in serenades, and had made friends with a Spanish girl who played the mandolin. In Switzerland he had killed chamois. In England he had galloped in a red coat over hedges, and killed 200 pheasants for a bet. In Turkey he had got into a harem. In India he had hunted on an elephant, and now in Russia he wished to taste all the specially Russian forms of pleasure. Vronsky, who was, as it were, chief master of the ceremonies to him, was at great pains to arrange all the Russian amusements suggested by various persons to the prince. They had race-horses, and Russian pancakes, and bear hunts, and horse sledges, and gypsies and drinking feasts, with the Russian accompaniment of broken crockery, and the prince with surprising ease fell in with the Russian spirit, smashed trays full of crockery, sat with a gypsy girl on his knee, and seemed to be asking what more, and does the whole Russian spirit consist in just this. In reality, of all the Russian entertainments, the prince liked best French actresses and ballet dancers and white seal champagne. Vronsky was used to princes, but, either because he had himself changed of late, or that he was in too close proximity to the prince, that week seemed fearfully wearisome to him. The whole of that week he experienced a sensation such as a man might have set in charge of a dangerous madman, afraid of the madman, and at the same time, from being with him, fearing for his own reason. Vronsky was continually conscious of the necessity of never, for a second, relaxing the tone of stern official respectfulness, that he might not himself be insulted. The prince's manner of treating the very people who, to Vronsky's surprise, were ready to descend to any depths to provide him with Russian amusements, was contemptuous. His criticisms of Russian women, whom he wished to study, more than once made Vronsky crimson with indignation. The chief reason why the prince was so particularly disagreeable to Vronsky was that he could not help seeing himself in him, and what he saw in this mirror did not gratify his self-esteem. He was a very stupid and very self-satisfied and very healthy and very well-washed man, and nothing else. He was a gentleman, that was true, and Vronsky could not deny it. He was equable and not cringing with his superiors, was free and ingratiating in his behavior with his equals, and was contemptuously indulgent with his inferiors. Vronsky was himself the same, and regarded it as a great merit to be so. But for this prince he was an inferior, and his contemptuous and indulgent attitude to him revolted him. Brainless beef, can I be like that? He thought. Be that as it might, when on the 7th day he parted from the prince, who was starting for Moscow, and received his thanks, he was happy to be rid of his uncomfortable position and the unpleasant reflection of himself. He said good-bye to him at the station on their return from a bear hunt, at which they had had a display of Russian prowess kept up all night. Chapter 2. When he got home, Vronsky found there a note from Anna. She wrote, "I am ill and unhappy. I cannot come out, but I cannot go on longer without seeing you. Come in this evening. Alexey Alexandrovitch goes to the council at 7, and will be there till 10. Thinking for an instant of the strangeness of her bidding him come straight to her, in spite of her husband's. Insisting on her not receiving him, he decided to go. Vronsky had that winter got his promotion, was now a colonel, had left the regimental quarters, and was living alone. After having some lunch, he lay down on the sofa immediately, and in 5 minutes memories of the hideous scenes he had witnessed during the last few days were confused together and joined on to a mental image of Anna and of the peasant who had played an important part in the bear hunt, and Vronsky fell asleep. He waked up in the dark, trembling with horror, and made haste to light a candle. What was it? What was the dreadful thing I dreamed? Yes. I think a little dirty man with a dishevelled beard was stooping down doing something, and all of a sudden he began saying some strange words in French. Yes, there was nothing else in the dream, he said to himself. But why was it so awful? He vividly recalled the peasant again, and those incomprehensible French words the peasant had uttered, and a chill of horror ran down his spine. What nonsense, thought Vronsky, and glanced at his watch. It was past 8 already. He rang up his servant, dressed in haste, and went out onto the steps, completely forgetting the dream and only worried at being late. As he drove up to the Karenin's entrance, he looked at his watch and saw it was 10 minutes to 9. A high, narrow carriage with a pair of greys was standing at the entrance. He recognized Anna's carriage. She is coming to me, thought Vronsky, and better she should. I don't like going into that house, but no matter, I can't hide myself, he thought, and with that manner peculiar to him from childhood, as of a man who has nothing to be ashamed of. Vronsky got out of his sledge and went to the door. The door opened, and the hall porter, with a rug on his arm, called the carriage. Vronsky, though he did not usually notice details, noticed at this moment the amazed expression with which the porter glanced at him. In the very doorway, Vronsky almost ran up against Alexey Alexandrovitch. The gas jet threw its full light on the bloodless, sunken face under the black hat, and on the white cravat, brilliant against the beaver of the coat. Karenin's fixed, dull eyes were fastened upon Vronsky's face. Vronsky bowed, and Alexey Alexandrovitch, chewing his lips, lifted his hand to his hat and went on. Vronsky saw him without looking round get into the carriage, pick up the rug and the opera, glass at the window, and disappear. Vronsky went into the hall. His brows were scowling, and his eyes gleamed with a proud and angry light in them. What a position, he thought. If he would fight, would stand up for his honor, I could act, could express my feelings, but this weakness or baseness, he puts me in the position of playing false, which I never meant and never mean to do. Vronsky's ideas had changed since the day of his conversation with Anna in the Vreede garden. Unconsciously, yielding to the weakness of Anna, who had surrendered herself up to him utterly, and simply looked to him to decide her fate, ready to submit to anything he had long ceased to think, that their tie might end as he had thought then. His ambitious plans had retreated into the background again, and feeling that he had got out of that circle of activity in which everything was definite, he had given himself entirely to his passion, and that passion was binding him more and more closely to her. He was still in the hall when he caught the sound of her retreating footsteps. He knew she had been expecting him, had listened for him, and was now going back to the drawing-room. "No," she cried on seeing him, and at the first sound of her voice the tears came into her eyes. "No, if things are to go on like this, the end will come much, much too soon." "What is it, dear one?" "What? I've been waiting in agony for an hour, 2 hours. No, I won't. I can't quarrel with you. Of course you couldn't come. No, I won't." She laid her 2 hands on his shoulders and looked a long while at him with a profound, passionate, and at the same time searching look. She was studying his face to make up for the time she had not seen him. She was, every time she saw him, making the picture of him in her imagination, incomparably superior, impossible in reality, fit with him as he really was. Chapter 3. You met him? She asked when they had sat down at the table in the lamplight. "You're punished, you see, for being late." "Yes, but how was it?" "Wasn't he to be at the council? He had been and come back, and was going out somewhere again. But that's no matter. Don't talk about it. Where have you been? With the prince still?" She knew every detail of his existence. He was going to say that he had been up all night and had dropped asleep. But looking at her thrilled and rapturous face, he was ashamed. And he said he had had to go to report on the prince's departure. "But it's over now. He is gone. Thank God it's over. You wouldn't believe how insufferable it's been for me." "Why so? Isn't it the life all of you, all young men, always lead?" she said, knitting her brows, and taking up the crochet work that was lying on the table. She began drawing the hook out of it, without looking at Vronsky. "I gave that life up long ago," said he, wondering at the change in her face and trying to divine its meaning. "And I confess," he said with a smile, showing his thick white teeth, "this week I've been, as it were, looking at myself in a glass, seeing that life, and I didn't like it." She held the work in her hands, but did not crochet, and looked at him with strange, shining, and hostile eyes. "This morning Lisa came to see me. They're not afraid to call on me, in spite of the Countess Lydia Ivanovna," she put in, "and she told me about your Athenian evening." "How loathsome, I was just going to say." She interrupted him. "It was that Therese you used to know. I was just saying, how disgusting you are, you men. How is it you can't understand that a woman can never forget that?" she said, getting more and more angry, and so letting him see the cause of her irritation. "Especially a woman who cannot know." "Your life, what do I know? What have I ever known?" she said. "What you tell me, and how do I know whether you tell me the truth? Anna, you hurt me. Don't you trust me? Haven't I told you that I haven't a thought I wouldn't lay bare to you?" "Yes, yes," she said, evidently trying to suppress her jealous thoughts. "But if only you knew how wretched I am." "I believe you, I believe you. What were you saying?" But he could not at once recall what he had been going to say. These fits of jealousy, which of late had been more and more frequent with her, horrified him, and however much he tried to disguise the fact, made him feel cold to her, although he knew the cause. Of her jealousy was her love for him. How often he had told himself that her love was happiness, and now she loved him as a woman can love when love has outweighed for her all the good things of life, and he was much further from happiness than when he had followed her from Moscow. Then he had thought himself unhappy, but happiness was before him. Now he felt that the best happiness was already left behind. She was utterly unlike what she had been when he first saw her. Both morally and physically she had changed for the worse. She had broadened out all over, and in her face at the time when she was speaking of the actress, there was an evil expression of hatred that distorted it. He looked at her as a man looks at a faded flower he has gathered, with difficulty recognizing in it the beauty for which he picked and ruined it. And in spite of this, he felt that then, when his love was stronger, he could, if he had greatly wished it, have torn that love out of his heart. But now, when as at that moment it seemed to him he felt no love for her, he knew that what bound him to her could not be broken. Well, well, what was it you were going to say about the prince? I have driven away the fiend, she added. The fiend was the name they had given her jealousy. What did you begin to tell me about the prince? Why did you find it so tiresome? Oh, it was intolerable, he said, trying to pick up the thread of his interrupted thought. He does not improve on closer acquaintance. If you want him defined, here he is. A prime, well-fed beast such as takes medals at the cattle shows, and nothing more, he said, with a tone of vexation that interested her. No, how so? She replied. He's seen a great deal anyway. He's cultured. It's an utterly different culture, their culture. He's cultivated, one sees, simply to be able to despise culture, as they despise everything but animal pleasures. But don't you all care for these animal pleasures? She said, and again he noticed a dark look in her eyes that avoided him. How is it you're defending him? He said, smiling. I'm not defending him, it's nothing to me. But I imagine, if you had not cared for those pleasures yourself, you might have got out of them. But if it affords you satisfaction to gaze at Therese in the attire of Eve— Again, the devil again, Vronsky said, taking the hand she had laid on the table and kissing it. Yes, but I can't help it. You don't know what I have suffered waiting for you. I believe I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. I believe you when you're here, but when you're away somewhere leading your life, so incomprehensible to me. She turned away from him, pulled the hook at last out of the crochet, work, and rapidly, with the help of her forefinger, began working loop after loop of the wool that was dazzling white in the lamplight, while the slender wrist moved swiftly, nervously in the embroidered cuff. How was it, then? Where did you meet Alexey Alexandrovitch? Her voice sounded in an unnatural and jarring tone. We ran up against each other in the doorway. And he bowed to you like this? She drew a long face and half, closing her eyes, quickly transformed her expression, folded her hands, and Vronsky suddenly saw in her beautiful face the very expression with which Alexey Alexandrovitch had bowed to him. He smiled, while she laughed gaily, with that sweet, deep laugh, which was one of her greatest charms. I don't understand him in the least, said Vronsky. If after your avowal to him at your country house he had broken with you, if he had called me out, but this I can't understand. How can he put up with such a position? He feels it, that's evident. She said sneeringly, he's perfectly satisfied. What are we all miserable for, when everything might be so happy? Only not he. Don't I know him, the falsity in which he's utterly steeped? Could one, with any feeling, live as he is living with me? He understands nothing, and feels nothing. Could a man of any feeling live in the same house with his unfaithful wife? Could he talk to her, call her my dear, and again she could not help mimicking him? Anna, ma chère, Anna, dear. He's not a man, not a human being, he's a doll. No one knows him, but I know him. Oh, if I'd been in his place, I'd long ago have killed, have torn to pieces a wife like me. I wouldn't have said, Anna, ma chère, he's not a man, he's an official machine. He doesn't understand that I'm your wife, that he's outside, that he's superfluous. Don't let's talk of him. You're unfair, very unfair, dearest, said Vronsky, trying to soothe her. But never mind, don't let's talk of him. Tell me what you've been doing. What is the matter? What has been wrong with you, and what did the doctor say?" She looked at him with mocking amusement. Evidently, she had hit on other absurd and grotesque aspects in her husband, and was awaiting the moment to give expression to them. But he went on, "I imagine that it's not illness, but your condition. When will it be?" The ironical light died away in her eyes, but a different smile, a consciousness of something, he did not know what, and of quiet melancholy, came over her face. "Soon, soon. You say that our position is miserable, that we must put an end to it. If you knew how terrible it is to me, what I would give to be able to love you freely and boldly. I should not torture myself, and torture you with my jealousy, and it will come soon, but not as we expect." And at the thought of how it would come, she seemed so pitiable to herself that tears came into her eyes, and she could not go on. She laid her hand on his sleeve, dazzling and white with its rings in the lamplight. "It won't come as we suppose. I didn't mean to say this to you, but you've made me. Soon, soon, all will be over, and we shall all be at peace and suffer no more." "I don't understand," he said, understanding her. "You asked when, soon, and I shan't live through it. Don't interrupt me," and she made haste to speak. "I know it, I know for certain. I shall die, and I'm very glad I shall die and release myself and you." Tears dropped from her eyes. He bent down over her hand and began kissing it, trying to hide his emotion, which he knew had no sort of grounds, though he could not control it. "Yes, it's better so," she said, tightly gripping his hand. "That's the only way left us." He had recovered himself and lifted his head. "How absurd! What absurd nonsense you are talking! No, it's the truth." What's the truth that I shall die? I have had a dream." "A dream," repeated Vronsky, and instantly he recalled the peasant of his dream. "Yes, a dream," she said. "It's a long while since I dreamed it. I dreamed that I ran into my bedroom, that I had to get something there, to find out something. You know how it is in dreams," she said, her eyes wide with horror, "and in the bedroom in the corner stood something." "Oh, what nonsense! How can you believe?" But she would not let him interrupt her. What she was saying was too important to her. "And the something turned round, and I saw it was a peasant with a dishevelled beard, little and dreadful looking. I wanted to run away, but he bent down over a sack and was fumbling there with his hands." She showed how he had moved his hands. There was terror in her face, and Vronsky, remembering his dream, felt the same terror filling his soul. He was fumbling and kept talking quickly in French, you know. "Il faut le battre, le faire, le braire, le pétrir," and in my horror I tried to wake up and woke up, but woke up in the dream, and I began asking myself what it meant, and Corny said to me, 'In childbirth you'll die, ma'am, you'll die,' and I woke up." What nonsense, said Vronsky, but he felt himself that there was no conviction in his voice. "But let's talk of it. Ring the bell, I'll have tea, and stay a little now. It's not long I shall." But all at once she stopped. The expression of her face instantaneously changed. Horror and excitement were suddenly replaced by a look of soft, solemn, blissful attention. He could not comprehend the meaning of the change. She was listening to the stirring of the new life within her. Chapter 4. Alexey Alexandrovitch, after meeting Vronsky on his own steps, drove, as he had intended, to the Italian Opera. He sat through 2 acts there, and saw everyone he had wanted to see. On returning home, he carefully scrutinized the hat-stand, and noticing that there was not a military overcoat there, he went, as usual, to his own room. But, contrary to his usual habit, he did not go to bed. He walked up and down his study till 3 o'clock in the morning. The feeling of furious anger with his wife, who would not observe the proprieties and keep to the one stipulation he had laid on her, not to receive her lover in her own home, gave him no peace. She had not complied with his request, and he was bound to punish her and carry out his threat, obtain a divorce, and take away his son. He knew all the difficulties connected with this course, but he had said he would do it, and now he must carry out his threat. Countess Lydia Ivanovna had hinted that this was the best way out of his position, and of late the obtaining of divorces had been brought to such perfection that Alexey Alexandrovitch saw a possibility of overcoming the formal difficulties. Misfortunes never come singly, and the affairs of the reorganization of the native tribes and of the irrigation of the lands of the Zaraysky province had brought such official worries upon Alexey Alexandrovitch that he had been of late in a continual condition of extreme irritability. He did not sleep the whole night, and his fury, growing in a sort of vast arithmetical progression, reached its highest limits in the morning. He dressed in haste, and as though carrying his cup full of wrath, and fearing to spill any over, fearing to lose with his wrath the energy necessary for the interview with his wife, he went into her room directly he heard she was up. Anna, who had thought she knew her husband so well, was amazed at his appearance when he went into her. His brow was lowering, and his eyes stared darkly before him, avoiding her eyes. His mouth was tightly and contemptuously shut. In his walk, in his gestures, in the sound of his voice, there was a determination and firmness such as his wife had never seen in him. He went into her room, and without greeting her, walked straight up to her writing table, and taking her keys, opened a drawer. "What do you want?" she cried. "Your lover's letters," he said. "They're not here," she said, shutting the drawer. But from that action he saw he had guessed right, and roughly pushing away her hand, he quickly snatched a portfolio in which he knew she used to put her most important papers. She tried to pull the portfolio away, but he pushed her back. "Sit down. I have to speak to you," he said, putting the portfolio under his arm, and squeezing it so tightly with his elbow that his shoulder stood up. Amazed and intimidated, she gazed at him in silence. "I told you that I would not allow you to receive your lover in this house. I had to see him to." She stopped, not finding a reason. "I do not enter into the details of why a woman wants to see her lover. I meant I only," she said, flushing hotly. This coarseness of his angered her, and gave her courage. "Surely you must feel how easy it is for you to insult me," she said. "An honest man and an honest woman may be insulted, but to tell a thief he's a thief is simply la constatation d'un fait. This cruelty is something new I did not know in you. You call it cruelty. For a husband to give his wife liberty, giving her the honorable protection of his name, simply on the condition of observing the proprieties, is that cruelty? It's worse than cruel, it's base, if you want to know." Anna cried in a rush of hatred, and getting up, she was going away. "No," he shrieked in his shrill voice, which pitched a note higher than usual even, and his big hands clutching her by the arm so violently that red marks were left from the bracelet he was squeezing. He forcibly sat her down in her place. "Base, if you care to use that word. What is base is to forsake husband and child for a lover, while you eat your husband's bread." She bowed her head. She did not say what she had said the evening before to her lover, that he was her husband, and her husband was superfluous. She did not even think that. She felt all the justice of his words, and only said softly, "You cannot describe my position as worse than I feel it to be myself. But what are you saying all this for?" "What am I saying it for? What for?" he went on as angrily. "That you may know that since you have not carried out my wishes in regard to observing outward decorum, I will take measures to put an end to this state of things. Soon, very soon, it will end." "Anyway," she said, and again, at the thought of death near at hand and now desired, Tears came into her eyes. "It will end sooner than you and your lover have planned, if you must have the satisfaction of animal passion. Alexey Alexandrovitch, I won't say it's not generous, but it's not like a gentleman to strike anyone who's down. Yes, you only think of yourself, but the sufferings of a man who was your husband have no interest for you. You don't care that his whole life is ruined, that he is though." Alexey Alexandrovitch was speaking so quickly that he stammered, and was utterly unable to articulate the word suffering. In the end, he pronounced it thuffering. She wanted to laugh, and was immediately ashamed that anything could amuse her at such a moment. And for the first time, for an instant, she felt for him, put herself in his place, and was sorry for him. But what could she say or do? Her head sank, and she sat silent. He too was silent for some time, and then began speaking in a frigid, less shrill voice, emphasizing random words that had no special significance. "I came to tell you," he said. She glanced at him. No, it was my fancy, she thought, recalling the expression of his face when he stumbled over the word suffering. No, can a man with those dull eyes, with that self-satisfied complacency, feel anything? I cannot change anything, she whispered. I have come to tell you that I am going tomorrow to Moscow, and shall not return again to this house, and you will receive notice of what I decide through the lawyer into whose hands I shall entrust the task of getting a divorce. My son is going to my sister's, said Alexey Alexandrovitch, with an effort recalling what he had meant to say about his son. You take Serozha to hurt me, she said, looking at him from under her brows. You do not love him. Leave me Serozha. Yes, I have lost even my affection for my son, because he is associated with the repulsion I feel for you. But still I shall take him. Good-bye, and he was going away, but now she detained him. Alexey Alexandrovitch, leave me Serozha. She whispered once more, I have nothing else to say. Leave Serozha till I shall soon be confined. Leave him. Alexey Alexandrovitch flew into a rage, and, snatching his hand from her, he went out of the room without a word. Chapter 5. The Waiting. Room of the celebrated Petersburg lawyer was full when Alexey Alexandrovitch entered it. 3 ladies, an old lady, a young lady, and a merchant's wife, and 3 gentlemen, one a German banker with a ring on his finger, the second a merchant with a beard, and the third a wrathful-looking government clerk in official uniform, with a cross on his neck, had obviously been waiting a long while already. 2 clerks were writing at tables with scratching pens. The appurtenances of the writing, tables about which Alexey Alexandrovitch was himself very fastidious, were exceptionally good. He could not help observing this. One of the clerks, without getting up, turned wrathfully to Alexey Alexandrovitch, half closing his eyes. What are you wanting? He replied that he had to see the lawyer on some business. He is engaged, the clerk responded severely, and he pointed with his pen at the persons waiting, and went on writing. Can't he spare time to see me? Said Alexey Alexandrovitch. He has no time free, he is always busy. Kindly wait your turn. Then I must trouble you to give him my card, Alexey Alexandrovitch said with dignity, seeing the impossibility of preserving his incognito. The clerk took the card, and, obviously not approving of what he read on it, went to the door. Alexey Alexandrovitch was in principle in favor of the publicity of legal proceedings, though for some higher official considerations he disliked the application of the principle in Russia, and disapproved of it, as far as he could disapprove of anything instituted by authority of the Emperor. His whole life had been spent in administrative work, and consequently, when he did not approve of anything, his disapproval was softened by the recognition of the inevitability of mistakes and the possibility of reform in every department. In the new public law courts he disliked the restrictions laid on the lawyers conducting cases, But till then he had had nothing to do with the law courts, and so had disapproved of their publicity simply in theory. Now his disapprobation was strengthened by the unpleasant impression made on him in the lawyer's waiting-room. "Coming immediately," said the clerk, and 2 minutes later there did actually appear in the doorway the large figure of an old solicitor who had been consulting with the lawyer himself. The lawyer was a little, squat, bald man, with a dark, reddish beard, light-colored long eyebrows, and an overhanging brow. He was attired as though for a wedding, from his cravat to his double watch, chain, and varnished boots. His face was clever and manly, but his dress was dandified and in bad taste. "Pray walk in," said the lawyer, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, and, gloomily ushering Karenina in before him, he closed the door. "Won't you sit down?" He indicated an armchair at a writing-table covered with papers. He sat down himself, and, rubbing his little hands with short fingers covered with white hairs, he bent his head on one side. But as soon as he was settled in this position, a moth flew over the table. The lawyer, with a swiftness that could never have been expected of him, opened his hands, caught the moth, and resumed his former attitude. "Before beginning to speak of my business," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, following the lawyer's movements with wondering eyes, "I ought to observe that the business about which I have to speak to you is to be strictly private." The lawyer's overhanging reddish mustaches were parted in a scarcely perceptible smile. "I should not be a lawyer if I could not keep the secrets confided to me. But if you would like proof—" Alexey Alexandrovitch glanced at his face and saw that the shrewd, gray eyes were laughing, and seemed to know all about it already. "You know my name," Alexey Alexandrovitch resumed. "I know you and the good again he caught a moth work you are doing, like every Russian," said the lawyer, bowing. Alexey Alexandrovitch sighed, plucking up his courage, but having once made up his mind, he went on in his shrill voice, without timidity or hesitation, accentuating here and there a word. "I have the misfortune," Alexey Alexandrovitch began, "to have been deceived in my married life, and I desire to break off all relations with my wife by legal means, that is, to be divorced, but to do this so that my son may not remain with his mother." The lawyer's gray eyes tried not to laugh, but they were dancing with irrepressible glee, and Alexey Alexandrovitch saw that it was not simply the delight of a man who has just got a profitable job. There was triumph and joy. There was a gleam like the malignant gleam he saw in his wife's eyes. "You desire my assistance in securing a divorce." "Yes, precisely so. But I ought to warn you that I may be wasting your time and attention. I have come simply to consult you as a preliminary step. I want a divorce, but the form in which it is possible is of great consequence to me. It is very possible that if that form does not correspond with my requirements I may give up a legal divorce." "Oh, that's always the case," said the lawyer, "and that's always for you to decide." He let his eyes rest on Alexey Alexandrovitch's feet, feeling that he might offend his client by the sight of his irrepressible amusement. He looked at a moth that flew before his nose, and moved his hands, but did not catch it from regard for Alexey Alexandrovitch's position. "Though in their general features our laws on this subject are known to me," pursued Alexey Alexandrovitch, "I should be glad to have an idea of the forms in which such things are done in practice." "You would be glad," the lawyer, without lifting his eyes, responded, adopting with a certain satisfaction the tone of his client's remarks, "for me to lay before you all the methods by which you could secure what you desire." And on receiving an assuring nod from Alexey Alexandrovitch, he went on, stealing a glance now and then at Alexey Alexandrovitch's face, which was growing red in patches. "Divorce by our laws," he said, with a slight shade of disapprobation of our laws, "is possible, as you are aware, in the following cases. Wait a little." He called to a clerk who put his head in at the door. but he got up all the same, said a few words to him, and sat down again. In the following cases, physical defect in the married parties, desertion without communication for 5 years, he said, crooking a short finger covered with hair, adultery, this word he pronounced with obvious satisfaction, subdivided as follows. He continued to crook his fat fingers, though the 3 cases and their subdivisions could obviously not be classified together. Physical defect of the husband or of the wife, adultery of the husband or of the wife. As by now all his fingers were used up, he uncrooked all his fingers and went on. This is the theoretical view, but I imagine you have done me the honor to apply to me in order to learn its application in practice, and therefore, guided by precedents, I must inform you that in practice cases of divorce may all be reduced to the following: there's no physical defect, I may assume, nor desertion. Alexey Alexandrovitch bowed his head in assent. May be reduced to the following: adultery of one of the married parties, and the detection in the fact of the guilty party by mutual agreement, and failing such agreement, accidental detection. It must be admitted that the latter case is rarely met with in practice, said the lawyer, and stealing a glance at Alexey Alexandrovitch, he paused, as a man selling pistols, after enlarging on the advantages of each weapon, might await his customer's choice. But Alexey Alexandrovitch said nothing, and therefore the lawyer went on. The most usual and simple, the sensible course, I consider, is adultery by mutual consent. I should not permit myself to express it so, speaking with a man of no education, he said, but I imagine that to you this is comprehensible. Alexey Alexandrovitch was, however, so perturbed that he did not immediately comprehend all the good sense of adultery by mutual consent, and his eyes expressed this uncertainty. But the lawyer promptly came to his assistance. People cannot go on living together here, you have a fact, and if both are agreed about it, the details and formalities become a matter of no importance. And at the same time this is the simplest and most certain method. Alexey Alexandrovitch fully understood now, but he had religious scruples which hindered the execution of such a plan. That is out of the question in the present case, he said. Only one alternative is possible, undesigned detection, supported by letters which I have. At the mention of letters, the lawyer pursed up his lips and gave utterance to a thin little, compassionate and contemptuous sound. Kindly consider, he began, cases of that kind are, as you are aware, under ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The Reverend Fathers are fond of going into the minutest details in cases of that kind, he said with a smile, which betrayed his sympathy with the Reverend Father's taste. Letters may, of course, be a partial confirmation, but detection in the fact there must be of the most direct kind, that is, by eyewitnesses. In fact, if you do me the honor to entrust your confidence to me, you will do well to leave me the choice of the measures to be employed. If one wants the result, one must admit the means. If it is so, Alexey Alexandrovitch began, suddenly turning white, but at that moment the lawyer rose and again went to the door to speak to the intruding clerk. "Tell her we don't haggle over fees," he said, and returned to Alexey Alexandrovitch. On his way back, he caught unobserved another moth. "Nice state my rep curtains will be in by the summer," he thought, frowning. "And so you were saying," he said. "I will communicate my decision to you by letter," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, getting up, and he clutched at the table. After standing a moment in silence, he said, "From your words, I may consequently conclude that a divorce may be obtained. I would ask you to let me know what are your terms." "It may be obtained if you give me complete liberty of action," said the lawyer, not answering his question. "When can I reckon on receiving information from you?" he asked, moving towards the door, his eyes and his varnished boots shining. "In a week's time. Your answer as to whether you will undertake to conduct the case, and on what terms you will be so good as to communicate to me. Very good. The lawyer bowed respectfully, let his client out of the door, and, left alone, gave himself up to his sense of amusement. He felt so mirthful that, contrary to his rules, he made a reduction in his terms to the haggling lady, and gave up catching moths, finally deciding that next winter he must have the furniture covered with velvet, like Sigonin's. Chapter 6. Alexey Alexandrovitch had gained a brilliant victory at the sitting of the Commission of the 17th of August. But in the sequel, this victory cut the ground from under his feet. The new commission for the inquiry into the condition of the native tribes in all its branches had been formed and dispatched to its destination with an unusual speed and energy inspired by Alexey Alexandrovitch. Within 3 months a report was presented. The condition of the native tribes was investigated in its political, administrative, economic, ethnographic, material, and religious aspects. To all these questions there were answers admirably stated, and answers admitting no shade of doubt, since they were not a product of human thought, always liable to error, but were all the product of official activity. The answers were all based on official data furnished by governors and heads of churches, and founded on the reports of district magistrates and ecclesiastical superintendents, founded in their turn on the reports of parochial overseers and parish priests. And so all of these answers were unhesitating and certain. All such questions as, for instance, of the cause of failure of crops, of the adherence of certain tribes to their ancient beliefs, etc. Questions which, but for the convenient intervention of the official machine, are not, and cannot be solved for ages, received full, unhesitating solution. And this solution was in favor of Alexey Alexandrovitch's contention. But Stremov, who had felt stung to the quick at the last sitting, had, on the reception of the Commission's report, resorted to tactics which Alexey Alexandrovitch had not anticipated. Stremov, carrying with him several members, went over to Alexey Alexandrovitch's side, and not contenting himself with warmly defending the measure proposed by Karenina, proposed other more extreme measures in the same direction. These measures, still further exaggerated in opposition to what was Alexey Alexandrovitch's fundamental idea, were passed by the Commission, and then the aim of Stremov's tactics became apparent. Carried to an extreme, the measures seemed at once to be so absurd that the highest authorities and public opinion and intellectual ladies, and the newspapers, all at the same time fell foul of them, expressing their indignation both with the measures and their nominal father, Alexey Alexandrovitch. Stremov drew back, affecting to have blindly followed Karenina, and to be astounded and distressed at what had been done. This meant the defeat of Alexey Alexandrovitch. But in spite of failing health, in spite of his domestic griefs, he did not give in. There was a split in the Commission. Some members, with Stremov at their head, justified their mistake on the ground that they had put faith in the Commission of Revision, instituted by Alexey Alexandrovitch, and maintained that the report of the Commission was rubbish, and simply so much waste paper. Alexey Alexandrovitch, with a following of those who saw the danger of so revolutionary an attitude to official documents, persisted in upholding the statements obtained by the revising commission. In consequence of this, in the higher spheres, and even in society, all was chaos, and although everyone was interested, no one could tell whether the native tribes really were becoming impoverished and ruined, or whether they were in a flourishing condition. The position of Alexey Alexandrovitch, owing to this, and partly owing to the contempt lavished on him for his wife's infidelity, became very precarious, and in this position he took an important resolution. To the astonishment of the Commission, he announced that he should ask permission to go himself to investigate the question on the spot, and having obtained permission, Alexey Alexandrovitch prepared to set off to these remote provinces. Alexey Alexandrovitch's departure made a great sensation, the more so as just before he started he officially returned the posting. Fares allowed him for 12 horses to drive to his destination. "I think it very noble," Betsy said about this to the Princess Myakaya. "Why take money for posting horses when everyone knows that there are railways everywhere now?" But Princess Myakaya did not agree, and the Princess Tverskaya's opinion annoyed her indeed. "It's all very well for you to talk," said she, "when you have I don't know how many millions, but I am very glad when my husband goes on a revising tour in the summer. It's very good for him and pleasant traveling about, and it's a settled arrangement for me to keep a carriage and coachman on the money." On his way to the remote provinces, Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped for 3 days at Moscow. The day after his arrival he was driving back from calling on the Governor-General. At the crossroads by Gazetoy Place, where there are always crowds of carriages and sledges, Alexey Alexandrovitch suddenly heard his name called out in such a loud and cheerful voice that he could not help looking round. At the corner of the pavement, in a short, stylish overcoat and a low, round, fashionable hat, jauntily askew, with a smile that showed a gleam of white teeth and red lips, stood Stepan Arkadyevitch, radiant, young, and beaming. He called him vigorously and urgently, and insisted on his stopping. He had one arm on the window of a carriage that was stopping at the corner, and out of the window were thrust the heads of a lady in a velvet hat and 2 children. Stepan Arkadyevitch was smiling and beckoning to his brother-in-law. The lady smiled a kindly smile too, and she too waved her hand to Alexey Alexandrovitch. It was Dolly with her children. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not want to see anyone in Moscow, and least of all his wife's brother. He raised his hat and would have driven on, but Stepan Arkadyevitch told his coachman to stop, and ran across the snow to him. "Well, what a shame not to have let us know. Been here long? I was at Dussots yesterday and saw Karenina on the visitors' list, but it never entered my head that it was you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, sticking his head in at the window of the carriage, "or I should have looked you up." "I am glad to see you," he said, knocking one foot against the other to shake the snow off. "What a shame of you not to let us know," he repeated. "I had no time. I am very busy," Alexey Alexandrovitch responded dryly. "Come to my wife. She does so want to see you." Alexey Alexandrovitch unfolded the rug in which his frozen feet were wrapped, and getting out of his carriage made his way over the snow to Darya Alexandrovna. "Why, Alexey Alexandrovitch, what are you cutting us like this for?" said Dolly, smiling. "I was very busy. Delighted to see you," he said in a tone clearly indicating that he was annoyed by it. "How are you? Tell me, how is my darling Anna?" Alexey Alexandrovitch mumbled something and would have gone on, but Stepan Arkadyevitch stopped him. "I tell you what we'll do tomorrow, Dolly, ask him to dinner. We'll ask Koznishev and Pestsov, so as to entertain him with our Moscow celebrities." "Yes, please do come," said Dolly. "We will expect you at 5 or 6 o'clock, if you like. How is my darling Anna? How long?" "She is quite well," Alexey Alexandrovitch mumbled, frowning, delighted. And he moved away towards his carriage. "You will come," Dolly called after him. Alexey Alexandrovitch said something which Dolly could not catch in the noise of the moving carriages. "I shall come round tomorrow," Stepan Arkadyevitch shouted to him. Alexey Alexandrovitch got into his carriage and buried himself in it, so as neither to see nor be seen. "Queer fish," said Stepan Arkadyevitch to his wife, and glancing at his watch, he made a motion of his hand before his face, indicating a caress to his wife and children, and walked jauntily along the pavement. "Stiva, Stiva," Dolly called, reddening. He turned round. "I must get coats, you know, for Grisha and Tanya. Give me the money." "Never mind. You tell them I'll pay the bill," and he vanished, nodding genially to an acquaintance who drove by. Chapter 7. The next day was Sunday. Stepan Arkadyevitch went to the Grand Theatre to a rehearsal of the ballet and gave Masha Tichibisova, a pretty dancing girl whom he had just taken under his protection, the coral necklace he had promised her the evening before, and behind the scenes in the dim daylight of the theatre, managed to kiss her pretty little face, radiant over her present. Besides the gift of the necklace, he wanted to arrange with her about meeting after the ballet. After explaining that he could not come at the beginning of the ballet, he promised he would come for the last act and take her to supper. From the theatre, Stepan Arkadyevitch drove to Ohotny Row, selected himself the fish and asparagus for dinner, and by 12 o'clock was at Dussots, where he had to see 3 people, luckily all staying at the same hotel: Levin, who had recently come back from abroad and was staying there; the new head of his department, who had just been promoted to that position and had come on a tour of revision to Moscow; and his brother-in-law Karenina, whom he must see, so as to be sure of bringing him to dinner. Stepan Arkadyevitch liked dining, but still better he liked to give a dinner, small but very choice, both as regards the food and drink and as regards the selection of guests. He particularly liked the program of that day's dinner. There would be fresh perch, asparagus, and la piece de resistance first rate, but quite plain roast beef and wines to suit. So much for the eating and drinking. Kitty and Levin would be of the party, and that this might not be obtrusively evident, there would be a girl cousin too, and young S.H.T. Cherbatsky, and la piece de resistance among the guests Sergei Koznishev and Alexey Alexandrovitch. Sergei Ivanovitch was a Moscow man and a philosopher, Alexey Alexandrovitch a Petersburger and a practical politician. He was asking, too, the well-known eccentric enthusiast, Pestsov, a liberal, a great talker, a musician, an historian, and the most delightfully youthful person of 50, who would be a saucer. Garnish for Koznishev and Karenina. He would provoke them and set them off. The second installment for the forest had been received from the merchant, and was not yet exhausted. Dolly had been very amiable and good-humored of late, and the idea of the dinner pleased Stepan Arkadyevitch from every point of view. He was in the most light-hearted mood. There were 2 circumstances a little unpleasant, but these 2 circumstances were drowned in the sea of good-humored gaiety which flooded the soul of Stepan Arkadyevitch. These 2 circumstances were, first, that on meeting Alexey Alexandrovitch the day before in the street, he had noticed that he was cold and reserved with him, and putting the expression of Alexey Alexandrovitch's face and the fact that he had not come to see them, or let them know of his arrival with the rumors he had heard about Anna and Vronsky, Stepan Arkadyevitch guessed that something was wrong between the husband and wife. That was one disagreeable thing. The other slightly disagreeable fact was that the new head of his department, like all new heads, had the reputation already of a terrible person, who got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, worked like a horse, and insisted on his subordinates working in the same way. Moreover, this new head had the further reputation of being a bear in his manners, and was, according to all reports, a man of a class in all respects the opposite of that to which his predecessor had belonged, and to which Stepan Arkadyevitch had hitherto belonged himself. On the previous day, Stepan Arkadyevitch had appeared at the office in a uniform, and the new chief had been very affable and had talked to him as to an acquaintance. Consequently, Stepan Arkadyevitch deemed it his duty to call upon him in his non-official dress. The thought that the new chief might not tender him a warm reception was the other unpleasant thing. But Stepan Arkadyevitch instinctively felt that everything would come round all right. They're all people, all men, like us poor sinners. Why be nasty and quarrelsome? He thought as he went into the hotel. Good day, Vasily, he said, walking into the corridor with his hat cocked on one side and addressing a footman he knew, Why, you've let your whiskers grow. Levin, number 7, take me up, please, and find out whether Count Anichkin, this was the new head, is receiving. Yes, sir, Vasily responded, smiling. You've not been to see us for a long while. I was here yesterday, but at the other entrance. Is this number 7? Levin was standing with a peasant from T, in the middle of the room, measuring a fresh bearskin, when Stepan Arkadyevitch went in. What, you killed him? Cried Stepan Arkadyevitch. Well done, Ashi. Bear, how are you, Ahip? He shook hands with the peasant, and sat down on the edge of a chair, without taking off his coat and hat. Come, take off your coat and stay a little, said Levin, taking his hat. No, I haven't time. I've only looked in for a tiny second, answered Stepan Arkadyevitch. He threw open his coat, but afterwards did take it off, and sat on for a whole hour, talking to Levin about hunting and the most intimate subjects. Come, tell me, please, what you did abroad. Where have you been? Said Stepan Arkadyevitch, when the peasant had gone. Oh, I stayed in Germany, in Prussia, in France, and in England, not in the capitals, but in the manufacturing towns, and saw a great deal that was new to me. And I'm glad I went. Yes, I knew your idea of the solution of the labor question. Not a bit. In Russia there can be no labor question. In Russia the question is that of the relation of the working people to the land. Though the question exists there too, but there it's a matter of repairing what's been ruined, while with us. Stepan Arkadyevitch listened attentively to Levin. Yes, yes, he said. It's very possible you're right, but I'm glad you're in good spirits, and are hunting bears, and working, and interested. S.H. teacher Batsky told me another story he met you, that you were in such a depressed state, talking of nothing but death. Well, what of it? I've not given up thinking of death, said Levin. It's true that it's high time I was dead, and that all this is nonsense. It's the truth I'm telling you. I do value my idea and my work awfully, but in reality only consider this. All this world of ours is nothing but a speck of mildew, which has grown up on a tiny planet. And for us to suppose we can have something great ideas, work it's all dust and ashes. But all that's as old as the hills, my boy. It is old, but do you know, when you grasp this fully, then somehow everything becomes of no consequence. When you understand that you will die tomorrow, if not today, and nothing will be left, then everything is so unimportant. And I consider my idea very important, but it turns out really to be as unimportant too, even if it were carried out, as doing for that bear. So one goes on living, amusing oneself with hunting, with work anything so as not to think of death. Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled a subtle, affectionate smile as he listened to Levin. Well, of course, here you've come round to my point. Do you remember you attacked me for seeking enjoyment in life? Don't be so severe, O moralist. No, all the same, what's fine in life is. Levin hesitated. Oh, I don't know. All I know is that we shall soon be dead. Why so soon? And do you know, there's less charm in life when one thinks of death, but there's more peace. On the contrary, the finish is always the best. But I must be going, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, getting up for the 10th time. Oh, no, stay a bit, said Levin, keeping him. Now, when shall we see each other again? I'm going tomorrow. I'm a nice person. Why, that's just what I came for. You simply must come to dinner with us today. Your brother's coming, and Karenina, my brother-in-law. You don't mean to say he's here, said Levin, and he wanted to inquire about Kitty. He had heard at the beginning of the winter that she was at Petersburg with her sister, the wife of the diplomat, and he did not know whether she had come back or not. But he changed his mind and did not ask. Whether she's coming or not, I don't care, he said to himself. So you'll come. Of course. At 5 o'clock, then, and not evening dress. And Stepan Arkadyevitch got up and went down below to the new head of his department. Instinct had not misled Stepan Arkadyevitch. The terrible new head turned out to be an extremely amenable person, and Stepan Arkadyevitch lunched with him and stayed on, so that it was 4 o'clock before he got to Alexey Alexandrovitch. Chapter 8. Alexey Alexandrovitch, on coming back from church service, had spent the whole morning indoors. He had 2 pieces of business before him that morning. First, to receive and send on a deputation from the native tribes which was on its way to Petersburg, and now at Moscow. Secondly, to write the promised letter to the lawyer. The deputation, though it had been summoned at Alexey Alexandrovitch's instigation, was not without its discomforting and even dangerous aspect, and he was glad he had found it in Moscow. The members of this deputation had not the slightest conception of their duty, and the part they were to play. They naively believed that it was their business to lay before the Commission their needs and the actual condition of things, and to ask assistance of the government, and utterly failed to grasp that some of their statements and requests supported the contention of the enemy's side, and so spoiled the whole business. Alexey Alexandrovitch was busily engaged with them for a long while, drew up a program for them from which they were not to depart, and on dismissing them wrote a letter to Petersburg for the guidance of the deputation. He had his chief support in this affair in the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. She was a specialist in the matter of deputations, and no one knew better than she how to manage them, and put them in the way they should go. Having completed this task, Alexey Alexandrovitch wrote the letter to the lawyer. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave him permission to act as he might judge best. In the letter, he enclosed 3 of Vronsky's notes to Anna, which were in the portfolio he had taken away. Since Alexey Alexandrovitch had left home with the intention of not returning to his family again, and since he had been at the lawyer's and had spoken, though only to one man, of his intention, since especially he had translated the matter from the world of real life to the world of ink and paper, he had grown more and more used to his own intention, and by now distinctly perceived the feasibility of its execution. He was sealing the envelope to the lawyer when he heard the loud tones of Stepan Arkadyevitch's voice. Stepan Arkadyevitch was disputing with Alexey Alexandrovitch's servant, and insisting on being announced. No matter, thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, so much the better. I will inform him at once of my position in regard to his sister, and explain why it is I can't dine with him. Come in, he said aloud, collecting his papers and putting them in the blotting. Paper? There, you see, you're talking nonsense, and he's at home, responded Stepan Arkadyevitch's voice, addressing the servant, who had refused to let him in, and taking off his coat as he went. Oblonsky walked into the room. "Well, I'm awfully glad I've found you, so I hope," Stepan Arkadyevitch began cheerfully. "I cannot come," Alexey Alexandrovitch said coldly, standing and not asking his visitor to sit down. Alexey Alexandrovitch had thought to pass at once into those frigid relations in which he ought to stand with the brother of a wife, against whom he was beginning a suit for divorce. But he had not taken into account the ocean of kindliness brimming over in the heart of Stepan Arkadyevitch. Stepan Arkadyevitch opened wide his clear, shining eyes. "Why can't you? What do you mean?" he asked in perplexity, speaking in French. "Oh, but it's a promise, and we're all counting on you. I want to tell you that I can't dine at your house, because the terms of relationship which have existed between us must cease." "How? How do you mean? What for?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile. "Because I am beginning an action for divorce against your sister, my wife. I ought to have—" But before Alexey Alexandrovitch had time to finish his sentence, Stepan Arkadyevitch was behaving not at all as he had expected. He groaned and sank into an armchair. "No, Alexey Alexandrovitch." "What are you saying?" cried Oblonsky, and his suffering was apparent in his face. "It is so." "Excuse me, I can't believe it." Alexey Alexandrovitch sat down, feeling that his words had not had the effect he anticipated, and that it would be unavoidable for him to explain his position, and that, whatever explanations he might make, his relations with his brother-in-law would remain unchanged. "Yes, I am brought to the painful necessity of seeking a divorce," he said. "I will say one thing, Alexey Alexandrovitch. I know you for an excellent, upright man. I know Anna, excuse me, I can't change my opinion of her for a good, an excellent woman, and so, excuse me, I cannot believe it. There is some misunderstanding," said he. "Oh, if it were merely a misunderstanding—" "Pardon, I understand," interposed Stepan Arkadyevitch. "But of course, one thing, you must not act in haste. You must not act in haste." "I am not acting in haste," Alexey Alexandrovitch said coldly, "but one cannot ask advice of anyone in such a matter. I have quite made up my mind." "This is awful," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I would do one thing, Alexey Alexandrovitch." "I beseech you, do it," he said. "No action has yet been taken, if I understand rightly. Before you take advice, see my wife, talk to her. She loves Anna like a sister. She loves you, and she's a wonderful woman. For God's sake, talk to her. Do me that favor, I beseech you." Alexey Alexandrovitch pondered, and Stepan Arkadyevitch looked at him sympathetically, without interrupting his silence. "You will go to see her, I don't know. That was just why I have not been to see you. I imagine our relations must change." "Why so?" "I don't see that. Allow me to believe that apart from our connection you have for me, at least in part, the same friendly feeling I have always had for you, and sincere esteem," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pressing his hand. "Even if your worst suppositions were correct, I don't and never would take on myself to judge either side, and I see no reason why our relations should be affected. But now, do this, come and see my wife." "Well, we look at the matter differently," said Alexey Alexandrovitch coldly. "However, we won't discuss it." "No, why shouldn't you come today to dine anyway? My wife's expecting you. Please, do come, and, above all, talk it over with her. She's a wonderful woman. For God's sake, on my knees, I implore you. If you so much wish it, I will come," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, sighing. And, anxious to change the conversation, he inquired about what interested them, both the new head of Stepan Arkadyevitch's department, a man not yet old, who had suddenly been promoted to so high a position. Alexey Alexandrovitch had previously felt no liking for Count Anichkin, and had always differed from him in his opinions. But now, from a feeling readily comprehensible to officials, that hatred felt by one who has suffered a defeat in the service for one who has received a promotion, he could not endure him. "Well, have you seen him?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch with a malignant smile. "Of course. He was at our sitting yesterday. He seems to know his work capitally, and to be very energetic." "Yes, but what is his energy directed to?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Is he aiming at doing anything, or simply undoing what's been done? It's the great misfortune of our government, this paper administration, of which he's a worthy representative. Really, I don't know what fault one could find with him. His policy I don't know, but one thing, he's a very nice fellow," answered Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I've just been seeing him, and he's really a capital fellow. We lunched together, and I taught him how to make, you know, that drink, wine and oranges. It's so cooling. And it's a wonder he didn't know it. He liked it awfully. No, really, he's a capital fellow." Stepan Arkadyevitch glanced at his watch. "Why, good heavens, it's 4 already, and I've still to go to Dolgovushin's. So please come round to dinner. You can't imagine how you will grieve my wife and me." The way in which Alexey Alexandrovitch saw his brother-in-law out was very different from the manner in which he had met him. "I've promised, and I'll come," he answered wearily. "Believe me, I appreciate it, and I hope you won't regret it," answered Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling, and, putting on his coat as he went, he patted the footman on the head, chuckled, and went out. "At 5 o'clock, and not evening dress, please," he shouted once more, turning at the door. Chapter 9. It was past 5, and several guests had already arrived, before the host himself got home. He went in together with Sergei Ivanovitch Koznishev and Pestsov, who had reached the street door at the same moment. These were the two leading representatives of the Moscow intellectuals, as Oblonsky had called them. Both were men respected for their character and their intelligence. They respected each other, but were in complete and hopeless disagreement upon almost every subject, not because they belonged to opposite parties, but precisely because they were of the same party. Their enemies refused to see any distinction between their views, but in that party each had his own special shade of opinion, and since no difference is less easily overcome than the difference of opinion about abstract questions, they never agreed in any opinion, and had long, indeed, been accustomed to jeer without anger, each at the other's incorrigible aberrations. They were just going in at the door, talking of the weather, when Stepan Arkadyevitch overtook them. In the drawing-room there were already sitting Prince Alexander Dmitrievitch Assechty-Cherbatsky, young Assechty-Cherbatsky, Turovtsin, Kitty, and Karenina. Stepan Arkadyevitch saw immediately that things were not going well in the drawing-room without him. Darya Alexandrovna, in her best grey silk gown, obviously worried about the children, who were to have their dinner by themselves in the nursery, and by her husband's absence was not equal to the task of making the party mix without him. All were sitting like so many priests' wives on a visit, so the old prince expressed it, obviously wondering why they were there, and pumping up remarks simply to avoid being silent. Turovts, in good, simple man, felt unmistakably a fish out of water, and the smile with which his thick lips greeted Stepan Arkadyevitch said, as plainly as words, "Well, old boy, you have popped me down in a learned set. A drinking party now, or the Chateau des Fleurs, would be more in my line." The old prince sat in silence, his bright little eyes watching Karenina from one side, and Stepan Arkadyevitch saw that he had already formed a phrase to sum up that politician of whom guests were invited to partake as though he were a sturgeon. Kitty was looking at the door, calling up all her energies to keep her from blushing at the entrance of Konstantin Levin. Young Assechty-Cherbatsky, who had not been introduced to Karenina, was trying to look as though he were not in the least conscious of it. Karenin himself had followed the Petersburg fashion for a dinner with ladies, and was wearing evening dress and a white tie. Stepan Arkadyevitch saw by his face that he had come simply to keep his promise, and was performing a disagreeable duty in being present at this gathering. He was indeed the person chiefly responsible for the chill benumbing all the guests before Stepan Arkadyevitch came in. On entering the drawing-room, Stepan Arkadyevitch apologized, explaining that he had been detained by that prince, who was always the scapegoat for all his absences and unpunctualities, and in one moment he had made all the guests acquainted with each other, and, bringing together Alexey Alexandrovitch and Sergei Koznishev, started them on a discussion of the Russification of Poland, into which they immediately plunged with Pestsov. Slapping Turovtsin on the shoulder, he whispered something comic in his ear, and set him down by his wife and the old prince. Then he told Kitty she was looking very pretty that evening, and presented Assechty-Cherbatsky to Karenina. In a moment he had so kneaded together the social dough that the drawing-room became very lively, and there was a merry buzz of voices. Konstantin Levin was the only person who had not arrived, but this was so much the better, as going into the dining-room, Stepan Arkadyevitch found to his horror that the port and sherry had been procured from Dupré, and not from Levy, and directing that, The coachman should be sent off as speedily as possible to Levy's. He was going back to the drawing-room. In the dining-room he was met by Konstantin Levin. "I'm not late. You can never help being late," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, taking his arm. "Have you a lot of people?" "Who's here?" asked Levin, unable to help blushing, as he knocked the snow off his cap with his glove. "All our own set. Kitty's here. Come along, I'll introduce you to Karenina." Stepan Arkadyevitch, for all his liberal views, was well aware that to meet Karenina was sure to be felt a flattering distinction, and so treated his best friends to this honor. But at that instant Konstantin Levin was not in a condition to feel all the gratification of making such an acquaintance. He had not seen Kitty since that memorable evening when he met Vronsky, not counting, that is, the moment when he had had a glimpse of her on the highroad. He had known at the bottom of his heart that he would see her here today, but to keep his thoughts free, he had tried to persuade himself that he did not know it. Now, when he heard that she was here, he was suddenly conscious of such delight, and at the same time of such dread, that his breath failed him, and he could not utter what he wanted to say. "What is she like? What is she like? Like what she used to be, or like what she was in the carriage? What if Darya Alexandrovna told the truth? Why shouldn't it be the truth?" he thought. "Oh, please introduce me to Karenina," he brought out with an effort, and with a desperately determined step he walked into the drawing-room and beheld her. She was not the same as she used to be, nor was she as she had been in the carriage. She was quite different. She was scared, shy, shame-faced, and still more charming from it. She saw him the very instant he walked into the room. She had been expecting him. She was delighted, and so confused at her own delight that there was a moment, the moment when he went up to her sister and glanced again at her, when she and he and Dolly, who saw it all, thought she would break down and would begin to cry. She crimsoned, turned white, crimsoned again, and grew faint, waiting with quivering lips for him to come to her. He went up to her, bowed, and held out his hand without speaking, except for the slight quiver of her lips and the moisture in her eyes that made them brighter. Her smile was almost calm as she said, "How long it is since we've seen each other." And with desperate determination she pressed his hand with her cold hand. "You've not seen me, but I've seen you," said Levin, with a radiant smile of happiness. "I saw you when you were driving from the railway station to Ergoshovo." "When?" she asked, wondering. "You were driving to Ergoshovo," said Levin, feeling as if he would sob with the rapture that was flooding his heart. And how dared I associate a thought of anything not innocent with this touching creature? And yes, I do believe it's true what Darya Alexandrovna told me, he thought. Stepan Arkadyevitch took him by the arm and led him away to Karenina. "Let me introduce you." He mentioned their names. "Very glad to meet you again," said Alexey Alexandrovitch coldly, shaking hands with Levin. "You are acquainted?" Stepan Arkadyevitch asked in surprise. "We spent 3 hours together in the train," said Levin, smiling, but got out, just as in a masquerade. Quite mystified, at least I was. "Nonsense. Come along, please," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pointing in the direction of the dining-room. The men went into the dining-room and went up to a table laid with 6 sorts of spirits and as many kinds of cheese, some with little silver spades and some without, caviar, herrings, preserves of various kinds, and plates with slices of French bread. The men stood round the strong, smelling spirits and salt delicacies, and the discussion of the Russification of Poland between Koznishev, Karenina, and Pestsov died down in anticipation of dinner. Sergei Ivanovitch was unequalled in his skill in winding up the most heated and serious argument by some unexpected pinch of Attic salt that changed the disposition of his opponent. He did this now. Alexey Alexandrovitch had been maintaining that the Russification of Poland could only be accomplished as a result of larger measures which ought to be introduced by the Russian government. Pestsov insisted that one country can only absorb another when it is the more densely populated. Koznishev admitted both points, but with limitations. As they were going out of the drawing-room to conclude the argument, Koznishev said, smiling, "So then, for the Russification of our foreign populations, there is but one method to bring up as many children as one can. My brother and I are terribly in fault, I see. You married men, especially you, Stepan Arkadyevitch, are the real patriots. What number have you reached?" he said, smiling genially at their host and holding out a tiny wine glass to him. Everyone laughed, and Stepan Arkadyevitch with particular good humor. "Oh, yes, that's the best method," he said, munching cheese and filling the wine glass with a special sort of spirit. The conversation dropped at the jest. "This cheese is not bad. Shall I give you some?" said the master of the house. "Why, have you been going in for gymnastics again?" he asked Levin, pinching his muscle with his left hand. Levin smiled, bent his arm, and under Stepan Arkadyevitch's fingers the muscles swelled up like a sound cheese, hard as a knob of iron, through the fine cloth of the coat. "What biceps! A perfect Samson! I imagine great strength is needed for hunting bears," observed Alexey Alexandrovitch, who had the mistiest notions about the chase. He cut off and spread with cheese a wafer of bread fine as a spider web. Levin smiled. "Not at all. Quite the contrary. A child can kill a bear," he said, with a slight bow moving aside for the ladies, who were approaching the table. "You have killed a bear, I've been told," said Kitty, trying assiduously to catch with her fork a perverse mushroom that would slip away, and setting the lace quivering over her white arm. "Are there bears on your place?" she added, turning her charming little head to him, and smiling. There was apparently nothing extraordinary in what she said, but what unutterable meaning there was for him in every sound, in every turn of her lips, her eyes, her hand as she said it. There was entreaty for forgiveness, and trust in him, and tenderness soft, timid tenderness and promise and hope and love for him, which he could not but believe in, and which choked him with. "Happiness? No. We've been hunting in the Tver province. It was coming back from there that I met your Beaufort in the train, or your Beaufort's brother-in-law," he said with a smile. It was an amusing meeting, and he began telling with droll good humor how, after not sleeping all night, he had, wearing an old fur-lined, full-skirted coat, got into Alexey Alexandrovitch's compartment. The conductor, forgetting the proverb, would have chucked me out on account of my attire, but thereupon I began expressing my feelings in elevated language, and, "You too," he said, addressing Karenina, and forgetting his name, at first would have ejected me on the ground of the old coat, but afterwards you took my part, for which I am extremely grateful. The rights of passengers, generally, to choose their seats are too ill-defined," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, rubbing the tips of his fingers on his handkerchief. "I saw you were in uncertainty about me," said Levin, smiling good-naturedly, "but I made haste to plunge into intellectual conversation to smooth over the defects of my attire." Sergei Ivanovitch, while he kept up a conversation with their hostess, had one ear for his brother, and he glanced askance at him. What is the matter with him today? Why such a conquering hero? He thought. He did not know that Levin was feeling as though he had grown wings. Levin knew she was listening to his words, and that she was glad to listen to him. And this was the only thing that interested him. Not in that room only, but in the whole world. There existed for him only himself, with enormously increased importance and dignity in his own eyes, and she. He felt himself on a pinnacle that made him giddy, and far away down below were all those nice excellent Karenins, Oblonskys, and all the world, quite without attracting notice, without glancing at them, as though there were no other places left. Stepan Arkadyevitch put Levin and Kitty side by side. "Oh, you may as well sit there," he said to Levin. The dinner was as choice as the china, in which Stepan Arkadyevitch was a connoisseur. The soup Marilu, wheeze was a splendid success. The tiny pies eaten with it melted in the mouth, and were irreproachable. The two footmen and Matvey, in white cravats, did their duty with the dishes and wines unobtrusively, quietly, and swiftly. On the material side, the dinner was a success. It was no less so on the immaterial. The conversation, at times general and at times between individuals, never paused, and towards the end the company was so lively that the men rose from the table, without stopping speaking, and even Alexey Alexandrovitch thought. Chapter 10. Pestsov liked thrashing an argument out to the end, and was not satisfied with Sergei Ivanovitch's words, especially as he felt the injustice of his view. "I did not mean," he said over the soup, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, "mere density of population alone, but in conjunction with fundamental ideas, and not by means of principles." "It seems to me," Alexey Alexandrovitch said languidly, and with no haste, "that that's the same thing. In my opinion, influence over another people is only possible to the people which has the higher development, which— But that's just the question," Pestsov broke in his bass. He was always in a hurry to speak, and seemed always to put his whole soul into what he was saying. "In what are we to make higher development consist? The English, the French, the Germans, which is at the highest stage of development. Which of them will nationalize the other? We see the Rhine provinces have been turned French, but the Germans are not at a lower stage." He shouted, "There is another law at work there. I fancy that the greater influence is always on the side of true civilization," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, slightly lifting his eyebrows. "But what are we to lay down as the outward signs of true civilization?" said Pestsov. "I imagine such signs are generally very well known," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "But are they fully known?" Sergei Ivanovitch put in with a subtle smile. "It is the accepted view now that real culture must be purely classical. But we see most intense disputes on each side of the question, and there is no denying that the opposite camp has strong points in its favor. You are for classics, Sergei Ivanovitch. Will you take red wine?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I am not expressing my own opinion of either form of culture," Sergei Ivanovitch said, holding out his glass with a smile of condescension, as to a child. "I only say that both sides have strong arguments to support them." He went on, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, "My sympathies are classical from education, but in this discussion I am personally unable to arrive at a conclusion. I see no distinct grounds for classical studies being given a preeminence over scientific studies. The natural sciences have just as great an educational value," put in Pestsov. "Take astronomy, take botany or zoology with its system of general principles." "I cannot quite agree with that," responded Alexey Alexandrovitch. "It seems to me that one must admit that the very process of studying the forms of language has a peculiarly favorable influence on intellectual development. Moreover, it cannot be denied that the influence of the classical authors is in the highest degree moral, while, unfortunately, with the study of the natural sciences are associated the false and noxious doctrines which are the curse of our day." Sergei Ivanovitch would have said something, but Pestsov interrupted him in his rich bass. He began warmly contesting the justice of this view. Sergei Ivanovitch waited serenely to speak, obviously with a convincing reply ready. "But," said Sergei Ivanovitch, smiling subtly and addressing Karenina, "one must allow that to weigh all the advantages and disadvantages of classical and scientific studies is a difficult task, and the question which form of education was to be preferred would not have been so quickly and conclusively decided if there had not been in favor of classical education as you expressed it just now. Its moral de sans la mot anti-nihilist influence. Undoubtedly, if it had not been for the distinctive property of anti-nihilistic influence on the side of classical studies, we should have considered the subject more, have weighed the arguments on both sides, said Sergei Ivanovitch with a subtle smile. We should have given elbow room to both tendencies, but now we know that these little pills of classical learning possess the medicinal property of anti-nihilism, and we boldly prescribe them to our patients. But what if they had no such medicinal property? He wound up humorously. At Sergei Ivanovitch's little pills, everyone laughed. Turovtsin in especial roared loudly and jovially, glad at last to have found something to laugh at. All he ever looked for in listening to conversation. Stepan Arkadyevitch had not made a mistake in inviting Pestsov. With Pestsov, intellectual conversation never flagged for an instant. Directly Sergei Ivanovitch had concluded the conversation with his jest, Pestsov promptly started a new one. "I can't agree even," said he, "that the government had that aim. The government obviously is guided by abstract considerations, and remains indifferent to the influence its measures may exercise. The education of women, for instance, would naturally be regarded as likely to be harmful, but the government opens schools and universities for women." And the conversation at once passed to the new subject of the education of women. Alexey Alexandrovitch expressed the idea that the education of women is apt to be confounded with the emancipation of women, and that it is only so that it can be considered dangerous. I consider, on the contrary, that the two questions are inseparably connected together, said Pestsov. It is a vicious circle. Woman is deprived of rights from lack of education, and the lack of education results from the absence of rights. We must not forget that the subjection of women is so complete, and dates from such ages back that we are often unwilling to recognize the gulf that separates them from us, said he. You said rights, said Sergei Ivanovitch, waiting till Pestsov had finished, meaning the right of sitting on juries, of voting, of presiding at official meetings, the right of entering the civil service, of sitting in Parliament, undoubtedly. But if women, as a rare exception, can occupy such positions, it seems to me you are wrong in using the expression rights. It would be more correct to say duties. Every man will agree that in doing the duty of a juryman, a witness, a telegraph clerk, we feel we are performing duties, and therefore it would be correct to say that women are seeking duties, and quite legitimately, and one can but sympathize with this desire to assist in the general labor of man. Quite so, Alexey Alexandrovitch assented. The question, I imagine, is simply whether they are fitted for such duties. They will most likely be perfectly fitted, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, when education has become general among them. We see this. How about the proverb, said the prince, who had a long while been intent on the conversation, his little comical eyes twinkling. I can say it before my daughter. Her hair is long, because her wit is. Just what they thought of the Negroes before their emancipation, said Pestsov angrily. What seems strange to me is that women should seek fresh duties, said Sergei Ivanovitch, while we see, unhappily, that men usually try to avoid them. Duties are bound up with rights, power, money, honor. Those are what women are seeking, said Pestsov, just as though I should seek the right to be a wet nurse and feel injured because women are paid for the work, while no one will take me, said the old prince. Turovtsin exploded in a loud roar of laughter, and Sergei Ivanovitch regretted that he had not made this comparison. Even Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled. Yes, but a man can't nurse a baby, said Pestsov, while a woman. No, there was an Englishman who did suckle his baby on board ship, said the old prince, feeling this freedom in conversation permissible before his own daughters. There are as many such Englishmen as there would be women officials, said Sergei Ivanovitch. Yes, but what is a girl to do who has no family? put in Stepan Arkadyevitch, thinking of Masha Tchibisova, whom he had had in his mind all along, in sympathizing with Pestsov and supporting him. If the story of such a girl were thoroughly sifted, you would find she had abandoned a family, her own or a sister's, where she might have found a woman's duties. Darya Alexandrovna broke in, unexpectedly, in a tone of exasperation, probably suspecting what sort of girl Stepan Arkadyevitch was thinking of. "But we take our stand on principle as the ideal," replied Pestsov in his mellow bass. "Woman desires to have rights, to be independent, educated. She is oppressed, humiliated by the consciousness of her disabilities. And I'm oppressed and humiliated that they won't engage me at the Foundling," the old prince said again, to the huge delight of Turovtsin, who in his mirth dropped his asparagus with the thick end in the sauce. Chapter 11. Everyone took part in the conversation, except Kitty and Levin. At first, when they were talking of the influence that one people has on another, there rose to Levin's mind what he had to say on the subject. But these ideas, once of such importance in his eyes, seemed to come into his brain as in a dream, and had now not the slightest interest for him. It even struck him as strange that they should be so eager to talk of what was of no use to anyone. Kitty, too, should, one would have supposed, have been interested in what they were saying of the rights and education of women. How often she had mused on the subject, thinking of her friend abroad, Varenka, of her painful state of dependence. How often she had wondered about herself what would become of her if she did not marry, and how often she had argued with her sister about it. But it did not interest her at all. She and Levin had a conversation of their own, yet not a conversation, but some sort of mysterious communication, which brought them every moment nearer, and stirred in both a sense of glad terror, before the unknown into which they were entering. At first Levin, in answer to Kitty's question how he could have seen her last year in the carriage, told her how he had been coming home from the mowing along the high road, and had met her. "It was very, very early in the morning. You were probably only just awake. Your mother was asleep in the corner. It was an exquisite morning. I was walking along wondering who it could be in a four in hand. It was a splendid set of 4 horses with bells, and in a second you flashed by, and I saw you at the window. You were sitting like this, holding the strings of your cap in both hands, and thinking awfully deeply about something," he said, smiling. "How I should like to know what you were thinking about then. Something important. Wasn't I dreadfully untidy?" she wondered, but seeing the smile of ecstasy these reminiscences called up, she felt that the impression she had made had been very good. She blushed and laughed with delight. "Really, I don't remember." "How nicely Turovtsin laughs," said Levin, admiring his moist eyes and shaking chest. "Have you known him long?" asked Kitty. "Oh, everyone knows him, and I see you think he's a horrid man." "Not horrid, but nothing in him." "Oh, you're wrong, and you must give up thinking so directly," said Kitty. "I used to have a very poor opinion of him, too. But he's an awfully nice and wonderfully good-hearted man. He has a heart of gold." "How could you find out what sort of heart he has? We are great friends. I know him very well. Last winter, soon after, you came to see us," she said, with a guilty and at the same time confiding smile. "All Dolly's children had scarlet fever, and he happened to come and see her. And only fancy," she said in a whisper, "he felt so sorry for her that he stayed and began to help her look after the children. Yes, and for 3 weeks he stopped with them and looked after the children like a nurse. I am telling Konstantin Dmitrievitch about Turovtsin in the scarlet fever," she said, bending over to her. "Sister, yes, it was wonderful, noble," said Dolly, glancing towards Turovtsin, who had become aware they were talking of him, and smiling gently to him. Levin glanced once more at Turovtsin, and wondered how it was he had not realized all this man's goodness before. I'm sorry, and I'll never think ill of people again," he said gaily, genuinely expressing what he felt at the moment. Chapter 12. Connected with the conversation that had sprung up on the rights of women, there were certain questions as to the inequality of rights in marriage improper to discuss before the ladies. Pestsov had several times during dinner touched upon these questions, but Sergei Ivanovitch and Stepan Arkadyevitch carefully drew him off them. When they rose from the table and the ladies had gone out, Pestsov did not follow them, but addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, began to expound the chief ground of inequality. The inequality in marriage, in his opinion, lay in the fact that the infidelity of the wife and the infidelity of the husband are punished unequally, both by the law and by public opinion. Stepan Arkadyevitch went hurriedly up to Alexey Alexandrovitch and offered him a cigar. "No, I don't smoke," Alexey Alexandrovitch answered calmly, and as though purposely wishing to show that he was not afraid of the subject, he turned to Pestsov with a chilly smile. "I imagine that such a view has a foundation in the very nature of things," he said, and would have gone on to the drawing-room. But at this point Turovtsin broke suddenly and unexpectedly into the conversation. Addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, "You heard, perhaps, about Pryatchnikov," said Turovtsin, warmed up by the champagne he had drunk, and long waiting for an opportunity to break the silence that had weighed on him. "Vasya Pryatchnikov," he said, with a good-natured smile on his damp, red lips, addressing himself principally to the most important guest, Alexey Alexandrovitch. "They told me today he fought a duel with Kavitsky at Tver and has killed him. Just as it always seems that one bruises oneself on a sore place, so Stepan Arkadyevitch felt now that the conversation would by ill luck fall every moment on Alexey Alexandrovitch's sore spot. He would again have got his brother-in-law away, but Alexey Alexandrovitch himself inquired with curiosity, what did Pryatchnikov fight about? His wife acted like a man, he did, called him out and shot him. "Ah," said Alexey Alexandrovitch indifferently, and lifting his eyebrows, he went into the drawing-room. "How glad I am you have come," Dolly said with a frightened smile, meeting him in the outer drawing-room. "I must talk to you. Let's sit here." Alexey Alexandrovitch, with the same expression of indifference given him by his lifted eyebrows, sat down beside Darya Alexandrovna and smiled affectedly. "It's fortunate," said he, "especially as I was meaning to ask you to excuse me, and to be taking leave. I have to start tomorrow." Darya Alexandrovna was firmly convinced of Anna's innocence, and she felt herself growing pale and her lips quivering with anger at this frigid, unfeeling man, who was so calmly intending to ruin her innocent friend. "Alexey Alexandrovitch," she said, with desperate resolution, looking him in the face, "I asked you about Anna. You made me no answer." "How is she?" "She is, I believe, quite well, Darya Alexandrovna," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch, not looking at her. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, forgive me, I have no right, but I love Anna as a sister and esteem her. I beg, I beseech you to tell me what is wrong between you. What fault do you find with her?" Alexey Alexandrovitch frowned, and, almost closing his eyes, dropped his head. "I presume that your husband has told you the grounds on which I consider it necessary to change my attitude to Anna Arkadyevna," he said, not looking her in the face, but eyeing with displeasure Asachti Cherbatsky, who was walking across the drawing-room. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I can't believe it," Dolly said, clasping her bony hands before her with a vigorous gesture. She rose quickly and laid her hand on Alexey Alexandrovitch's sleeve. "We shall be disturbed here. Come this way, please." Dolly's agitation had an effect on Alexey Alexandrovitch. He got up and submissively followed her to the schoolroom. They sat down to a table covered with an oilcloth cut in slits by penknives. I don't believe it," Dolly said, trying to catch his glance that avoided her. "One cannot disbelieve facts, Darya Alexandrovna," said he, with an emphasis on the word facts. "But what has she done?" said Darya Alexandrovna. "What precisely has she done?" "She has forsaken her duty and deceived her husband." "That's what she has done," said he. "No, no, it can't be." "No, for God's sake, you are mistaken," said Dolly, putting her hands to her temples and closing her eyes. Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled coldly, with his lips alone, meaning to signify to her and to himself the firmness of his conviction. But this warm defense, though it could not shake him, reopened his wound. He began to speak with greater heat. "It is extremely difficult to be mistaken when a wife herself informs her husband of the fact, informs him that 8 years of her life, and a son, all that's a mistake, and that she wants to begin life again," he said angrily with a snort. "Anna and sin, I cannot connect them. I cannot believe it." "Darya Alexandrovna," he said, now looking straight into Dolly's kindly, troubled face, and feeling that his tongue was being loosened in spite of himself, "I would give a great deal for doubt to be still possible. When I doubted, I was miserable, but it was better than now. When I doubted, I had hope, but now there is no hope, and still I doubt of everything. I am in such doubt of everything that I even hate my son, and sometimes do not believe he is my son. I am very unhappy." He had no need to say that. Darya Alexandrovna had seen that as soon as he glanced into her face, and she felt sorry for him, and her faith in the innocence of her friend began to totter. "Oh, this is awful, awful. But can it be true that you are resolved on a divorce?" "I am resolved on extreme measures. There is nothing else for me to do." "Nothing else to do, nothing else to do," she replied with tears in her eyes. "Oh no, don't say nothing else to do," she said. "What is horrible in a trouble of this kind is that one cannot, as in any other in loss, in death bear one's trouble in peace, but that one must act," said he, as though guessing her thought. "One must get out of the humiliating position in which one is placed. One can't live à trois." "I understand, I quite understand that," said Dolly, and her head sank. She was silent for a little, thinking of herself, of her own grief in her family, and all at once, with an impulsive movement, she raised her head and clasped her hands with an imploring gesture. "But wait a little. You are a Christian. Think of her. What will become of her if you cast her off?" "I have thought, Darya Alexandrovna, I have thought a great deal," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. His face turned red in patches, and his dim eyes looked straight before him. Darya Alexandrovna, at that moment, pitied him with all her heart. "That was what I did indeed when she herself made known to me my humiliation. I left everything as of old. I gave her a chance to reform, I tried to save her. And with what result? She would not regard the slightest request that she should observe decorum," he said, getting heated. "One may save anyone who does not want to be ruined. But if the whole nature is so corrupt, so depraved, that ruin itself seems to be her salvation, what's to be done?" "Anything, only not divorce," answered Darya Alexandrovna. "But what is anything? No, it is awful. She will be no one's wife, she will be lost." "What can I do?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch, raising his shoulders and his eyebrows. The recollection of his wife's last act had so incensed him that he had become frigid, as at the beginning of the conversation. "I am very grateful for your sympathy, but I must be going," he said, getting up. "No, wait a minute. You must not ruin her. Wait a little. I will tell you about myself. I was married, and my husband deceived me. In anger and jealousy, I would have thrown up everything, I would myself. But I came to myself again, and who did it? Anna saved me, and here I am living on. The children are growing up. My husband has come back to his family and feels his fault, is growing purer, better, and I live on. I have forgiven it, and you ought to forgive." Alexey Alexandrovitch heard her, but her words had no effect on him now. All the hatred of that day, when he had resolved on a divorce, had sprung up again in his soul. He shook himself, and said in a shrill, loud voice, "Forgive I cannot, and do not wish to, and I regard it as wrong. I have done everything for this woman, and she has trodden it all in the mud to which she is akin. I am not a spiteful man. I have never hated anyone, but I hate her with my whole soul, and I cannot even forgive her, because I hate her too much for all the wrong she has done me." He said, with tones of hatred in his voice, "Love those that hate you." Darya Alexandrovna whispered timorously. Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled contemptuously. That he knew long ago, but it could not be applied to his case. Love those that hate you, but to love those one hates is impossible. Forgive me for having troubled you. Everyone has enough to bear in his own grief. And regaining his self-possession, Alexey Alexandrovitch quietly took leave and went away. Chapter 13. When they rose from table, Levin would have liked to follow Kitty into the drawing-room, but he was afraid she might dislike this, as too obviously paying her attention. He remained in the little ring of men, taking part in the general conversation, and without looking at Kitty. He was aware of her movements, her looks, and the place where she was in the drawing room. He did at once, and without the smallest effort, keep the promise he had made her always to think well of all men, and to like everyone always. The conversation fell on the village commune, in which Pestsov saw a sort of special principle, called by him the choral principle. Levin did not agree with Pestsov, nor with his brother, who had a special attitude of his own, both admitting and not admitting the significance of the Russian commune. But he talked to them, simply trying to reconcile and soften their differences. He was not in the least interested in what he said himself, and even less so in what they said. All he wanted was that they and everyone should be happy and contented. He knew now the one thing of importance, and that one thing was at first there, in the drawing-room, and then began moving across and came to a standstill at the door. Without turning round, he felt the eyes fixed on him, and the smile, and he could not help turning round. She was standing in the doorway with Asich-Batsky, looking at him. "I thought you were going towards the piano," said he, going up to her. "That's something I miss in the country music." "No, we only came to fetch you and thank you," she said, rewarding him with a smile that was like a gift for coming. "What do they want to argue for? No one ever convinces anyone, you know." "Yes, that's true," said Levin. "It generally happens that one argues warmly simply because one can't make out what one's opponent wants to prove." Levin had often noticed in discussions between the most intelligent people that after enormous efforts and an enormous expenditure of logical subtleties and words, the disputants finally arrived at being aware that what they had so long been struggling to prove to one another had long ago, from the beginning of the argument, been known to both, but that they liked different things and would not define what they liked for fear of its being attacked. He had often had the experience of suddenly in a discussion grasping what it was his opponent liked and at once liking it too, and immediately he found himself agreeing, and then all arguments fell away as useless. Sometimes, too, he had experienced the opposite, expressing at last what he liked himself, which he was devising arguments to defend, and, chancing to express it well and genuinely, he had found his opponent at once agreeing and ceasing to dispute his position. He tried to say this. She knitted her brow, trying to understand, but directly he began to illustrate his meaning, she understood at once. I know, one must find out what he is arguing for, what is precious to him, then one can. She had completely guessed and expressed his badly expressed idea. Levin smiled joyfully. He was struck by this transition from the confused, verbose discussion with Pestsov and his brother to this laconic, clear, almost wordless communication of the most complex ideas. S.H. Cherbatsky moved away from them, and Kitty, going up to a card table, sat down and, taking up the chalk, began drawing diverging circles over the new green cloth. They began again on the subject that had been started at dinner, the liberty and occupations of women. Levin was of the opinion of Darya Alexandrovna that a girl who did not marry should find a woman's duties in a family. He supported this view by the fact that no family can get on without women to help, that in every family, poor or rich, there are and must be nurses, either relations or hired. "No," said Kitty, blushing, but looking at him all the more boldly with her truthful eyes. "A girl may be so circumstanced that she cannot live in the family without humiliation, while she herself—" At the hint he understood her. "Oh, yes," he said. "Yes, you're right. And he saw all that Pestsov had been maintaining at dinner of the liberty of woman, simply from getting a glimpse of the terror of an old maid's existence and its humiliation in Kitty's heart. And, loving her, he felt that terror and humiliation, and at once gave up his arguments. A silence followed. She was still drawing with the chalk on the table. Her eyes were shining with a soft light. Under the influence of her mood, he felt in all his being a continually growing tension of happiness. "Ah, I've scribbled all over the table," she said, and, laying down the chalk, she made a movement as though to get up. "What, shall I be left alone without her?" He thought with horror, and he took the chalk. "Wait a minute," he said, sitting down to the table. "I've long wanted to ask you one thing." He looked straight into her caressing, though frightened eyes. "Please ask it." "Here," he said, and he wrote the initial letters W, Y, T, M, I, C, N, B, D, T, M, N, O, T. "These letters meant, when you told me it could never be." Did that mean never, or then? There seemed no likelihood that she could make out this complicated sentence. But he looked at her, as though his life depended on her understanding the words. She glanced at him seriously, then leaned her puckered brow on her hands and began to read. Once or twice she stole a look at him, as though asking him, "Is it what I think?" "I understand," she said, flushing a little. "What is this word?" he said, pointing to the N that stood for never. "It means never," she said, "but that's not true." He quickly rubbed out what he had written, gave her the chalk, and stood up. She wrote Ticnad. Dolly was completely comforted in the depression caused by a conversation with Alexey Alexandrovitch when she caught sight of the two figures. Kitty with the chalk in her hand, with a shy and happy smile, looking upwards at Levin, and his handsome figure bending over the table with glowing eyes, fastened 1 minute on the table and the next on her. He was suddenly radiant. He had understood. It meant, then I could not answer differently. He glanced at her questioningly, timidly. Only then, yes, her smile answered, and in. And now he asked, "Well, read this. I'll tell you what I should like so much." She wrote the initial letters I, Y, C, F, A, F, W, H. This meant, if you could forget and forgive what happened. He snatched the chalk with nervous, trembling fingers, and breaking it, wrote the initial letters of the following phrase, "I have nothing to forget and to forgive. I have never ceased to love you." She glanced at him with a smile that did not waver. "I understand," she said in a whisper. He sat down and wrote a long phrase. She understood it all, and without asking him, "Is it this?" took the chalk and at once answered. For a long while he could not understand what she had written, and often looked into her eyes. He was stupefied with happiness. He could not supply the word she had meant, but in her charming eyes, beaming with happiness, he saw all he needed to know. And he wrote 3 letters, but he had hardly finished writing when she read them over her arm, and herself finished and wrote the answer, yes. "You're playing secretaire," said the old prince, "but we must really be getting along if you want to be in time at the theatre." Levin got up and escorted Kitty to the door. In their conversation everything had been said. It had been said that she loved him, and that she would tell her father and mother that he would come tomorrow morning. Chapter 14. When Kitty had gone and Levin was left alone, he felt such uneasiness without her, and such an impatient longing to get as quickly as possible, to tomorrow morning, when he would see her again and be plighted to her forever, that he felt afraid as though of death, of those 14 hours that he had to get through without her. It was essential for him to be with someone to talk to, so as not to be left alone, to kill time. Stepan Arkadyevitch would have been the companion most congenial to him, but he was going out, he said, to a soirée, in reality to the ballet. Levin only had time to tell him he was happy, and that he loved him, and would never forget what he had done for him. The eyes and the smile of Stepan Arkadyevitch showed Levin that he comprehended that feeling fittingly. "Oh, so it's not time to die yet," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pressing Levin's hand with emotion. "And then—" "No," said Levin. Darya Alexandrovna, too, as she said good-bye to him, gave him a sort of congratulation, saying, "How glad I am you have met Kitty again. One must value you old friends." Levin did not like these words of Darya Alexandrovna's. She could not understand how lofty and beyond her it all was, and she ought not to have dared to allude to it. Levin said good-bye to them, but, not to be left alone, he attached himself to his brother. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to a meeting." "Well, I'll come with you, may I?" "What for?" "Yes, come along," said Sergei Ivanovitch, smiling. "What is the matter with you today, with me?" "Happiness is the matter with me," said Levin, letting down the window of the carriage they were driving in. "You don't mind, it's so stifling." "It's happiness is the matter with me. Why is it you have never married?" Sergei Ivanovitch smiled. "I am very glad, she seems a nice guy." Sergei Ivanovitch was beginning. "Don't say it, don't say it," shouted Levin, clutching at the collar of his fur coat with both hands and muffling him up in it. "She's a nice girl" were such simple, humble words, so out of harmony with his feeling. Sergei Ivanovitch laughed outright, a merry laugh, which was rare with him. "Well, anyway, I may say that I'm very glad of it. That you may do tomorrow, and nothing more." "Nothing, nothing, silence," said Levin, and muffling him once more in his fur coat, he added, "I do like you so." "Well, is it possible for me to be present at the meeting?" "Of course it is." "What is your discussion about today?" asked Levin, never ceasing smiling. They arrived at the meeting. Levin heard the secretary hesitatingly read the minutes, which he obviously did not himself understand. But Levin saw from this secretary's face what a good, nice, kind-hearted person he was. This was evident from his confusion and embarrassment in reading the minutes. Then the discussion began. They were disputing about the misappropriation of certain sums and the laying of certain pipes. And Sergei Ivanovitch was very cutting to 2 members, and said something at great length with an air of triumph, and another member, scribbling something on a bit of paper, began timidly at first, but afterwards answered him very viciously and delightfully, and then Sviazhsky, he was there too, said something too, very handsomely and nobly. Levin listened to them, and saw clearly that these missing sums and these pipes were not anything real, and that they were not at all angry, but were all the nicest, kindest people, and everything. was as happy and charming as possible among them. They did no harm to anyone, and were all enjoying it. What struck Levin was that he could see through them all today, and from little, almost imperceptible signs knew the soul of each, and saw distinctly that they were all good at heart. And Levin himself in particular, they were all extremely fond of that day. That was evident from the way they spoke to him, from the friendly, affectionate way even those he did not know looked at him. "Well, did you like it?" Sergei Ivanovitch asked him. "Very much. I never supposed it was so interesting." "Capital, splendid." Sviazhsky went up to Levin and invited him to come round to tea with him. Levin was utterly at a loss to comprehend or recall what it was he had disliked in Sviazhsky, what he had failed to find in him. He was a clever and wonderfully good-hearted man. Most delighted, he said, and asked after his wife and sister-in-law, and from a queer association of ideas, because in his imagination the idea of Sviazhsky's sister-in-law was connected with marriage, it occurred to him that there was no one to whom he could more suitably speak of his happiness, and he was very glad to go and see them. Sviazhsky questioned him about his improvements on his estate, presupposing, as he always did, that there was no possibility of doing anything not done already in Europe, and now this did not in the least annoy Levin. On the contrary, he felt that Sviazhsky was right, that the whole business was of little value, and he saw the wonderful softness and consideration with which Sviazhsky avoided fully expressing his correct view. The ladies of the Sviazhsky household were particularly delightful. It seemed to Levin that they knew all about it already and sympathized with him, saying nothing merely from delicacy. He stayed with them 1 hour, 2, 3, talking of all sorts of subjects but the one thing that filled his heart, and did not observe that he was boring them dreadfully, and that it was long past their bedtime. Sviazhsky went with him into the hall, yawning and wondering at the strange humor his friend was in. It was past 1 o'clock. Levin went back to his hotel, and was dismayed at the thought that all alone now with his impatience he had 10 hours still left to get through. The servant, whose turn it was to be up all night, lighted his candles and would have gone away, but Levin stopped him. This servant, Yegor, whom Levin had noticed before, struck him as a very intelligent, excellent, and, above all, good-hearted man. "Well, Yegor, it's hard work not sleeping, isn't it? One's got to put up with it. It's part of our work, you see. In a gentleman's house it's easier, but then here one makes more." It appeared that Yegor had a family, 3 boys and a daughter, a sempstress, whom he wanted to marry to a cashier in a saddler's shop. Levin, on hearing this, informed Yegor that, in his opinion, in marriage the great thing was love, and that with love one would always be happy, for happiness rests only on oneself. Yegor listened attentively, and obviously quite took in Levin's idea, but by way of assent to it he enunciated, greatly to Levin's surprise, the observation that when he had lived with good masters, he had always been satisfied with his masters, and now was perfectly satisfied with his employer, though he was a Frenchman. Wonderfully good-hearted fellow, thought Levin. Well, but you yourself, Yegor, when you got married, did you love your wife? "Aye, and why not?" responded Yegor. And Levin saw that Yegor too was in an excited state, and intending to express all his most heartfelt emotions. "My life, too, has been a wonderful one, from a child up." He was beginning with flashing eyes, apparently catching Levin's enthusiasm, just as people catch yawning. But at that moment a ring was heard. Yegor departed, and Levin was left alone. He had eaten scarcely anything at dinner, had refused tea and supper at Sviazhsky's, but he was incapable of thinking of supper. He had not slept the previous night, but was incapable of thinking of sleep either. His room was cold, but he was oppressed by heat. He opened both the movable panes in his window, and sat down to the table opposite the open panes. Over the snow-covered roofs could be seen a decorated cross with chains, and above it the rising triangle of Charles's wane with the yellowish light of Capella. He gazed at the cross, then at the stars, drank in the fresh freezing air that flowed evenly into the room, and followed as though in a dream the images and memories that rose in his imagination. At 4 o'clock he heard steps in the passage and peeped out at the door. It was the gambler Myaskin, whom he knew, coming from the club. He walked gloomily, frowning and coughing. Poor unlucky fellow, thought Levin, and tears came into his eyes from love and pity for this man. He would have talked with him and tried to comfort him, but remembering that he had nothing but his shirt on, he changed his mind and sat down again at the open pane to bathe in the cold air and gaze at the exquisite lines of the cross, silent but full of meaning for him, and the mounting lurid yellow star. At 7 o'clock there was a noise of people polishing the floors, and bells ringing in some servants' department, and Levin felt that he was beginning to get frozen. He closed the pane, washed, dressed, and went out into the street. Chapter 15. The streets were still empty. Levin went to the house of the Ilyich. The visitors' doors were closed, and everything was asleep. He walked back, went into his room again, and asked for coffee. The day servant, not Yegor this time, brought it to him. Levin would have entered into conversation with him, but a bell rang for the servant, and he went out. Levin tried to drink coffee and put some roll in his mouth, but his mouth was quite at a loss what to do with the roll. Levin, rejecting the roll, put on his coat and went out again for a walk. It was 9 o'clock when he reached the Ilyich steps the second time. In the house they were only just up, and the cook came out to go marketing. He had to get through at least 2 hours more. All that night and morning Levin lived perfectly unconsciously, and felt perfectly lifted out of the conditions of material life. He had eaten nothing for a whole day, he had not slept for 2 nights, had spent several hours undressed in the frozen air, and felt not simply fresher and stronger than ever, but felt utterly independent of his body. He moved without muscular effort, and felt as if he could do anything. He was convinced he could fly upwards or lift the corner of the house, if need be. He spent the remainder of the time in the street, incessantly looking at his watch and gazing about him, and what he saw then he never saw again after. The children especially going to school, the bluish doves flying down from the roofs to the pavement, and the little loaves covered with flour, thrust out by an unseen hand, touched him. Those loaves, those doves, and those 2 boys were not earthly creatures. It all happened at the same time. A boy ran towards a dove and glanced smiling at Levin. The dove, with a whir of her wings, darted away, flashing in the sun, amid grains of snow that quivered in the air, while from a little window there came a smell of fresh, baked bread, and the loaves were put out. All of this together was so extraordinarily nice that Levin laughed and cried with delight. Going a long way round by Gazetny Place and Kislavka, he went back again to the hotel, and putting his watch before him, he sat down to wait for 12 o'clock. In the next room they were talking about some sort of machines, and swindling, and coughing their morning coughs. They did not realize that the hand was near 12. The hand reached it. Levin went out onto the steps. The sledge drivers clearly knew all about it. They crowded round Levin with happy faces, quarreling among themselves and offering their services, trying not to offend the other sledge drivers, and promising to drive with them too. Levin took one and told him to drive to the Ilyich. The sledge driver was splendid in a white shirt, collar sticking out over his overcoat and into his strong, full, blooded red neck. The sledge was high and comfortable, and altogether such a one as Levin never drove in after, and the horse was a good one, and tried to gallop but didn't seem to move. The driver knew the SHT Cherbatsky's house, and drew up at the entrance with a curve of his arm and a woe, especially indicative of respect for his fare. The SHT Cherbatsky's hall, Porter certainly knew all about it. This was evident from the smile in his eyes and the way he said, "Well, it's a long while since you've been to see us, Konstantin Dmitrievitch." Not only he knew all about it, but he was unmistakably delighted and making efforts to conceal his joy. Looking into his kindly old eyes, Levin realized even something new in his happiness. "Are they up? Pray walk in. Leave it here," said he, smiling, as Levin would have come back to take his hat. That meant something. "To whom shall I announce your honor?" asked the footman. The footman, though a young man and one of the new school of footmen, a dandy, was a very kind-hearted, good fellow, and he too knew all about it. "The princess, the prince, the young princess," said Levin. The first person he saw was Mademoiselle Linon. She walked across the room, and her ringlets and her face were beaming. He had only just spoken to her, when suddenly he heard the rustle of a skirt at the door, and Mademoiselle Linon vanished from Levin's eyes, and a joyful terror came over him at the nearness of his happiness. Mademoiselle Linon was in great haste, and leaving him, went out at the other door. Directly she had gone out, swift light steps sounded on the parquet, and his bliss, his life, himself what was best in himself, what he had so long sought and longed for was quickly approaching him. She did not walk, but seemed by some unseen force to float to him. He saw nothing but her clear, truthful eyes, frightened by the same bliss of love that flooded his heart. Those eyes were shining nearer and nearer, blinding him with their light of love. She stopped still close to him, touching him. Her hands rose and dropped onto his shoulders. She had done all she could. She had run up to him and given herself up entirely, shy and happy. He put his arms round her and pressed his lips to her mouth that sought his kiss. She too had not slept all night, and had been expecting him all the morning. Her mother and father had consented without demur, and were happy in her happiness. She had been waiting for him. She wanted to be the first to tell him her happiness and his. She had got ready to see him alone, and had been delighted at the idea, and had been shy and ashamed, and did not know herself what she was doing. She had heard his steps and voice, and had waited at the door for Mademoiselle Linon to go. Mademoiselle Linon had gone away, without thinking, without asking herself how and what. She had gone up to him, and did as she was doing. "Let us go to mamma," she said, taking him by the hand. For a long while he could say nothing, not so much because he was afraid of desecrating the loftiness of his emotion by a word, as that every time he tried to say something, instead of words he felt, that tears of happiness were welling up. He took her hand and kissed it. "Can it be true?" he said at last in a choked voice. "I can't believe you love me, dear." She smiled at that dear, and at the timidity with which he glanced at her. "Yes," she said significantly, deliberately. "I am so happy." Not letting go his hands, she went into the drawing-room. The princess, seeing them, breathed quickly, and immediately began to cry, and then immediately began to laugh, and with a vigorous step Levin had not expected, ran up to him and hugging his head, kissed him, wetting his cheeks with her tears. "So it is all settled. I am glad. Love her. I am glad. Kitty, you've not been long settling things," said the old prince, trying to seem unmoved. But Levin noticed that his eyes were wet when he turned to him. "I've always wished for this," said the prince, taking Levin by the arm and drawing him towards himself, "even when this little feather had fancied." "Papa?" shrieked Kitty, and shut his mouth with her hands. "Well, I won't," he said. "I'm very, very Oh, what a fool I am." He embraced Kitty, kissed her face, her hand, her face again, and made the sign of the cross over her. And there came over Levin a new feeling of love for this man, till then so little known to him. when he saw how slowly and tenderly Kitty kissed his muscular hand. Chapter 16. The princess sat in her armchair, silent and smiling. The prince sat down beside her. Kitty stood by her father's chair, still holding his hand. All were silent. The princess was the first to put everything into words, and to translate all thoughts and feelings into practical questions, and all equally felt this strange and painful for the first minute. When is it to be? We must have the benediction and announcement. And when's the wedding to be? What do you think, Alexander? Here he is, said the old prince, pointing to Levin. He's the principal person in the matter. When? Said Levin, blushing. Tomorrow. If you ask me, I should say, the benediction today and the wedding tomorrow. Come, mon cher, that's nonsense. Well, in a week. He's quite mad. No, why so? Well, upon my word, said the mother, smiling, delighted at this haste. How about the trousseau? Will there really be a trousseau, and all that? Levin thought with horror. But can the trousseau, and the benediction, and all that, can it spoil my happiness? Nothing can spoil it. He glanced at Kitty, and noticed that she was not in the least, not in the very least, disturbed by the idea of the trousseau. Then it must be all right, he thought. Oh, I know nothing about it. I only said what I should like, he said apologetically. We'll talk it over, then. The benediction and announcement can take place now. That's very well. The princess went up to her husband, kissed him, and would have gone away, but he kept her, embraced her, and tenderly as a young lover, kissed her several times, smiling. The old people were obviously muddled for a moment, and did not quite know whether it was they who were in love again or their daughter. When the prince and the princess had gone, Levin went up to his betrothed and took her hand. He was self-possessed now and could speak, and he had a great deal he wanted to tell her. But he said not at all what he had to say. How I knew it would be so. I never hoped for it, and yet in my heart I was always sure, he said. I believe that it was ordained. And I, she said, even when. She stopped and went on again, looking at him resolutely with her truthful eyes. Even when I thrust from me my happiness. I always loved you alone, but I was carried away. I ought to tell you. Can you forgive that? Perhaps it was for the best. You will have to forgive me so much. I ought to tell you. This was one of the things he had meant to speak about. He had resolved from the first to tell her two things, that he was not chaste as she was, and that he was not a believer. It was agonizing, but he considered he ought to tell her both these facts. No, not now, later, he said. Very well, later, but you must certainly tell me. I'm not afraid of anything. I want to know everything. Now it is settled, he added. Settled that you'll take me whatever I may be, you won't give me up. Yes, yes, yes. Their conversation was interrupted by Mademoiselle Linon, who with an affected but tender smile came to congratulate her favorite pupil. Before she had gone, the servants came in with their congratulations. Then relations arrived, and there began that state of blissful absurdity from which Levin did not emerge till the day after his wedding. Levin was in a continual state of awkwardness and discomfort, but the intensity of his happiness went on all the while increasing. He felt continually that a great deal was being expected of him what he did not know, and he did everything he was told, and it all gave him happiness. He had thought his engagement would have nothing about it like others, that the ordinary conditions of engaged couples would spoil his special happiness. But it ended in his doing exactly as other people did, and his happiness being only increased thereby and becoming more and more special, more and more unlike anything that had ever happened. Now we shall have sweetmeats to eat, said Mademoiselle Linon, and Levin drove off to buy sweetmeats. Well, I'm very glad, said Swirsky. I advise you to get the bouquets from Fomin's. Oh, are they wanted? And he drove to Fomin's. His brother offered to lend him money, as he would have so many expenses, presents to give. Oh, our presents wanted, and he galloped to Fooda's, and at the confectioner's, and at Fomin's, and at Fooda's he saw that he was expected, that they were pleased to see him, and prided themselves on his happiness, just as everyone whom he had to do with during those days. What was extraordinary was that everyone not only liked him, but even people previously unsympathetic, cold, and callous, were enthusiastic over him, gave way to him in everything, treated his feeling with tenderness and delicacy, and shared his conviction that he was the happiest man in the world, because his betrothed was beyond perfection. Kitty, too, felt the same thing. When Countess Nordston ventured to hint that she had hoped for something better, Kitty was so angry, and proved so conclusively that nothing in the world could be better than Levin, that Countess Nordston had to admit it, and in Kitty's presence never met Levin without a smile of ecstatic admiration. The confession he had promised was the one painful incident of this time. He consulted the old prince, and with his sanction gave Kitty his diary, in which there was written the confession that tortured him. He had written this diary at the time with a view to his future wife. 2 things caused him anguish: his lack of purity and his lack of faith. His confession of unbelief passed unnoticed. She was religious, had never doubted the truths of religion, but his external unbelief did not affect her in the least. Through love she knew all his soul, and in his soul she saw what she wanted. And that such a state of soul should be called unbelieving was to her a matter of no account. The other confession set her weeping bitterly. Levin, not without an inner struggle, handed her his diary. He knew that between him and her there could not be, and should not be, secrets, and so he had decided that so it must be, but he had not realized what an effect it would have on her. He had not put himself in her place. It was only when the same evening he came to their house before the theatre, went into her room and saw her tear-stained, pitiful, sweet face, miserable with suffering he had caused and nothing could undo. He felt the abyss that separated his shameful past from her dove-like purity, and was appalled at what he had done. "Take them, take these dreadful books," she said, pushing away the notebooks lying before her on the table. "Why did you give them me? No, it was better anyway," she added, touched by his despairing face. "But it's awful, awful." His head sank, and he was silent. He could say nothing. "You can't forgive me," he whispered. "Yes, I forgive you, but it's terrible." But his happiness was so immense that this confession did not shatter it. It only added another shade to it. She forgave him, but from that time more than ever he considered himself unworthy of her, morally bowed down lower than ever before her, and prized more highly than ever his undeserved happiness. Chapter 17. Unconsciously going over in his memory the conversations that had taken place during and after dinner, Alexey Alexandrovitch returned to his solitary room. Darya Alexandrovna's words about forgiveness had aroused in him nothing but annoyance. The applicability or non-applicability of the Christian precept to his own case was too difficult a question to be discussed lightly, and this question had long ago been answered by Alexey Alexandrovitch in the negative. Of all that had been said, what stuck most in his memory was the phrase of stupid, good-natured Turovtsin acted like a man, he did, called him out and shot him. Everyone had apparently shared this feeling, though from politeness they had not expressed it. But the matter is settled. It's useless thinking about it, Alexey Alexandrovitch told himself, and thinking of nothing but the journey before him, and the revision work he had to do, he went into his room and asked the porter, who escorted him, where his man was. The porter said that the man had only just gone out. Alexey Alexandrovitch ordered tea to be sent him, sat down to the table, and taking the guidebook, began considering the route of his journey. "2 telegrams," said his manservant, coming into the room. "I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. I'd only just that minute gone out." Alexey Alexandrovitch took the telegrams and opened them. The first telegram was the announcement of Stromov's appointment to the very post Karenina had coveted. Alexey Alexandrovitch flung the telegram down, and, flushing a little, got up and began to pace up and down the room. "Quos vult perdere dementat," he said, meaning by quos the persons responsible for this appointment. He was not so much annoyed that he had not received the post, that he had been conspicuously passed over, but it was incomprehensible, amazing to him, that they did not see that the wordy phrase, "Monsieur Stremov was the last man fit for it." How could they fail to see how they were ruining themselves, lowering their prestige by this appointment? Something else in the same line, he said to himself bitterly, opening the second telegram. The telegram was from his wife. Her name, written in blue pencil, Anna, was the first thing that caught his eye. "I am dying. I beg, I implore you to come. I shall die easier with your forgiveness," he read. He smiled contemptuously and flung down the telegram. That this was a trick and a fraud, of that, he thought for the first minute. There could be no doubt. There is no deceit she would stick at. She was near her confinement. Perhaps it is the confinement. But what can be their aim? To legitimize the child, to compromise me, and prevent a divorce, he thought. But something was said in it, "I am dying." He read the telegram again, and suddenly the plain meaning of what was said in it struck him. And if it is true, he said to himself, if it is true that in the moment of agony and nearness to death she is genuinely penitent, and I, taking it for a trick, refuse to go, that would not only be cruel, and everyone would blame me, but it would be stupid on my part. "Peter, call a coach. I am going to Petersburg," he said to his servant. Alexey Alexandrovitch decided that he would go to Petersburg and see his wife. If her illness was a trick, he would say nothing and go away again. If she was really in danger and wished to see him before her death, he would forgive her if he found her alive, and pay her the last duties if he came too late. All the way he thought no more of what he ought to do, with a sense of weariness and uncleanness from the night spent in the train. In the early fog of Petersburg, Alexey Alexandrovitch drove through the deserted Nevsky and stared straight before him, not thinking of what was awaiting him. He could not think about it, because in picturing what would happen, he could not drive away the reflection that her death would at once remove all the difficulty of his position. Bakers, closed shops, night, cabmen, porters sweeping the pavements flashed past his eyes, and he watched it all, trying to smother the thought of what was awaiting him, and what he dared not hope for, and yet was hoping for. He drove up to the steps. A sledge and a carriage with the coachman asleep stood at the entrance. As he went into the entry, Alexey Alexandrovitch, as it were, got out his resolution from the remotest corner of his brain, and mastered it thoroughly. Its meaning ran, if it's a trick, then calm contempt and departure. If truth, do what is proper. The porter opened the door before Alexey Alexandrovitch rang. The porter, Kapitonich, looked queer in an old coat, without a tie, and in slippers. "How is your mistress?" "A successful confinement yesterday." Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped short and turned white. He felt distinctly now how intensely he had longed for her death. "And how is she?" Corney in his morning apron ran downstairs. "Very ill," he answered. "There was a consultation yesterday, and the doctor's here now." "Take my things," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, and feeling some relief at the news that there was still hope of her death, he went into the hall on the hatst, and there was a military overcoat. Alexey Alexandrovitch noticed it and asked, "Who is here?" "The doctor, the midwife, and Count Vronsky." Alexey Alexandrovitch went into the inner rooms. In the drawing-room there was no one. At the sound of his steps there came out of her boudoir the midwife in a cap with lilac ribbons. She went up to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and with the familiarity given by the approach of death, took him by the arm and drew him towards the bedroom. "Thank God you've come. She keeps on about you and nothing but you," she said. "Make haste with the ice." The doctor's peremptory voice said from the bedroom. Alexey Alexandrovitch went into her boudoir. At the table, sitting sideways in a low chair, was Vronsky, his face hidden in his hands, weeping. He jumped up at the doctor's voice, took his hands from his face, and saw Alexey Alexandrovitch. Seeing the husband, he was so overwhelmed that he sat down again, drawing his head down to his shoulders, as if he wanted to disappear. But he made an effort over himself, got up and said, "She is dying. The doctors say there is no hope. I am entirely in your power, only let me be here, though I am at your disposal. Alexey Alexandrovitch, seeing Vronsky's tears, felt a rush of that nervous emotion always produced in him by the sight of other people's suffering, and turning away his face, he moved hurriedly to the door, without hearing the rest of his words. From the bedroom came the sound of Anna's voice saying something. Her voice was lively, eager, with exceedingly distinct intonations. Alexey Alexandrovitch went into the bedroom and went up to the bed. She was lying turned with her face towards him. Her cheeks were flushed crimson, her eyes glittered, her little white hands thrust out from the sleeves of her dressing-gown were playing with the quilt, twisting it about. It seemed as though she were not only well and blooming, but in the happiest frame of mind. She was talking rapidly, musically, and with exceptionally correct articulation and expressive intonation. For Alexey, I am speaking of Alexey Alexandrovitch. What a strange and awful thing that both are Alexey, isn't it? Alexey would not refuse me. I should forget, he would forgive. But why doesn't he come? He's so good he doesn't know himself how good he is. Ah, my God, what agony! Give me some water, quick. Oh, that will be bad for her, my little girl. Oh, very well then, give her to a nurse. Yes, I agree, it's better in fact. He'll be coming. It will hurt him to see her. Give her to the nurse. Anna Arkadyevna, he has come. Here he is, said the midwife, trying to attract her attention to Alexey Alexandrovitch. Oh, what nonsense! Anna went on, not seeing her husband. No, give her to me. Give me my little one. He has not come yet. You say he won't forgive me because you don't know him. No one knows him. I'm the only one, and it was hard for me even. His eyes I ought to know Seryaja, has just the same eyes, and I can't bear to see them because of it. Has Seryaja had his dinner? I know everyone will forget him. He would not forget. Seryaja must be moved into the corner room, and Mariette must be asked to sleep with him. All of a sudden she shrank back, was silent, and in terror, as though expecting a blow, as though to defend herself, she raised her hands to her face. She had seen her husband. No, no, she began. I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of death. Alexey, come here. I am in a hurry, because I've no time. I've not long left to live. The fever will begin directly, and I shall understand nothing more. Now I understand. I understand it all. I see it all. Alexey Alexandrovitch, his wrinkled face wore an expression of agony. He took her by the hand and tried to say something, but he could not utter it. His lower lip quivered, but he still went on, struggling with his emotion, and only now and then glanced at her, and each time he glanced at her, he saw her eyes gazing at him with such passionate and triumphant tenderness as he had never seen in them. Wait a minute, you don't know. Stay a little, stay. She stopped, as though collecting her ideas. Yes, she began. Yes, yes, yes. This is what I wanted to say. Don't be surprised at me. I'm still the same. But there is another woman in me. I'm afraid of her. She loved that man, and I tried to hate you, and could not forget about her that used to be. I'm not that woman. Now I'm my real self, all myself. I'm dying now. I know I shall die. Ask him. Even now I feel, see here, the weights on my feet, on my hands, on my fingers. My fingers, see how huge they are. But this will soon all be over. Only one thing I want. Forgive me quite. I'm terrible, but my nurse used to tell me. The holy martyr, what was her name? She was worse. And I'll go to Rome. There's a wilderness, and there I shall be no trouble to anyone. Only I'll take Seryaja and the little one. No, you can't forgive me. I know it can't be forgiven. No, no, go away, you're too good. She held his hand in one burning hand, while she pushed him away with the other. The nervous agitation of Alexey Alexandrovitch kept increasing, and had by now reached such a point that he ceased to struggle with it. He suddenly felt that what he had regarded as nervous agitation was, on the contrary, a blissful spiritual condition that gave him all at once a new happiness he had never known. He did not think that the Christian law that he had been all his life trying to follow enjoined on him to forgive and love his enemies, but a glad feeling of love and forgiveness for his enemies filled his heart. He knelt down, and laying his head in the curve of her arm, which burned him as with fire through the sleeve, he sobbed like a little child. She put her arm around his head, moved towards him, and with defiant pride lifted up her eyes. That is he. I knew him. Now forgive me, everyone, forgive me. They've come again. Why don't they go away? Oh, take these cloaks off me. The doctor unloosed her hands, carefully laying her on the pillow, and covered her up to the shoulders. She lay back submissively and looked before her with beaming eyes. Remember one thing, that I needed nothing but forgiveness, and I want nothing more. Why doesn't he come? She said, turning to the door towards Vronsky. Do come, give him your hand. Vronsky came to the side of the bed, and seeing Anna, again hid his face in his hands. Uncover your face, look at him. He's a saint, she said. Oh, uncover your face, do uncover it, she said angrily. Alexey Alexandrovitch, do uncover his face. I want to see him. Alexey Alexandrovitch took Vronsky's hands and drew them away from his face, which was awful with the expression of agony and shame upon it. Give him your hand. Forgive him. Alexey Alexandrovitch gave him his hand, not attempting to restrain the tears that streamed from his eyes. Thank God, she said, now everything is ready. Only to stretch my legs a little. There, that's capital. How badly these flowers are done, not a bit like a violet, she said, pointing to the hangings. My God, when will it end? Give me some morphine. Doctor, give me some morphine. Oh, my God, and she tossed about on the bed. The doctors said that it was puerperal fever, and that it was 90. 9 chances in 100 it would end in death. The whole day long there was fever, delirium, and unconsciousness. At midnight the patient lay without consciousness and almost without pulse. The end was expected every minute. Vronsky had gone home, but in the morning he came to inquire, and Alexey Alexandrovitch, meeting him in the hall, said, "Better stay, she might ask for you," and himself led him to his wife's boudoir. Towards morning there was a return again of excitement, rapid thought and talk, and again it ended in unconsciousness. On the third day it was the same thing, and the doctors said there was hope. That day Alexey Alexandrovitch went into the boudoir where Vronsky was sitting, and closing the door sat down opposite him. "Alexey Alexandrovitch," said Vronsky, feeling that a statement of the position was coming, "I can't speak, I can't understand. Spare me, however hard it is for you, believe me, it is more terrible for me." He would have risen, but Alexey Alexandrovitch took him by the hand and said, "I beg you to hear me out, it is necessary. I must explain my feelings, the feelings that have guided me and will guide me, so that you may not be in error regarding me. You know I had resolved on a divorce, and had even begun to take proceedings. I won't conceal from you that in beginning this I was in uncertainty. I was in misery. I will confess that I was pursued by a desire to revenge myself on you and on her. When I got the telegram, I came here with the same feelings. I will say more, I longed for her death. But he paused, pondering whether to disclose or not to disclose his feeling to him. But I saw her and forgave her, and the happiness of forgiveness has revealed to me my duty. I forgive completely. I would offer the other cheek. I would give my cloak if my coat be taken. I pray to God only not to take from me the bliss of forgiveness. Tears stood in his eyes, and the luminous, serene look in them impressed Vronsky. This is my position. You can trample me in the mud, make me the laughing stock of the world. I will not abandon her, and I will never utter a word of reproach to you. Alexey Alexandrovitch went on. My duty is clearly marked for me. I ought to be with her, and I will be. If she wishes to see you, I will let you know, but now I suppose it would be better for you to go away. He got up, and sobs cut short his words. Vronsky, too, was getting up, and in a stooping, not yet erect posture, looked up at him from under his brows. He did not understand Alexey Alexandrovitch's feeling, but he felt that it was something higher and even unattainable for him with his view of life. Chapter 18. After the conversation with Alexey Alexandrovitch, Vronsky went out onto the steps of the Karenins' house and stood still, with difficulty remembering where he was and where he ought to walk or drive. He felt disgraced, humiliated, guilty, and deprived of all possibility of washing away his humiliation. He felt thrust out of the beaten track, along which he had so proudly and lightly walked till then. All the habits and rules of his life that had seemed so firm had turned out suddenly false and inapplicable. The betrayed husband, who had figured till that time as a pitiful creature, an incidental and somewhat ludicrous obstacle to his happiness, had suddenly been summoned by her herself, elevated to an awe-inspiring pinnacle, and on the pinnacle that husband had shown himself, not malignant, not false, not ludicrous, but kind and straightforward and large. Vronsky could not but feel this, and the parts were suddenly reversed. Vronsky felt his elevation and his own abasement, his truth and his own falsehood. He felt that the husband was magnanimous even in his sorrow, while he had been base and petty in his deceit. But this sense of his own humiliation before the man he had unjustly despised made up only a small part of his misery. He felt unutterably wretched now, for his passion for Anna, which had seemed to him of late to be growing cooler, now that he knew he had lost her forever, was stronger than ever it had been. He had seen all of her in her illness, had come to know her very soul, and it seemed to him that he had never loved her till then. And now when he had learned to know her, to love her as she should be loved, he had been humiliated before her, and had lost her forever, leaving with her nothing of himself but a shameful memory. Most terrible of all had been his ludicrous, shameful position, when Alexey Alexandrovitch had pulled his hands away from his humiliated face. He stood on the steps of the Karenins' house like one distraught, and did not know what to do. "A sledge, sir." "Ask the porter." "Yes, a sledge." On getting home after 3 sleepless nights, Vronsky, without undressing, lay down flat on the sofa, clasping his hands and laying his head on them. His head was heavy. Images, memories, and ideas of the strangest description followed one another with extraordinary rapidity and vividness. First, it was the medicine he had poured out for the patient and spilt over the spoon, then the midwife's white hands, then the queer posture of Alexey Alexandrovitch on the floor beside the bed. To sleep, to forget. He said to himself with the serene confidence of a healthy man that if he is tired and sleepy, he will go to sleep at once. And the same instant his head did begin to feel drowsy, and he began to drop off into forgetfulness. The waves of the sea of unconsciousness had begun to meet over his head, when all at once it was as though a violent shock of electricity had passed over him. He started so that he leaped up on the springs of the sofa, and leaning on his arms got in a panic onto his knees. His eyes were wide open as though he had never been asleep. The heaviness in his head and the weariness in his limbs that he had felt a minute before had suddenly gone. "You may trample me in the mud." He heard Alexey Alexandrovitch's words and saw him standing before him, and saw Anna's face with its burning flush and glittering eyes, gazing with love and tenderness not at him but at Alexey Alexandrovitch. He saw his own, as he fancied, foolish and ludicrous figure when Alexey Alexandrovitch took his hands away from his face. He stretched out his legs again, and flung himself on the sofa in the same position, and shut his eyes. To sleep, to forget, he repeated to himself, but with his eyes shut he saw more distinctly than ever Anna's face as it had been on the memorable evening before the races. That is not and will not be, and she wants to wipe it out of her memory. But I cannot live without it. How can we be reconciled? How can we be reconciled? He said aloud, and unconsciously began to repeat these words. This repetition checked the rising up of fresh images and memories, which he felt were thronging in his brain. But repeating words did not check his imagination for long. Again, in extraordinarily rapid succession, his best moments rose before his mind, and then his recent humiliation. Take away his hands, Anna's voice says. He takes away his hands and feels the shame-struck and idiotic expression of his face. He still lay down, trying to sleep, though he felt there was not the smallest hope of it, and kept repeating stray words from some chain of thought, trying by this to check the rising flood of fresh images. He listened and heard in a strange, mad whisper words repeated. I did not appreciate it, did not make enough of it. I did not appreciate it, did not make enough of it. What's this? Am I going out of my mind? He said to himself. Perhaps. What makes men go out of their minds? What makes men shoot themselves? He answered himself, and opening his eyes, he saw with wonder an embroidered cushion beside him, worked by Varya, his brother's wife. He touched the tassel of the cushion, and tried to think of Varya, of when he had seen her last. But to think of anything extraneous was an agonizing effort. No, I must sleep. He moved the cushion up and pressed his head into it, but he had to make an effort to keep his eyes shut. He jumped up and sat down. That's all over for me, he said to himself. I must think what to do, what is left. His mind rapidly ran through his life apart from his love of Anna. Ambition, Serpuhovskoy, society, the court. He could not come to a pause anywhere. All of it had had meaning before, but now there was no reality in it. He got up from the sofa, took off his coat, undid his belt, and uncovering his hairy chest to breathe more freely, walked up and down the room. This is how people go mad, he repeated, and how they shoot themselves. To escape humiliation, he added slowly. He went to the door and closed it. Then with fixed eyes and clenched teeth he went up to the table, took a revolver, looked round him, turned it to a loaded barrel, and sank into thought. For 2 minutes his head bent forward with an expression of an intense effort of thought. He stood with the revolver in his hand, motionless, thinking. Of course, he said to himself, as though a logical, continuous, and clear chain of reasoning had brought him to an indubitable conclusion. In reality, this, of course, that seemed convincing to him, was simply the result of exactly the same circle of memories and images through which he had passed 10 times already during the last hour, memories of happiness lost forever. There was the same conception of the senselessness of everything to come in life, the same consciousness of humiliation. Even the sequence of these images and emotions was the same. Of course, he repeated, when for the third time his thought passed again round the same spellbound circle of memories and images, and pulling the revolver to the left side of his chest and, clutching it vigorously with his whole hand, as it were, squeezing it in his fist, he pulled the trigger. He did not hear the sound of the shot, but a violent blow on his chest sent him reeling. He tried to clutch at the edge of the table, dropped the revolver, staggered, and sat down on the ground, looking about him in astonishment. He did not recognize his room, looking up from the ground at the bent legs of the table, at the waste-paper basket, and the tiger's skin rug. The hurried, creaking steps of his servant coming through the drawing-room brought him to his senses. He made an effort at thought and was aware that he was on the floor, and seeing blood on the tiger skin rug and on his arm, he knew he had shot himself. Idiotic, missed, he said, fumbling after the revolver. The revolver was close beside him. He saw it further off. Still feeling for it, he stretched out to the other side, and not being strong enough to keep his balance, fell over, streaming with blood. The elegant, whiskered manservant, who used to be continually complaining to his acquaintances of the delicacy of his nerves, was so panic-stricken on seeing his master lying on the floor, that he left him losing blood, while he ran for assistance. An hour later Varya, his brother's wife, had arrived, and with the assistance of 3 doctors, whom she had sent for in all directions, and who all appeared at the same moment, she got the wounded man to bed, and remained to nurse him. Chapter 19. The mistake made by Alexey Alexandrovitch in that, when preparing for seeing his wife, he had overlooked the possibility that her repentance might be sincere, and he might forgive her, and she might not die. This mistake was 2 months after his return from Moscow, brought home to him in all its significance. But the mistake made by him had arisen not simply from his having overlooked that contingency, but also from the fact that until that day of his interview with his dying wife, he had not known his own heart. At his sick wife's bedside, he had for the first time in his life given way to that feeling of sympathetic suffering always roused in him by the sufferings of others, and hitherto looked on by him, with shame as a harmful weakness, and pity for her and remorse for having desired her death, and most of all the joy of forgiveness, made him at once conscious, not simply of the relief of his own sufferings, but of a spiritual peace he had never experienced before. He suddenly felt that the very thing that was the source of his sufferings had become the source of his spiritual joy, that what had seemed insoluble while he was judging, blaming, and hating, had become clear and simple when he forgave and loved. He forgave his wife and pitied her for her sufferings and her remorse. He forgave Vronsky and pitied him, especially after reports reached him of his despairing action. He felt more for his son than before, and he blamed himself now for having taken too little interest in him. But for the little newborn baby he felt a quite peculiar sentiment, not of pity only, but of tenderness. At first, from a feeling of compassion alone, he had been interested in the delicate little creature, who was not his child, and who was cast on one side during her mother's illness, and would certainly have died if he had not troubled about her. And he did not himself observe how fond he became of her. He would go into the nursery several times a day, and sit there for a long while, so that the nurses, who were at first afraid of him, got quite used to his presence. Sometimes for half an hour at a stretch he would sit silently gazing at the saffron, red, downy, wrinkled face of the sleeping baby, watching the movements of the frowning brows and the fat little hands with clenched fingers that rubbed the little eyes and nose. At such moments particularly, Alexey Alexandrovitch had a sense of perfect peace and inward harmony, and saw nothing extraordinary in his position, nothing that ought to be changed. But as time went on, he saw more and more distinctly that however natural the position now seemed to him, He would not long be allowed to remain in it. He felt that besides the blessed spiritual force controlling his soul, there was another, a brutal force, as powerful, or more powerful, which controlled his life, and that this force would not allow him that humble peace he longed for. He felt that everyone was looking at him with inquiring wonder, that he was not understood, and that something was expected of him. Above all, he felt the instability and unnaturalness of his relations with his wife. When the softening effect of the near approach of death had passed away, Alexey Alexandrovitch began to notice that Anna was afraid of him, ill at ease with him, and could not look him straight in the face. She seemed to be wanting, and not daring, to tell him something, and as though foreseeing their present relations could not continue, she seemed to be expecting something from him. Towards the end of February, it happened that Anna's baby daughter, who had been named Anna too, fell ill. Alexey Alexandrovitch was in the nursery in the morning, and leaving orders for the doctor to be sent for, he went to his office. On finishing his work, he returned home at 4. Going into the hall, he saw a handsome groom, in a braided livery and a bare fur cape, holding a white fur cloak. "Who is here?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Princess Elizaveta Fedorovna Tverskaya," the groom answered, and it seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch that he grinned. During all this difficult time, Alexey Alexandrovitch had noticed that his worldly acquaintances, especially women, took a peculiar interest in him and his wife. All these acquaintances he observed with difficulty concealing their mirth at something, the same mirth that he had perceived in the lawyer's eyes, and just now in the eyes of this groom. Everyone seemed, somehow, hugely delighted, as though they had just been at a wedding. When they met him, with ill-disguised enjoyment, they inquired after his wife's health. The presence of Princess Tverskaya was unpleasant to Alexey Alexandrovitch from the memories associated with her, and also because he disliked her, and he went straight to the nursery. In the day nursery, Seryozha, leaning on the table with his legs on a chair, was drawing and chatting away merrily. The English governess, who had during Anna's illness replaced the French one, was sitting near the boy knitting a shawl. She hurriedly got up, curtsied, and pulled Seryozha. Alexey Alexandrovitch stroked his son's hair, answered the governess's inquiries about his wife, and asked what the doctor had said of the baby. "The doctor said it was nothing serious, and he ordered a bath, sir." "But she is still in pain," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, listening to the baby's screaming in the next room. "I think it's the wet." "Nurse, sir," the Englishwoman said firmly. "What makes you think so?" he asked, stopping short. "It's just as it was at Countess Paul's, sir. They gave the baby medicine, and it turned out that the baby was simply hungry. The nurse had no milk, sir." Alexey Alexandrovitch pondered, and after standing still a few seconds, he went in at the other door. The baby was lying with its head thrown back, stiffening itself in the nurse's arms, and would not take the plump breast offered it, and it never ceased screaming in spite of the double hushing of the wet nurse and the other nurse, who was bending over her. "Still no better," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "She's very restless," answered the nurse in a whisper. "Miss Edwards says that perhaps the wet nurse has no milk," he said. "I think so too, Alexey Alexandrovitch." "Then why didn't you say so? Who's one to say it to? Anna Arkadyevna's still ill," said the nurse discontentedly. The nurse was an old servant of the family, and in her simple words there seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch an allusion to his position. The baby screamed louder than ever, struggling and sobbing. The nurse, with a gesture of despair, went to it, took it from the wet nurse's arms, and began walking up and down, rocking it. "You must ask the doctor to examine the wet nurse," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. The smartly dressed and healthy-looking nurse, frightened at the idea of losing her place, muttered something to herself, and covering her bosom, smiled contemptuously at the idea of doubts being cast on her abundance of milk. In that smile, too, Alexey Alexandrovitch saw a sneer at his position. "Luckless child," said the nurse, hushing the baby and still walking up and down with it. Alexey Alexandrovitch sat down, and with a despondent and suffering face, watched the nurse walking to and fro. When the child at last was still, and had been put in a deep bed, and the nurse, after smoothing the little pillow, had left her, Alexey Alexandrovitch got up, and walking awkwardly on tiptoe, approached the baby. For a minute he was still, and with the same despondent face gazed at the baby, but all at once a smile that moved his hair and the skin of his forehead came out on his face, and he went as softly out of the room. In the dining-room he rang the bell, and told the servant who came in to send again for the doctor. He felt vexed with his wife for not being anxious about this exquisite baby, and in this vexed humor he had no wish to go to her. He had no wish, either, to see Princess Betsy, but his wife might wonder why he did not go to her as usual, and so, overcoming his disinclination, he went towards the bedroom. As he walked over the soft rug towards the door, he could not help overhearing a conversation he did not want to hear. "If he hadn't been going away, I could have understood your answer and his too. But your husband ought to be above that," Betsy was saying. "It's not for my husband, for myself I don't wish it." "Don't say that," answered Anna's excited voice. "Yes, but you must care to say good bye to a man who has shot himself on your account. That's just why I don't want to." With a dismayed and guilty expression, Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped and would have gone back unobserved, but reflecting that this would be undignified, he turned back again, and clearing his throat, he went up to the bedroom. The voices were silent, and he went in. Anna, in a grey dressing-gown, with a crop of short, clustering black curls on her round head, was sitting on a settee. The eagerness died out of her face, as it always did, at the sight of her husband. She dropped her head and looked round uneasily at Betsy. Betsy, dressed in the height of the latest fashion, in a hat that towered somewhere over her head, like a shade on a lamp, in a blue dress with violet crossway stripes, slanting one way on the bodice, and the other way on the skirt, was sitting beside Anna, her tall, flat figure held erect. Bowing her head, she greeted Alexey Alexandrovitch with an ironical smile. "Ah," she said, as though surprised, "I'm very glad you're at home. You never put in an appearance anywhere, and I haven't seen you ever since Anna has been ill. I have heard all about it, your anxiety. Yes, you're a wonderful husband," she said, with a meaning and affable air, as though she were bestowing an order of magnanimity on him for his conduct to his wife. Alexey Alexandrovitch bowed frigidly, and kissing his wife's hand, asked how she was. "Better, I think," she said, avoiding his eyes. "But you've rather a feverish-looking color," he said, laying stress on the word feverish. "We've been talking too much," said Betsy. "I feel it's selfishness on my part, and I am going away." She got up, but Anna, suddenly flushing, quickly caught at her hand. "No, wait a minute, please. I must tell you. No, you." She turned to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and her neck and brow were suffused with crimson. "I won't and can't keep anything secret from you," she said. Alexey Alexandrovitch cracked his fingers and bowed his head. "Betsy's been telling me that Count Vronsky wants to come here to say good-bye before his departure for Tashkend." She did not look at her husband, and was evidently in haste to have everything out, however hard it might be for her. "I told her I could not receive him." "You said, my dear, that it would depend on Alexey Alexandrovitch," Betsy corrected her. "Oh, no, I can't receive him, and what object would there?" She stopped suddenly and glanced inquiringly at her husband. He did not look at her. "In short, I don't wish it." Alexey Alexandrovitch advanced and would have taken her hand. Her first impulse was to jerk back her hand from the damp hand with big swollen veins that sought hers, but with an obvious effort to control herself, She pressed his hand. "I am very grateful to you for your confidence, but," he said, feeling with confusion and annoyance that what he could decide easily and clearly by himself, he could not discuss before Princess Tivers, Kaya, who to him stood for the incarnation of that brute force which would inevitably control him in the life he led in the eyes of the world, and hinder him from giving way to his feeling of love and forgiveness. He stopped short, looking at Princess Tivers, Kaya. "Well, good bye, my darling," said Betsy, getting up. She kissed Anna and went out. Alexey Alexandrovitch escorted her out. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, I know you are a truly magnanimous man," said Betsy, stopping in the little drawing-room, and with special warmth shaking hands with him once more. "I am an outsider, but I so love her and respect you that I venture to advise. Receive him. Alexei Vronsky is the soul of honor, and he is going away to Tashkent. Thank you, Princess, for your sympathy and advice, but the question of whether my wife can or cannot see anyone she must decide herself." He said this from habit, lifting his brows with dignity, and reflected immediately that whatever his words might be, there could be no dignity in his position, and he saw this by the suppressed, malicious, and ironical smile with which Betsy glanced at him after this phrase. Chapter 20. Alexey Alexandrovitch took leave of Betsy in the drawing-room and went to his wife. She was lying down, but hearing his steps, she sat up hastily in her former attitude, and looked in a scared way at him. He saw she had been crying. "I am very grateful for your confidence in me." He repeated gently in Russian the phrase he had said in Betsy's presence in French, and sat down beside her. When he spoke to her in Russian, using the Russian thou of intimacy and affection, it was insufferably irritating to Anna, and "I am very grateful for your decision. I, too, imagine that since he is going away, there is no sort of necessity for Count Vronsky to come here. However, but I've said so already, so why repeat it?" Anna suddenly interrupted him with an irritation she could not succeed in repressing. No sort of necessity, she thought, for a man to come and say good-bye to the woman he loves, for whom he was ready to ruin himself, and has ruined himself, and who cannot live without him. No sort of necessity. She compressed her lips, and dropped her burning eyes to his hands with their swollen veins. They were rubbing each other. "Let us never speak of it," she added more calmly. "I have left this question to you to decide, and I am very glad to see," Alexey Alexandrovitch was beginning, "that my wish coincides with your own," she finished quickly, exasperated at his talking so slowly while she knew before, and all he would say. Yes, he assented. And Princess Tivers, Kaya's interference in the most difficult private affairs is utterly uncalled for. She especially. I don't believe a word of what's said about her, said Anna quickly. I know she really cares for me. Alexey Alexandrovitch sighed and said nothing. She played nervously with the tassel of her dressing gown, glancing at him with that torturing sensation of physical repulsion for which she blamed herself, though she could not control it. Her only desire now was to be rid of his oppressive presence. "I have just sent for the doctor," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I am very well. What do I want the doctor for? No, the little one cries, and they say the nurse hasn't enough milk. Why didn't you let me nurse her when I begged to? Anyway," Alexey Alexandrovitch knew what was meant by that anyway. "She's a baby, and they're killing her." She rang the bell and ordered the baby to be brought her. "I begged to nurse her. I wasn't allowed to, and now I'm blamed for it." "I don't blame. Yes, you do blame me. My God, why didn't I die?" And she broke into sobs. "Forgive me, I'm nervous, I'm unjust," she said, controlling herself, "but do go away." "No, it can't go on like this," Alexey Alexandrovitch said to himself decidedly as he left his wife's room. never had the impossibility of his position in the world's eyes, and his wife's hatred of him, and altogether the might of that mysterious brutal force that guided his life against his spiritual inclinations, and exacted conformity with its decrees and change in his attitude to his wife, been presented to him with such distinctness as that day. He saw clearly that all the world and his wife expected of him something, but what exactly he could not make out. He felt that this was rousing in his soul a feeling of anger destructive of his peace of mind, and of all the good of his achievement. He believed that for Anna herself it would be better to break off all relations with Vronsky, but if they all thought this out of the question, he was even ready to allow these relations to be renewed so long as the children were not disgraced, and he was not deprived of them nor forced to change his position. Bad as this might be, it was anyway better than a rupture, which would put her in a hopeless and shameful position, and deprive him of everything he cared for. But he felt helpless. He knew beforehand that every one was against him, and that he would not be allowed to do what seemed to him now so natural and right, but would be forced to do what was wrong, though it seemed the proper thing to them. Chapter 21. Before Betsy had time to walk out of the drawing-room, she was met in the doorway by Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had just come from Yelisiev's, where a consignment of fresh oysters had been received. "Ah, Princess, what a delightful meeting," he began. "I've been to see you." "A meeting for 1 minute, for I'm going," said Betsy, smiling and putting on her glove. "Don't put on your glove yet, Princess. Let me kiss your hand. There's nothing I'm so thankful to the revival of the old fashions for as the kissing the hand." He kissed Betsy's hand. "When shall we see each other? You don't deserve it," answered Betsy, smiling. "Oh, yes, I deserve a great deal, for I've become a most serious person. I don't only manage my own affairs, but other people's too," he said, with a significant expression. "Oh, I'm so glad," answered Betsy, at once understanding that he was speaking of Anna. And going back into the drawing-room, they stood in a corner. "He's killing her," said Betsy in a whisper full of meaning. "It's impossible, impossible." "I'm so glad you think so," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, shaking his head with a serious and sympathetically distressed expression. "That's what I've come to Petersburg for. The whole town's talking of it," she said. "It's an impossible position. She pines and pines away. He doesn't understand that she's one of those women who can't trifle with their feelings. One of two things: either let him take her away, act with energy, or give her a divorce. This is stifling her." "Yes, yes, just so," Oblonsky said, sighing. "That's what I've come for, at least not solely for that. I've been made a kammerherr, of course one has to say thank you, but the chief thing was having to settle this." "Well, God help you," said Betsy. After accompanying Betsy to the outside hall, once more kissing her hand above the glove, at the point where the pulse beats, and murmuring to her such unseemly nonsense that she did not know whether to laugh or be angry, Stepan Arkadyevitch went to his sister. He found her in tears. Although he happened to be bubbling over with good spirits, Stepan Arkadyevitch immediately and quite naturally fell into the sympathetic, poetically emotional tone which harmonized with her mood. He asked her how she was, and how she had spent the morning. "Very, very miserably. Today and this morning and all past days and days to come," she said. "I think you're giving way to pessimism. You must rouse yourself. You must look life in the face. I know it's hard, but I have heard it said that women love men even for their vices." Anna began suddenly, "but I hate him for his virtues. I can't live with him. Do you understand? The sight of him has a physical effect on me. It makes me beside myself. I can't live with him. What am I to do? I have been unhappy, and used to think one couldn't be more unhappy. But the awful state of things I am going through now, I could never have conceived. Would you believe it, that knowing he's a good man, a splendid man, that I'm not worth his little finger, still I hate him. I hate him for his generosity, and there's nothing left for me but—" She would have said death, but Stepan Arkadyevitch would not let her finish. "You are ill and overwrought," he said. "Believe me, you're exaggerating dreadfully. There's nothing so terrible in it." And Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled. No one else in Stepan Arkadyevitch's place, having to do with such despair, would have ventured to smile. The smile would have seemed brutal, but in his smile there was so much of sweetness and almost feminine tenderness that his smile did not wound, but softened and soothed. His gentle, soothing words and smiles were as soothing and softening as almond oil, and Anna soon felt this. "No, Steva," she said, "I'm lost, worse than lost. I can't say yet that all is over. On the contrary, I feel that it's not over. I'm an overstrained string that must snap, but it's not ended yet, and it will have a fearful end. No matter, we must let the string be loosened, little by little. There's no position from which there is no way of escape. I have thought and thought, only one." Again he knew from her terrified eyes that this one way of escape in her thought was death, and he would not let her say it. "Not at all," he said. "Listen to me. You can't see your own position as I can. Let me tell you candidly my opinion." Again he smiled discreetly his almond oil smile. "I'll begin from the beginning. You married a man 20 years older than yourself. You married him without love, and not knowing what love was. It was a mistake, let's admit." "A fearful mistake," said Anna, "but I repeat, it's an accomplished fact. Then you had, let us say, the misfortune to love a man not your husband. That was a misfortune, but that, too, is an accomplished fact, and your husband knew it and forgave it." He stopped at each sentence, waiting for her to object, but she made no answer. "That's so. Now the question is, can you go on living with your husband? Do you wish it? Does he wish it?" "I know nothing. But you said yourself that you can't endure him." "No, I didn't say so. I deny it. I can't tell. I don't know anything about it." "Yes, but you can't understand. I feel I'm lying head downwards in a sort of pit, but I ought not to save myself. And I can't never mind. We'll slip something under and pull you out. I understand you. I understand that you can't take it on yourself to express your wishes, your feelings. There's nothing I wish, except for it to be all over. But he sees this and knows it, and do you suppose it weighs on him any less than on you? You're wretched, he's wretched, and what good can come of it? While divorce would solve the difficulty completely." With some effort Stepan Arkadyevitch brought out his central idea, and looked significantly at her. She said nothing, and shook her cropped head in dissent. But from the look in her face, that suddenly brightened into its old beauty, he saw that if she did not desire this, it was simply because it seemed to her unattainable happiness. "I'm awfully sorry for you, and how happy I should be if I could arrange things," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling more boldly. "Don't speak, don't say a word. God grant only that I may speak as I feel. I'm going to him." Anna looked at him with dreamy, shining eyes and said nothing. Chapter 22. Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the same somewhat solemn expression with which he used to take his presidential chair at his board, walked into Alexey Alexandrovitch's room. Alexey Alexandrovitch was walking about his room with his hands behind his back, thinking of just what Stepan Arkadyevitch had been discussing with his wife. "I'm not interrupting you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch on the sight of his brother-in-law, becoming suddenly aware of a sense of embarrassment unusual with him. To conceal this embarrassment he took out a cigarette case he had just bought that opened in a new way, and sniffing the leather, took a cigarette out of it. "No, do you want anything?" Alexey Alexandrovitch asked without eagerness. "Yes, I wanted." "Yes, I wanted to talk to you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with surprise, aware of an unaccustomed timidity. This feeling was so unexpected and so strange that he did not believe it was the voice of conscience telling him that what he was meaning to do was wrong. Stepan Arkadyevitch made an effort and struggled with the timidity that had come over him. "I hope you believe in my love for my sister and my sincere affection and respect for you," he said, reddening. Alexey Alexandrovitch stood still and said nothing, but his face struck Stepan Arkadyevitch by its expression of an unresisting sacrifice. I wanted to have a little talk with you about my sister and your mutual position," he said, still struggling with an unaccustomed constraint. Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled mournfully, looked at his brother-in-law, and without answering went up to the table, took from it an unfinished letter, and handed it to his brother-in-law. "I think unceasingly of the same thing, and here is what I had begun writing, thinking I could say it better by letter, and that my presence irritates her," he said, as he gave him the letter. Stepan Arkadyevitch took the letter, looked with incredulous surprise at the lustreless eyes fixed so immovably on him, and began to read. "I see that my presence is irksome to you. Painful as it is to me to believe it, I see that it is so, and cannot be otherwise. I don't blame you, and God is my witness that on seeing you at the time of your illness, I resolved with my whole heart to forget all that had passed between us, and to begin a new life. I do not regret, and shall never regret, what I have done, but I have desired one thing, your good, the good of your soul, and now I see I have not attained that. Tell me yourself what will give you true happiness and peace to your soul. I put myself entirely in your hands, and trust to your feeling of what's right." Stepan Arkadyevitch handed back the letter, and with the same surprise continued looking at his brother-in-law, not knowing what to say. This silence was so awkward for both of them that Stepan Arkadyevitch's lips began twitching nervously, while he still gazed without speaking at Karenin's face. "That's what I wanted to say to her," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, turning away. "Yes, yes," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, not able to answer for the tears that were choking him. "Yes, yes, I understand you," he brought out at last. "I want to know what she would like," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I am afraid she does not understand her own position." "She is not a judge," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, recovering himself. "She is crushed, simply crushed by your generosity. If she were to read this letter, she would be incapable of saying anything. She would only hang her head lower than ever." "Yes, but what's to be done in that case? How explain, how find out her wishes? If you will allow me to give my opinion, I think that it lies with you to point out directly the steps you consider necessary to end the position." "So you consider it must be ended?" Alexey Alexandrovitch interrupted him. "But how?" he added, with a gesture of his hands before his eyes not usual with him. "I see no possible way out of it." "There is some way of getting out of every position," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, standing up and becoming more cheerful. "There was a time when you thought of breaking off. If you are convinced now that you cannot make each other happy, happiness may be variously understood. But suppose that I agree to everything, that I want nothing. What way is there of getting out of our position? If you care to know my opinion," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the same smile of softening almond oil tenderness with which he had been talking to Anna. His kindly smile was so winning that Alexey Alexandrovitch, feeling his own weakness and unconsciously swayed by it, was ready to believe what Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying. "She will never speak out about it. But one thing is possible, one thing she might desire," he went on. "That is the cessation of your relations and all memories associated with them. To my thinking, in your position what's essential is the formation of a new attitude to one another, and that can only rest on a basis of freedom on both sides." "Divorce?" Alexey Alexandrovitch interrupted. in a tone of aversion. "Yes, I imagine that divorce, yes, divorce," Stepan Arkadyevitch repeated, reddening. "That is from every point of view the most rational course for married people who find themselves in the position you are in. What can be done if married people find that life is impossible for them together? That may always happen." Alexey Alexandrovitch sighed heavily and closed his eyes. "There's only one point to be considered. Is either of the parties desirous of forming new ties? If not, it is very simple," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, feeling more and more free from constraint. Alexey Alexandrovitch, scowling with emotion, muttered something to himself and made no answer. All that seemed so simple to Stepan Arkadyevitch, Alexey Alexandrovitch had thought over thousands of times, and, so far from being simple, it all seemed to him utterly impossible. Divorce, the details of which he knew by this time, seemed to him now out of the question, because the sense of his own dignity and respect for religion forbade his taking upon himself a fictitious charge of adultery, and still more suffering his wife, pardoned and beloved by him, to be caught in the fact and put to public shame. Divorce appeared to him impossible also on other still more weighty grounds. What would become of his son in case of a divorce? To leave him with his mother was out of the question. The divorced mother would have her own illegitimate family, in which his position as a stepson and his education would not be good. Keep him with him, he knew that would be an act of vengeance on his part, and that he did not want. But apart from this, what more than all made divorce seem impossible to Alexey Alexandrovitch was, that by consenting to a divorce he would be completely ruining Anna. The saying of Darya Alexandrovna at Moscow, that in deciding on a divorce he was thinking of himself, and not considering that by this he would be ruining her irrevocably, had sunk into his heart, and connecting this saying with his forgiveness of her, with his devotion to the children, he understood it now in his own way. To consent to a divorce, to give her freedom, meant in his thoughts to take from himself the last tie that bound him to life the children whom he loved, and to take from her the last prop that stayed her on the path of right, to thrust her down to her ruin. If she were divorced, he knew she would join her life to Vronsky's, and their tie would be an illegitimate and criminal one, since a wife, by the interpretation of the ecclesiastical law, could not marry while her husband was living. She will join him, and in a year or two he will throw her over, or she will form a new tie, thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, and I, by agreeing to an unlawful divorce, shall be to blame for her ruin. He had thought it all over hundreds of times, and was convinced that a divorce was not at all simple, as Stepan Arkadyevitch had said, but was utterly impossible. He did not believe a single word Stepan Arkadyevitch said to him. To every word he had 1,000 objections to make, but he listened to him, feeling that his words were the expression of that mighty brutal force which controlled his life, and to which he would have to submit. The only question is on what terms you agree to give her a divorce. She does not want anything, does not dare ask you for anything. She leaves it all to your generosity. My God, what for? Thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, remembering the details of divorce proceedings in which the husband took the blame on himself. And with just the same gesture with which Vronsky had done the same, he hid his face for shame in his hands. You are distressed, I understand that. But if you think it over, whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also, and if any man take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also, thought Alexey Alexandrovitch. Yes, yes, he cried in a shrill voice, I will take the disgrace on myself. I will give up even my son, but wouldn't it be better to let it alone? Still, you may do as you like. And turning away so that his brother-in-law could not see him, he sat down on a chair at the window. There was bitterness, there was shame in his heart, but with bitterness and shame he felt joy and emotion at the height of his own meekness. Stepan Arkadyevitch was touched. He was silent for a space. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, believe me, she appreciates your generosity," he said. "But it seems it was the will of God," he added, and as he said it felt how foolish a remark it was, and with difficulty repressed a smile at his own foolishness. Alexey Alexandrovitch would have made some reply, but tears stopped him. "This is an unhappy fatality, and one must accept it as such. I accept the calamity as an accomplished fact, and am doing my best to help both her and you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. When he went out of his brother-in-law's room he was touched, but that did not prevent him from being glad he had successfully brought the matter to a conclusion, for he felt certain Alexey Alexandrovitch would not go back on his words. To this satisfaction was added the fact that an idea had just struck him for a riddle turning on his successful achievement, that when the affair was over he would ask his wife and most intimate friends. He put this riddle into 2 or 3 different ways. "But I'll work it out better than that," he said to himself with a smile. Chapter 23. Vronsky's wound had been a dangerous one, though it did not touch the heart, and for several days he had lain between life and death. The first time he was able to speak, Varya, his brother's wife, was alone in the room. "Varya," he said, looking sternly at her, "I shot myself by accident, and please never speak of it, and tell everyone so, or else it's too ridiculous." Without answering his words, Varya bent over him, and with a delighted smile gazed into his face. His eyes were clear, not feverish, but their expression was stern. "Thank God," she said, "you're not in pain. A little here," he pointed to his breast, "then let me change your bandages." In silence, stiffening his broad jaws, he looked at her while she bandaged him up. When she had finished, he said, "I'm not delirious. Please manage that there may be no talk of my having shot myself on purpose. No one does say so. Only I hope you won't shoot yourself by accident any more," she said with a questioning smile. "Of course I won't, but it would have been better," and he smiled gloomily. In spite of these words and this smile, which so frightened Varya, when the inflammation was over and he began to recover, he felt that he was completely free from one part of his misery. By his action he had, as it were, washed away the shame and humiliation he had felt before. He could now think calmly of Alexey Alexandrovitch. He recognized all his magnanimity, but he did not now feel himself humiliated by it. Besides, he got back again into the beaten track of his life. He saw the possibility of looking men in the face again without shame, and he could live in accordance with his own habits. One thing he could not pluck out of his heart, though he never ceased struggling with it, was the regret, amounting to despair, that he had lost her forever, that now, having expiated his sin against the husband, he was bound to renounce her, and never in future to stand between her with her repentance and her husband. He had firmly decided in his heart, but he could not tear out of his heart his regret at the loss of her love. He could not erase from his memory those moments of happiness that he had so little prized at the time, and that haunted him, in all their charm. Serpuhovskoy had planned his appointment at Tashkend, and Vronsky agreed to the proposition without the slightest hesitation. But the nearer the time of departure came, the bitterer was the sacrifice he was making to what he thought his duty. His wound had healed, and he was driving about making preparations for his departure for Tashkend. To see her once and then to bury myself to die, he thought, and as he was paying farewell visits, he uttered this thought to Betsy. Charged with this commission, Betsy had gone to Anna and brought him back a negative reply. So much the better, thought Vronsky, when he received the news. It was a weakness which would have shattered what strength I have left. Next day Betsy herself came to him in the morning, and announced that she had heard through Oblonsky as a positive fact that Alexey Alexandrovitch had agreed to a divorce, and that therefore Vronsky could see Anna, without even troubling himself to see Betsy out of his flat, forgetting all his resolutions without asking when he could see her, where her husband was. Vronsky drove straight to the Karenins. He ran up the stairs seeing no one and nothing, and with a rapid step, almost breaking into a run, he went into her room, and without considering, without noticing whether there was anyone in the room or not, he flung his arms round her and began to cover her face, her hands, her neck with kisses. Anna had been preparing herself for this meeting, had thought what she would say to him, but she did not succeed in saying anything of it. His passion mastered her. She tried to calm him, to calm herself, but it was too late. His feeling infected her. Her lips trembled so that for a long while she could say nothing. "Yes, you have conquered me, and I am yours," she said at last, pressing his hands to her bosom. "So it had to be," he said. "So long as we live, it must be so. I know it now." "That's true," she said, getting whiter and whiter, and embracing his head. "Still, there is something terrible in it after all that has happened. It will all pass, it will all pass. We shall be so happy. Our love, if it could be stronger, will be strengthened by there being something terrible in it," he said, lifting his head and parting his strong teeth in a smile. And she could not but respond with a smile, not to his words, but to the love in his eyes. She took his hand and stroked her chilled cheeks and cropped head with it. "I don't know you with this short hair. You've grown so pretty, a boy, but how pale you are." "Yes, I'm very weak," she said, smiling, and her lips began trembling again. "We'll go to Italy. You will get strong," he said. "Can it be possible we could be like husband and wife, alone, your family with you?" she said, looking close into his eyes. "It only seems strange to me that it can ever have been otherwise. Stiva says that he has agreed to everything, but I can't accept his generosity," she said, looking dreamily past Vronsky's face. "I don't want a divorce. It's all the same to me now, only I don't know what he will decide about Seryaja." He could not conceive how at this moment of their meeting she could remember and think of her son, of divorce. What did it all matter? "Don't speak of that, don't think of it," he said, turning her hand in his and trying to draw her attention to him. But still she did not look at him. "Oh, why didn't I die? It would have been better," she said, and silent tears flowed down both her cheeks. But she tried to smile so as not to wound him. To decline the flattering and dangerous appointment at Tashkend would have been, Vronsky had till then considered, disgraceful and impossible. But now, without an instant's consideration, he declined it, and observing dissatisfaction in the most exalted quarters at this step, he immediately retired from the army. A month later, Alexey Alexandrovitch was left alone with his son in his house at Petersburg, while Anna and Vronsky had gone abroad, not having obtained a divorce, but having absolutely declined all idea of one. Chapter 1. Princess Eshchitcherbatskaya considered that it was out of the question for the wedding to take place before Lent, just 5 weeks off, since not half the trousseau could possibly be ready by that time. But she could not but agree with Levin that to fix it for after Lent would be putting it off too late, as an old aunt of Prince Eshchitcherbatsky's was seriously ill and might die, and then the mourning would delay the wedding still longer, and therefore, deciding to divide the trousseau into 2 parts, a larger and smaller trousseau, the princess consented to have the wedding before Lent. She determined that she would get the smaller part of the trousseau all ready now, and the larger part should be made later, and she was much vexed with Levin because he was incapable of giving her a serious answer to the question whether he agreed to this arrangement or not. The arrangement was the more suitable as, immediately after the wedding, the young people were to go to the country, where the more important part of the trousseau would not be wanted, Levin still continued in the same delirious condition in which it seemed to him that he and his happiness constituted the chief and sole aim of all existence, and that he need not now think or care about anything, that everything was being done and would be done for him by others. He had not even plans and aims for the future. He left its arrangement to others, knowing that everything would be delightful. His brother Sergei Ivanovitch, Stepan Arkadyevitch, and the princess guided him in doing what he had to do. All he did was to agree entirely with everything suggested to him. His brother raised money for him. The princess advised him to leave Moscow after the wedding. Stepan Arkadyevitch advised him to go abroad. He agreed to everything. Do what you choose if it amuses you. I'm happy, and my happiness can be no greater and no less for anything you do, he thought, when he told Kitty of Stepan Arkadyevitch's advice that they should go abroad. He was much surprised that she did not agree to this, and had some definite requirements of her own in regard to their future. She knew Levin had work he loved in the country. She did not, as he saw, understand this work. She did not even care to understand it. But that did not prevent her from regarding it as a matter of great importance. And then she knew their home would be in the country, and she wanted to go, not abroad where she was not going to live, but to the place where their home would be. This definitely expressed purpose astonished Levin, but since he did not care either way, he immediately asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, as though it were his duty, to go down to the country and to arrange everything there to the best of his ability with, the taste of which he had so much. But I say, Stepan Arkadyevitch said to him one day after he had come back from the country, where he had got everything ready for the young people's arrival, "Have you a certificate of having been?" "At confession, no, but what of it? You can't be married without it." Aya, cried Levin. "Why, I believe it's 9 years since I've taken the sacrament. I never thought of it." "You're a pretty fellow," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing, "and you call me a nihilist. But this won't do, you know. You must take the sacrament." "When?" "There are 4 days left now." Stepan Arkadyevitch arranged this also, and Levin had to go to confession. To Levin, as to any unbeliever who respects the beliefs of others, it was exceedingly disagreeable to be present at and take part in church ceremonies. At this moment, in his present softened state of feeling, sensitive to everything, this inevitable act of hypocrisy was not merely painful to Levin. It seemed to him utterly impossible. Now, in the heyday of his highest glory, his fullest flower, he would have to be a liar or a scoffer. He felt incapable of being either. But though he repeatedly plied Stepan Arkadyevitch with questions as to the possibility of obtaining a certificate without actually communicating, Stepan Arkadyevitch maintained that it was out of the question. Besides, what is it to you 2 days? And he's an awfully nice, clever old fellow. He'll pull the tooth out for you so gently, you won't notice it. Standing at the first litany, Levin attempted to revive in himself his youthful recollections of the intense religious emotion he had passed through between the ages of 16 and 17. But he was at once convinced that it was utterly impossible to him. He attempted to look at it all as an empty custom, having no sort of meaning, like the custom of paying calls, but he felt that he could not do that either. Levin found himself, like the majority of his contemporaries, in the vaguest position in regard to religion. Believe he could not, and at the same time he had no firm conviction that it was all wrong, and consequently, not being able to believe in the significance of what he was doing, nor to regard it with indifference as an empty formality, during the whole period of preparing for the sacrament, he was conscious of a feeling of discomfort and shame at doing what he did not himself understand, and what, as an inner voice told him, was therefore false and wrong. During the service he would first listen to the prayers, trying to attach some meaning to them not discordant with his own views. Then, feeling that he could not understand and must condemn them, he tried not to listen to them, but to attend to the thoughts, observations, and memories which floated through his brain with extreme vividness during this idle time of standing in church. He had stood through the litany, the evening service, and the midnight service, and the next day he got up earlier than usual, and without having tea went at 8 o'clock in the morning to the church for the morning service and the confession. There was no one in the church but a beggar soldier, 2 old women, and the church officials. A young deacon, whose long back showed in 2 distinct halves through his thin undercassock, met him, and at once going to a little table at the wall, read the exhortation. During the reading, especially at the frequent and rapid repetition of the same words, "Lord, have mercy on us," which resounded with an echo, Levin felt that thought was shut and sealed up, and that it must not be touched or stirred now, or confusion would be the result. And so, standing behind the deacon, he went on thinking of his own affairs, neither listening nor examining what was said. "It's wonderful what expression there is in her hand," he thought, remembering how they had been sitting the day before at a corner table. They had nothing to talk about, as was almost always the case at this time, and laying her hand on the table, she kept opening and shutting it, and laughed herself as she watched her action. He remembered how he had kissed it, and then had examined the lines on the pink palm. "Have mercy on us again," thought Levin, crossing himself, bowing, and looking at the supple spring of the deacon's back bowing before him. "She took my hand then, and examined the lines. You've got a splendid hand," she said. And he looked at his own hand and the short hand of the deacon. "Yes, now it will soon be over," he thought. "No, it seems to be beginning again," he thought, listening to the prayers. "No, it's just ending. There he is bowing down to the ground. That's always at the end." The deacon's hand in a plush cuff accepted a 3-ruble note unobtrusively, and the deacon said he would put it down in the register, and his new boots creaking jauntily over the flagstones of the empty church, he went to the altar. A moment later he peeped out thence and beckoned to Levin. Thought, till then locked up, began to stir in Levin's head, but he made haste to drive it away. "It will come right somehow," he thought, and went towards the altar rails. He went up the steps, and turning to the right saw the priest. The priest, a little old man with a scanty grizzled beard and weary, good-natured eyes, was standing at the altar rails, turning over the pages of a missal. With a slight bow to Levin, he began immediately reading prayers in the official voice. When he had finished them, he bowed down to the ground and turned, facing Levin. "Christ is present here unseen, receiving your confession," he said, pointing to the crucifix. "Do you believe in all the doctrines of the Holy Apostolic Church?" The priest went on, turning his eyes away from Levin's face and folding his hands under his stole. "I have doubted, I doubt everything," said Levin in a voice that jarred on himself, and he ceased speaking. The priest waited a few seconds to see if he would not say more, and closing his eyes he said quickly, with a broad Vladimirsky accent, "Doubt is natural to the weakness of mankind, but we must pray that God in his mercy will strengthen us. What are your special sins?" he added, without the slightest interval, as though anxious not to waste time. "My chief sin is doubt. I have doubts of everything, and for the most part I am in doubt." "Doubt is natural to the weakness of mankind." The priest repeated the same words. "What do you doubt about principally?" "I doubt of everything. I sometimes even have doubts of the existence of God," Levin could not help saying, and he was horrified at the impropriety of what he was saying. But Levin's words did not, it seemed, make much impression on the priest. "What sort of doubt can there be of the existence of God?" he said hurriedly, with a just perceptible smile. Levin did not speak. "What doubt can you have of the Creator when you behold his creation?" The priest went on in the rapid customary jargon. Who has decked the heavenly firmament with its lights? Who has clothed the earth in its beauty? How explain it without the Creator? He said, looking inquiringly at Levin. Levin felt that it would be improper to enter upon a metaphysical discussion with the priest, and so he said in reply merely what was a direct answer to the question. "I don't know," he said. "You don't know, then how can you doubt that God created all?" The priest said with good, humored perplexity, "I don't understand it at all," said Levin, blushing and feeling that his words were stupid, and that they could not be anything but stupid in such a position. Pray to God and beseech him. Even the Holy Fathers had doubts, and prayed to God to strengthen their faith. The devil has great power, and we must resist him. Pray to God, beseech him. Pray to God, he repeated hurriedly. The priest paused for some time, as though meditating. "You're about, I hear, to marry the daughter of my parishioner and son in the spirit, Prince S.H.D. Chabatsky," he resumed with a smile, "an excellent young lady." "Yes," answered Levin, blushing for the priest. "What does he want to ask me about this at confession for?" he thought, and, as though answering his thought, the priest said to him, "You are about to enter into holy matrimony, and God may bless you with offspring. Well, what sort of bringing up can you give your babes if you do not overcome the temptation of the devil, enticing you to infidelity?" He said with gentle reproachfulness, "If you love your child as a good father, you will not desire only wealth, luxury, honor for your infant. You will be anxious for his salvation, his spiritual enlightenment with the light of truth. What answer will you make him when the innocent babe asks you, 'Papa, who made all that enchants me in this world, the earth, the waters, the sun, the flowers, the grass?' Can you say to him, 'I don't know'? You cannot but know, since the Lord God in his infinite mercy has revealed it to us. Or your child will ask you, 'What awaits me in the life beyond the tomb?' What will you say to him when you know nothing? How will you answer him? Will you leave him to the allurements of the world and the devil?" "That's not right," he said, and he stopped, putting his head on one side and looking at Levin with his kindly, gentle eyes. Levin made no answer this time, not because he did not want to enter upon a discussion with the priest, but because, so far, no one had ever asked him such questions, and when his babes did ask him those questions, it would be time enough to think about answering them. "You are entering upon a time of life," pursued the priest, "when you must choose your path and keep to it. Pray to God that he may in his mercy aid you and have mercy on you." He concluded, "Our Lord and God, Jesus Christ, in the abundance and riches of his loving kindness, forgives this child." And, finishing the prayer of absolution, the priest blessed him and dismissed him. On getting home that day, Levin had a delightful sense of relief at the awkward position being over, and having been got through without his having to tell a lie. Apart from this, there remained a vague memory that what the kind, nice old fellow had said had not been at all so stupid as he had fancied at first, and that there was something in it that must be cleared up, of course not now, thought Levin, but some day later on. Levin felt more than ever now that there was something not clear and not clean in his soul, and that, in regard to religion, he was in the same position which he perceived so clearly and disliked in others, and for which he blamed his friend Sviazhsky. Levin spent that evening with his betrothed at Dolly's, and was in very high spirits. To explain to Stepan Arkadyevitch the state of excitement in which he found himself, he said that he was happy like a dog being trained to jump through a hoop, who, having at last caught the idea, and done what was required of him, whines and wags its tail, and jumps up to the table and the windows in its delight. Chapter 2. On the day of the wedding, according to the Russian custom, The princess and Darya Alexandrovna insisted on strictly keeping all the customs. Levin did not see his betrothed and dined at his hotel, with 3 bachelor friends, casually brought together at his rooms. These were Sergei Ivanovitch Katavasov, a university friend, now professor of natural science, whom Levin had met in the street and insisted on taking home with him, and Tikharikov, his best man, a Moscow conciliation, board judge, Levin's companion in his bear hunts. The dinner was a very merry one. Sergei Ivanovitch was in his happiest mood, and was much amused by Katavasov's originality. Katavasov, feeling his originality was appreciated and understood, made the most of it. Tikharikov always gave a lively and good, humored support to conversation of any sort. "See now," said Katavasov, drawling his words from a habit acquired in the lecture room, "what a capable fellow was our friend Konstantin Dmitrievitch. I'm not speaking of present company, for he's absent. At the time he left the university he was fond of science, took an interest in humanity. Now one half of his abilities is devoted to deceiving himself, and the other to justifying the deceit. A more determined enemy of matrimony than you I never saw," said Sergei Ivanovitch. "Oh, no, I'm not an enemy of matrimony. I'm in favor of division of labor. People who can do nothing else ought to rear people, while the rest work for their happiness and enlightenment. That's how I look at it. To muddle up 2 trades is the error of the amateur. I'm not one of their number." "How happy I shall be when I hear that you're in love," said Levin. "Please invite me to the wedding. I'm in love now. Yes, with a cuttlefish. You know," Levin turned to his brother, "Mihail Semyonovitch is writing a work on the digestive organs of the. Now, make a muddle of it. It doesn't matter what about, and the fact is, I certainly do love cuttlefish. But that's no hindrance to your loving your wife. The cuttlefish is no hindrance. The wife is the hindrance." "Why so?" "Oh, you'll see. You care about farming, hunting, well, you'd better look out. Arhip was here today. He said there were a lot of elks in Prudno, and 2 bears," said Tikharikov. "Well, you must go and get them without me." "Ah, that's the truth," said Sergei Ivanovitch, "and you may say good bye to bear. Hunting for the future your wife won't allow it." Levin smiled. The picture of his wife not letting him go was so pleasant that he was ready to renounce the delights of looking upon bears forever. Still, it's a pity they should get those 2 bears without you. Do you remember last time at Hapilovo? That was a delightful hunt, said Tikharikov. Levin had not the heart to disillusion him of the notion that there could be something delightful apart from her, and so said nothing. There's some sense in this custom of saying good bye to bachelor life, said Sergei Ivanovitch. However happy you may be, you must regret your freedom, and confess there is a feeling that you want to jump out of the window, like Gogol's bridegroom. Of course there is, but it isn't confessed, said Katavasov, and he broke into loud laughter. Oh, well, the window's open. Let's start off this instant to Tiva. There's a big bear. One can go right up to the lair. Seriously, let's go by the 5 o'clock. And here let them do what they like, said Tikharikov, smiling. Well, now, on my honor, said Levin, smiling, I can't find in my heart that feeling of regret for my freedom. Yes, there's such a chaos in your heart just now that you can't find anything. There, said Katavasov. Wait a bit. When you set it to rights a little, you'll find it. No, if so, I should have felt a little apart from my feeling. He could not say love before them, and happiness, a certain regret at losing my freedom. On the contrary, I am glad at the very loss of my freedom. Awful. It's a hopeless case, said Katavasov. Well, let's drink to his recovery, or wish that 100th part of his dreams may be realized, and that would be happiness such as never has been seen on earth. Soon after dinner, the guests went away to be in time to be dressed for the wedding. When he was left alone, and recalled the conversation of these bachelor friends, Levin asked himself. Had he in his heart that regret for his freedom of which they had spoken? He smiled at the question. Freedom, what is freedom for? Happiness is only in loving and wishing her wishes, thinking her thoughts, that is to say, not freedom at all that's happiness. But do I know her ideas, her wishes, her feelings? Some voice suddenly whispered to him. The smile died away from his face, and he grew thoughtful. And suddenly a strange feeling came upon him. There came over him a dread and doubt of everything. What if she does not love me? What if she's marrying me simply to be married? What if she doesn't see herself what she's doing? He asked himself, she may come to her senses, and only when she is being married realize that she does not and cannot love me. And strange, most evil thoughts of her began to come to him. He was jealous of Vronsky, as he had been a year ago, as though the evening he had seen her with Vronsky had been yesterday. He suspected she had not told him everything. He jumped up quickly. No, this can't go on, he said to himself in despair. I'll go to her, I'll ask her. I'll say for the last time, we are free, and hadn't we better stay so? Anything's better than endless misery, disgrace, unfaithfulness. With despair in his heart and bitter anger against all men, against himself, against her, he went out of the hotel and drove to her house. He found her in one of the back rooms. She was sitting on a chest and making some arrangements with her maid, sorting over heaps of dresses of different colors, spread on the backs of chairs and on the floor. Ah, she cried, seeing him and beaming with delight. Kostya, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. These latter days she used these names almost alternately. I didn't expect you. I'm going through my wardrobe to see what's for whom. Oh, that's very nice, he said gloomily, looking at the maid. You can go. Dunyasha, I'll call you presently, said Kitty. Kostya, what's the matter? She asked, definitely adopting this familiar name as soon as the maid had gone out. She noticed his strange face, agitated and gloomy, and a panic came over her. Kitty, I'm in torture. I can't suffer alone, he said with despair in his voice, standing before her and looking imploringly into her eyes. He saw already from her loving, truthful face that nothing could come of what he had meant to say, but yet he wanted her to reassure him herself. I've come to say that there's still time. This can all be stopped and set right. What? I don't understand. What is the matter? What I have said 1,000 times over, and can't help thinking, that I'm not worthy of you. You couldn't consent to marry me. Think a little. You've made a mistake. Think it over thoroughly. You can't love me. If, better say so, he said, not looking at her. I shall be wretched. Let people say what they like. Anything's better than misery. Far better now, while there's still time. I don't understand, she answered, panicked, stricken. You mean you want to give it up? Don't want it? Yes, if you don't love me. You're out of your mind, she cried, turning crimson with vexation. But his face was so piteous that she restrained her vexation, and flinging some clothes off an chair, she sat down beside him. What are you thinking? Tell me all. I am thinking you can't love me. What can you love me for, my God? What can I do? She said, and burst into tears. Oh, what have I done? He cried, and kneeling before her, he fell to kissing her hands. When the princess came into the room 5 minutes later, she found them completely reconciled. Kitty had not simply assured him that she loved him, but had gone so far in answer to his question, what she loved him for as to explain what for. She told him that she loved him because she understood him completely, because she knew what he would like, and because everything he liked was good, and this seemed to him perfectly clear. When the princess came to them, they were sitting side by side on the chest, sorting the dresses and disputing over Kitty's wanting to give Dunyasha the brown dress she had been wearing when Levin proposed to her. while he insisted that that dress must never be given away. "But Dunyasha must have the blue one. How is it you don't see? She's a brunette, and it won't suit her. I've worked it all out." Hearing why he had come, the princess was half humorously, half seriously angry with him, and sent him home to dress and not to hinder Kitty's hair. Dressing as Charles the hair dresser was just coming. "As it is, she's been eating nothing lately and is losing her looks. And then you must come and upset her with your nonsense," she said to him. "Get along with you, my dear." Levin, guilty and shamefaced but pacified, went back to his hotel. His brother, Darya Alexandrovna, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, all in full dress, were waiting for him to bless him with the holy picture. There was no time to lose. Darya Alexandrovna had to drive home again to fetch her curled and pomaded son, who was to carry the holy pictures after the bride. Then a carriage had to be sent for the best man, and another that would take Sergei Ivanovitch away would have to be sent back. Altogether, there were a great many most complicated matters to be considered and arranged. One thing was unmistakable, that there must be no delay, as it was already past 6. Nothing special happened at the ceremony of benediction with the holy picture. Stepan Arkadyevitch stood in a comically solemn pose beside his wife, took the holy picture, and telling Levin to bow down to the ground, he blessed him with his kindly, ironical smile and kissed him 3 times. Darya Alexandrovna did the same, and immediately was in a hurry to get off, and again plunged into the intricate question of the destinations of the various carriages. "Come, I'll tell you how we'll manage. You drive in our carriage to fetch him, and Sergei Ivanovitch, if you'll be so good, will drive there and then send his carriage." "Of course, I shall be." "Delighted. We'll come on directly with him. Are your things sent off?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Yes," answered Levin, and he told Kuzma to put out his clothes for him to dress. Chapter 3. A crowd of people, principally women, was thronging round the church lighted up for the wedding. Those who had not succeeded in getting into the main entrance were crowding about the windows, pushing, wrangling, and peeping through the gratings. More than 20 carriages had already been drawn up in ranks along the street by the police. A police officer, regardless of the frost, stood at the entrance, gorgeous in his uniform. More carriages were continually driving up, and ladies wearing flowers and carrying their trains, and men taking off their helmets or black hats kept walking into the church. Inside the church, both lustres were already lighted, and all the candles before the holy pictures, the gilt on the red ground of the holy picture stand, and the gilt relief on the pictures, and the silver of the lustres and candlesticks, and the stones of the floor, and the rugs, and the banners, above in the choir, and the steps of the altar, and the old blackened books, and the cassocks and surplices, all were flooded with light. On the right side of the warm church, in the crowd of frock coats and white ties, uniforms and broadcloth, velvet, satin, hair and flowers, bare shoulders and arms and long gloves, there was discreet but lively conversation that echoed strangely in the high cupola. Every time there was heard the creak of the opened door, the conversation in the crowd died away, and everybody looked round expecting to see the bride and bridegroom come in. But the door had opened more than 10 times, and each time it was either a belated guest or guests, who joined the circle of the invited on the right, or a spectator, who had eluded or softened the police officer, and went to join the crowd of outsiders on the left. Both the guests and the outside public had by now passed through all the phases of anticipation. At first they imagined that the bride and bridegroom would arrive immediately, and attached no importance at all to their being late. Then they began to look more and more often towards the door, and to talk of whether anything could have happened. Then the long delay began to be positively discomforting, and relations and guests tried to look as if they were not thinking of the bridegroom, but were engrossed in conversation. The head deacon, as though to remind them of the value of his time, coughed impatiently, making the window panes quiver in their frames. In the choir, the bored choristers could be heard trying their voices and blowing their noses. The priest was continually sending first the beadle, and then the deacon to find out whether the bridegroom had not come. More and more often he went himself, in a lilac vestment and an embroidered sash, to the side door, expecting to see the bridegroom. At last one of the ladies, glancing at her watch, said, "It really is strange, though," and all the guests became uneasy and began loudly expressing their wonder and dissatisfaction. One of the bridegroom's best men went to find out what had happened. Kitty, meanwhile, had long ago been quite ready, and in her white dress and long veil and wreath of orange blossoms she was standing in the drawing-room of the SHT Cherabatsky's house with her sister, Madame Lvova, who was her bridal mother. She was looking out of the window, and had been for over half an hour anxiously expecting to hear from the best man that her bridegroom was at the church. Levin, meanwhile, in his trousers, but without his coat and waistcoat, was walking to and fro in his room at the hotel, continually putting his head out of the door and looking up and down the corridor. But in the corridor there was no sign of the person he was looking for, and he came back in despair, and frantically waving his hands addressed Stepan Arkadyevitch, who was smoking serenely. "Was ever a man in such a fearful fool's position?" he said. "Yes, it is stupid," Stepan Arkadyevitch assented, smiling soothingly. "But don't worry, it'll be brought directly." "No, what is to be done?" said Levin with smothered fury. "And these fools of open waistcoats, out of the question," he said, looking at the crumpled front of his shirt. "And what if the things have been taken on to the railway station?" he roared in desperation. "Then you must put on mine. I ought to have done so long ago, if at all. It's not nice to look ridiculous. Wait a bit, it will come round." The point was that when Levin asked for his evening suit, Kuzma, his old servant, had brought him the coat, waistcoat, and everything that was wanted. "But the shirt," cried Levin. "You've got a shirt on," Kuzma answered with a placid smile. Kuzma had not thought of leaving out a clean shirt, and on receiving instructions to pack up everything and send it round to the SHT Cherabatsky's house, from which the young people were to set out. The same evening he had done so, packing everything but the dress suit. The shirt worn since the morning was crumpled and out of the question with the fashionable open waistcoat. It was a long way to send to the SHT Cherabatsky's. They sent out to buy a shirt. The servant came back. Everything was shut up. It was Sunday. They sent to Stepan Arkadyevitch's and brought a shirt. It was impossibly wide and short. They sent finally to the SHT Cherabatsky's to unpack the things. The bridegroom was expected at the church, while he was pacing up and down his room like a wild beast in a cage, peeping out into the corridor, and with horror and despair recalling what absurd things he had said to Kitty, and what she might be thinking now. At last the guilty Kuzma flew panting into the room with the shirt, only just in time. "They were just lifting it into the van," said Kuzma. 3 minutes later Levin ran full speed into the corridor, not looking at his watch for fear of aggravating his sufferings. "You won't help matters like this," said Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile, hurrying with more deliberation after him. "It will come round, it will come round, I tell you." Chapter 4. They've come. Here he is. Which one? Rather young, eh? Why, my dear soul, she looks more dead than alive, were the comments in the crowd, when Levin, meeting his bride in the entrance, walked with her into the church. Stepan Arkadyevitch told his wife the cause of the delay, and the guests were whispering it with smiles to one another. Levin saw nothing and no one. He did not take his eyes off his bride. Everyone said she had lost her looks dreadfully of late, and was not nearly so pretty on her wedding day as usual. But Levin did not think so. He looked at her hair done up high, with the long white veil and white flowers and the high stand-up scalloped collar, that in such a maidenly fashion hid her long neck at the sides and only showed it in front, her strikingly slender figure, and it seemed to him that she looked better than ever, not because these flowers, this veil, this gown from Paris added anything to her beauty, but because, in spite of the elaborate sumptuousness of her attire, the expression of her sweet face, of her eyes, of her lips, was still her own characteristic expression of guileless truthfulness. "I was beginning to think you meant to run away," she said, and smiled to him. "It's so stupid, what happened to me, I'm ashamed to speak of it," he said, reddening, and he was obliged to turn to Sergei Ivanovitch, who came up to him. "This is a pretty story of yours about the shirt," said Sergei Ivanovitch, shaking his head and smiling. "Yes, yes," answered Levin, without an idea of what they were talking about. "Now, Kostya, you have to decide," said Stepan Arkadyevitch with an air of mock dismay. "A weighty question. You are at this moment just in the humor to appreciate all its gravity. They ask me, are they to light the candles that have been lighted before, or candles that have never been lighted? It's a matter of 10 rubles, he added, relaxing his lips into a smile. "I have decided, but I was afraid you might not agree." Levin saw it was a joke, but he could not smile. "Well, how's it to be then? Unlighted or lighted candles, that's the question." "Yes, yes, unlighted." "Oh, I'm very glad. The question's decided," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "How silly men are, though, in this position," he said to Tikhorikov, when Levin, after looking absently at him, had moved back to his bride. "Kitty, mind you're the first to step on the carpet," said Countess Nordston, coming up. "You're a nice person." She said to Levin, "Aren't you frightened, eh?" said Marya Dmitrievna, an old aunt. "Are you cold? You're pale. Stop a minute, stoop down," said Kitty's sister, Madame Lvova, and with her plump, handsome arms she smilingly set straight the flowers on her head. Dolly came up, tried to say something, but could not speak, cried, and then laughed unnaturally. Kitty looked at all of them with the same absent eyes as Levin. Meanwhile, the officiating clergy had got into their vestments, and the priest and deacon came out to the lectern, which stood in the forepart of the church. The priest turned to Levin, saying something. Levin did not hear what the priest said. "Take the bride's hand and lead her up," the best man said to Levin. It was a long while before Levin could make out what was expected of him. For a long time they tried to set him right and made him begin again because he kept taking Kitty by the wrong arm, or with the wrong arm, till he understood at last that what he had to do was, without changing his position, to take her right hand in his right hand. When at last he had taken the bride's hand in the correct way, the priest walked a few paces in front of them and stopped at the lectern. The crowd of friends and relations moved after them, with a buzz of talk and a rustle of skirts. Someone stooped down and pulled out the bride's train. The church became so still that the drops of wax could be heard falling from the candles. The little old priest in his ecclesiastical cap, with his long silvery, grey locks of hair parted behind his ears, was fumbling with something at the lectern, putting out his little old hands from under the heavy silver vestment with the gold cross on the back of it. Stepan Arkadyevitch approached him cautiously, whispered something, and making a sign to Levin, walked back again. The priest lighted 2 candles, wreathed with flowers, and holding them sideways so that the wax dropped slowly from them, he turned, facing the bridal pair. The priest was the same old man that had confessed Levin. He looked with weary and melancholy eyes at the bride and bridegroom, sighed, and putting his right hand out from his vestment, blessed the bridegroom with it, and also with a shade of solicitous. Tenderness laid the crossed fingers on the bowed head of Kitty. Then he gave them the candles, and taking the censer, moved slowly away from them. Can it be true? Thought Levin, and he looked round at his bride. Looking down at her, he saw her face in profile, and from the scarcely perceptible quiver of her lips and eyelashes, he knew she was aware of his eyes upon her. She did not look round, but the high scalloped collar that reached her little pink ear trembled faintly. He saw that a sigh was held back in her throat, and the little hand in the long glove shook as it held the candle. All the fuss of the shirt, of being late, all the talk of friends and relations, their annoyance, his ludicrous position, all suddenly passed away, and he was filled with joy and dread. The handsome, stately head, deacon wearing a silver robe and his curly locks standing out at each side of his head, stepped smartly forward, and lifting his stole on 2 fingers, stood opposite the priest. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The solemn syllables rang out slowly one after another, setting the air quivering with waves of sound. Blessed is the name of our God, from the beginning, is now, and ever shall be. The little old priest answered in a submissive, piping voice, still fingering something at the lectern, and the full chorus of the unseen choir rose up, filling the whole church, from the windows to the vaulted roof, with broad waves of melody. It grew stronger, rested for an instant, and slowly died away. They prayed, as they always do, for peace from on high and for salvation, for the Holy Synod and for the Tsar. They prayed, too, for the servants of God, Constantin and Ekaterina, now plighting their troth. Vouchsafe to them love made perfect, peace and help. O Lord, we beseech thee. The whole church seemed to breathe with the voice of the head deacon. Levin heard the words, and they impressed him. How did they guess that it is help, just help that one wants? He thought, recalling all his fears and doubts of late. What do I know? What can I do in this fearful business, he thought, without help? Yes, it is help I want now. When the deacon had finished the prayer for the imperial family, the priest turned to the bridal pair with a book. Eternal God, that join us together in love them that we're separate, he read in a gentle, piping voice, who haste ordained the union of holy wedlock that cannot be set asunder, thou who didst bless Isaac and Rebekah and their descendants, according to thy holy covenant, bless thy servants, Constantin and Ekaterina, leading them in the path of all good works. For gracious and merciful art thou, our Lord, and glory be to thee, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, now and ever shall be. Amen. The unseen choir sent rolling again upon the air. Join us together in love them that were separate. What deep meaning in those words, and how they correspond with what one feels at this moment, thought Levin. Is she feeling the same as I? And looking round, he met her eyes, and from their expression he concluded that she was understanding it just as he was. But this was a mistake. She almost completely missed the meaning of the words of the service. She had not heard them, in fact. She could not listen to them and take them in. So strong was the one feeling that filled her breast and grew stronger and stronger. That feeling was joy at the completion of the process, that for the last month and a half had been going on in her soul, and had during those 6 weeks been a joy and a torture to her. On the day when in the drawing-room of the house in Arbity Street she had gone up to him in her brown dress, and given herself to him without a word on that day, at that hour there took place in her heart a complete severance from all her old life, and a quite different, new, utterly strange life had begun for her, while the old life was actually going on as before. Those 6 weeks had for her been a time of the utmost bliss and the utmost misery. All her life, all her desires and hopes were concentrated on this one man, still uncomprehended by her, to whom she was bound by a feeling of alternate attraction and repulsion, even less comprehended than the man himself, and all the while she was going on living in the outward conditions of her old life. Living the old life, she was horrified at herself, at her utter insurmountable callousness to all her own past, to things, to habits, to the people she had loved, who loved her, to her mother, who was wounded by her indifference, to her kind, tender father, till then dearer than all the world. At one moment she was horrified at this indifference. At another she rejoiced at what had brought her to this indifference. She could not frame a thought, not a wish apart from life with this man. But this new life was not yet, and she could not even picture it clearly to herself. There was only anticipation, the dread and joy of the new and the unknown. And now, behold, anticipation and uncertainty and remorse at the abandonment of the old life, all was ending, and the new was beginning. This new life could not but have terrors for her in experience. But, terrible or not, the change had been wrought 6 weeks before in her soul, and this was merely the final sanction of what had long been completed in her heart. Turning again to the lectern, the priest with some difficulty took Kitty's little ring, and asking Levin for his hand, put it on the first joint of his finger. The servant of God, Constantin, plights his troth to the servant of God, Ekaterina, and putting his big ring on Kitty's touchingly weak, pink little finger, the priest said the same thing, and the bridal pair tried several times to understand what they had to do, and each time made some mistake, and were corrected by the priest in a whisper. At last, having duly performed the ceremony, having signed the rings with the cross, the priest handed Kitty the big ring, and Levin the little one. Again they were puzzled, and passed the rings from hand to hand, still without doing what was expected. Dolly, Tikhyrikov, and Stepan Arkadyevitch stepped forward to set them right. There was an interval of hesitation, whispering, and smiles, but the expression of solemn emotion on the faces of the betrothed pair did not change. On the contrary, in their perplexity over their hands they looked more grave and deeply moved than before, and the smile with which Stepan Arkadyevitch whispered to them that now they would each put on their own ring died away on his lips. He had a feeling that any smile would jar on them. Thou who didst from the beginning create male and female, the priest read after the exchange of rings, from thee woman was given to man to be a helpmeet to him, and for the procreation of children. O Lord our God, who hast poured down the blessings of thy truth according to thy holy covenant upon thy chosen servants, our fathers, from generation to generation, bless thy servants Constantin and Ekaterina, and make their troth fast in faith, and union of hearts, and truth, and love. Levin felt more and more that all his ideas of marriage, all his dreams of how he would order his life, were mere childishness, and that it was something he had not understood hitherto, and now understood less than ever, though it was being performed upon him. The lump in his throat rose higher and higher. Tears that would not be checked came into his eyes. Chapter 5. In the church there was all Moscow, all the friends and relations, and during the ceremony of plighting troth, in the brilliantly lighted church, there was an incessant flow of discreetly subdued talk in the circle of gaily dressed women and girls, and men in white ties, frock-coats, and uniforms. The talk was principally kept up by the men, while the women were absorbed in watching every detail of the ceremony, which always means so much to them. In the little group nearest to the bride were her 2 sisters, Dolly, and the other one, the self, Puz, est beauty, Madame Lvova, who had just arrived from abroad. "Why is it Marie's in lilac, as bad as black at a wedding?" said Madame Korsunskaya. "With her complexion, it's the one salvation," responded Madame Trubetskaya. "I wonder why they had the wedding in the evening. It's like shop. People, so much prettier." "I was married in the evening too," answered Madame Korsunskaya, and she sighed, remembering how charming she had been that day, and how absurdly in love her husband was, and how different it all was now. They say if anyone's best man more than 10 times, he'll never be married. I wanted to be for the 10th time, but the post was taken, said Count Vronsky to the pretty Princess Tichos, Kaya, who had designs on him. Princess Tichos, Kaya only answered with a smile. She looked at Kitty, thinking how and when she would stand with Count Vronsky in Kitty's place, and how she would remind him then of his joke today. Sh teacher Batsky told the old maid of honor, Madame Nikolaeva, that he meant to put the crown on Kitty's chignon for luck. She ought not to have worn a chignon, answered Madame Nikolaeva, who had long ago made up her mind that if the elderly widower she was angling for married her, the wedding should be of the simplest. I don't like such grandeur. Sergei Ivanovitch was talking to Darya Dmitrievna, jestingly assuring her that the custom of going away after the wedding was becoming common because newly married. People always felt a little ashamed of themselves. Your brother may feel proud of himself. She's a marvel of sweetness. I believe you're envious. Oh, I've got over that, Darya Dmitrievna, he answered, and a melancholy and serious expression suddenly came over his face. Stepan Arkadyevitch was telling his sister-in-law his joke about divorce. The wreath wants setting straight, she answered, not hearing him. What a pity she's lost her looks so, Countess Nordston said to Madame Lvova. Still, he's not worth her little finger, is he? Oh, I like him so, not because he's my future beau frere, answered Madame Lvova. And how well he's behaving. It's so difficult, too, to look well in such a position, not to be ridiculous, and he's not ridiculous and not affected. One can see he's moved. You expected it, I suppose. Almost she always cared for him. Well, we shall see which of them will step on the rug first. I warned Kitty. It will make no difference, said Madame Lvova. We're all obedient wives, it's in our family. Oh, I stepped on the rug before Vasily on purpose. And you, Dolly? Dolly stood beside them. She heard them, but she did not answer. She was deeply moved. The tears stood in her eyes, and she could not have spoken without crying. She was rejoicing over Kitty and Levin. Going back in thought to her own wedding, she glanced at the radiant figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch, forgot all the present, and remembered only her own innocent love. She recalled not herself only, but all her women, friends, and acquaintances. She thought of them on the one day of their triumph, when they had stood like Kitty under the wedding crown, with love and hope and dread in their hearts, renouncing the past and stepping forward into the mysterious future. Among the brides that came back to her memory, she thought too of her darling Anna, of whose proposed divorce she had just been hearing, and she had stood just as innocent in orange flowers and bridal veil. And now, it's terribly strange, she said to herself. It was not merely the sisters, the women, friends and female relations of the bride, who were following every detail of the ceremony. Women who were quite strangers, mere spectators, were watching it excitedly, holding their breath, in fear of losing a single movement or expression of the bride and bridegroom, and angrily not answering, often not hearing, the remarks of the callous men, who kept making joking or irrelevant observations. Why has she been crying? Is she being married against her will? Against her will? To a fine fellow like that? A prince, isn't he? Is that her sister in the white satin? Just listen how the deacon booms out, and fearing her husband. Are the choristers from Tichudovo? No, from the synod. I asked the footman. He says he's going to take her home to his country place at once. Awfully rich, they say. That's why she's being married to him. No, they're a well-matched pair. I say, Marya Vasilievna, you were making out those fly-away crinolines were not being worn. Just look at her in the puce dress, an ambassador's wife, they say. She is how her skirt bounces out from side to side. What a pretty dear! The bride is like a lamb, decked with flowers. "Well, say what you will, we women feel for our sister." Such were the comments in the crowd of gazing women who had succeeded in slipping in at the church doors. Chapter 6. When the ceremony of plighting troth was over, the beadles spread before the lectern in the middle of the church a piece of pink silken stuff. The choir sang a complicated and elaborate psalm, in which the bass and tenor sang responses to one another, and the priest, turning round, pointed the bridal pair to the pink silk rug. Though both had often heard a great deal about the saying that the one who steps first on the rug will be the head of the house, neither Levin nor Kitty were capable of recollecting it as they took the few steps towards it. They did not hear the loud remarks and disputes that followed, some maintaining he had stepped on first, and others that both had stepped on together. After the customary questions, whether they desired to enter upon matrimony, and whether they were pledged to anyone else, and their answers, which sounded strange to themselves, a new ceremony began. Kitty listened to the words of the prayer, trying to make out their meaning, but she could not. The feeling of triumph and radiant happiness flooded her soul more and more as the ceremony went on, and deprived her of all power of attention. They prayed, "Endow them with continence and fruitfulness, and vouchsafe that their hearts may rejoice looking upon their sons and daughters." They alluded to God's creation of a wife from Adam's rib, and for this cause a man shall leave father and mother, and cleave unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh, and that this is a great mystery. They prayed that God would make them fruitful and bless them, like Isaac and Rebekah, Joseph, Moses, and Zipporah, and that they might look upon their children's children. "That's all splendid," thought Kitty, catching the words all. "That's just as it should be," and a smile of happiness, unconsciously reflected in everyone who looked at her, beamed on her radiant face. "Put it on quite," voices were heard urging when the priest had put on the wedding crowns, and Ticzebatsky, his hand shaking in its 3-button glove, held the crown high above her head. "Put it on," she whispered, smiling. Levin looked round at her and was struck by the joyful radiance on her face, and unconsciously her feeling infected him. He, too, like her, felt glad and happy. They enjoyed hearing the epistle read and the roll of the head. Deacon's voice at the last verse, awaited with such impatience by the outside public. They enjoyed drinking out of the shallow cup of warm red wine and water, and they were still more pleased when the priest, flinging back his stole and taking both their hands in his, led them round the lectern to the accompaniment of bass voices chanting glory to God. Ticzebatsky and Tikharakov supporting the crowns and stumbling over the bride's train, smiling too and seeming delighted at something, were at one moment left behind, at the next treading on the bridal pair as the priest came to a halt. The spark of joy kindled in Kitty seemed to have infected everyone in the church. It seemed to Levin that the priest and the deacon too wanted to smile just as he did. Taking the crowns off their heads, the priest read the last prayer and congratulated the young people. Levin looked at Kitty, and he had never before seen her look as she did. She was charming with the new radiance of happiness. In her face, Levin longed to say something to her, but he did not know whether it was all over. The priest got him out of his difficulty. He smiled his kindly smile and said gently, "Kiss your wife." "And you kiss your husband," and took the candles out of their hands. Levin kissed her smiling lips with timid care, gave her his arm, and with a new strange sense of closeness, walked out of the church. He could not believe that it was true. It was only when their wondering and timid eyes met that he believed in it, because he felt that they were one. After supper, the same night, the young people left for the country. Chapter 7. Vronsky and Anna had been traveling for 3 months together in Europe. They had visited Venice, Rome, and Naples, and had just arrived at a small Italian town where they meant to stay some time. A handsome head-waiter, with thick pomaded hair parted from the neck upwards, an evening coat, a broad white cambric shirt-front, and a bunch of trinkets hanging above his rounded stomach, stood, with his hands in the full curve of his pockets, looking contemptuously from under his eyelids, while he gave some frigid reply to a gentleman who had stopped him. Catching the sound of footsteps coming from the other side of the entry towards the staircase, the head waiter turned round, and seeing the Russian count, who had taken their best rooms, he took his hands out of his pockets deferentially, and with a bow informed him that a courier had been, and that the business about the palazzo had been arranged. The steward was prepared to sign the agreement. "Ah, I'm glad to hear it," said Vronsky. "Is Madame at home or not?" "Madame has been out for a walk, but has returned now," answered the waiter. Vronsky took off his soft, wide-brimmed hat and passed his handkerchief over his heated brow and hair, which had grown half over his ears, and was brushed back, covering the bald patch on his head, and glancing casually at the gentleman, who still stood there gazing intently at him, he would have gone on. "This gentleman is a Russian, and was inquiring after you," said the head waiter, with mingled feelings of annoyance at never being able to get away from acquaintances anywhere, and longing to find some sort of diversion from the monotony of his life. Vronsky looked once more at the gentleman, who had retreated and stood still again, and at the same moment a light came into the eyes of both. Golnischev, Vronsky. It really was Golnischev, a comrade of Vronsky's in the Corps of Pages. In the Corps, Golnischev had belonged to the Liberal Party. He left the Corps without entering the army, and had never taken office under the government. Vronsky and he had gone completely different ways on leaving the Corps, and had only met once since. At that meeting, Vronsky perceived that Golnischev had taken up a sort of lofty, intellectually liberal line, and was consequently disposed to look down upon Vronsky's interests and calling in life. Hence Vronsky had met him with the chilling and haughty manner he so well knew how to assume, the meaning of which was, "You may like or dislike my way of life, that's a matter of the most perfect indifference to me. You will have to treat me with respect if you want to know me." Golnischev had been contemptuously indifferent to the tone taken by Vronsky. This second meeting might have been expected, one would have supposed, to estrange them still more, but now they beamed and exclaimed with delight on recognizing one another. Vronsky would never have expected to be so pleased to see Golnischev, but probably he was not himself aware how bored he was. He forgot the disagreeable impression of their last meeting, and with a face of frank delight held out his hand to his old comrade. The same expression of delight replaced the look of uneasiness on Golnischev's face. "How glad I am to meet you," said Vronsky, showing his strong white teeth in a friendly smile. "I heard the name Vronsky, but I didn't know which one. I'm very, very glad. Let's go in. Come, tell me what you're doing." "I've been living here for 2 years. I'm working." "Ah," said Vronsky with sympathy, "let's go in." And with the habit common with Russians, instead of saying in Russian what he wanted to keep from the servants, he began to speak in French. "Do you know, Madame Karenina, we are traveling together. I am going to see her now," he said in French, carefully scrutinizing Golnischev's face. "Ah, I did not know, though he did know," Golnischev answered carelessly. "Have you been here long?" He added, 4 days, Vronsky answered, once more scrutinizing his friend's face intently. "Yes, he's a decent fellow, and will look at the thing properly," Vronsky said to himself, catching the significance of Golnischev's face and the change of subject. "I can introduce him to Anna, he looks at it properly." During those 3 months that Vronsky had spent abroad with Anna, he had always on meeting new people asked himself how the new person would look at his relations with Anna, and for the most part in men he had met with the proper way of looking at it. But if he had been asked, and those who looked at it properly had been asked, exactly how they did look at it, both he and they would have been greatly puzzled to answer. In reality, those who in Vronsky's opinion had the proper view had no sort of view at all, but behaved in general as well. Bred persons do behave in regard to all the complex and insoluble problems, with which life is encompassed on all sides. They behaved with propriety, avoiding allusions and unpleasant questions. They assumed an air of fully comprehending the import and force of the situation, of accepting and even approving of it, but of considering it superfluous and uncalled for to put all this into words. Vronsky at once divined that Golnischev was of this class, and therefore was doubly pleased to see him. And in fact, Golnischev's manner to Madame Karenina, when he was taken to call on her, was all that Vronsky could have desired. Obviously, without the slightest effort, he steered clear of all subjects which might lead to embarrassment. He had never met Anna before, and was struck by her beauty, and still more by the frankness with which she accepted her position. She blushed when Vronsky brought in Golnischev, and he was extremely charmed by this childish blush, overspreading her candid and handsome face. But what he liked particularly was the way in which at once, as though on purpose that there might be no misunderstanding with an outsider, she called Vronsky simply Alexei, and said they were moving into a house they had just taken, what was here called a palazzo. Golnischev liked this direct and simple attitude to her own position. Looking at Anna's manner of simple-hearted, spirited gaiety, and knowing Alexei Alexandrovitch and Vronsky, Golnischev fancied that he understood her perfectly. He fancied that he understood what she was utterly unable to understand. How it was that, having made her husband wretched, having abandoned him and her son and lost her good name, she yet felt full of spirits, gaiety, and happiness. "It's in the guide book," said Golnischev, referring to the palazzo Vronsky had taken. "There's a first-rate Tintoretto there, one of his latest period. I tell you what, it's a lovely day, let's go and have another look at it," said Vronsky, addressing Anna. "I shall be very glad to. I'll go and put on my hat. Would you say it's hot?" she said, stopping short in the doorway and looking inquiringly at Vronsky, and again a vivid flush overspread her face. Vronsky saw from her eyes that she did not know on what terms he cared to be with Golnischev, and so was afraid of not behaving as he would wish. He looked a long, tender look at her. "No, not very," he said, and it seemed to her that she understood everything, most of all, that he was pleased with her. And smiling to him, she walked with her rapid step out at the door. The friends glanced at one another, and a look of hesitation came into both faces, as though Golnischev, unmistakably admiring her, would have liked to say something about her, and could not find the right thing to say, while Vronsky desired and dreaded his doing so. Well then, Vronsky began to start a conversation of some sort. "So you're settled here? You're still at the same work, then?" he went on, recalling that he had been told Golnischev was writing something. "Yes, I'm writing the second part of the two elements," said Golnischev, coloring with pleasure at the question. "That is, to be exact, I am not writing it yet. I am preparing, collecting materials. It will be of far wider scope, and will touch on almost all questions. We in Russia refuse to see that we are the heirs of Byzantium." And he launched into a long and heated explanation of his views. Vronsky at the first moment felt embarrassed at not even knowing of the first part of the two elements, of which the author spoke as something well known. But as Golnischev began to lay down his opinions, and Vronsky was able to follow them even without knowing the two elements, he listened to him with some interest, for Golnischev spoke well. But Vronsky was startled and annoyed by the nervous irascibility with which Golnischev talked of the subject that engrossed him. As he went on talking, his eyes glittered more and more angrily, He was more and more hurried in his replies to imaginary opponents, and his face grew more and more excited and worried. Remembering Golenishtchev, a thin, lively, good-natured and well-bred boy, always at the head of the class, Vronsky could not make out the reason of his irritability, and he did not like it. What he particularly disliked was that Golenishtchev, a man belonging to a good set, should put himself on a level with some scribbling fellows, with whom he was irritated and angry. Was it worth it? Vronsky disliked it, yet he felt that Golenishtchev was unhappy and was sorry for him. Unhappiness, almost mental derangement, was visible on his mobile, rather handsome face, while without even noticing Anna's coming in, he went on hurriedly and hotly expressing his views. When Anna came in her hat and cape, and her lovely hand rapidly swinging her parasol, and stood beside him, it was with a feeling of relief that Vronsky broke away from the plaintive eyes of Golenishtchev, which fastened persistently upon him, and with a fresh rush of love looked at his charming companion, full of life and happiness. Golenishtchev recovered himself with an effort, and at first was dejected and gloomy. But Anna, disposed to feel friendly with everyone as she was at that time, soon revived his spirits by her direct and lively manner. After trying various subjects of conversation, she got him upon painting, of which he talked very well, and she listened to him attentively. They walked to the house they had taken and looked over it. "I am very glad of one thing," said Anna to Golenishtchev when they were on their way back. "Alexei will have a capital attel." "Yea, you must certainly take that room," she said to Vronsky in Russian, using the affectionately familiar form, as though she saw that Golenishtchev would become intimate with them in their isolation, and that there was no need of reserve before him. "Do you paint?" said Golenishtchev, turning round quickly to Vronsky. "Yes, I used to study long ago, and now I have begun to do a little," said Vronsky, reddening. "He has great talent," said Anna with a delighted smile. "I'm no judge, of course, but good judges have said the same." Chapter 8. Anna, in that first period of her emancipation and rapid return to health, felt herself unpardonably happy and full of the joy of life. The thought of her husband's unhappiness did not poison her happiness. On one side, that memory was too awful to be thought of. On the other side, her husband's unhappiness had given her too much happiness to be regretted. The memory of all that had happened after her illness, her reconciliation with her husband, its breakdown, the news of Vronsky's wound, his visit, the preparations for divorce, the departure from her husband's house, the parting from her son, all that seemed to her like a delirious dream, from which she had waked up alone with Vronsky abroad. The thought of the harm caused to her husband aroused in her a feeling like repulsion, and akin to what a drowning man might feel who has shaken off another man clinging to him. That man did drown. It was an evil action, of course, but it was the sole means of escape, and better not to brood over these fearful facts. One consolatory reflection upon her conduct had occurred to her at the first moment of the final rupture, and when now she recalled all the past, she remembered that one reflection. "I have inevitably made that man wretched," she thought, "but I don't want to profit by his misery. I too am suffering, and shall suffer. I am losing what I prized above everything. I am losing my good name and my son. I have done wrong, and so I don't want happiness. I don't want a divorce, and shall suffer from my shame and the separation from my child." But, however sincerely Anna had meant to suffer, she was not suffering. Shame there was not. With the tact of which both had such a large share, they had succeeded in avoiding Russian ladies abroad, and so had never placed themselves in a false position, and everywhere they had met people who pretended that they perfectly understood their position, far better indeed than they did themselves. Separation from the son, She loved even that did not cause her anguish in these early days. The baby girl, his child, was so sweet, and had so won Anna's heart, since she was all that was left her, that Anna rarely thought of her son. The desire for life, waxing stronger with recovered health, was so intense, and the conditions of life were so new and pleasant, that Anna felt unpardonably happy. The more she got to know Vronsky, the more she loved him. She loved him for himself and for his love for her. Her complete ownership of him was a continual joy to her. His presence was always sweet to her. All the traits of his character, which she learned to know better and better, were unutterably dear to her. His appearance, changed by his civilian dress, was as fascinating to her as though she were some young girl in love. In everything he said, thought, and did, she saw something particularly noble and elevated. Her adoration of him alarmed her indeed. She sought and could not find in him anything not fine. She dared not show him her sense of her own insignificance beside him. It seemed to her that, knowing this, he might sooner cease to love her, and she dreaded nothing now so much as losing his love, though she had no grounds for fearing it. But she could not help being grateful to him for his attitude to her, and showing that she appreciated it. He, who had in her opinion such a marked aptitude for a political career, in which he would have been certain to play a leading part, he had sacrificed his ambition for her sake, and never betrayed the slightest regret. He was more lovingly respectful to her than ever, and the constant care that she should not feel the awkwardness of her position never deserted him for a single instant. He, so manly a man, never opposed her, had indeed with her no will of his own, and was anxious, it seemed, for nothing but to anticipate her wishes, and she could not but appreciate this, even though the very intensity of his solicitude for her, the atmosphere of care with which he surrounded her, sometimes weighed upon her. Vronsky, meanwhile, in spite of the complete realization of what he had so long desired, was not perfectly happy. He soon felt that the realization of his desires gave him no more than a grain of sand out of the mountain of happiness he had expected. It showed him the mistake men make in picturing to themselves happiness as the realization of their desires. For a time after joining his life to hers and putting on civilian dress, he had felt all the delight of freedom in general of which he had known nothing before, and of freedom in his love, and he was content, but not for long. He was soon aware that there was springing up in his heart a desire for desires ennui. Without conscious intention, he began to clutch at every passing caprice, taking it for a desire and an object. 16 hours of the day must be occupied in some way, since they were living abroad in complete freedom, outside the conditions of social life which filled up time in Petersburg. As for the amusements of bachelor existence, which had provided Vronsky with entertainment on previous tours abroad, they could not be thought of, since the sole attempt of the sort had led to a sudden attack of depression in Anna, quite out of proportion with the cause, a late supper with bachelor friends. Relations with the society of the place, foreign and Russian, were equally out of the question, owing to the irregularity of their position. The inspection of objects of interest, apart from the fact that everything had been seen already, had not for Vronsky, a Russian and a sensible man, the immense significance Englishmen are able to attach to that pursuit. And just as the hungry stomach eagerly accepts every object it can get, hoping to find nourishment in it, Vronsky quite unconsciously clutched first at politics, then at new books, and then at pictures. As he had from a child a taste for painting, and as, not knowing what to spend his money on, he had begun collecting engravings, he came to a stop at painting, began to take interest in it, and concentrated upon it the unoccupied mass of desires which demanded satisfaction. He had a ready appreciation of art, and probably with a taste for imitating art. He supposed himself to have the real thing essential for an artist, and after hesitating for some time which style of painting to select, religious, historical, realistic, or genre painting, he set to work to paint. He appreciated all kinds, and could have felt inspired by any one of them, but he had no conception of the possibility of knowing nothing at all of any school of painting, and of being inspired directly by what is within the soul, without caring whether what is painted will belong to any recognized school. Since he knew nothing of this, and drew his inspiration, not directly from life, but indirectly from life embodied in art, his inspiration came very quickly and easily, and as quickly and easily came his success in painting something very similar to the sort of painting he was trying to imitate. More than any other style, he liked the French graceful and effective, and in that style he began to paint Anna's portrait in Italian costume, and the portrait seemed to him, and to everyone who saw it, extremely successful. Chapter 9. The old neglected palazzo, with its lofty carved ceilings and frescoes on the walls, with its floors of mosaic, with its heavy yellow stuff curtains on the windows, with its vases on pedestals, and its open fireplaces, its carved doors and gloomy reception rooms, hung with pictures. This palazzo did much, by its very appearance after they had moved into it, to confirm in Vronsky the agreeable illusion that he was not so much a Russian country gentleman, a retired army officer, as an enlightened amateur and patron of the arts, himself a modest artist who had renounced the world, his connections, and his ambition for the sake of the woman he loved. The pose chosen by Vronsky with their removal into the palazzo was completely successful, and having, through Golnischev, made acquaintance with a few interesting people, for a time he was satisfied. He painted studies from nature under the guidance of an Italian professor of painting, and studied medieval Italian life. Medieval Italian life so fascinated Vronsky that he even wore a hat and flung a cloak over his shoulder in the medieval style, which, indeed, was extremely becoming to him. Here we live, and know nothing of what's going on, Vronsky said to Golnischev as he came to see him one morning. "Have you seen Mihailov's picture?" he said, handing him a Russian gazette he had received that morning, and pointing to an article on a Russian artist, living in the very same town, and just finishing a picture which had long been talked about and had been bought beforehand. The article reproached the government and the Academy for letting so remarkable an artist be left without encouragement and support. "I've seen it," answered Golnischev. "Of course, he's not without talent, but it's all in a wrong direction. It's all the Ivanov, Strauss, Renan attitude to Christ and to religious painting." "What is the subject of the picture?" asked Anna. "Christ before Pilate." Christ is represented as a Jew with all the realism of the new school. And the question of the subject of the picture having brought him to one of his favorite theories, Golnischev launched forth into a disquisition on it. "I can't understand how they can fall into such a gross mistake. Christ always has his definite embodiment in the art of the great masters, and therefore, if they want to depict not God, but a revolutionist or a sage, let them take from history a Socrates, a Franklin, a Charlotte Corday, but not Christ. They take the very figure which cannot be taken for their art, and then— And is it true that this Mihailov is in such poverty?" asked Vronsky, thinking that, as a Russian Maecenas, it was his duty to assist the artist regardless of whether the picture were good or bad. "I should say not. He's a remarkable portrait painter. Have you ever seen his portrait of Madame Vassilchikova? But I believe he doesn't care about painting any more portraits, and so very likely he is in want. I maintain that. Couldn't we ask him to paint a portrait of Anna Arkadyevna?" said Vronsky. "Why mine?" said Anna. "After yours I don't want another portrait." Better have one of Annie, so she called her baby girl. Here she is, she added, looking out of the window at the handsome Italian nurse, who was carrying the child out into the garden, and immediately glancing unnoticed at Vronsky. The handsome nurse, from whom Vronsky was painting a head for his picture, was the one hidden grief in Anna's life. He painted with her as his model, admired her beauty and medievalism, and Anna dared not confess to herself that she was afraid of becoming jealous of this nurse, and was for that reason particularly gracious and condescending both to her and her little son. Vronsky, too, glanced out of the window and into Anna's eyes, and, turning at once to Golnischev, he said, "Do you know this Mihailov? I have met him, but he's a queer fish and quite without breeding. You know, one of those uncouth new people one's so often coming across nowadays, one of those free thinkers, you know, who are reared dembly in theories of atheism, skepticism, and materialism." "In former days," said Golnischev, not observing, or not willing to observe, that both Anna and Vronsky wanted to speak. In former days the free thinker was a man who had been brought up in ideas of religion, law, and morality, and only through conflict and struggle came to free thought. But now there has sprung up a new type of born free thinkers who grow up without even having heard of principles of morality or of religion, of the existence of authorities, who grow up directly in ideas of negation in everything, that is to say, savages. Well, he's of that class. He's the son, it appears, of some Moscow butler, and has never had any sort of bringing up. When he got into the academy and made his reputation, he tried, as he's no fool, to educate himself. And he turned to what seemed to him the very source of culture, the magazines. In old times, you see, a man who wanted to educate himself, a Frenchman, for instance, would have set to work to study all the classics and theologians and tragedians and historians and philosophers and, you know, all the intellectual work that came in his way. But in our day he goes straight for the literature of negation, very quickly assimilates all the extracts of the science of negation, and he's ready. And that's not all. 20 years ago he would have found in that literature traces of conflict with authorities, with the creeds of the ages. He would have perceived from this conflict that there was something else. But now he comes at once upon a literature in which the old creeds do not even furnish matter for discussion, but it is stated baldly that there is nothing else: evolution, natural selection, struggle for existence, and that's all. In my article I tell you what, said Anna, who had for a long while been exchanging wary glances with Vronsky, and knew that he was not in the least interested in the education of this artist, but was simply absorbed by the idea of assisting him and ordering a portrait of him. "I tell you what," she said, resolutely interrupting Golnischev, who was still talking away, "let's go and see him." Golnischev recovered his self-possession and readily agreed. But as the artist lived in a remote suburb, it was decided to take the carriage. An hour later Anna, with Golnischev by her side and Vronsky on the front seat of the carriage, facing them, drove up to a new ugly house in the remote suburb. On learning from the porter's wife, who came out to them, that Mihailov saw visitors at his studio, but that at that moment he was in his lodging only a couple of steps off, they sent her to him, with their cards, asking permission to see his picture. Chapter 10. The artist Mihailov was, as always, at work when the cards of Count Vronsky and Golnischev were brought to him. In the morning he had been working in his studio at his big picture. On getting home he flew into a rage with his wife for not having managed to put off the landlady, who had been asking for money. "I've said it to you 20 times. Don't enter into details. You're fool enough at all times, and when you start explaining things in Italian you're a fool 3 times as foolish," he said after a long dispute. "Don't let it run so long. It's not my fault. If I had the money, leave me in peace, for God's sake." Mihailov shrieked, with tears in his voice, and, stopping his ears, he went off into his working room, the other side of a partition wall, and closed the door after him. "Idiotic woman," he said to himself, sat down to the table, and, opening a portfolio, he set to work at once with peculiar fervor at a sketch he had begun. Never did he work with such fervor and success as when things went ill with him, and especially when he quarreled with his wife. "Oh, damn them all," he thought as he went on working. He was making a sketch for the figure of a man in a violent rage. A sketch had been made before, but he was dissatisfied with it. No, that one was better. Where is it? He went back to his wife, and scowling, and not looking at her, asked his eldest little girl, where was that piece of paper he had given them? The paper with the discarded sketch on it was found, but it was dirty and spotted with candle grease. Still, he took the sketch, laid it on his table, and, moving a little away, screwing up his eyes, he fell to gazing at it. All at once he smiled and gesticulated gleefully. That's it, he said, and at once picking up the pencil, he began rapidly drawing. The spot of tallow had given the man a new pose. He had sketched this new pose, when all at once he recalled the face of a shopkeeper of whom he had bought cigars. A vigorous face with a prominent chin, and he sketched this very face, this chin on, to the figure of the man. He laughed aloud with delight. The figure from a lifeless imagined thing had become living, and such that it could never be changed. That figure lived, and was clearly and unmistakably defined. The sketch might be corrected in accordance with the requirements of the figure. The legs, indeed, could and must be put differently, and the position of the left hand must be quite altered. The hair, too, might be thrown back. But in making these corrections he was not altering the figure, but simply getting rid of what concealed the figure. He was, as it were, stripping off the wrappings which hindered it from being distinctly seen. Each new feature only brought out the whole figure in all its force and vigor, as it had suddenly come to him from the spot of tallow. He was carefully finishing the figure when the cards were brought him. Coming, he went in to his wife. "Come, Sasha, don't be cross," he said, smiling timidly and affectionately at her. "You were to blame. I was to blame. I'll make it all right." And having made peace with his wife, he put on an olive green overcoat with a velvet collar and a hat, and went towards his studio. The successful figure he had already forgotten. Now he was delighted and excited at the visit of these people of consequence, Russians, who had come in their carriage. Of his picture, the one that stood now on his easel, he had at the bottom of his heart one conviction that no one had ever painted a picture like it. He did not believe that his picture was better than all the pictures of Raphael, but he knew that what he tried to convey in that picture no one ever had conveyed. This he knew positively, and had known a long while, ever since he had begun to paint it. But other people's criticisms, whatever they might be, had yet immense consequence in his eyes, and they agitated him to the depths of his soul. Any remark, the most insignificant, that showed that the critic saw even the tiniest part of what he saw in the picture, agitated him to the depths of his soul. He always attributed to his critics a more profound comprehension than he had himself, and always expected from them something he did not himself see in the picture, and often in their criticisms he fancied that he had found this. He walked rapidly to the door of his studio, and in spite of his excitement he was struck by the soft light on Anna's figure as she stood in the shade of the entrance listening to Golnischev, who was eagerly telling her something, while she evidently wanted to look round at the artist. He was himself unconscious how, as he approached them, he seized on this impression and absorbed it, as he had the chin of the shopkeeper who had sold him the cigars and put it away somewhere to be brought out when he wanted it. The visitors, not agreeably impressed beforehand by Golnischev's account of the artist, were still less so by his personal appearance. Thick, set, and of middle height, with nimble movements, with his brown hat olive, green coat and narrow trousers, though wide trousers had been a long while in fashion, most of all with the ordinariness of his broad face, and the combined expression of timidity and anxiety to keep up his dignity, Mihailov made an unpleasant impression. "Please step in," he said, trying to look indifferent, and going into the passage he took a key out of his pocket and opened the door. Chapter 11. On entering the studio, Mihailov once more scanned his visitors and noted down in his imagination Vronsky's expression too, and especially his jaws. Although his artistic sense was unceasingly at work collecting materials, although he felt a continually increasing excitement as the moment of criticizing his work drew nearer, he rapidly and subtly formed from imperceptible signs a mental image of these three persons. That fellow, Golnischev, was a Russian living here. Mihailov did not remember his surname, nor where he had met him, nor what he had said to him. He only remembered his face as he remembered all the faces he had ever seen. But he remembered, too, that it was one of the faces laid by in his memory in the immense class of the falsely, consequential and poor in expression. The abundant hair and very open forehead gave an appearance of consequence to the face, which had only one expression, a petty, childish, peevish expression, concentrated just above the bridge of the narrow nose. Vronsky and Madame Karenina must be, Mihailov supposed, distinguished and wealthy Russians, knowing nothing about art, like all those wealthy Russians, but posing as amateurs and connoisseurs. Most likely they've already looked at all the antiques, and now they're making the round of the studios of the new people, the German humbug and the cracked Prior-Alf, a light English fellow, and have only come to me to make the point of view complete. He thought he was well acquainted with the way dealt, and he have, the cleverer they were the worse he found them, of looking at the works of contemporary artists with the sole object of being in a position to say that art is a thing of the past, and that the more one sees of the new men, the more one sees how inimitable the works of the great old masters have remained. He expected all this. He saw it all in their faces. He saw it in the careless indifference with which they talked among themselves, stared at the lay figures and busts, and walked about in leisurely fashion, waiting for him to uncover his picture. But in spite of this, while he was turning over his studies, pulling up the blinds and taking off the sheet, he was in intense excitement, especially as, in spite of his conviction that all distinguished and wealthy Russians were certain to be beasts and fools, he liked Vronsky, and still more Anna. "Here, if you please," he said, moving on one side with his nimble gait and pointing to his picture. "It's the exhortation to Pilate. Matthew, chapter Roman 27, he said, feeling his lips were beginning to tremble with emotion. He moved away and stood behind them. For the few seconds during which the visitors were gazing at the picture in silence, Mihailov too gazed at it with the indifferent eye of an outsider. For those few seconds he was sure in anticipation that a higher, juster criticism would be uttered by them, by those very visitors whom he had been so despising a moment before. He forgot all he had thought about his picture before during the 3 years he had been painting it. He forgot all its qualities which had been absolutely certain to him he saw the picture with, their indifferent, new, outside eyes, and saw nothing good in it. He saw in the foreground Pilate's irritated face and the serene face of Christ, and in the background the figures of Pilate's retinue and the face of John watching what was happening. Every face that, with such agony, such blunders and corrections had grown up within him with its special character. Every face that had given him such torments and such raptures, and all these faces, so many times transposed for the sake of the harmony of the whole, all the shades of color and tones that he had attained with such labor, all of this together seemed to him now, looking at it with their eyes, the merest vulgarity, something that had been done 1,000 times over. The face dearest to him, the face of Christ, the center of the picture, which had given him such ecstasy as it unfolded itself to him, was utterly lost to him when he glanced at the picture with their eyes. He saw a well-painted no, not even that he distinctly saw now a mass of defects, repetition of those endless Christs of Titian, Raphael, Rubens, and the same soldiers and Pilate. It was all common, poor, and stale, and positively badly painted, weak and unequal. They would be justified in repeating hypocritically civil speeches in the presence of the painter, and pitying him and laughing at him when they were alone again. The silence, though it lasted no more than a minute, became too intolerable to him. To break it, and to show he was not agitated, he made an effort and addressed Golenishtchev. "I think I've had the pleasure of meeting you," he said, looking uneasily first at Anna, then at Vronsky, in fear of losing any shade of their expression. "To be sure. We met at Rossi's, do you remember, at that soirée when that Italian lady recited the new Rachel?" Golenishtchev answered easily, removing his eyes without the slightest regret from the picture, and turning to the artist. Noticing, however, that Mihailov was expecting a criticism of the picture, he said, "Your picture has got on a great deal since I saw it last time, and what strikes me particularly now as it did, then, is the figure of Pilate. One so knows the man, a good-natured, capital fellow, but an official through and through, who does not know what it is he's doing. But I fancy—" All Mihailov's mobile face beamed at once, his eyes sparkled. He tried to say something, but he could not speak for excitement, and pretended to be coughing. Low as was his opinion of Golenishtchev's capacity for understanding art, trifling as was the true remark upon the fidelity of the expression of Pilate as an official, and offensive as might have seemed the utterance of so unimportant an observation, while nothing was said of more serious points. Mihailov was in an ecstasy of delight at this observation. He had himself thought about Pilate's figure just what Golenishtchev said. The fact that this reflection was but one of millions of reflections, which, as Mihailov knew for certain would be true, did not diminish for him the significance of Golenishtchev's remark. His heart warmed to Golenishtchev for this remark, and from a state of depression he suddenly passed to ecstasy. At once the whole of his picture lived before him, in all the indescribable complexity of everything living. Mihailov again tried to say that that was how he understood Pilate, but his lips quivered intractably, and he could not pronounce the words. Vronsky and Anna too said something in that subdued voice in which, partly to avoid hurting the artist's feelings, and partly to avoid saying out loud something silly so easily said when talking of art, people usually speak at exhibitions of pictures. Mihailov fancied that the picture had made an impression on them too. He went up to them. "How marvelous Christ's expression is," said Anna. Of all she saw, she liked that expression most of all, and she felt that it was the center of the picture, and so praise of it would be pleasant to the artist. One can see that he is pitying Pilate. This again was one of the million true reflections that could be found in his picture and in the figure of Christ. She said that he was pitying Pilate. In Christ's expression there ought to be indeed an expression of pity, since there is an expression of love, of heavenly peace, of readiness for death, and a sense of the vanity of words. Of course, there is the expression of an official in Pilate and of pity in Christ, seeing that one is the incarnation of the fleshly and the other of the spiritual life. All this and much more flashed into Mihailov's thoughts. Yes, and how that figure is done, what atmosphere. One can walk round it, said Golenishtchev, unmistakably betraying by this remark that he did not approve of the meaning and idea of the figure. Yes, there's a wonderful mastery, said Vronsky. How those figures in the background stand out. There you have technique, he said, addressing Golenishtchev. alluding to a conversation between them about Vronsky's despair of attaining this technique. Yes, yes, marvelous. Golnischev and Anna assented, in spite of the excited condition in which he was. The sentence about technique had sent a pang to Mihailov's heart, and looking angrily at Vronsky, he suddenly scowled. He had often heard this word technique, and was utterly unable to understand what was understood by it. He knew that by this term was understood a mechanical facility for painting or drawing, entirely apart from its subject. He had noticed often that even in actual praise technique was opposed to essential quality, as though one could paint well something that was bad. He knew that a great deal of attention and care was necessary in taking off the coverings, to avoid injuring the creation itself, and to take off all the coverings, but there was no art of painting, no technique of any sort about it. If to a little child or to his cook were revealed what he saw, it or she would have been able to peel the wrappings off what was seen, and the most experienced and adroit painter could not by mere mechanical facility paint anything if the lines of the subject were not revealed to him first. Besides, he saw that if it came to talking about technique, it was impossible to praise him for it. In all he had painted and repainted, he saw faults that hurt his eyes. Coming from want of care in taking off the wrappings faults, he could not correct now without spoiling the whole. And in almost all the figures and faces he saw, too, remnants of the wrappings not perfectly removed that spoiled the picture. One thing might be said, if you will allow me to make the remark, observed Golnischev. Oh, I shall be delighted, I beg you, said Mihailov with a forced smile. That is, that you make him the man, God and not the god, man, but I know that was what you meant to do. I cannot paint a Christ that is not in my heart, said Mihailov gloomily. Yes, but in that case, if you will allow me to say what I think. Your picture is so fine that my observation cannot detract from it, and besides, it is only my personal opinion. With you, it is different. Your very motive is different. But let us take Ivanov. I imagine that if Christ is brought down to the level of an historical character, it would have been better for Ivanov to select some other historical subject, fresh, untouched. But if this is the greatest subject presented to art, if one looked one would find others. But the point is that art cannot suffer doubt and discussion. And before the picture of Ivanov, the question arises for the believer and the unbeliever alike. Is it God, or is it not God? And the unity of the impression is destroyed. Why so? I think that for educated people, said Mihailov, the question cannot exist. Golnischev did not agree with this, and confounded Mihailov by his support of his first idea of the unity of the impression being essential to art. Mihailov was greatly perturbed, but he could say nothing in defense of his own idea. Chapter 12. Anna and Vronsky had long been exchanging glances, regretting their friend's flow of cleverness. At last Vronsky, without waiting for the artist, walked away to another small picture. Oh, how exquisite! What a lovely thing, a gem, how exquisite, they cried with one voice. What is it they're so pleased with? Thought Mihailov. He had positively forgotten that picture he had painted 3 years ago. He had forgotten all the agonies and the ecstasies he had lived through with that picture, when for several months it had been the one thought haunting him day and night. He had forgotten, as he always forgot, the pictures he had finished. He did not even like to look at it, and had only brought it out because he was expecting an Englishman who wanted to buy it. "Oh, that's only an old study," he said. "How fine," said Golnischev, he too, with unmistakable sincerity, falling under the spell of the picture. 2 boys were angling in the shade of a willow tree. The elder had just dropped in the hook, and was carefully pulling the float from behind a bush, entirely absorbed in what he was doing. The other, a little younger, was lying in the grass leaning on his elbows, with his tangled, flaxen head in his hands, staring at the water with his dreamy blue eyes. What was he thinking of? The enthusiasm over this picture stirred some of the old feeling for it in Mihailov, but he feared and disliked this waste of feeling for things past, and so, even though this praise was grateful to him, he tried to draw his visitors away to a third picture. But Vronsky asked whether the picture was for sale. To Mihailov, at that moment, excited by visitors, it was extremely distasteful to speak of money matters. "It is put up there to be sold," he answered, scowling gloomily. When the visitors had gone, Mihailov sat down opposite the picture of Pilate and Christ, and in his mind went over what had been said, and what, though not said, had been implied by those visitors, and, strange to say, what had had such weight with him, while they were there and while he mentally put himself at their point of view, suddenly lost all importance for him. He began to look at his picture with all his own full artist vision, and was soon in that mood of conviction of the perfectibility, and so of the significance, of his picture, a conviction essential, to the most intense fervor, excluding all other interests in which alone he could work. Christ's foreshortened leg was not right, though. He took his palette and began to work. As he corrected the leg, he looked continually at the figure of John in the background, which his visitors had not even noticed, but which he knew was beyond perfection. When he had finished the leg, he wanted to touch that figure, but he felt too much excited for it. He was equally unable to work when he was cold, and when he was too much affected and saw everything too much. There was only one stage in the transition from coldness to inspiration, at which work was possible. Today he was too much agitated. He would have covered the picture, but he stopped, holding the cloth in his hand, and, smiling blissfully, gazed a long while at the figure of John. At last, as it were regretfully tearing himself away, he dropped the cloth, and, exhausted but happy, went home. Vronsky, Anna, and Golnischev, on their way home, were particularly lively and cheerful. They talked of Mihailov and his pictures. The word talent, by which they meant an inborn, almost physical, aptitude apart from brain and heart, and in which they tried to find an expression for all the artist had gained from life, recurred, particularly often in their talk, as though it were necessary for them to sum up what they had no conception of, though they wanted to talk of it. They said that there was no denying his talent, but that his talent could not develop for want of education, the common defect of our Russian artists. But the picture of the boys had imprinted itself on their memories, and they were continually coming back to it. What an exquisite thing! How he has succeeded in it, and how simply! He doesn't even comprehend how good it is. Yes, I mustn't let it slip. I must buy it, said Vronsky. Chapter 13. Mihailov sold Vronsky his picture, and agreed to paint a portrait of Anna. On the day fixed, he came and began the work. From the 5th sitting, the portrait impressed everyone, especially Vronsky, not only by its resemblance, but by its characteristic beauty. It was strange how Mihailov could have discovered just her characteristic beauty. One needs to know and love her as I have loved her to discover the very sweetest expression of her soul, Vronsky thought, though it was only from this portrait that he had himself learned this. Sweetest expression of her soul. But the expression was so true that he, and others too, fancied they had long known it. I have been struggling on for ever so long without doing anything, he said of his own portrait of her, and he just looked and painted it. That's where technique comes in. That will come, was the consoling reassurance given him by Golnischev, in whose view Vronsky had both talent, and what was most important, culture, giving him a wider outlook on art. Golnischev's faith in Vronsky's talent was propped up by his own need of Vronsky's sympathy and approval for his own articles and ideas, and he felt that the praise and support must be mutual. In another man's house, and especially in Vronsky's palazzo, Mihailov was quite a different man from what he was in his studio. He behaved with hostile courtesy, as though he were afraid of coming closer to people he did not respect. He called Vronsky Your Excellency, and notwithstanding Anna's and Vronsky's invitations, he would never stay to dinner, nor come except for the sittings. Anna was even more friendly to him than to other people, and was very grateful for her portrait. Vronsky was more than cordial with him, and was obviously interested to know the artist's opinion of his picture. Golnischev never let slip an opportunity of instilling sound ideas about art into Mihailov, but Mihailov remained equally chilly to all of them. Anna was aware from his eyes that he liked looking at her, but he avoided conversation with her. Vronsky's talk about his painting he met with stubborn silence, and he was as stubbornly silent when he was shown Vronsky's picture. He was unmistakably bored by Golnischev's conversation, and he did not attempt to oppose him. Altogether Mihailov, with his reserved and disagreeable, as it were, hostile attitude, was quite disliked by them as they got to know him better, and they were glad when the sittings were over and they were left with a magnificent portrait in their possession, and he gave up coming. Golnischev was the first to give expression to an idea that had occurred to all of them, which was that Mihailov was simply jealous of Vronsky, not envious, let us say, since he has talent, but it annoys him that a wealthy man of the highest society, and a count too, you know they all detest a title, can, without any particular trouble, do as well, if not better, than he who has devoted all his life to it. And more than all, it's a question of culture which he is without. Vronsky defended Mihailov, but at the bottom of his heart he believed it, because in his view a man of a different, lower world would be sure to be envious. Anna's portrait, the same subject painted from nature both by him and by Mihailov, ought to have shown Vronsky the difference between him and Mihailov, but he did not see it. Only after Mihailov's portrait was painted, he left off painting his portrait of Anna, deciding that it was now not needed. His picture of medieval life he went on with, and he himself and Golnischev, and still more Anna, thought it very good, because it was far more like the celebrated pictures they knew than Mihailov's picture. Mihailov, meanwhile, although Anna's portrait greatly fascinated him, was even more glad than they were when the sittings were over, and he had no longer to listen to Golnischev's disquisitions upon art, and could forget about Vronsky's painting. He knew that Vronsky could not be prevented from amusing himself with painting. He knew that he and all dilettanti had a perfect right to paint what they liked, but it was distasteful to him. A man could not be prevented from making himself a big wax doll and kissing it, but if the man were to come with the doll and sit before a man in love, and begin caressing his doll as the lover caressed the woman he loved, it would be distasteful to the lover. Just such a distasteful sensation was what Mihailov felt at the sight of Vronsky's painting. He felt it both ludicrous and irritating, both pitiable and offensive. Vronsky's interest in painting and the Middle Ages did not last long. He had enough taste for painting to be unable to finish his picture. The picture came to a standstill. He was vaguely aware that its defects, inconspicuous at first, would be glaring if he were to go on with it. The same experience befell him as Golnischev, who felt that he had nothing to say, and continually deceived himself with the theory that his idea was not yet mature, that he was working it out, and collecting materials. This exasperated and tortured Golnischev, but Vronsky was incapable of deceiving and torturing himself, and even more incapable of exasperation. With his characteristic decision, without explanation or apology, he simply ceased working at painting. But without this occupation, the life of Vronsky and of Anna, who wondered at his loss of interest in it, struck them as intolerably tedious in an Italian town. The palazzo suddenly seemed so obtrusively old and dirty, the spots on the curtains, the cracks in the floors, the broken plaster on the cornices became so disagreeably obvious, and the everlasting, sameness of Golnischev, and the Italian professor and the German traveler became so wearisome that they had to make some change. They resolved to go to Russia, to the country. In Petersburg, Vronsky intended to arrange a partition of the land with his brother, while Anna meant to see her son. The summer they intended to spend on Vronsky's great family estate. Chapter 14. Levin had been married 3 months. He was happy, but not at all in the way he had expected to be. At every step he found his former dreams disappointed, and new, unexpected surprises of happiness. He was happy, but on entering upon family life, he saw at every step that it was utterly different from what he had imagined. At every step he experienced what a man would experience who, after admiring the smooth, happy course of a little boat on a lake, should get himself into that little boat. He saw that it was not all sitting still, floating smoothly, that one had to think too, not for an instant to forget where one was floating, and that there was water under one, and that one must row, and that his unaccustomed hands would be sore, and that it was only to look at it that was easy, but that doing it, though very delightful, was very difficult. As a bachelor, when he had watched other people's married life, seen the petty cares, the squabbles, the jealousy, he had only smiled contemptuously in his heart. In his future married life there could be, he was convinced, nothing of that sort. Even the external forms, indeed, he fancied, must be utterly unlike the life of others in everything. And all of a sudden, instead of his life with his wife being made on an individual pattern, it was, on the contrary, entirely made up of the pettiest details, which he had so despised before, but which now, by no will of his own, had gained an extraordinary importance that it was useless to contend against. And Levin saw that the organization of all these details was by no means so easy as he had fancied before. Although Levin believed himself to have the most exact conceptions of domestic life, unconsciously, like all men, he pictured domestic life as the happiest enjoyment of love, with nothing to hinder, and no petty cares to distract. He ought, as he conceived the position, to do his work, and to find repose from it in the happiness of love. She ought to be beloved, and nothing more. But, like all men, he forgot that she too would want work, and he was surprised that she, his poetic, exquisite Kitty, could, not merely in the first weeks, but even in the first days of their married life, think, remember, and busy herself about tablecloths and furniture, about mattresses for visitors, about a tray, about the cook and the dinner, and so on. While they were still engaged, he had been struck by the definiteness with which she had declined the tour abroad, and decided to go into the country, as though she knew of something she wanted, and could still think of something outside her love. This had jarred upon him then, and now her trivial cares and anxieties jarred upon him several times. But he saw that this was essential for her, and loving her as he did, though he did not understand the reason of them, and jeered at these domestic pursuits, he could not help admiring them. He jeered at the way in which she arranged the furniture they had brought from Moscow, rearranged their room, hung up curtains, prepared rooms for visitors, a room for Dolly, saw after an abode for her new maid, ordered dinner of the old cook, came into collision with Agafea Mihalovna, taking from her the charge of the stores. He saw how the old cook smiled, admiring her, and listening to her inexperienced, impossible orders, how mournfully and tenderly Agafea Mihalovna shook her head over the young mistress's new arrangements. He saw that Kitty was extraordinarily sweet when, laughing and crying, she came to tell him that her maid, Masha, was used to looking upon her as her young lady, and so no one obeyed her. It seemed to him sweet, but strange, and he thought it would have been better without this. He did not know how great a sense of change she was experiencing. She, who at home had sometimes wanted some favorite dish, or sweets, without the possibility of getting either, now could order what she liked, buy pounds of sweets, spend as much money as she liked, and order any puddings she pleased. She was dreaming with delight now of Dolly's coming to them with her children, especially because she would order for the children their favorite puddings, and Dolly would appreciate all her new housekeeping. She did not know herself why and wherefore, but the arranging of her house had an irresistible attraction for her. Instinctively feeling the approach of spring, and knowing that there would be days of rough weather too, she built her nest as best she could, and was in haste at the same time to build it and to learn how to do it. This care for domestic details in Kitty, so opposed to Levin's ideal of exalted happiness, was at first one of the disappointments, and this sweet care of her household, the aim of which he did not understand, but could not help loving, was one of the new happy surprises. Another disappointment and happy surprise came in their quarrels. Levin could never have conceived that between him and his wife any relations could arise other than tender, respectful, and loving, and all at once in the very early days they quarreled, so that she said he did not care for her, that he cared for no one but himself, burst into tears, and wrung her arms. This first quarrel arose from Levin's having gone out to a new farmhouse, and having been away half an hour too long, because he had tried to get home by a short cut, and had lost his way. He drove home thinking of nothing but her, of her love, of his own happiness, and the nearer he drew to home, the warmer was his tenderness for her. He ran into the room with the same feeling, with an even stronger feeling than he had had when he reached the SHT Cherbatsky's house to make his offer, and suddenly he was met by a lowering expression he had never seen in her. He would have kissed her. She pushed him away. "What is it? You've been enjoying yourself," she began, trying to be calm and spiteful, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a stream of reproach, of senseless jealousy, of all that had been torturing her during that half-hour which she had spent sitting motionless at the window, burst from her. It was only then, for the first time, that he clearly understood what he had not understood when he led her out of the church after the wedding. He felt now that he was not simply close to her, but that he did not know where he ended and she began. He felt this from the agonizing sensation of division that he experienced at that instant. He was offended for the first instant, but the very same second he felt that he could not be offended by her, that she was himself. He felt for the first moment as a man feels when, having suddenly received a violent blow from behind, he turns round, angry and eager to avenge himself, to look for his antagonist, and finds that it is he himself who has accidentally struck himself, that there is no one to be angry with, and that he must put up with and try to soothe the pain. Never afterwards did he feel it with such intensity, but this first time he could not for a long while get over it. His natural feeling urged him to defend himself, to prove to her she was wrong. But to prove her wrong would mean irritating her still more and making the rupture greater that was the cause of all his suffering. One habitual feeling impelled him to get rid of the blame and to pass it on to her. Another feeling, even stronger, impelled him as quickly as possible to smooth over the rupture without letting it grow greater. To remain under such undeserved reproach was wretched, but to make her suffer by justifying himself was worse still. Like a man half awake in an agony of pain, he wanted to tear out, to fling away the aching place, and coming to his senses, he felt that the aching place was himself. He could do nothing but try to help the aching place to bear it, and this he tried to do. They made peace. She, recognizing that she was wrong, though she did not say so, became tenderer to him, and they experienced new, redoubled happiness in their love. But that did not prevent such quarrels from happening again, and exceedingly often too, on the most unexpected and trivial grounds. These quarrels frequently arose from the fact that they did not yet know what was of importance to each other, and that all this early period they were both often in a bad temper. When one was in a good temper and the other in a bad temper, the peace was not broken. But when both happened to be in an ill humor, quarrels sprang up from such incomprehensibly trifling causes that they could never remember afterwards what they had quarreled about. It is true that when they were both in a good temper, their enjoyment of life was redoubled. But still, this first period of their married life was a difficult time for them. During all this early time, they had a peculiarly vivid sense of tension, as it were, a tugging in opposite directions of the chain by which they were bound. Altogether, their honeymoon, that is to say, the month after their wedding from which from tradition Levin expected so much, was not merely not a time of sweetness, but remained in the memories of both as the bitterest and most humiliating period in their lives. They both alike tried in later life to blot out from their memories all the monstrous, shameful incidents of that morbid period, when both were rarely in a normal frame of mind. Both were rarely quite themselves. It was only in the third month of their married life, after their return from Moscow, where they had been staying for a month, that their life began to go more smoothly,